All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the US election live stream. This is the Ark episode 17. It's been a minute, hasn't it? We've been fighting elections. We've had literally 4 different elections on, 3 by-elections on, but it's good to be back in the studio, and it's good to have some familiar faces on the panel to help us meander through this particular US election live stream. Trump versus Kamala Harris. The polls have just closed. We're starting to see results just about to come in. We're seeing some really positive indicators for Donald Trump. But I am not here to sell you hopium. We are here to cover exactly what the reality is on this. If you're like me and you're really nervous and excited to see what happens going on, I will be giving you some analysis on what particular data is coming out. But what particular things you can expect from this election. How does the Electoral College work? Which states which states have different numbers for the Electoral College? And how is the president actually elected? But also, what repercussions does this have for the down ballot votes as well? And so I'm going to introduce my panel now before we get started, but please give this a share, get it out there, and make sure you absolutely give this a like. And if you like this content, we will be doing this for Australian elections coming up very soon as well. And on my right, the first one we've got is Chris de Bruin. Chris is a familiar face. He's a protest live streamer and a phenomenal guy I enjoy working with. I've also got Natalie Duma. Natalie is a dentist, but also a regular panelist and a candidate that's gotten many people elected. On my left, I've got a familiar face, Shaquille Letma, who's joined me on many of the streams for the debate coverage. And I've also got Paul Vallejo, who is got a nuclear background with regards to science, and he's a former NASA guy and an American. If anything, he ought to be one of the people opining on these topics. So let me give you a bit of background. If, as an Aussie, if you're tuning in and you're not sure how this works, to be honest, a lot of Americans don't know how this works, to be honest, so there's no shame. In America, they have this thing called the Electoral College. That's how they select the president. And when it comes to the actual how they pick the president, there are 540 different, what would you call it, delegates. When a state votes for the president, they don't actually vote. Those votes don't go directly to the president. They get given in the form of a delegation. And that delegation, if you win the majority of the votes in a state, you get all of those numbers. For example, in Florida, if you win 50% of the vote plus 1, you get all the delegation seats. You get 30 particular delegation seats. So in America, there are many states which we know they're going to vote red. We know they're going to vote blue, and you can see some of this on the map on this particular feed here. However, there are a lot of swing states that we don't know about. For example, these are the swing states. So it could go to Trump, it could go to Kamala Harris. There's Arizona, there's Nevada, there's Wisconsin, there's Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. The big ones to watch here are these ones out of the 50 states, because they are the ones that determined the election last time around and the time before that. So I'm very eager to see what exactly happens. I've got a phenomenal panel of guests here that have been following this for some time now, and I have to admit I'm shocked sometimes by the insights that these panelists have. Never judge a book by its cover, especially if it's an Aussie. You'll be surprised some of the connections they have. And so, guys, first things first, let's take a pulse check. How are you guys feeling? Just kicking all of this off.
I don't know about anybody else, but I couldn't sleep last night. I think to a certain extent, you sit there and think to yourself, there's a lot riding on this election. It's not just like everyday election. What happens if Kamala Harris actually gets elected? Do we get more illegal aliens being forced into swing states, which will determine the elections from henceforth, and then there's no Republicans that can ever win ever again? Or where do we go from here? I'm actually quite nervous.
One of the strange things is I think both sides of the aisle think that the country's at stake. It's interesting, from my point of view, my left-leaning friends live in an echo chamber, a bubble world, where they literally think Hitler's on the ballot. And they've fallen for a whole set of hoaxes about what Donald Trump has said out of context. That means the opposite of what he said, what he represents. But from my point of view, kind of seeing both sides, I also think that the country's constitution is on the ballot. It's quite clear to me that Harris and whoever runs Harris, whoever chooses Joe Biden's breakfast, whoever's actually running the country, has no interest in the first, second, and a number of the other amendments of the Constitution. So I really do think this is for all the marbles.
And how much of that is mainstream media responsibility? Like someone like
A
Rachel
lot.
Maddow, who
A
is
lot.
seriously, my partner called her mad cow, and I actually, instead of Maddow, and I agree. She rants on about how evil Trump is, and yet does not state or clearly relate to anything he says.
But what's been quite positive about that, Jeff Bezos has come out with his op-ed in the Washington Post saying, look, something's gone wrong. People, after they didn't endorse a candidate, which is almost the same as them endorsing Trump, he said, look, people aren't trusting media anymore. You think? I mean, and then media responds by trying to say that Trump wanted to put Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. That's not what he said. That's not what he said at all. He was saying she's a war hawk, and if she's so passionate about it, why doesn't she go in? She wouldn't like it if she was in a war.
And wouldn't that be awesome if she actually did go to war? But and I'm not trying to kill her or anything. So
Joe Rogan actually, well, it'd say something to Dick Cheney, wouldn't it? But Joe Rogan actually brought this up with Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania. There is a question about you bringing in 20 million people, or 10 million, or whatever number you want to go with, spreading them out across the country in such a way that they and their children and grandchildren are going to vote for Democrats for generations. So I don't just think this is an important election for the United States. I think it's a really important election for the whole Western world.
Yep.
Because you have a look at the deterioration in the UK, you have a look at what's going on here. We're probably heading towards an election in the near future in Australia. And I think it's about time that governments start to hear that the people have fed up. We've had enough of media lying to us. We've had enough of being gaslit all the time, and we're frustrated with this stuff.
And News Corp, the head of News Corp, came out and asked for government help because he said no one's looking at our media sources. Well, I wonder why. When has the media source ever been honest of late?
Joel, if you can pull up that chart I sent you at some point where it has the difference between the trust that the Democrats have in the media versus the trust Republicans have over time. Because you're absolutely right. The media, mainstream media, is responsible for the fact that at least around 50% of people live in a delusional world, where they believe these hoaxes about Liz Cheney, the fine people hoax that Trump actually believes that he said white supremacists were fine people when he said the exact opposite. They live in these opposite media narratives. It's the one about the media, but that they are absolutely responsible for the fact that if there is going to be political unrest in the United States, they are responsible.
Well, what's really stunned me is some of my liberal friends in places like California who are actually doing it to themselves deliberately. I've had friends of mine that say, I'm really unhappy with the LA Times, I'm going to end my subscription. New York Times is gone too far to the right. I can't watch Fox, I can't read it. I'm like, look, if you want to have a good idea as to what people are thinking, you kind of have to read their media sources. So they're actually putting themselves in an echo chamber and then wondering why the rest of the country isn't seeing what they're seeing. And I think that's a very interesting reflection. I do want to just very quickly touch on these 7 swing states. As you know...
Let's go through them if you want.
Well, as everyone knows, I've been saying for months and months and months that Virginia, I think, is going to flip. I have no evidence to back that up. That's just me saying that. I say the same thing with New Hampshire. Some people have said online, the pundits have said that Colorado and New Mexico can go. I don't think there's the numbers to support that, but Trump could have a very, very good night. That could happen. But based on what we are seeing, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan, Pennsylvania is a very interesting one. Pennsylvania has seen a drop from 1.7 million, roughly, to 900,000 in early voting turnout for the Democrats. What some people have been suggesting is that Republicans will have cannibalised their voting on the day. But if you have a look at Pennsylvania, they've only had an 8% drop in votes. So
I've actually got those stats here, and I do want to go through all these stats with you. By the way, guys, we will be going through a bunch of this. I don't know how long this stream's going to be. So we do have Charlie Kirk from Turning Point USA stream up in the event we have to go offline for a little bit because we can't do an 18-hour stream just like that. We have no idea what's going to happen tonight. But with regards to the stats, he's been covering this on the show. This is one particular person who is actually campaigning for Turning Point action in the USA, in Pennsylvania. And these were the stats that he came up with regards to this is exactly what the early mail-in ballots are actually showing. I mean, in 2020, we saw 1.6 million ballots get returned for the Democrats in 2020. Plus, I do believe is that 1 mil ballots as well from the. I'd have to look at. I want to double check this before I say anything. essentially what we're seeing is Democrats are not sending in as many mail-in ballots as they did last time. It's just not happening.
It's not mail-ins, it's early voting.
Early voting.
So it's a combination.
And those are two separate things. Like in 2020, Pennsylvania allowed mail-in ballots even though it was against their constitution, if I remember correctly. And they were, because of the whole pandemic thing, a lot of people were issued mail-in ballots that wouldn't normally be. And the number of mail-in ballots, I think, is half, if I remember correctly, of what it was in 2020. Early turnout voting is another way you can kind of get a sense of things, and that's where that applies.
You can actually see that if you have a look at the early voting numbers for Democrats across all three of those Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, you have actually seen quite a precipitous drop for the Democrats. Arizona, I don't really think that's in play. I think that's probably Trump's safest seat. So, if he knocks out either North Carolina or Georgia or both, then her pathways to the White House become much harder.
Can I ask you
the
about
positive
Arizona?
thing is that North Carolina and Georgia are actually the two that we'll hear from
your
first.
mouth to God's ears.
How worried are you about Maricopa County in Arizona? Because they have an interesting record when it comes to manufacturing
Votes.
Is Katie Hobbs still in charge down there?
Well, the governor is. Yeah, I mean,
I mean, that was the thing when Carrie Lake went against her. But you know what? I think there's been a lot of frustration in Arizona. I've been speaking to some of my Arizonan friends.
Right.
They're very unhappy with the immigration issue, probably even more so than the economy. I think that what's everyone been saying, make it too big to rig.
That's the key.
So, and to be fair to Pennsylvania, I think that they have actually changed some of the rules this time round to make sure that you don't have what happened last time. And when we look at 2020, I'm not going to sit here and say that the election was rigged. I'm not going to say
rigged.
that. But what I will say, you can say it. I'm not going to say it.
rigged.
But what I will say is this. If you actually wanted people to have faith in the system, then they should have done what Ted Cruz suggested. They should have had an independent inquiry, bipartisan, look through all of the issues, and actually made people feel confident. They didn't do that. And that
Exactly.
makes
It's like
us-
pharmaceutical companies checking themselves. If you've got children's car seats, you're not going to have the children's car seat manufacturer checking the children's car seats. It's the same thing. Why in God's name is nobody getting independent evaluators for the things that really matter?
Yep. You want transparency and you want independence, because your democracy and the stability of the country depends on people believing that the vote was transparent and correct. So above all things, more important than even actually the most elections is whether or not people believe that they had a say. And if you don't have transparency, if you don't have accountability, if you don't have checks, then that belief is dispelled. And then what are people left with as a way to disagree?
Dead people voting.
Arizona is a civil war for the Republican Party. The lead candidate, Abraham, who won the nomination over the top of Blake Masters, who you've probably seen his content backed by Peter Thiel, significant right-wing Republican donor, whether he manages to win his seat, whether Kari Lake is able to win her seat, this is going to be proof as to whether rhinos can win seats. This is going to be proof as to whether rhinos can lose states for it. I've got friends who used to work on Blake Masters' campaign, so it's something I can speak to quite closely.
Now, one of the things about Blake Masters is Mitch McConnell, a rhino, decided to pull all the funding away from the key seats that mattered, where there was actually a populist Republican, a non-rhino Republican, drained that funding from them and put it to a primary in Arizona between two Republicans that didn't matter. So this is where the enemy inside, like Mitch McConnell and some others, managed to try to keep the party control amongst themselves. But this is where this is broken. Now we have Liz Cheney, a.k.a. Miss Piggy, going over to the Republican side. You have all the neocons jumping ships and lining up on one side. And so, this is definitely a changing Republican Party. The Uniparty is breaking up.
But the Democrats, they fascinate me because they sit here and they go, oh, look, it's not the Republican Party of your grandfather. We really liked John McCain. We really liked Colin Powell. We really liked those old school kind of Republicans. Really? Did you? Because back then you didn't. When they were running, you called them war hawks. Mm-hmm. When they were running, you didn't like them at all. And now you're celebrating Dick Cheney coming across to your party? I mean, the really interesting thing is that Donald Trump has been a lifelong Democrat. He puts an R before his name in 2015. runs the Republican candidate, talks about draining the swamp, and he upset and got rid of all of the old school establishment Republicans, and the Democrats lost their mind and thought it was the worst thing that ever happened.
Because he poses an imminent threat to their bureaucracy.
Absolutely.
Their bureaucracy.
Guys, I'm just going to go and give the audience just a bit of an update. I've got a lot of people asking us what's going on, what's come in, what do we know yet?
Yeah.
Guys, at this stage, we don't have anything rock solid. That will come in pretty much imminently. We are getting some exit polls out of Pennsylvania. That this is from NBC News, so obviously take it with a grain of salt. But Trump is polling in Pennsylvania 54%, and Kamala is 46%. I was just listening to Charlie Kirk now reporting NBC without that out now.
So I'd like to give you an update on the betting markets. Now, the betting markets, in my opinion, are an extension of the polls. There's a whole heap of different ones that I can look at, but I'll just use the poly market for the moment. That's hovering between 62 and 63% in favour of Donald Trump. People say, well, it could be wrong. Yeah, it could, except the betting markets, and if you're in the UK or Australia, you might look at something like Betfair or some of those other exchanges. They've gotten 10 of the last 11 elections correct, and the one that they got wrong, Donald Trump v. Hillary Clinton. So I think that is a positive sign. If Kamala Harris is going to win the election, it's going to be because the pollsters have actually overcorrected the previous mistake. The head pollster for New York Times actually came out and said that they haven't done that. And if that's the case and the polls are wrong, then I think that you could expect a landslide. That's certainly what I'm hoping for.
We could have a whole conversation about polling bias, and I think it's important, and I think it's interesting. There are all kinds of forms of polling bias, and also, the reason why a lot of the media companies who are basically in league with the political left, the Democratic Party, mouthpieces. Why do they lean on the polls? How do they lean on the polls? How are polling numbers massaged? And why do they typically way undercount the Trump vote? And there's there's a book, How to Lie with Statistics. There are a lot of ways to lean on what should be scientific numbers. Calling up the one blue-haired Democrat librarian in a red city. You can. And in the past, there are also reasons why these pollings were wrong. They called landline voters. 20 years ago, when they had no sample of the younger voters who had mobile phones. There are all kinds in history. There are all kinds of reasons why the polls were been off for valid reasons along those lines. But the reasons why they're off this time can be different than they were last time. Partly because people are, in the last couple of elections, there was a social bias to say, I couldn't possibly vote for Cheeto Hitler. So they had to try to get around those questions and say, well, what would your neighbor do? So what your neighbor would, when you answer for your neighbor, it's kind of like asking for a friend. Hey, asking for a friend, what do I do about itchy areas? That's your people's way of getting around the focus.
One of the polls that came out over the weekend, and the media just amplified it to anything, was the poll out of Des Moines of Iowa, showing that Kamala Harris had the lead there.
Yep.
Now, look, I mean, if you were to tell me that Peter Dutton has the lead in inner city Melbourne, that's what we're talking about.
Yes,
it's ridiculous,
exactly. You're right. You're absolutely right.
So. But they amplified that. The betting odds actually moved. He was actually at his highest point. He was at 67% in the betting markets. It dropped down to something like 54%, and then he very quickly came back up. But what's very interesting is at the same time, the exact same time that poll was released, there was an Emerson poll, I believe, that showed that he was up by 10 or 11 points, and it got no coverage.
Yep.
It also had a lot of errors in the way that they actually conducted that poll. But that got no attention at all. So, I don't believe these polls, and I think that if there is going to be anything wrong about them, it's going to be in his favour, not the other way.
That's mainstream media for you. I mean, they have to have some sort of a swing or some sort of a dip towards where they want things to go, unfortunately. But the good news is, to me, that majority of people are no longer watching mainstream media. It's a small percentage. It's a minority rather than a majority. And you've got people watching programs like this who are independent media sources, which are a lot more truthful than mainstream. So that is the positive news. So
at least be honest. None of us, I've come out and said exactly what my position is, and I've said to everyone I'm obviously biased. I'm wearing an American flag shirt. The one that I actually ordered for the election has been delayed in its delivery, but I think it's very clear where I sit on the side of the political aisle. Just be honest about it. If you can't be objective, then just say. I mean, otherwise you get things like this. The current results are 62% of the votes that have been counted so far for Trump. Yay! Well, it's in Iowa, it's in Indiana and Kentucky, so It doesn't mean anything, right? But if this was mainstream media, they'd be, it's all looking fantastic.
Well, if it's mainstream media, I could be mistaken for wearing a communist singlet top because it's red, but that's not the reason I'm wearing it. Yes, I'm from former USSR, so it could be mistaken for that. But no, I am actually a pro-Trumper, and I think this is one of the it is the most important elections in our lifetime.
Yeah, we're getting a few questions about election integrity. Guys, can I just remind you about last time? And Rami, I think my mic might be just a bit soft. When it comes to the polls closing in particular states in 2020, they closed early in some of these swing states, especially Georgia and Arizona. Now, I'm pleased to let you guys know that since then, over the last few years, the Republican legislatures there actually did pass laws in legislation to keep these counting places open in Georgia and Arizona being one to watch. By the way, fun fact about Arizona is actually where Turning Point USA is based. That is actually where they've targeted. That's why they're so strongly behind Carrie Lake. But yeah, I just wanted to add that in there, guys, before we get some of these results coming in.
That graph in the Word document, Joel, about the media polling, that would be a really good one. One of the things about rigging, there's different kinds of rigging. Like when I said that in 2020 it was rigged, one of the biggest forms of rigging was the Hunter Biden laptop. The fact that the FBI held on to evidence of clear crimes
Russian
for
collusion.
a year. Well,
yeah?
That's another one.
Russian collusion.
But the laptop was held by the FBI for a year, and then when it was finally released, because the guy managed to keep a clone of it, it was downplayed by the media, called Russian disinformation. 41 intelligence officials said it was all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. That was all a narrative lie. So then you can get into the actual kind of counting, the fact that Pennsylvania's mail-in ballots was against the Constitution of the state. And a lot of people, I've asked people, hey, what do you think about the lawsuits that went into those challenges that Trump said? And they said, well, the courts looked into it and they said there was nothing there. That's not what they said. You want to tell them what?
No, sorry, I just said that, didn't I?
Yeah. What they said is we don't have standing. They didn't actually look into the evidence. They did not evaluate the evidence. They say, well, it's too late, it's too early. But they pointedly said they didn't look into the actual evidence. They said we don't have standing, which means, well, it should have been those guys. It should have been those guys, and basically let it all go.
But it's the same thing as January 6th, when they said there was an insurrection and Trump promoted violence when he did nothing of the sort.
That's
and then you had
hoax,
innocent people that were put in jail when you had obviously instigators within the crowd waltzing people in.
There's been some photos taken, right, where some of them were protesters that were, in the Antifa protests and other things like that, but and BLM protests. I think that they have to be realistic that the people that are going to vote for Democrats no matter what are going to fall for that. That's great. Fine. Yep. You guys do what you want to do. The people that are going to vote for Republicans are going to hate it no matter what. But the people that are independent, which is a very big voting bloc, they're sick and tired of it. Right? You're going to tell us that he's Hitler and then you're going to run Biden there when the whole world can see that Biden is not up to the job, he's too old, etc. And you're going to tell us it's cheap fakes and all the rest of it. Really? Because if this is going to be the last election, democracy is going to be imperiled if Donald Trump wins, why wouldn't you run a really great candidate?
Because word salads are so much more efficient in promoting things. Like, I'm sorry, when you've got a playbook from the Marxist playbook of let's unburden what has been, straight out of Marxism. I mean, how do people not research? Like, to me, it's quite inconceivable. But
exactly. Now, this 50-odd people, whatever it was, in Hunter Biden's laptop, now the media is telling us, well, look at all these former people that worked in the Trump administration that say that he is like a fascist and etc.
That's right.
Well, again, are those the same sorts of people that told us that there was nothing to the Hunter laptop story?
The neoconservative deep state.
Right.
Neoconservative and neoliberal.
And they're calling him a fascist, and yet what did American government do with Operation Paperclip? I mean, didn't they actually bring some fascists over?
Oh, absolutely.
So,
I rather enjoyed it during 2020, in 2021, when people were telling me, prior to that, 2018, 2019, when people were saying to me, Donald Trump he's a dictator, and I was like, but he's into free markets and he's trying to lower regulations. So they said, yeah, but that means he's a dictator. I'm like, is that a thing now? Do we have free market dictators? Like, I demand, I'm going to force freedom upon you. Is that something that we're doing
changing
now?
definitions?
Yeah.
You know, the idea that Donald Trump, like, what is a fascist? A fascist is someone who tries
You don't
to
agree with.
Well, that's exactly right. That's where things have gone at this point. You know, but this whole idea of what fascism was basically a public-private partnership, which is exactly what the Biden administration has been doing with their COVID rollout and a number of things. So they basically throw the word around. They change the definition of the word so they can throw it at you.
Look, they've gamed the system on every issue. You talked about Pennsylvania before and some of the other places. The judicial branch of government had absolutely no right whatsoever to go in and make those rules about the bail-in ballots, and then in order to appeal it, you've got to appeal it to the judicial branch of government. Yep. And that was just ludicrous, and it was a complete abuse of the process. So even if you don't want to say it was rigged, you've got to admit that they gamed the system. Have a look at California with the abortion rules. So the Catholic demographic said, we don't want our private health insurance to pay for something that we don't agree with. So they changed the definition. They said pregnancy is a condition that has only two solutions. One is abortion and one is birth. That's the only two treatments that you can have.
That's offensive.
Isn't it?
It's offensive.
Right.
From a female's
perspective. This is the sort of thing the Democrats will do. It's a lump of cells, it's not a baby. You're not a mother, you're a birthing person.
Well, that's I hate that term. That term actually puts shivers down my spine. I'm not a birthing person. I've got a child. That is disgusting. I'm a mother. And I'm sorry, XX chromosomes, I'm a mother.
And no chest feeding, right?
Definitely
can
no
you
chest
imagine
feeding.
being at a hospital?
Well, hang on. If you
Sweet
have
walks
chest
in after
feeding,
that.
if you have chest feeding, how do you have breast implants? So it's just.
One of the interesting, the changing face of the different, the demographic change in terms of how the country has changed, how the demographics have voted over time, is one interesting thing, and also the changing face of the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. This is something new when you have MAHA. I'm more of a MAHA guy than a MAGA guy, but so
What's MAHA?
Make
America healthy again.
Robert Kennedy Jr.'s Make America, because you have a number of. We talked about all the war hawks who have gone over to the Democrat side. We haven't talked about the Democrats that have joined the Republican side. That is a very new phenomenon and a very, very important one.
Can I point out the gropers and white supremacists who are supporting Kamala Harris? Richard Spencer has multiple times has endorsed Kamala Harris. Absolutely crazy.
Awesome.
Nick Fuentes has said
So
stay
did
home.
the whole P. Diddy convention.
I'm not sure if he's a white supremacist, but the king of the gropers, Nick Fuentes, has told his leaders to support Kamala Harris. Don't vote for
This
Trump.
is great because you have like
it would
trading
be.
cards. I'll trade you Robert Kennedy Jr. for P. Diddy. Deal. Done.
Baseball.
He
I
would
wonder
be
which
if
one
he
we'd
was a
pick.
Republican, because remember when Larry Elder challenged Newsom in California, and what did they describe him as in the LA Times? The black face of white supremacy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Go and get stuffed. Not everybody with my skin color or darker than me is going to think exactly the same way.
Absolutely.
How ridiculous is that?
Whiteness.
Yeah.
It's not about color. It's about whiteness.
So when Kamala Harris, in recent times, people have said to me, well, you should be really enthusiastic because you're Indian, which I am like 10 generations ago, right? But you're Indian, she's Indian, so you must be really thrilled. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I put this to him. I said, there is at least 1.3 billion Indians in India, let alone the other billion of us that live around the world. Do all couple of billion of us think the same way? Because I don't see the left saying to me that I should be really enthusiastic about Rishi Sunak when he became the Prime Minister of the UK, right? But he's got different politics to what Kamala Harris has got. But no, it's always just one side, and they say, "Oh, you're a race traitor. You're not allowed to vote that way. You're not allowed to."
They want to keep you on the plantation.
Well, it's ridiculous. It's like me coming from, having a Russian background, Ukrainian background, and saying, I'm similar to thought process to Stalin, who killed so many people. It's utterly ludicrous. Everybody's individual. It doesn't matter where you're from. How can you generalize like that? And that generalization is where communism came in, because, they wanted the populace to think the same. They wanted the populace to be the same, to earn the same. And nobody's the same.
That's what totalitarianism is.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I don't see anybody I don't see Rita Panahi on Sky News, who has that awesome show Left Is Losing It. I don't see her saying, oh, look, I wish I was back in Iran, right? She says the exact opposite of that. So this idea from these inner city people that seem to think that we should all think and feel exactly the same, you couldn't even get the voice correct in this country.
In inner city whites, they're overrepresented entirely by whites. It's always the whites that, with all of the topics that we have here, we're not going to have a large Pakistani or Indian community get angry about what we're talking about here. It's going to be in the comments and expect cancellation of people's businesses and lives by whites.
Well, that's what's changing in the U.S. election as well, is that Trump has gained among black men and black women. Actually, I think in terms of black men, it's something like, it'd be funny, good if someone could look it up, like 20 percentage points.
That's right, yeah, that's right.
Of young black men. And who is Trump losing compared to other is college-educated white women. So he had the majority of them.
What is a woman, Paul?
Oh, that's right. If
Sorry,
we redefined
let's
it, yeah,
define.
Well,
Let's be specific here.
That's why you're not really sure why the Democrats are so excited about the first female president. They don't even know what a woman is, right?
No, they can't. There's no definition.
Yeah, exactly.
And Candace Owens is harmed. It's not going to be the first female black president, because if Candace Owens is right, there's nothing there.
Yeah. I'm just going to make this point about New York now. You know, it'd be an outrageous thing for me to say New York is going to flip. Yeah, probably not. But it's a good thought. It's a lovely thought. But you know what? The fact he's campaigned there, it's the head of media, so his campaigns actually spill over into those neighbouring states. That could have an effect. But I will say this, something has changed in New York. Probably not enough for him to win it.
Peanut the squirrel.
Peanut the squirrel, absolutely.
Yeah.
But prior to that, and the raccoon, Fred the raccoon.
Yep.
But prior to that, if you actually had a look at some of the footage when his motorcade was coming in, was driving through, people were lined up on the streets. And we're not talking about in Long Beach or in rural New York. We're talking about in New York City. People were lined up. I spoke to a lot of my friends over there. They're seeing seas of red MAGA hats. They've run out of merchandise in New York. You can't buy a MAGA shirt or a Make America Great Again hat or any other merchandise because they've run out. That's pretty interesting. Now, again, I'm not going to die on this hill. I'm not going to say New York is going to flip. If it does, you're talking about a Reagan-style landslide.
Well, that's 54 colleges that need to.
Absolutely.
You need a majority.
28. 28.
I will say,
Is it 28?
It's 28. But I will say this, that the where they're putting the polls is about 95% that New York is going to be Harris's. If she wins it by less than 5 points, that's going to be an indication the rest of the country is definitely going to go for him. We're not going to find that out until 9 o'clock. But I'll just remind everybody that those same media sources that Hillary Clinton had a 95% chance of winning the election. So it's not unbelievable. You would be surprised. But
New York was close to 61 Democrat, 37 Republican. That's
There's a lot of ground to it's not going to happen. I mean, the rural communities have always been red, but New York city is the population center.
New York will always be.
And you look at it, the percentage for Biden in 2020 was like in some boroughs 90, some sections of the boroughs 90%. There's just way too much of a New York bubble, and that's where I'm from. I grew up in New York, so.
Before you write it off, though, one of the polls that came out. Look, so do I. I'd have a bit more faith in New York, but before you write it off, just remember they did a poll recently that showed that she was up by 8%. Somebody actually had a look at the demographics of the poll, said you oversampled Democrats. When they adjusted for the oversampling, she was only up by 1.4%. You've seen a massive increase in violence and in crime and in immigrants that are taking over schools and things like that. You've got people that are turning out in AOC's districts saying that they don't know anybody who's voting for the Democrats. Stranger things have happened. Again, I'm not calling New York. I'm not predicting that New York's going to flip. I think anyone that does that is lying to you. But
how good would it be?
It would be fantastic, wouldn't it? I mean, look, the Teals won all of those blue ribbon Liberal seats at that election. If you had asked anybody 5 years ago, could that ever be possible? Could Bronwyn Bishop's area, could McKellar and all those sorts of areas ever flip away from the Liberal Party? You'd say there's absolutely no chance. So I'm not prepared to write New York off just yet. Let's see how we go with Virginia and New Hampshire first.
By the way, guys, Shaquille is a numbers guy, so it's not completely out of the... By the way, if I seem a bit distracted, I'm keeping an eye out on exactly what's going on Twitter. I've got like 5 different streams up right now, so... Really hilarious discussions going on with you guys right now. I think, but I think there's something we need to have a chat about here. It is, why is it that the discussion around Kamala, the different campaigns that were run, one was overwhelmingly positive and giving a vision for America, whereas Kamala, it was more like, do you want change? Then vote Kamala. It's like, what do you mean? out of the last 16 years, 12 years have been Democrat. You are the existing status quo. You know, we want change from you guys. By the way, fun fact, this is the first election, by the way. And sorry if it's a bit loud.
That's right. 16 of the last 20.
16 of the last 20.
That's insane.
This is the first election that we don't have an Obama, a Clinton, or a Bush on the ballot since 1979 or something.
And that's why they hate Trump.
Exactly. That's exactly right. They hate Trump because he stands for something they cannot control. And it is all about the control because, let's face it, how do you control Biden when he can't even control his own tongue? And how do you control Kamala Harris with her word salads? She's easy. She's a puppet. She's got no thought processes on her own, and whoever tells her what to say. I'm still trying to figure out the earring situation when everybody was saying, and the earrings, little microphones that are feeding into her, because she actually sounded semi-normal.
It's too bad that Elon couldn't upgrade her to Neuralink.
She had a week to...
a chip into the brain would fix it, wouldn't it?
She had a week to practice, but her campaign comes out. She's the brat candidate. Sweetheart, you're 60 years old and your electorate aren't 12. What are you talking about? You're my mother's age. Come on.
All right. Couple videos on this. Sorry, if I could just cut you off. I've got some great videos of Kamala, which we've all seen. This is her, if you think she sounds like a robot, this is her exact speech at 3 different rallies with the same audience response. Check this out. It's insane.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
Oh my God.
Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win.
And there you have it, the border tsar at her best.
All right. I've got some other videos of her.
She's got the vibes on her
Joel, I
side.
sent you a map that I think you'd be interested in. Just email.
One more video. Kamala, I'll grab the map off the email. Check this out. This is Kamala at a polling booth pretending to be on the phone with someone that just voted. But she's unfortunately got the her phone
Is this going to be
on.
like, Biden, we did it, Biden. We did it.
No. This is like
Well,
she's
Biden
got.
may be like, what did we do?
She's got her camera. She's got her camera app up. Check this out. This is insane.
How you doing? Have you voted already? You did? Thank you.
You missed it.
Yes.
She's like, have you voted already?
I mean, have we ever seen someone more phony? There's a few that come close, but
But she's probably the master of, like, when Ronald Reagan got in and you think, oh, he's an actor. But she's so much better at it. I mean, she could have done an Academy Award.
she could, I'm like, how do you? Oh my goodness!
That cackle is the best audio.
But it was like when she
cackle's
sat down with
great.
Gretchen Whitmer at the bar, and then she was like, "Oh, there are microphones there. They've been listening to what we're saying. Really, you're sitting at the bar. You're just having a conversation. Nothing sus. No media around. You expect to have a private conversation, and what your voters are actually believing that." I don't think their IQ of the US has dropped that low.
Can I ask you?
I hope not.
How much do you think she was coached for that debate? Because honestly, you couldn't possibly not have coached her. That woman cannot do anything without coaching.
They had somebody dressing up like Donald Trump. But here was the thing. I know I'm
Really?
the outlier here because I said he won the debate. Everybody else said he did a
he
terrible
won the
job
debate.
and that she'd won it. But here's the thing. She needed to actually talk about her policies, and all she did was sit there. And we all know women that do this, and men, but sit there with with her hand like this, and very snidey and snooty and all that sort of stuff. And she didn't at all explain any of her policies. What do we know? She came from a
has no
middle-class family.
policies.
Exactly.
How can you explain something you don't have?
Not only does he have policies, but he made the mistake when it came to health by saying he's got a concept of a plan. Yeah, that was a mistake. However, he rested on his laurels quite a bit and said, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut taxes, I'm going to cut regulations, just like I did last time. She's got to come out there and say, I'm going to continue with Biden's policies because they were fantastic, or I'm going to do something different, which means that you don't agree with Biden's policies for the last 4 years.
But health
Make up your
is
mind.
wonderful because look at who he's got behind health. He's got Robert Kennedy Jr., who's written these incredible books like The Wuhan Cover-Up and The Real Anthony Fauci, who knows exactly what's what with the medical industry. So you know damn well he's going to go after the food industry, which is absolutely abysmal, the pharmaceutical industry, which is also abysmal and is not regulated. So could you not get a better person to be in charge of something like that?
In the bubble on the other side, though, they consider that a negative. That they can't believe that Trump will actually consider putting an anti-vaxxer and someone who they revile in front of, so, I mean...
But he's not an anti-vaxxer.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
In terms of getting, this is one of the things, you've heard of the Turing test, which is can a computer fool you to be human? And then there's the ideological Turing test. Can you take on the persona of another ideology, right? And so, in trying to talk to, my friends who live in that other bubble, you get a sense of like, what do they believe and why do they believe it? And they, even though I 100% I agree with you entirely. In their world, Robert Kennedy Jr. is what they say he is. Just like they believe Trump is a fascist, because not for any reasons that they can describe, but
But you're not going to convert
so
those. You're not going to convert those people into voting for Trump anyway.
True. But we have to acknowledge they exist.
Oh yeah.
Democrats are so hateful that they've actually kicked out a Kennedy. Are you serious? Whose father was assassinated?
It's royalty.
What are you talking about? Yeah, exactly. Democrat royalty. But I wanted to get into this food issue that he's standing for. So. You've got what I'm afraid is going to happen in Australia. You've got 4 or 5 major companies that basically control the food supply and have all the farmers that are contracted to them under really abusive contracts. You've got the school lunch program, something that I've been ambivalent about, but actually having been in New Zealand a few times, yeah, okay, maybe that's a benefit, no problems. So what do the parents do? The parents say, look, we want our children to have fresh fruit in their lunch boxes. So what ends up happening is the lobbyists say, well, can you define what fresh fruit is? Which they can't, because they can't even define what a woman is. So now, those lollies that you get that are sort of like soft...
roll-ups or something, whatever
something
they
like
are.
that, right?
Yeah.
That's what they put into the kids' school lunch boxes, and they said, you prove that that's not fruit. They read the rules, they inserted a certain amount of fruit juice into these lollies. Now, when there was some complaints about this, it was reported, and someone can fact-check this, but it was reported that the NAACP all of a sudden came out and they started saying, oh, this is a racist issue. You're taking sugar away. This is to do with race. It just so happened that they received a $10 million donation from the sugar lobbyists. So here we have something that's very interesting that's actually occurred. The centre-right parties, since I've been alive, have really dropped the ball on a few things. They've dropped the ball on climate change more recently. They've dropped the ball on funding social services, looking after people that are going without healthcare funding and education funding. Now we've got the centre-right saying, around the Western world, why are we spending so much money on immigration when we've got homelessness in our own country? And we don't have enough funding for our healthcare. We don't have enough money for our education. What's happening with our food system? Why are the big corporations doing all this sort of stuff? So if you were somebody who was a liberal, and I'm talking about liberal in American terms, if you were a liberal 20 years ago, if you were the kind of person who was unhappy with the Bush-style Republicans of 20 years ago, you should be a Donald Trump supporter today
100%.
Because they've changed.
That's just what Kennedy is. And
100%.
they talked about that.
And the problem is the food industry was taken over by the tobacco industry because the tobacco industry was failing. So they went into the food industry. So what do they have? And I don't know if you were aware of late, what has been going on is the American food industry and what's in the American food is very, very different to what's in Europe or even in Australia. So they've been petitioning people like Kellogg's who are including chemicals in their food that are not allowable in Europe or in Australia. And they're chemicals that are quite horrible and have not been tested. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if you've looked up the FDA, but what they approve as far as chemicals going into food is abysmal.
I'm not a fussy eater normally. I went on a low carb.
Fruit Loops is not on your breakfast diet.
It's not on my breakfast diet. I'm not a fussy eater. I dropped sugar and carbs out of my diet, lost 20 kilos pretty easily. Went to the United States. I'm not blaming the US for this. Put a little bit of that weight back on.
Just blame them for
But there was a lot of things when I was over there that I all of a sudden became quite a fussy eater.
Bread has sugar in it.
Everything has sugar in it. I was in California, and I thought, California, all the good-looking people are. They're all fit and healthy and all the rest of it, and dumb. So I ordered a salad. I was like a model. I'll just have the salad, please. And I get the salad. I'm eating this lettuce. Geez, this tastes really sweet. So I asked the server to come over and said, what sort of lettuce is this? And she said, I don't know if you have it in Australia. It's called iceberg lettuce. So, yeah, I think we have that. I've heard of that before. But why is it so sweet? Oh, we put powdered sugar over the top of it. I'm like, that defeats the purpose of me eating a salad. This is what happens in America. They put sugar into everything.
The bread aisles. The bread aisles. Let me tell you, we were in America, this was ages ago, probably 18 years ago. We tried to find a loaf of bread, and there's a whole aisle dedicated to bread without sugar. You can't.
You can't do it.
I had to go to Mary's Gone Crackers. I discovered Mary's Gone Crackers in America because I had no idea that you could. There's nowhere.
They take all of the nutrients out of the food and then they use chemicals and put it back in. Factory farming is a great example of this. The factory farming on its own doesn't stand up. People say, well, that's a way to produce cheap food. No, it's not, because it relies on government subsidies. And so what you've got now, you've got 4 or 5 companies controlling the food supply. You've got 4 or 5 major banks. You've got 4 or 5 major insurance companies. You've got 7 companies that control 90% of the world's media, etc. So we've seen a massive consolidation. And you know really who gets hurt? People, I'm not sure about you guys, people like me, small business owners.
Absolutely.
Yep,
100%.
absolutely.
We get squeezed.
Let's talk some results, because we have numbers.
We got some?
We do. So in Indiana, and Paul, I'm conscious there was a graph you wanted me to pull up as well.
Later,
which I'll-
anytime.
in a bit. But in Indiana, we have results, and in Kentucky, we have results. Now, we know they're going to go Republican. These aren't swing states. These are states where we know the red team, they've got it in the bag. Republicans, Trump's got it. However, it has a lot of an extrapolating effect on the other states. If the Republicans win this by a lot more or a lot less, it says something. Now, what we're seeing is they are winning it more than by about 1 to 3 points compared to 2020. Now, that might extrapolate to other states. The Republicans haven't poured as many resources into these states because they're sort of safe states. It's like Australia. If there's a safe seat, then there's less resources being poured in Labor or Liberal if it's their safe seat. Similarly, in these states, not as many resources went there. Trump did not as many events in these particular states. But Chris, from my understanding, at least 100,000 votes have come in from each state.
So we're not talking about 3 votes here. We're actually starting to talk that we're seeing a trend. For whatever reason, the US sites don't have swings. We're always looking at swings. What is it compared to last time? We're looking at these numbers in a bubble. So we're seeing, I'm not saying if we're seeing the numbers there, but we're seeing that we've got Donald Trump at 59%. What that matters is that is 3.1% above 2020.
Right.
So that's a 3% swing. And Kentucky as well. So you're probably seeing a number there is like 67 or so. That was 62 last time. That's a 5% swing for Kentucky. Now, I'm not saying this is going to continue with everyone, but these swings matter. So for viewers at home, swings is what it compared to last time.
Margin.
What I've been terribly concerned about is the sheer scale of the demographic change, which has been happening on a 1.4% per year. But it's swinging towards Donald Trump by a few points.
I can't see how there's going to be much enthusiasm for her. So that's the other thing, is how many people really are going to turn out. How many the people that want to vote for Trump they'll walk over broken glass to get there. Whereas I don't see that kind of enthusiasm for her. I really don't.
It'd be like the Teals at the moment in exactly the same way. I think we've got the same problem here. Hopefully.
What you're saying has shown up in the early voting numbers. They've noticed that the places that did lean strongly to Harris have had a lower early turnout, whereas the areas that lean to Trump had a much higher early voting turnout. So they could tell even in the previous week when early voting was going on that what you're saying is exactly correct. That the turnout, the enthusiasm, and the turnout gap is heavily favoring Trump.
You look at Nebraska at large, and then you look at Nebraska second, which is one of the 2 states that actually don't give all of their electoral college votes. And you see the same sort of trend as we see here. The inner city people vote a little bit differently, but this could be different in New York. This whole thing with he got a $400 million fine or whatever because he had overvalued his property. Right. Now, if anybody knows Donald Trump, tell him right now I'm prepared to give him $20 million. I don't have $20 million, but I will find it like that if he's going to sell me Mar-a-Lago for $20 million. No problem.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. But this is a real concern for New York because a lot of the wealth in New York is those property developers, et cetera, et cetera. It's left people in the position where they're saying, well, what do I do? Like, could I potentially have this be an issue? And I was talking to some of my friends of all places in Paris about this, and they actually said to me that they're reluctant to buy artwork from Christie's and Sotheby's in New York and some of the other auction houses in New York as opposed to in Paris, because what the very wealthy do is they buy up all the artwork to create some scarcity. And they pay hundreds of millions of dollars for these artworks, but they don't actually use their own money. They borrow it and they can get a tax deduction and all the rest of it. So what happens if a court later on says that the valuation that you gave on your artwork was wrong? You're going to be prosecuted for that? So that could be really damaging. I think there's a lot of wealth in New York that are very nervous about that.
We could talk a lot about the institutions that have been thrown under the bus to destroy Donald Trump. And it's everything. The New York legal system is one of them. And it has created a situation where people don't want to do business in a state where if you fall afoul of the law, they will drum up a prosecution against you and bankrupt you.
Which is exactly what's happened to Eric Adams.
Yes, that's exactly right. He stepped off of the narrative, and they've tried to crush him. And this is one of those things. They can get anyone. You know, they upgraded misdemeanors to felonies in order to get Trump. They created legal precedent out of thin air. And if you're an owner of assets, one of the things that you always have to consider is what they call political risk. There's market risk and there's political risk.
That's right. But there is a difference between Trump supporters and the Democrat supporters or Kamala supporters. When you look at what people are willing to do for their belief system in the freedom of speech, the freedom to travel, and all the freedoms that Trump stands for, like Steve Bannon, he's willing to go to jail for it. And this is the difference. Who in the Democrat Party is willing to go to jail to support Kamala or to even have supported Biden back in the good old day? Nobody.
Unfortunately, we might find out in the coming months.
Yeah, true.
Well, to support Harris, I mean, she's actually going to put people in jail. That's what she was doing.
14th Amendment they want to use if Trump wins.
Yep.
They want to, Oh,
Article 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
They've already tried all of this. Yeah, but again, Raskin is saying very clearly that they're not going to certify the election. Right, he's saying it, but yet when Trump says to Pence, look, there's a problem here and the certification, I think that you're not just rubber stamping this. This is our last chance to actually do something about it. Oh, he's crushing the Constitution.
Rules for thee and not for me.
That's it.
Absolutely. I was going to say, you're so right about what's going on in New York. A lot of people moving, especially after COVID, down to Florida. We're seeing a situation where the Electoral College is actually changing crazily. If you bring this graph up, you can actually see the change in how this works. If you guys didn't know, the way that they work out, okay, Florida's a big state. How many Electoral College votes should they get out of the 540? The way it works is they take the data from the last census, which was in 2020, and then they allocate it depending on the population of each area. Now, that includes illegal immigrants. That includes illegal immigrants. It's about how many people are there. It doesn't matter if they're a citizen or not. It's about how many people are there. Hence why the Democrats push mass immigration. So how does this translate? Well, despite California's mass immigration, they have so many people leaving them, especially after COVID. They lost an Electoral College seat, along with a number of other seats, a number of other states, and it is the Republican states that are generally grabbing these particular seats. For example, Texas gained 2, Florida gained 1. What are these other states that lost one? New York didn't lose one. Pennsylvania lost one.
Yep.
Illinois,
Illinois, Michigan,
New York. That's
Indiana.
Yeah, New York did lose one.
Yeah.
Oregon gained one, and Virginia.
Well, one interesting point about California is people fleeing California for Arizona might save Arizona for Trump. There's been, I think, a few 100,000 people who have left California to go to other states, especially Arizona, and those red refugees may turn they might turn the election if it turns on Arizona.
That was the fear, that there'd be too many New York blue voters that would go to Florida that would change things. I think you're right with Arizona. I would be a little bit concerned about blue voters going to Arizona, going to Colorado. But you know what, with the Aurora apartments being taken over by Venezuelan gangs, that could be something that would be an issue.
If Colorado goes for Trump, it's all over. Colorado is a fairly blue-leaning place.
I think if he flips New Hampshire, he hasn't
that's more likely. I think that's more likely.
Well, if he does flip New Hampshire, that's going to show a trend, because he didn't campaign there.
I've got to cut in with some more results. We're now looking at 7% in from Kentucky, and the swing keeps on getting bigger towards Trump. We're talking about 7.1% swing towards Trump, which is a big number, especially when you take into account demographic change and everything else and things like that. We're talking about elections in the US tend to be won by like 3% of the popular vote, sometimes even 2%.
Is that rural counties? So who's reporting matters?
Statewide.
So because if it's the city,
you want to know county level? Yeah, let me dive in.
We've got it up now, guys.
Just while you're looking that up, I just want to very quickly make a point just about the electorate being stacked. When the Democrats still had their slaves, and the Republicans were trying to free them, this was the reason why they only counted 2/3 of the slaves, because the slaves couldn't vote. That was the reason they were excluded. Now the Dems are always like, oh, you think that a black person's only 2/3 of a person? No. That was a compromise reached so that they wouldn't outvote the end of slavery.
Well, one of the interesting things is how the black vote was Republican for a long time. All from the Civil War, I think it was till either the Great Depression or to the 60s that they became a majority Democrat vote. And during the last couple of elections, it was 90% plus to Democrats. And this is the first time where it's starting to swing back, as Candace might
But the
say.
Democrats are no longer the Democrats of old. This is the whole point.
That's true.
If anybody was a
100%.
Democrat back, say, 30, 40 years ago, they would not be a Democrat right now. It's the same thing here. You know, when people leave the Labor Party and they say, well, I didn't leave the Labor Party left me. It's the same thing with the Democrats.
Absolutely.
I mean, Robert Kennedy is perfect.
I find it so
example.
fascinating that we get upset with the Liberal Party and the Nationals if they're not being traditionally the way they should, if they've gone too far to the left, and we get upset with them if they go too far to the right. We tell them they're being a bit crazy. Come back towards us. But the Labor Party doesn't do it. The Labor Party is just like, oh, you don't like Bill Shorten because he's too far left? Well, here, have Albo.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 1 minute, the polls will be closing in. It'll be 7 p.m. and they'll be closing in Georgia and North Carolina. Now, these are swing states. This is what we want to know the data on. We want to see exactly what that early polling indicates, because it'll have repercussions for the other swing states. It'll tell us exactly which ones Trump needs. Again, North Carolina and Georgia are the two states we really need Trump to actually get to line him up really well, so he doesn't need as many other.
Are there any results out of Pennsylvania yet?
No, not yet. You wait here.
No.
Polls are still 7:30.
7:30, yeah.
So Georgia will be very interesting. I've spent a bit of time in Georgia. I've got friends that live in the Alpharetta area, so I can tell you that they've been saying to me that there's a massive swing towards Donald Trump from black voters there. North Carolina, a little bit of a drag on the ticket is Mark Robinson. I actually have met Mark Robinson a couple of times. I like the guy. Josh Stein is pretty clearly going to win the governor's race there. And unfortunately, Mark Robinson has been embroiled in a couple of scandals. He's suing CNN for $50 million at the moment. The question is whether that'll drag down the ticket. I think not. I think that North Carolina.
You're talking about the governor race?
The governor race, yeah.
So do you have any? This is one of the things I've wondered. Kemp was a Trump-hating Republican in 2020, and I think he wasn't honest when it came to holding the judiciary and the election to account. Do you have any sense of who the new governor nominee is for the Republican Party? Whether he's actually
in Georgia?
In Georgia. Do you have a sense of him?
I'm not sure.
Whether he's sort of more Maha-MAGA or whether he's neocon.
I'm actually not sure, to be honest with you. I've been paying a lot more attention to North Carolina, I'm afraid.
No. I mean, there's so much to pay attention to.
Because I actually knew I met Lieutenant Governor Dan Forrest back in 2018, I think it was. So quite enjoyed the Republicans there. I spent more time in Mecklenburg than Wake County, so I could actually. There's a big difference between what's happening in Charlotte, what's happening in Raleigh. So that'll be very interesting to watch, and I haven't paid as much attention to the state-by-state races.
Can I just say, with regards to the mail-in voting,
We've got eight electoral votes have already been attributed to Trump. That's just coming right now.
Oh, is that right?
Would that be Kentucky, or
so who would that be?
It'd be either Kentucky or Indiana.
I wanted to dive into Kentucky for a second, because you were asking about the individual seats. That if you're looking for a simple analysis, the individual counties, blue states got more blue, red states got more red. Jefferson County in 2020 was 60-40, roughly 60-40. This time around with about 2% counted, so not a huge one. 20-80, so 80% to the blue team.
So what's been called so far? Vermont's just been called for Harris, which means that the polls closed and they called it. Fair enough. She was always going to win Vermont. And they've called Indiana and Kentucky for Donald Trump.
Florida is blue right now.
What?
Pink on my screen.
Well, I mean,
I hope that was a joke.
No. Counties. If you pull the right counties, it's going to be true. That's the thing about early results.
It's early results. The only places that are coming with Kamala in the city. She's ahead by a little bit in Florida, but yeah, again, that's one particular county.
A map of when the votes closes is to your phone, Joel.
Oh yeah, I've got that. Yep. Do you guys want to see?
It'd be handy to kind of see.
Here it is.
Yeah,
and it's a little bit low resolution, guys. But if you look at this particular map, the green areas, they all close at 8 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time in the USA, which is actually in 1 hour. So that is actually in exactly 1 hour.
See, I just told our friend here that Pennsylvania closes at 7:30.
No.
See, now I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to go home now.
You're half an hour short of
There's a chance that the map is wrong, but it was...
No, this is right. I've checked this with Charlie. This is the exact map Charlie actually pulled up.
Okay.
But no, look, at 7:30 there are some states that are North Carolina, for example. That's one particular one.
Yeah, that's a big one. Out of the early results that we'll get, the ones that matter the most are going to be North Carolina and Georgia. Those are considered swing states,
That's
even
right.
though I expect them to go to Trump.
So at 12 a.m., I don't see. I mean, there's only one state that has that, but we know how they're going to vote.
At 12 p.m. Yeah. Our time.
Our time, yeah, okay. Well, so yeah, it's a little bit touch and go with regards to that.
Don't read that on here.
No worries. Yeah, so I was going to say, with regards to this election, the results are just coming in for some of these states. We're very eager to see right now. Ballots are being opened up for 2 particular states, I do believe, right now that are swing states. So Georgia, and I don't know why there's conflicting info on North Carolina, but North Carolina might be. We might get some early results out of that as well.
What's happened in North Carolina is that there was some sort of delay or malfunction with one of the machines.
But you can't do anything with Dominion machines, can you?
Not at all, no.
Sorry, Joel knows I was fact-checked about saying that Dominion machines are hackable.
There was some sort of technical issue, and what they did was they delayed things by half an hour. I was reading that on the car service on the way here, which took me 2 hours to get here because of a car accident. But anyway, that's a different story.
Whether this election is too big to rig is going to be the key. Because you know that there are certain bags of tricks that they'll pull out if they can, but if the margin is too big, there's no reason to get themselves indicted.
That's right. And when we say too big to rig, I mean this is exactly what we mean. In terms of the visual effect, it's not what we saw in 2020. It is early voting. And smashing it. It is exactly.
That is
Trump's hairline is the prophecy.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's beautiful.
That's too big to rig, right there.
You love to see it, but also with regard, if there are shenanigans, this came out last night. Trump's team deploys 230,000 poll monitors and 500 attorneys across all the battleground states. So those 7 states that I particularly pointed out, 7 or 9 states. And so, look, they're not taking this sitting down. They have learnt from 2020. They are humble with regards to how they approach. They're cautious. They're not going to just, rest on their laurels. And I'm very eager to see what exactly happens. Guys, I might just quickly jump over to what's being talked about now on Charlie Kirk's show.
Can I give some results in Kentucky? That lead that I was talking about, 6.5, 7, that lead is now, that swing towards Trump for the entire state of Kentucky is climbing closer at 8.89% statewide.
And how many votes have been counted thus far? 12% has been counted. Well.
So these aren't insignificant numbers. These numbers do mean something, but that is a huge swing. We've got significant numbers out of Florida. We don't just have one county reporting anymore. We're now looking at 13%. Now reporting back, and swing towards Trump of about 2% for Florida. So it is a close race on that one. But each state we're seeing numbers swing.
Yeah,
as long as we don't go to sleep and wake up and something changes.
Yeah,
what's really important about Florida is that Miami is actually part of the number that is being counted so far. So many of the more Republican areas in Florida haven't yet been counted.
I got
That's very
to
interesting.
change that reporting on Florida. We just got a whole bunch more results there. Last election, Trump won Florida, 51.2%. We're at 58% with 18% reporting. So that is a 6% swing by Florida to Trump. 6%. These are big swings. We're not talking about 1 or 2% here. We're talking about for most pollsters, for people who work in politics, for most strategists, getting a 6% swing is something you get paid tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars for. So these are big results, big moves.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Because some of the people, like wishful thinking on my side, saying Virginia is going to flip, right? Some of the wishful thinking on the Dem side says she's going to flip Florida, she's going to flip Texas.
That's right.
You can forget about that. Florida's not on the table.
Well, you can't. Look at Madison Square Gardens and what happened there. I mean, okay, the fascist rally, just like Hitler's rally, which was ridiculous and ludicrous right to begin with. But how full was Madison Square Gardens and what was going on outside? There were queues of people trying to get in. If that's an indicator of where the country's at, I mean, surely Trump's going to be the victor.
He outsold Coachella in California by so much that big stars can't even do it. Big stars can't even do it. People were showing up to his rallies in California in a way that they don't show up to listen to Lady Gaga.
Well, look at Beyonce and Kamala, 500,000 views versus, Rogan and Trump interview. I mean, that was millions. Like, that has never happened. What was it, up to 70 million views?
Yeah. That's only YouTube.
And if we can talk about the importance of margin, if you have a large margin, it's too big to rig. If you have a large margin, you drag on your coattails senators and congressmen across the line. So it's not just whether Donald Trump wins, it's whether he wins, whether it's too big to rig, and what he brings along with him. And that actually is going to continue to matter.
Now, these 6% swings that I'm talking about here are in seats that Trump already won last time. So so red states in this case are just getting more red. To warn of what I'm seeing of the metro areas of what I'm looking at here, blue centers like your Miami-Dade counties and Covington, and we're seeing in Kentucky, are just getting more blue. So we're seeing seats that were closer to 60-40 last time. I'm seeing 20% of Covington, which is a metro area, swinging 80% towards Biden. So
towards Harris.
Okay. Towards Harris. Now, if I can put this as a trend forward, I think that we're going to see that throughout the rest of the night or day, that the blue state's going to get more blue, the red state's going to get more red.
Isn't it fascinating that those people who are in the metro states have a slightly different concept of what life's all about than people in more rural areas?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, and that goes everywhere, every country.
Yep. I don't see it. I look, none of us have got able to read the tea leaves and clairvoyance. I don't see the blue states becoming more blue. I really don't. I think that many of the blue states are going to end up becoming much lighter blue. That's just my general feeling.
I hope you're right.
The numbers you're reading would indicate that. I can't argue with the numbers, but
the big city I'm looking at, numbers around Orlando, large metro areas, the counties which are around those large built-up areas.
That's testament to the woke movement.
Yeah. Can I just say, in Florida, I'm getting a lot of insight from Charlie and his team. He's saying we are winning the early voting there. That is why it was so close to start with, but they're actually winning it now. They've overtaken the Democrats with regards to that, which is insane in Florida. I mean, the idea that you're winning the early voting is amazing.
Yeah, that is not normal.
With 1% reporting Donald Trump's leading in Georgia as well at the moment. Again, not all of Georgia is reporting, but that's a promising sign.
Yeah. Guys, I'm going to take a very quick break. I'm going to put Steve Bannon on Charlie Kirk's show. So if you don't mind, Rami, just muting our mics. This is Steve Bannon, just got out of prison, amazing guy.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to switch over to the Charlie Kirk stream so you guys can see exactly what their analysis is, and you'll appreciate the depth of knowledge by county, by ward. It's astonishing what these guys are able to do across a massive 300 million population state. But let's bring this up now.
Okay, Steve, how we doing? It is 7 o'clock Eastern. Polls are closed in Florida and South Carolina, Georgia. There is still time to vote in Pennsylvania, still time to vote in Wisconsin, still time to vote in Michigan. What are we seeing, Steve Bannon?
Well, first off, did we intrude? Is this a bro fest out there? I thought you guys were going to have a couple of six-packs of cold beer. What is going on, man? It's a little cash out in Phoenix. I know you guys are the Wild West. But dude, it looks like a fraternity house. You're supposed to. This is the most. You guys are the most sophisticated. Charlie, you and Turning Point have turned around the whole country. And I know that because the Atlantic magazine has this puff piece on Charlie Kirk today, say the new kingmaker, right? And every piece of it's fantastic. They said Charlie's done this, Charlie's done that. I'm saying we got to merge in Charlie's stream into us. We get it, and I thought, it looks like we're at a tailgate at an Arizona State game in Tempe.
That's a compliment,
Brother.
Steve, because we've been handing out thousands of these hats to the frats this year, I will tell you, so you're not far off at all.
So Steve, honored to have you here, and you know what, we will own that because we're going to be here for 12 hours, so we got to stay comfy. Steve, what are we seeing so far? Turnout, and it's not too late. We need to continue to see that surge of turnout.
Listen, I think that the story from tonight, you saw, John and Natalie are with me. We're on the roof of the historic Willard Hotel where we had the war room for Stop the Steal in 2020 right across from the Ellipse. Here's the thing, Charlie, you guys at Turning Point have done this now for 4 years. You've brought together a convergence of many different forces. And I think tonight we're seeing the physical manifestation of that, the outcome of which you've had a big surge, and everybody still got to get out to vote. Their polls still open in a number of states. But I think the story is that the Democratic Party did not turn out, it looks like, did not turn out some key constituencies that have kind of had fed up with it. And if you look at Elon Musk and David Sachs and Danica Patrick and Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, these other high-tech people, Tulsi Gabbard, Nicole Shanahan, RFK, the new coalition, and you guys have led this at college campuses and with young people, we're putting together a new coalition while the old coalition of the politics of the 20th century is collapsing around, the politics of joy is collapsing. I think that's the story tonight. Now, listen, are we going to, it's tight in North Carolina, it's going to be tight in Georgia.
Yep.
It's going to be tight in Nevada. It's going to be tight in Pennsylvania. It's going to be tight in Michigan, tight in Wisconsin. The one place that ain't going to be tight, Arizona.
Well, we
and
don't
Arizona
know that yet.
shows if you have a okay, maybe it's not going to be tight, but I don't want to jinx you. But it looks like in the early numbers,
people are still voting in Arizona.
Arizona is going to lead the way. Yeah.
Well, we will see.
But it looks like you guys have pulled off something that's extraordinary.
I appreciate the kind words. We will see. We're 2 hours left from me accepting that compliment. If you are in Arizona, go vote and stay in line. By the way, we have Florida vote. We have Florida totals. You
coming
see
in
this?
fast.
Yes. Stuff is coming in Florida. Florida, they allow you to pre-canvass the early vote, and they just dump it right at 7.
And Donald Trump is up already in the pre-canvass early.
Some of this stuff is looking amazing. I want to flag a few. Broward, 70% in already. Broward is a very blue county. That's north of Miami. It's the most important blue county in the state. And Broward, 70% in. It is Kamala, 61 to Trump, 39. So
guys,
she's up.
And by the way, in 2020,
I'm getting that.
Yeah.
In 2020, it was Biden, 64.6, Trump, 34.8. So like 3 points better. 3 points to 2.5 better. I'll do the math here on how many votes it's looking like as well.
I wanted to say that right now what we're looking at in Florida, I don't want to say this is 2016 energy, but Blake, you agree, Florida can give us a little bit of a picture here, and Florida is roaring right now. Florida is on fire.
Heck yeah. I want to see Miami-Dade go red.
In order for us to have the night and the week and the month and the 4 years that we want to have, right? It goes night, week, month, 4 years. We had to have an amazing performance in Florida. This is the early vote, Blake. We are winning the early vote drop. The pre-canvassing early vote. We are winning. And by the way, that's without Collier County reporting. That's without any. By the way, half of Florida hasn't closed in their polls, just so you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, not half, just
not half.
Gatesland.
I'm sorry,
just Gatesland.
Yes,
Panhandle, yeah.
Florida won.
About 1 million people there.
Florida won. But Florida is roaring so much, guys. Roaring right now. So I just want to give you. By the way, South Carolina has now been called for Trump.
Add it to the list.
We beat them. We beat them to it.
We beat them on that, right? I can confidently say Donald Trump's going to win the state of Florida. Can we say that, Blake?
I'm going to be professional about it. We'll wait till we can really dunk on them.
I mean, you're looking at what I'm looking at right now. It's pretty good. Do we have any? Oh, Georgia's reporting. We have data coming out of the state of Georgia. Guys, things are about to happen really fast right now. We have one county, and it is Twiggs County. Donald Trump winning 1,500 votes to 1,200 votes. So, by the way, we have a 40-plus minute line right now in one of our top precincts in Arizona. That is a great sign. Stay in line. If you are in Arizona, stay in line. Text your friends in Arizona. Open up the Charlie Kirk Show. Watch with your friends in line. Go to your local polling place. Right now, if you are near a polling place, go drive to your polling place and hand out water and hand out food. Get in your car and go help that local polling place. I want to get back to Steve in just a second here. Steve, Florida is roaring right now. In 2016, Steve, Florida was
huge swing
there.
state.
And Steve, I also, we're live on YouTube, Steve, so let's not mention any 2020 stuff if you can, or else we're going to lose our feed. So help a brother out here, all right? We got 90,000 people on YouTube right now. So remind me of Florida 2016.
Well, 2016 Florida, I mean, that was the one that, in fact, Broward and those all held back. We had a gap, and I said, why do they report so late? Because we got the 5 o'clock exit polls, and we were losing in Florida. We had people call. We went on the Mark Levin show. We started focusing on the West. and we eventually, blew it. I think we won by a couple of points, but Broward County and down in the southern part of the state held back. And I said, why are they not reporting? And they said, well, traditionally they hold it back to see how many votes they have to overcome in the rest of the state. And once we passed the 50,000 limit, they reported. Ever since then, and this is because of DeSantis and grassroots and President Trump, you've really made Florida a stronghold for MAGA. Remember, in 2016, it was still a battleground state.
Yeah, and by the way, some people are saying Florida's called for Trump. I kind of, is it fair now?
Update the map.
Is that fair to say, Blake? I mean, do we want to get ahead of ourselves?
Screw it. I'm going to do it.
I mean,
we're going to win it.
I think we're going to win Florida.
That being said, I don't know if we should read too much into Florida because remember,
hold on.
You had this internal migration after COVID. And
yes,
so
but
a lot of those people came from the states that are now swing states in the north.
Fair enough. However, let me play devil's advocate. If the Kamala energy was real, we'd see it manifest somewhere. We haven't seen that yet, okay? We have not seen the Trump weakness.
I hear you. I hear you.
Know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build the case, right? I'm trying to just start from baseline where people said Trump's going to have a terrible night. We're actually marching forward here in a pretty... By the way, just so we're clear, we have a 40-minute wait in 5 of our Super Chase precincts in Arizona. Steve, do you hear that? We have long lines in all of our Super Chase precincts still after crushing them in early voting in Arizona. What is your message, Steve, to the people that are still waiting in line watching this live stream? We have 400,000 people watching this right now, Steve.
You have to be part of history. This is historic, not just with President Trump, but the MAGA movement. And this movement's ascendant. We're bringing in new people all the time. And these are not celebrities. It's not Katy Perry and Beyonce. These are serious people. Each one's an expert in their field. This movement is at the very beginning of its infancy. And that's why you want to be part of this. Go out and vote tonight. Take as many people out to vote tonight. The bigger spreads we get on this, that we don't have some of this mail-in ballots, they may be able to call it at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That's why, like Arizona, Nevada, the rest of the country, if you're in Texas, go out. You want to be a part of this. You want to talk to your friends, say, hey, I voted, I had President Trump, I took a bunch of people to the polls. This hangs in the balance, and particularly if we can put up enough numbers tonight and say, hey, look, we got a mandate and get President Trump some runway in the first 100 days, it's vitally important. So this thing's a long way from over. There's some long faces and some sad faces at MSNBC and CNN. But right now, we got to drive this. We got to run the score up.
There's an exit poll. Take this with a pound of salt. That this is an NBC exit poll, okay, of independent voters in Georgia. Trump 54%, Harris 43%.
Huge.
If that is half true, okay? If that is half true, I mean, Steve, if that's half true, buckle up, baby. I mean, if that is half true, meaning that if the delta is half of what they say it is.
That's 11 points.
I think you're going to see also in Florida already, Natalie's been talking to me about, there's some Hispanic districts that I think you may see some historic representation of President Trump. We already know that the African-American vote is going to be down to 11%. You're seeing the collapse. You're seeing the collapse of the traditional coalition of the Democratic Party, and you're seeing the beginning of and the ascendancy of a new coalition around this populist nationalist group called MAGA. Right, not your father or grandfather's Republican Party. Somebody put out an article today that the party of Ronald Reagan, the Republican Party of Ronald Reagan, is dead. Well, as much as we love Ronald Reagan, that party is dead. And this is Trump's party. And what you're seeing tonight, when you can win independents, particularly in the suburbs of Georgia, by 11 points, 54-43, it puts to bed the fact that, oh, Trump's a fascist, Trump's a Nazi, that people, independents, suburban moms don't believe that. So I think that as we go through the night, these are the type of statistics, and that's why you want to be a part of it. If you're in Arizona, if you're in Nevada, Colorado, there's tons of things in play. New Hampshire, get out there and vote. Make sure that we see these numbers.
Again, exit polls, you have to stay with a pound of salt. Okay, you have to take that. Andrew, do you have a thought?
No, I mean, I'm just saying, we've been looking at the Arizona numbers because we had an Indy surge today in Arizona. I mean, it is the story of the day is that Indies came out today, and normally you're expecting depressed turnout with Indies because they don't have as much motivation to get out, less tribal, they don't have a team, that sort of thing, and they came out. And so the big hope for Democrats in Arizona is that Indies are going to break in historic fashion for Kamala Harris. In 2020, Indies broke about 9 points towards Biden. That's what won him the state. what we see here, if we get parity nationwide, 50-50, we're cooking with some serious gas. So to see an 11-point spread on an exit poll, if it's half true, that's an enormous signal. So let's hope it's at least half true.
We have 100,000 people on YouTube, 74,000 on Rumble. Hello to Real America's Voice. Really quickly, I'm signing hats for anyone that wants to become a member. Members.charliekirk.com. You get a personalized hat signed to you. Want to thank Jill, Sam, Ethan, and Ryan. Okay, Blake, you got that face when you're looking at numbers. What are we looking at here? Florida looks healthy, man.
There's some amazing ones we're seeing in Florida, I'll be honest. Like, I'm looking at the early vote in Monroe County. That's Key West, actually. So it's 64% in right now. It is 58-42 in favor of Trump. In 2020, it was 53.5 Trump, 45.5 Biden. So big swing in our favor. Again, that's early vote. So if it were to turn out somehow maybe early vote favors us and election day doesn't, then this could moderate. But if we see a pattern that we're hoping to see, which is overall election day vote might still slightly favor us, these numbers look amazing out of Florida.
I want to thank Data Republican, at Data Republican on Twitter. She is feeding a lot of this data to me. She's a great person. I've got to know her distantly on Telegram with Jeremy Carl. We're on a group chat. Thank you, Data Republican, at Data Republican. Okay. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. I just want to say, guys, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. If this Georgia exit poll is even directionally accurate,
we're in a good spot.
Carly Bonet says, I think Charlie Kirk is about to explode.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
There is, again, exit polls are exit polls. Take them for what you want. But just the exit polls in 2020 had Joe Biden winning independence by 20 points.
Remember the guy, polls are for firefighters.
Hold on.
Polls are for firefighters.
Wait, hold on. Is this apples to apples? Is
Steve signing off? Okay, Steve, we'll talk to you soon, my friend. Wait, what?
Wait, is this apples to apples, the same exit poll versus this poll?
In the exit poll in 2020
from NBC.
I'm trying to find the independent marker. I can't find that. Just so.
But the
NBC exit poll had Trump 54, Trump 41.
Wait, had Biden?
I'm sorry, Biden 54, Trump 41.
No kidding. So that was a 12-point split in Biden's favor, and that was in Georgia or nationwide?
I think that was nationwide. So it's not apples to apples yet. However, let's just say Donald Trump ties Indies. If Donald Trump ties Indies in Georgia, he wins significantly.
He wins. Oh,
okay.
100%.
If Donald Trump ties Indies in Arizona, he wins. Okay. Mm-hmm. If Donald Trump ties Indies in Nevada, he wins.
Oh,
holy crow,
man! If we tie Indies in this state,
did you see what I just said?
Does it rhyme with Miami flayed?
No, I mean CNN just said something.
I didn't see what CNN said. I'm looking at the Miami.
Tapper is speechless.
I don't know what he said. I'm going to say mine first because mine's cool. Miami-Dade County, early vote or whatever it is, 77% of the vote in. So I'm gonna tell you that in 2020, Biden won 53.4 to 46 in Miami-Dade. Right now, Miami-Dade is 55-44. Donald Trump.
Say it again for the people in the back.
Similar to
in 2020, Miami-Dade County's final total was 53.4 for Biden, 46.1 for Trump. Right now, with 77% in Miami-Dade County, Donald Trump up 55 to 44. He's winning by 11 with 77% in Miami-Dade.
Hispanics, man.
What in the world?
That was a deep blue.
I'm going to look up how that place voted under Obama. It's going to be wild.
I want everyone to take a pause and realize there's still voting left in Pennsylvania. Right, Jack?
We still need a
All I'm thinking about is Pennsylvania.
There's still voting left
I'm
in
not
Wisconsin.
feeling any of this stuff.
If you are on you could go and make history. Get in the car and go vote right now.
I feel nothing. I have entered the MAGA flow state. I feel nothing other than you must get out to vote right now. You must become wild. You must physically and legally drag other people out. You must be unstoppable.
Let's play 149, please.
Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow.
Wait, can we get more of Jake's response there?
Yeah, Ryan, can you get a little bit more?
Georgia, 3% of Georgia reporting. Trump 51, Harris 48.
3% is noise.
Hold on.
Where from?
Dismiss me. That includes part of Douglas County and also parts of Burke County, and it's almost all mail. We're going to get a lot of data from Georgia in the next couple of minutes, guys.
Mail in.
Yeah, mail in.
Yeah, mail in.
Yes.
MAIL.
Yeah, because we got to be careful with that since we're in the first gendered election.
Okay. Email us your early vote. Email us your voting stories, freedom@charliekirk.com. If you want a signed hat, it's members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com.
Hey, if I lose, I'll have to buy it.
This Florida news is unbelievable, Blake.
Yeah, and another one I'm flagging. We've got a lot of the count in Union County, Georgia. That's from like the ultra terrifyingly Republican parts of Northeast Georgia. It's 81-19 with 85 in. That's basically identical to 4 years ago. But I think they're actually on pace to outdraw where they were 4 years ago.
Is Duval County? Is that
Duval County? You want reports from Duval County? Let's take a look at that.
I think we're down 1 point right now.
We're down 1 point, which we lost that in 2020 by... We lost that by a little under 4 points in 2020.
But we're going to take that county. They've not done
election day. Assuming election day is...
All right, so we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and speakers are on.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are... hello, everyone. We were just taking a very brief break to understand what the data is highlighting. As you heard, there's some crazy stats coming out. We're seeing a situation where in Miami, in Florida, we're seeing a situation where they actually have 100,000 vote lead the Republicans have over the Democrats. That's insane. Chris, what are you seeing at the moment?
You've got Trump winning Miami-Dade, which is much more working class. It's not a particularly rich area. It's mainly an immigrant area of Florida, running away with it. We're talking about an 11-point swing towards Donald Trump in Miami-Dade.
Compared to 2020.
Compared to 2020. I also want to highlight, taking us back to 2016, when Donald Trump only won 31% of the vote of Miami-Dade. So we're talking about 22% that he's won over the past two elections that have turned that seat red. That is incredibly quick. And that is, again, an immigrant community. It's poor. I used to live in South Florida, so I know it reasonably well. This is not a champagne and caviar part of town.
I was under the impression that parts of Miami were like ultra rich, and then you cross the bridge, and that's where the poor bits is. Is that?
Sure, you got 3% of people there.
But it's a very small.
But we're talking about hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of that. It's not. Further north into Broward County, absolutely. Miami-Dade, down in South Miami, this is not a nice place to be.
Okay.
And Florida has been we're almost at 65% fully counted thus far.
Geez, they're machines.
Don't underestimate the Ron DeSantis factor there, because Ron DeSantis has done a tremendous job, not just as the governor, but also coming into these hurricanes, the devastating hurricanes that they've had. He's done such a great job. He's been able to help the neighbouring states.
Well, he's actually had no help from the federal government, which I think has helped the Republican campaign hugely. Because what has FEMA done?
Well, and then you've got this situation where Joe Biden says, and Ron DeSantis says, look, we've been in contact, we've got each other's personal numbers, and then I was going to call her Hillary Clinton then as well. Kamala Harris comes up and says, oh, he didn't take my calls. Yeah, because he's busy.
Yeah.
You've got nothing to do with
Helping
this.
people.
Yeah.
Something she doesn't know much about.
Yeah, guys, if you're wondering why Florida is so quick, it's because back in, was it 2000? In 2000,
George Bush, Al Gore.
George Bush, Al Gore, it all came down to Florida, and it was a huge delay, and it was a big embarrassment. This is back when they actually cared about fixing things, and they did this huge, almost the equivalent of a royal commission to fix it and revamp it from top to bottom. And now, ever since pretty much 2020, even 2016, top to bottom, it is the pristine, it is the gold standard in terms of how to do it. I do believe they all do it by hand, paper ballots.
Obviously, we are all, I'll be gentle, right-leaning, shall we say that? I don't think that, I don't want to speak for any of you guys, but if Al Gore was to say, I was ripped off in that election, you know what? I understand where he's coming from. I can understand why he would feel that way. I'm not going to call him a conspiracy theorist. So anybody who wants to say that there's no reason for Donald Trump and the Republicans to feel uneasy about the 2020 result, So, Florida's going to win.
You have a right to an audit and to challenge the counting, and that's the thing. You need transparency and auditability, and that's one of the things we didn't have in 2020. Absolutely, people have the right to challenge the results of the election if they and to demand a check. You need that for the stability of the country and the stability of the democracy.
Yeah, Virginia results coming in, by the way. Is that what you're going to talk
really
about,
looking
Chris?
forward to that. Tell me I'm right. Tell me that Donald Trump's winning, because I've been saying it for the last 5 months, and everyone's been telling me I'm crazy.
Yeah, so 3% reporting. He's got 75,000 votes. She's got 68,000 votes. I'm not sure. In some states, they are counting the mail-in ballots first and then the same-day ballots. In other states, it's vice versa. I'm not sure. In Pennsylvania, it's meant to be opening the mail-in ballots first, so hopefully those turn out really well for Donald Trump, obviously being a very key state. But yeah, Virginia, I mean...
Is that a change? Because in 2020,
it is. Virginia was a blue state. Now, why this matters is that was something the Dems won last time. And if this trend continues, again, we're talking tiny numbers here, tiny numbers. This will be a turnover. This is where an electoral college will turn towards Trump, because last time we were looking at 44 Trump. He's got to swing his way. He's now 51%. So this is a 6.5, a 7% swing towards Trump in that blue state, Virginia.
If that holds, then my other predictions of New Hampshire looks much more likely, and I would dare suggest now that you could consider, if this holds in Virginia, that New Jersey could be in play. I know it's a long shot, but we'll keep going for them. Has it changed in Pennsylvania? Because I thought the Pennsylvania was counting their mail-in ballots last. Are they now counting them first? Is that the change they've made?
Last election they were meant to count them first. They didn't. They counted them last. This time they're meant to count them first. Hopefully that doesn't change. But again, this is why it's so touch and go, and this is why, this is ridiculous. I mean, you should know exactly the process. You should have an electoral commission that is like, yep, this is how we do it. This is the chain of command. This is exactly how it's done. But unfortunately, this is why I don't know how long the stream's going to go, because we could see what happened last time.
Georgia's 60% now with 8% reporting. Florida's at 54% for Donald Trump with 71% reporting based on what I'm seeing. I think they'll be close to calling Florida now, wouldn't they?
You'd think. I mean, Florida, yes. But as far as New Hampshire and Virginia, is county to county? Because the thing is, if you're just getting the whole state, then you could be missing the highly blue areas that pop it over. But county...
Absolutely right. And that's what I want to talk about. Fairfax County, right on the edge of Washington, D.C. This is right in the FBI, Langley, Virginia, all that kind of that D.C. governmental hub. So you'd expect it to be blue, and it absolutely was. In 2020, you're looking at only 28% went Donald Trump's way. You're looking at Donald Trump's managed to pick up 11%, an 11% swing towards him in this governmental hub where everyone who has someone who either works in government, is linked to government, works in the FBI, DOJ, Pentagon, whatever it is, he still picked it up there, and he's looking at now with 38.5%.
So that's a county where no one will admit it in the exit polls.
The reason
in the secrecy of the ballot box, they'll do what they do. But in the exit polls, like, oh yeah, I totally voted for it.
And New Hampshire at the moment has only had 3.8% counted, and Donald Trump's behind. You've got Harris at 56.3%.
Guys, can we see something? This is I know you're going to want to talk about this. This is key data coming out of Georgia. This is about how black men and women are actually voting.
Really
important. And this is very important. If we can just bring this up, Rami.
Head and play. Cut 152, and by you I mean Pennsylvania Watch, some of the Philly core, Pittsburgh, 152.
This might be polling.
Convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%. Okay, so right now she's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right, another data point there, Brett, because I know you asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%. But let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points.
Anyway, thank you, Charlie. That's amazing. Wow.
I just want to say about Virginia, you're right, a lot of people work for government there. This is the reason, actually, that I've been saying he's going to swing in that state. because you can't go to the Pentagon, you can't go to all those military people and those people that have worked their way up after fighting for the country and tell them they're all racist and tell them all that America is this irredeemably horrible place. These are the most patriotic people in the country. And and have a look at the FBI. FBI agents, the rank and file agents, not the people at the head of that agency.
That's a big difference.
They are peeved at what's been going on in the last handful of years. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if exactly what you said. They'll tell everybody they're voting for the Dems, and in the ballot box they're voting somewhere else.
I think you made a great point there about the difference between the rank and file and the executives.
Yep.
And whether that's true in the military brass versus the rank and file in the Army. You know, the military brass get to retile their kitchens every war, right? But the rank and file are the people that go and die.
Yep, absolutely.
We've got a state that looks like it has on its way to changing hands with 16% reporting. Georgia. Last election, we saw Trump win only 49.2% of Georgia. 60.6%. We're talking about an 11% swing to Trump for Georgia, which is going to turn what was a blue state and turn it red.
Yep.
So Virginia and North Carolina are currently light blue. They have now called West Virginia. No surprises there for Trump.
Now, North Carolina, I know you're looking at that and probably seeing that it's turning 70% blue. You're only looking at 1% reporting, so give that some more time before we...
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have any county granularity...
we've only got about 7 to 18 counties reporting, so it's far too soon.
I think North Carolina will go red. I will just say, and I haven't looked at the map yet, but I'm assuming a lot of those counties will be around Raleigh and around that sort of area where Research Triangle is, where you've got a lot of Dems that have moved in. That's just my guess without looking at the data.
But well on the way to 16 electoral college votes for Georgia turning red. So that is a needle moving right there. Not just winning a red state and turning it more red doesn't move the electoral college. It just simply doesn't matter. But there's a blue state, 16 electoral college votes that previously went to Joe Biden, now going to Trump.
Ohio has just started putting theirs up. Trump's in the lead, but it doesn't matter. It's only 2 counties. But this is another one that Kamala Harris was saying, we can knock off Ohio, and some of the more ambitious Republicans say that they can knock off Minnesota. I'd like to see it. Tampon Tim lose his own state, but Walter Mondale, that was the only one that he hung on to in Reagan's years, right?
Landslide. So, the only state he got.
I was 4 years old, I think.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, if the Democrats were the Kennedy Democrats of the 60s, I wouldn't be worried about who really takes this election. But that's not who we have at play.
I think we were trying to allude to this earlier. If the reason why I actually want not just Trump to win, but for it to be an absolute landslide, is because it's going to send such a loud message, and it's going to mean that those of us that live in the rest of the English-speaking Western countries can finally start being brave enough to actually come out and say, I don't care that you're going to take my job off me. I don't care that you're going to shut down my bank accounts. I'm telling you I've had enough.
Yep, I agree. That whole thing about debanking, I remember reading that Melania and Barron Trump got debanked.
That's right.
After the last election.
How disgusting is that?
It absolutely is. I mean, all the forms of lawfare, people losing their jobs for the wrong tweet, for having someone take a snapshot of someone flicking something out the window and then having the wrong hand signal. I mean, I am so over all of that.
It's a great message to send to Trudeau, because didn't he do that to the truckers rally?
Exactly.
They just shut down their bank accounts.
Absolutely. You had the European Union people saying that he was too far on the left. I mean, that says something.
Yeah.
Right? But, we are seeing this right-wing trend, and even with Keir Starmer winning in the UK, for the record, I'm British citizen as well as Australian. Look, the Tories did an abysmal job, but even if they didn't, it's very hard. It's like the Liberals in the last election. It's very hard to go to an electorate and say, hey, vote me in again. I've already had 3 or 4 terms, so give me another shot, right? You're going to lose. But if you actually have a look at how the votes came out, I would argue that the UK actually still voted to the right. And I would even say that here in Australia, if you've only got 3 out of 10 Australians voting for Albo.
You had Nigel going this time.
Yeah, and Nigel Farage, another one that got
yes.
And to pick a bone, it's not a right-wing trend. In my view, it's an anti-authoritarian trend, because the left have gone complete gulag. Like, I keep on saying, whatever happened to my hippie drum circle left? Yeah. Where you do you, and they just acceptance and that kind of thing. They've gone complete gulag Stalin.
Well, it's venomous. It's almost venomous. You are not allowed to have an opinion unless it's their opinion, and that's
it's misinformation and debanking and
that's it.
This is why so many
cancel
people
culture. I'm done.
This is why so many people that have known me for a long time are saying, Shaquille, you're hanging out with all the religious right. You've moved too far to the right. I'm like, no, I haven't. I'm still the libertarian kind kind of guy I was. I want government out of the way, leave me alone, let me do what I want to do. And you know what? I'll show you the respect that you can live your life however the hell you want to. Now it's like, no, you've got to do what I say. Now you've got 30% of Gen Zs that say we should put cameras inside our houses and our bedrooms and our bathrooms so the government can watch what we're doing. What are you doing? Like, how does that happen? So, yeah, I'm fed up with the left.
Can I just say, on the global leaders thing, I was thinking the other day, you remember when Trump was shot and there were those memes about Shinzo Abe? And how Trump, he turned his head, and obviously, being a man of faith, I think most of us were like, surely that was an act of God. And I truly do believe that. But at the same time, a lot of people were making this meme about Shinzo. He passed away. He was actually shot at an election rally. Yeah. And it got me thinking, why is it that Shinzo was literally the only global leader during Trump's 2016 to 2020 sort of first term where he was they got on really amicably. And I didn't realize how amicable it was until I listened to the Joe Rogan and Trump podcast. And I was just thinking, okay, hang on, who were the Five Eyes prime ministers during the time of Trump? It was Jacinda Ardern, it was Turnbull, and then ScoMo, and who else was
Trudeau?
There was Trudeau. There was in the UK. They had
Well, they had
about 4,000.
Boris Johnson.
Yeah, about 12,000 different.
What's the name of that?
They had Theresa May. Then they had Boris Johnson.
May,
Then they had, what was her name? That she was there for like 20 days or something.
Liz
Truss. Yeah.
And I was just thinking, it's such a shame. It's such a shame. What a great opportunity. I hope and I pray that in some of these countries, including our own, we can actually back Trump up in the next 4 years and be like, you know what? You're not the only one on the world stage. We can work collaboratively. Do I think Dutton's that guy? I don't think so, personally. I think he's going to lose the next 2 elections. But when I look at what's going on overseas, I really hope that someone backs the man up, because he is very much a rare figure that comes around once every 100 years. And I really hope that, and I don't think people appreciate how much of a black swan event this man is.
Well, it breaks the narrative. I mean, that's one of the things, is that if Trump lost, X would be done. Elon Musk would be done. All sorts of counter-narrative media would be done. The First Amendment would be done. The disinformation bill would move forward.
They take the guns.
This is a turning point for the narrative control.
People talk about leaving the country. If Trump loses this, I think we can have a whip around to GoFundMe. I'm jumping on that ship with Elon Musk to Mars. Let's just leave the planet.
Have you ever seen
we could go to El Salvador. I think. I mean, he's doing a fantastic job, and they're trying to enshrine body autonomy into the Constitution. So sign me up for El Salvador.
Hey, have a look at that referendum they just had in Ireland, where they went against the transgender stuff, the LGBTQ pride stuff. They backed up women's rights. They family values and all of that. Fantastic.
It's a nice thought, Natalie, about going to El Salvador. But when you have, the CIA running color revolutions on anyone who's counter-narrative, it goes back to that whole invasion of the body snatchers quote. Where are you going to run? Where are you going to hide?
You're
Where
absolutely
are you
right. You're absolutely right.
There's no one like
There's
you.
Nowhere
left.
to hide. But look, hopefully we're small fry as far as.
Well, I mean,
coming back to some
this
numbers.
Will break the narrative.
Coming back to some numbers for a minute. Look, I know it's only a couple of percent. I'm not liking these numbers out of North Carolina. I think it's unrealistic at 68% for Kamala Harris, but I'm cognizant a lot of this is coming in from Raleigh. But yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing there in North Carolina. Do you want to weigh in on that, Chris?
Too few counties to really make a judgment. There's still so many counties, rural counties, which aren't there. Again, 2%. If you just want to have a look at Raleigh County, we could do kind of an apples to apples, and Raleigh.
That's what I'd be interested in.
Yeah. Again, I mean, it's good to say because North Carolina is a red state, and that 15 electoral votes. So last time around, we saw Trump winning 35.8% of the vote, and that's fallen in Raleigh to 31.5. So that's it's a swing against Trump.
Okay, so Raleigh's gone down.
Yeah.
That a big factor for that though is going to be Josh Stein. A big factor there in Raleigh especially. He's very popular, and Mark Robinson. Look, again, I don't believe the stuff that's been said about Mark Robinson, but that's going to drag the ticket down a bit. I don't expect it to drag down as much as this, though. As for Florida, 76% reporting. They haven't called it yet. Off what's left, can you see any pathway for her to win this?
Why are people calling this? I have no idea.
Okay, so we're pretty confident Florida's gone.
Well, 72% counted, and it's 54% Trump. I mean, it's done. It's cooked.
Yeah. It's
Serve it up.
76% counted. And just to give the numbers, what I'm seeing on my screen, you've got 4.7 million votes for Donald Trump, and you've got I'll call it 3.9, I'll round it up, 3.9 million for Kamala Harris. So I can't see. Can you see any possible pathway for
There is no possibility from a mathematical perspective. I think that there's zero chance of that happening.
Surprised I haven't called that yet.
Well, I'm on the ABC website, so they'll never call it. Just, you got to see what the Left brothers are doing.
I don't think the ABC have called the 2016 election yet, have they?
Guys, can I just do a hard pivot? Obviously, we're still waiting on a lot of the results to come through. They are going to come through very quickly, but not yet. Not yet. We're still waiting on a lot of these counties. Some of these places are still actually voting. So I just wanted to quickly pivot. The misinformation bill was mentioned by Paul. Now, our friends over at Australians versus the Agenda actually mentioned this morning that they're trying to ram this bill through today in the lower house, in the House of Representatives. So Anthony over at Oz versus the Agenda, the Combating Misinformation, Disinformation Bill will be debated today in the House of Reps, the lower house. This is not a drill. And the most recent update is he's got this video from Federal Health Minister Mark Butler, who informs the House that the debate on combating the misinformation and disinformation bill will begin now and could take up until 10 p.m. tonight. It looks like they're determined to pass this bill ASAP. I mean, clearly what's going on is they're using this opportunity to get it through the lower house. Now, look, let me be totally honest with you about this. This bill will pass the lower house, no matter what happens, because Labor have a majority of numbers and they always vote together. Even if they need more votes, they can call on the Greens, they can call on the Teals, they can call on some independents on the lower house, and also the Liberals, because sometimes the Liberals do cross the floor. They've got more than enough votes in the lower house. So if this gets voted on today, this will most likely pass. But don't freak out, because the final vote won't happen until the Senate, which is at the end of this month. The Senate can't hold the vote until after November 25th, I do believe, which is when they get handed the report from all those submissions that we've been making for the Misinformation Bill committee. But this is what Mark Butler posted on there. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm just going to unmute Twitter.
To the suspension of standing and sessional orders for the consideration of the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024. The debate will run obviously until 90-second statements. It will resume after the MPI, but it will take some time to get through. The effect of this motion, if it's passed, will be that the debate would continue till 7:30. The adjournment debate would then take place for half an hour, but after the adjournment debate was concluded, instead of the House adjourning, we would continue with the second reading debate on the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, which will continue until 10 p.m. Unless we run out of speakers before that time. I move the motion.
Again, if this does pass today or tomorrow, again, this is not the fight. You can't shift enough MPs in the lower house to stop this. You can't. But in the Senate, it comes down to a few senators like David Pocock, Jackie Lambie, one or two others of the Greens, and it might be an opportunity for them to be like, no, we don't want this bill. And it's at that point we will do a big campaign, but that won't be till the end of this month. But obviously we'll do something after that. But they're clearly trying to pass this during the US election. I mean, come on, guys, once every 4 years. You chose today to pass it in the lower house. I mean, it does smell, but I thought I'd just let you know about that. Good on you, Anthony from Oz versus the Agenda, for following this so closely. He's very good on updates on the Parliament, and I recommend you give him a follow if you haven't already. But
I saw a poll recently that said that over 90% of Australians oppose this misinformation bill. So here we have our House of Representatives that are going to say, all in favour say aye, all opposed say nay. I think I've got the ayes have it. Really? This makes me so angry. I'm so glad I don't live in this country anymore.
Is listening to the public out of the politicians?
Exactly.
And yet we're still voting them in.
Yep.
I mean, this is equivalent to literally a communist country. Yet again, who is the arbiter of truth? We've asked this many, many times. But in your response with Jackie Lambie, I heard Jackie Lambie speak about the fact that this misinformation, disinformation bill isn't strong enough to control the source of misinformation, disinformation.
Didn't she say something that Elon Musk should be jailed or something like that? It's ridiculous.
That's
I mean, heaven help us if we're relying on Jackie Lambie and the Greens to save us. Just want to quickly give you guys an update on the betting odds across the international bettings. I've had some messages from my friends that are working at the bookmakers. He's now hit 68%, which is the highest that he's ever been, which is very, very interesting to see. It's looking good for him so far as the international betting community and as far as Keiichi, which is an American betting site. They all seem to be favouring him at this point.
When your money's on the line, there's less incentive to lie.
That's it. And we'll be celebrating tonight, right?
And just to put it in perspective, if these betting odds move up into the 70s, then you're talking about the same sorts of numbers that they had when Biden, just in the aftermath of the Biden debate. So I'm feeling confident about a Donald Trump win. I'm not sure about the landslide, but I'm still hoping for it.
Let's hope it's a landslide, but they still haven't called Florida with 78% counted. It's absolutely insane.
Then I'll call it. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris.
Actually, Chris has called it. Florida is gone red.
What else do you need? You need like 90% of the votes or a nice...
You look at what's left for them to count and what counties are coming up. They're all red counties anyway, so I can't really see the pathway for her.
It's not a swing state, but still, it's nice to have it in the column.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they have any red Ferraris that rock up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning with votes, do they, in Florida?
Where's the
More
Lambo?
of a Pennsylvania thing, and Wisconsin and Michigan thing.
Right, exactly.
Georgia, yeah, we're coming up on 21% counted, and that'll be it's well on trend. But more importantly, with 62% of what's been counted, with a fifth of the votes counted, and Trump has won 62%. We're looking at results that have come in from about 2/3, close to 4/5 of the counties are reporting, and it's not just Metro. We're getting reports from Savannah, Columbus, but still plenty to come in from Atlanta. We're actually only seeing 2 out of 3, but looking good to pick up those electoral college votes of 16 Georgian electoral college votes for Trump, winning them from the Dems.
So he's up 20 points there. I find it very hard to believe that we're going to have a reverse of 2020, that Georgia's going to flip red and that North Carolina's going to flip blue. I can't see that.
Even if he gets Georgia and North Carolina, if he loses Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, I still don't think he has it, does he?
No, he doesn't. He'd really need one of those Rust Belt states, to be honest. But
those are really the key.
If he takes both of these plus just one of them, then it's kind of gone. Her pathways were that she needed to have, or certainly Biden needed to have Pennsylvania and Georgia. But if you don't get those two, the pathways for the Democrats is narrowing significantly. Yep. The other thing is, I honestly believe that she was put there to protect the down ballot positions, and it'll be very interesting to see how those down ballot positions are actually going. Have you got the numbers on that, Chris?
No. That's a level of information I don't.
Okay.
Some
my laptop didn't blow up.
Chris, some polling places they actually have both the national and then also the down ballot. So when we say down ballot, guys, we mean, okay, great, no worries, the president race is going well, but how does that affect? Does that actually translate to the legislation? Those running to actually become congressmen and congresswomen in both the Senate and also the House of Reps, their lower house. That's really important. Those in the lower house, they control the purse, they control the funding. Will Trump be able to have numbers that he can work with, or does he not have the numbers? Is he going to have a very combative last 4 years with the lower house and also the Senate? So this is critical. This is really important so that we can see, is he going to be able to execute his agenda? Because it's not enough to just be the president. You actually need to vote everything down ballot, and that's what we mean by that phrase. Anything on that, Chris?
I can work on getting some of that information ready. Give me a few minutes, but
no worries. We are getting.
I'm going to make a call now for you guys. I'm calling DC for Kamala Harris.
I don't know. That's a bit radical.
It's a brave one. It's a brave one, I know, but
bold move. Bold move.
Yeah, good on you.
As long as you haven't called New York yet.
I don't think they open till
no,
till 9 o'clock.
No.
But I'm going to go with it. Right, it's a 50-1 shot, but I'm going to call New York.
Listen, Melbourne Cup winners have won at 50-1 odds. So hey, let's take it.
So my Greyhound won the 2020 $1 million Chasers. I think we've talked about on air, and it was the roughest Greyhound in the field. Nobody was picking it. It jumped out of the worst possible box it could jump from, and it won in the slowest time of any Greyhound that's won that race. But slowest time is still a winner, so I'll take it.
I think the margin will be a lot lower than it was in 2020, but I don't see it. If it would be, that would be great, but I don't see it.
North Carolina is trending down for Kamala now.
Oh, good.
Oh, really?
Yes, but it's flipping, like it's flip-flopping, as in the percentages. It's still Harris 62.1, Trump 36.8.
As I said, a lot of that's.
But it's only 3.1% counted. They're slow there, they can take their time.
So is that what you were saying to me downstairs about Georgia? By the time I got back up here, it was over 60%. Okay. So presumably you'll see something similar in North Carolina.
North Carolina, you expect that it would be Democrat at this point. I mean, it's all the inner city areas. I mean, only one of them have gone for Trump in these inner city areas, and they're still relatively close. He's about 50,000 off her, 45,000 off her.
Well, you see a lot of those TikTok videos that come out complaining about FEMA's response to the hurricanes which have affected North Carolina, and you see other people saying it was misinformation. Presumably that will have an effect, but also how many of those people are displaced who have got mail-in votes that perhaps haven't been counted yet, that sort of stuff. So North Carolina will be one to watch.
It was $750, and apparently not many people got that amount of money. So there was a disaster zone, and yet, yeah.
And how much did they send overseas?
Billions to Ukraine.
And
what is that? What are we up to for Ukraine?
And Kamala Harris says, I've just authorised whatever amount of money it was to help the people of Lebanon. Now, I've got nothing wrong against the people of Lebanon. Yeah, we should help them. But we've got to help ourselves first. Right, I'm talking about from an Australian perspective. America has an obligation to its own citizens first. It was so tone deaf. I feel like North Carolinians are going to reflect that.
This is every country now. Like they're helping overseas people rather than helping their own. You've got homelessness issue. You've got a living crisis where people can't afford their food. They can't afford housing, and yet we're sending money overseas for wars and this warmongering. I mean, when Trump was in power, there were no wars.
Have a look at the Afghanistan withdrawal.
That was abysmal.
I hammered the demonstration. I cannot respect Biden's legacy, because he left behind people who had risked their own lives to basically be informers and intelligence agents, give information to the US, but it's not the US. The US always talks about being the world's police force. They don't go in there by themselves. We join them. The Canadians join them. The Brits join them. And it's made all of us look bad. Why should anybody trust us again? Plus, we left our own people behind. Many of those people are on the left. Politics has nothing to do with this. You've got NGO workers who are in there trying to provide help to some poor people, and you left them behind. When those planes were taking off and people were so desperate they were hanging on to them at the risk of dying and falling off the planes, if you had any heart and any courage, you'd have walked into the Oval Office and said, "Sir, we've got to go back in." And the UK should have said to America, if you're not doing it, we're going to do it, because you cannot leave that situation.
What about all the
complete incompetency, and utter incompetency? And then when Kamala Harris comes along and states that we have no troops deployed overseas, and you get this video of people going, "Well, who the hell are we then?
Who the hell are we?
Where are we?"
And remember,
I mean, you've got to say the woman doesn't know the truth if it hit her in the face.
Remember her statement on The View. Would you have done anything differently?
No.
Nothing I can think of.
No.
Yeah. Guys, we've got 1,000 people watching live. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We are trying to translate this in Australia. What
Sorry, North Carolina just dropped 52, 47. So,
North Carolina is looking really good. It's trending very fast.
Yeah,
and that's good to see.
And that was only a jump from 2% of the vote to 4% of the vote. So, pretty happy with that.
We're waiting, guys. The majority of places we're waiting on, all of the ones we're waiting on, in fact, are not the city areas. And in that area. So we really hope this comes through. I mean, how many electoral college votes will that give Trump if he gets it?
That's another 16. North Carolina and Georgia, both 16. South Carolina, I'll just call South Carolina. It's going to be Donald Trump's. And Ohio has just gone blue with 22%. But again, I don't think that's going to hold.
Georgia's looking really good. By the way, Georgia, I forgot to mention, I was listening to the other stream, that it turns out that in Georgia, men have turned out really well. I think at least 5 points more than women in Georgia, which is really good. That's what we wanted to see, because as I was mentioning earlier, women, they voted a lot more across the country in mail-in ballots and pre-poll sort of ballots.
So I want to bring up a couple of things about the woman vote here, because look, people are saying the women vote, abortion, all that sort of stuff. No, the numbers don't support that actually. the biggest group of women that actually have abortion at the top of their list of priorities or for voting issues is women under the age of 30. And they've actually dropped from a 40% thing to a 30% group of people that say that that's important to them. There's more enthusiasm within Republican women than there is with Democrat women. We've seen that across the country. So I'm not seeing this. And having spent time in Georgia, the stats we had up before that 73% of black men are voting for Harris, I don't think so. They're probably saying that to keep their wives happy because they don't want to admit that they're actually going to vote for Trump. And Kamala Harris, she comes out and she goes into a barbershop to lecture the guys in the barbershop, sweetheart, this is the men's area. Go away. You don't see me going down to talk to women at Ella Bache when they're having their legs waxed, okay? Because I'm not supposed to be in there, right? So get the hell out of the barbershop. They don't want you in there.
By the way, Florida's been called just now.
Oh, it's about time.
Oh, sorry, it's only like over 80%. As far as the abortion issue goes, it is very highly misunderstood, and not just in America, but even in Australia. I was waiting to vote in the council elections and was talking to a Labor guy, and we were talking about abortions, and he had no idea what Roe versus Wade was all about. He literally thought Trump was anti-abortion, which is the actual mainstream media narrative that's being promoted, and that's not what he was saying. What he was actually doing with reversing Roe versus Wade was giving the rights back to the states away from the federal government. So
it wasn't him doing it directly.
Well, no, it wasn't even him.
Supreme Court
exactly,
giving it back to the states, and
there's nothing
Trump,
wrong with that.
Some of the people in the Republican Party, like Lindsey Graham, wanted a complete abortion ban, but Trump was not on board with that plan.
That's right.
So,
well, this particular Labor guy said, well, you know, you've got no rights in California to have in Texas to have an abortion. I said, well, go to California. It's not, you know, your options are still there. Yeah, seriously.
All right, results are coming in for Texas.
One county, Dallas. Before you look at a blue map there, right? It's one county. It's Dallas.
Yeah.
And it's a slight swing towards Trump, despite it being a blue county. Right. In 2020, it was 33.4% Trump.
Yeah.
And despite 60% of Dallas, this is one county, it's 37.6% towards Trump.
And North Carolina's narrowing too.
I've got it on my screen here that Kamala Harris leading in Texas, 540,000 votes versus 502,000. And because of how blue those areas are, that doesn't bode well for her at all, in my opinion.
It does in North Carolina, though. It does in North
Pennsylvania has just started counting, very small amounts, but we've got 72.5% Harris. Chris, where are they counting them up?
So it's just Pittsburgh. It's only one county that's reporting back, and it's a 7% swing towards the Dems. They're in Pennsylvania. Now, why Pennsylvania matters so much is it's ultra-marginal. We're talking about 50.1%. It went to Biden last time.
Pennsylvania's huge.
So with 19 electoral votes, these matter a lot. These matter a lot. But all we've got is Pittsburgh, Metro, which will go blue. So when we see more counties, we'll be able to make a judgment more on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the Pennsylvania cities are the bastions of Kamala.
But on what is increasingly looking like an L, it's North Carolina that went 49.9 Trump last time with 15 electoral votes, is trending towards it's not going to go Trump this time.
I wanted to ask a question. I don't know if I'm acting really stupid right here, but Maryland has been called for Harris with 0 votes counted.
Oh, no. Yeah, because Maryland's not even on the.
That doesn't matter.
Not even. It's like Alaska. Alaska, you might as well just call it for the Republicans right now.
Sure, but you know, you didn't call Florida with 75% counted, and you're calling Maryland for 0.
Yeah. North Carolina does worry me a little bit here, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, look. You've got more rural counties yet to come in. It's mainly a Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham. They're reporting back, which are all showing swings towards the Dems. Of 2, Charlotte is about 7. You know, these are swings towards, and this is 15 electoral votes that went to Trump last time. That if this trend continues with 9% counted, the Dems will pick up. But we'll see as the regional seats come in.
Which state are you talking about? Pennsylvania?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, okay.
North Carolina.
Really interesting how some votes in Florida have gone more to Trump, but certain ones in North Carolina. So, yeah, breaking that down by demographics and And that would be, at some point, someone will do the work to find out what those trends are about.
You're starting to see some results coming from Michigan, but it's just one. Oakland, and if I'm going to give you the swing, which no one seems to be talking about the swing again, it's 76 towards Harris this election, and last election there in 15 electoral votes for Michigan we're looking at. And I'm trying to take you through the county for Oakland, which last was 56 Biden. So that is the county of Oakland in Michigan. We're seeing that result there, swing of 11% towards Harris, towards the Dems.
This time around.
Not a metro area, a rural area. So it's not Lansing, it's not Detroit, it's not anything like that. It's on the edge of Detroit with it, but a swing towards.
Guys, this is what the national map looks like right now. So we are still waiting on a lot of results to come in. For example, don't freak out about Texas. Again, that is still just one inner city sort of area that's outweighing all the others, and we're still waiting on a ton of others that will most likely go red, despite previously people saying, "Oh, it's gonna, it's purple now." But the key states we're looking at right now here on the map is Michigan up here. We've got Ohio, obviously, is probably going to go Democrat, but we'll see how that goes. Pennsylvania over here.
I don't think Ohio, but that's where JD Vance is from.
We will look. There was a concerning poll out of Ohio, which you debunked earlier, thankfully.
That was Iowa. That was Iowa.
That was Iowa. Oh, okay, not Ohio. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Iowa's over here. Wisconsin, that is the one we don't have any results for yet, so that'll be really interesting. Arizona's over here. People are still voting in Arizona.
Yeah.
And Nevada. So these are two states we want to wait for later, but these states on the East Coast, like North Carolina, like Virginia, like Pennsylvania, like Michigan, these are key states, and like Georgia, these are key states that we will know most likely before the West ones really have significant counts in. Except Pennsylvania might lag. That's the only one which might lag. There have been a lot of polling problems we've been hearing over there that have been, giving people a lot of problems in voting. But
just so nobody gets too excited either, the red states that you're seeing at the moment that have been called are the states that you're expecting to be called, which is Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Texas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina has been called. And off the blue states, Vermont, no surprises there. Massachusetts, no surprises there. Rhode Island and Connecticut. If you're really optimistic and you flip New York, then you expect Rhode Island and Connecticut to flip. But I think that they've just allocated that already. And Maryland obviously has gone as well. So I'm surprised I haven't yet called DC. I'll be the first one that does it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about DC.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like trying to flip Canberra. It's just ACT. It's just never going to happen.
I think we should build a wall around them and just lock them in.
I agree.
I want to build a wall between us and Victoria.
But
I was going to say, with regards to
Texas has just flipped back to light pink.
Texas, yeah, for God's sake. I was going to say, with regards to the USA, they actually want to add senators for their territories. For Washington D.C. They actually want to add 2 senators for that, so it is equivalent to the other states. We have that here. We actually have that here. It's not equivalent to the states, but it's something. And I think people don't realize that, and it's obviously heavily Democrat there.
So if they play those sorts of games, then Texas has a constitutional right to break itself up into 5 states. So if you want to game the system, you get somebody who's a really hard red person in Texas, break the state up, give 1 bit to the Blues. They get 4 states out of Texas that'll be red. That's how they'd counter it.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of downstream things that could happen if Harris gets in. One is amnesty and citizenship for all the illegal immigrants, and that's millions of people. There could be senators for D.C. There could be, Supreme Court justice packing. This is one of those things, is that she's made it clear that nothing is beyond her, unfortunately.
She's going to infringe on the trademarks of pharmaceutical companies, and she's said that she's going to end the filibuster in order to pass the Green New Deal.
Yeah.
So if you think the $35 trillion worth of debt they currently have, and the between $120 and $180 trillion of unfunded liabilities that they've got in their books, with Medicare running out of money, its trust funds running out of money next year, the Social Security trust funds running out of money in 2028, 2030, and 2032. If you think that those debts are bad, wait till she starts spending $80 trillion on the Green New Deal.
It's a worry. It's an absolute worry. And what's worrying is what's even more worrying is if she does get in, I don't think the Republicans can ever catch up if they're going to be naturalising the illegals.
Yeah.
No.
That's it. It's all over. They're going to ship. It's absolutely, and they'll ship all the illegals into the swing states, and that'll be the end of it.
But you know what? Let's not yet get too nervous and apprehensive. I think that the trends around the world are the same. Look at Germany has started voting for the right wing parties. Sweden's had enough of immigration. I would not underestimate the resolve of the American people.
Yeah, I do still think it'll be too big to rig. That's still my.
It's interesting though, this trend. I mean, every time we get some preliminary results with regards to the each state, we're seeing it start off with Kamala slightly, and then Trump sort of speeds up, because I think they are in most of these states cracking open the mail-in ballots. They're getting tucked into those and counting those first, which is why that exists. And then as time goes on, Trump does take the lead pretty quick after that. But again, I might be dead wrong. Different states, different rules. Sometimes states, they do some funny buggers, but it is good to see that they're actually counting that first, not last. Because obviously a lot of people are accusing them of printing ballots after it, which is, obviously something that was never proven in court, unfortunately. But anyway, I'm looking at
the thing to remember there, though, is that if they count the mail-in votes and you start getting apprehensive now, wait until the day off votes start being counted. Because then all of a sudden you're going to see a massive rush back to Trump.
The prophecy is getting fulfilled on the poly market. We nearly at 69%.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
69%.
Wow.
That's funny.
That tomahawk steak Rami is looking really good. So Rami has bet me, even though he's dying for Trump to win, that he thinks Kamala's going to win. And there's a tomahawk steak at stake.
Was it the election or Pennsylvania?
No, the whole election.
The whole election?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that a halal steak, Rami?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll take it for Pennsylvania. I'll bet Trump will win Pennsylvania for a tomahawk.
I'm just looking forward to a medium rare tomahawk.
He's not going to have any
Steaks
money
on the
left
line.
at the end of this.
I've made it a point not to do any betting because I don't want my karma to
Yeah, me too.
Look, I have to.
It was only steak. It wasn't money. So
I have to give you a warning here. Every single election prediction that I make generally goes wrong, and I've been predicting Trump's going to have a landslide. So if he loses, it wasn't me. I'm sorry.
I don't like.
He's inching closer in North Carolina, so it's not as depressing as it was before, with 8.3% counted.
Well, look at the raw numbers too. He's only down by 40,000 votes.
Yep.
So.
Yep, the poly market is sky high now for. It's beyond 70% now for Trump.
Very hard to come back from that. I just want to put something in perspective. When it looked like Trump had won the 2020 election, that's where the odds were. They were at about 70%. That was when bookmakers started paying out early for Trump, right? So just bear that in mind when you start thinking about numbers being at 70%. It is very difficult to come back from there.
Yeah.
Well, a Ferrari will do, I suppose. Ferrari and some mail-in ballots.
Let's see what's going on Twitter right now. I'm seeing some pretty funny tweets coming out. This from the Babylon Bee. Democrats remind everyone a winner may not be declared until 110% of the vote is counted.
110%. I love it. What kind of mathematical genius said that?
That's awesome.
Yeah. Also,
Joe Rogan never endorsed anybody. Bit of an anti-Trumper before. Endorses him over the last couple of days. But the one to really, really watch was Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil I was just watching it in the car on the way here, did a thing with Piers Morgan, and he said, I contacted the Harris campaign 25 times, and they just would not speak to me, just wouldn't talk to me at all. He said, I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to vote, but I think we all know how he's going to vote.
Yeah.
I think Dr. Phil has done a complete about-face. I'm very impressed with Dr. Phil. I used to watch him when I was a lot younger. I won't reveal my age. But yeah, I'm impressed.
And from our
making sense.
And from our very logical and sensible people at the Young Turks, does anybody here think that Anna Kasparian voted for the Dems this time round? I'd put money on it that she voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah. No, I think she gets in the booth and she can't help it.
I think she would have gotten into that
25
booth
years.
and she would have done it.
I think she gets in there. And for
was
all of that fear, she gets pressured by everyone around her. Her salary depends upon it.
Nobody knows what happens in there, and she's going to make more money if Donald Trump wins. Because look at all the big media. They get to sit there and whinge and moan and blow things out of proportion for the next 4 years.
Oh, look, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. So
I think she crumbles. I think it's very hard. I mean, remember, this has been something that she's not been doing for. Can you change that in just 6 months? Maybe. But I think she's so like, and people pressure her, and I just think she just folds in that way.
She's already
You're looking excited, Natalie. What's happening?
Oh no, I'm looking at the North Carolina Trump percentage go up slowly. That's all I'm looking at. I'm just a bit antsy about North Carolina, just like all of you.
By the way, isn't this the new slogan for Kamala Harris's campaign? What happens in the booth stays in the booth.
Yeah, probably.
White
They run
guys.
an ad with
That's
it.
very
They run
normal.
an ad with it.
Yeah, and she's got the white guys for Harris. Like, really? But you know what? I don't know. Maybe people have different relationships with women to the relationships I have. I've never told a woman how to vote. We talk about it. I've never really voted. I've never really been with somebody who doesn't want to vote the way I do. But if I was to be with someone, I don't care. You vote the way you want to vote.
I just love how they made that statement that Trump has no strong women around him. Kari Lake, Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, seriously, folks, who is
Kayleigh McEnany?
I know. Like, who does Harris have that's a strong woman around her? Nobody.
Who does she have that's a strong man around her?
Oh, we'll get that. What is a man? Let's go back to that again.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a prediction, which is a bit unusual. Ohio was close last time. It's even closer this time.
Interesting.
But if Donald Trump loses it, it will be by a margin of less than the Libertarian vote. There's my prediction. I'm not going to bet on it, but it will be a margin by less.
What do you
than
mean? You don't want a tomahawk steak?
Fun story.
By the time we balance out all the bets at the end of it, there'll be one tomahawk steak
For everyone.
About 50 bets between us.
Fun fact: when the what's his name, RFK was first announced he was running last year, I had the opportunity to speak to one of his treasurers early last year, and I said to him, mate, you're going to split the vote. I mean, Australia will tell you, we've run this experiment time and time again. I said, at some point, you guys need to have a come to Jesus moment with Trump. And I'm so glad that's what's happened. And I had nothing to do with that, obviously. But it's important that people in Australia learn that in America, they got Rogan, they got Musk, they got Tulsi Gabbard, they got all these people uniting on the right, the independents, and people formerly of the left that were Democrat candidates like Tulsi Gabbard. And they still are cutting it close. They're still cutting it close. And so, this should be a blowout election, and we don't know what it is yet. Obviously, this might completely change by the end of the night. But the point is, the idea that it's still close, it's ridiculous. And in Australia, people need to start recognizing that this is you have a closing window, because the left know how to wield power. They know how to sandbag their positions and then capture your positions. But the right, we're still splintered. We're still separated. We don't unify and come together. And we need that sort of MAGA unifying sort of Justice League, Avengers sort of vibe. We're not seeing that in Australia yet.
Absolutely.
And, we'll keep losing until we do. And that's just
The left knows how to attack.
We need to get control of some media outlets.
Yes.
And
the media
because I'm not actually a conservative, so I'm going to say it. Conservatives, can you get a bloody backbone? What happened with MLC down in Melbourne? That the girls are going to take their crosses off? What's going on here? Right, so get a backbone, start standing up for what's right.
I thought MLC was in Sydney.
There's one in Sydney as well. There's one in Sydney. But you're absolutely right. The backbone is what's been missing in the conservative movement, and in whether it's centre right, whatever it is. The left attacks you. If you're on a campaign trail, and I've been on a campaign trail, the left attack. They do, and they don't attack with facts. What they attack with is insults, and yet they're the virtue signalling people that will be the first to say, "Oh my gosh, you've insulted me." Well, we haven't insulted them enough.
Oh, I'm offended.
Love is love.
Good. I'm glad you're offended.
Yeah, this is breaking news,
Rick
guys.
Scott's taken the Senate position in Florida as well, which is what we're expecting.
Yeah, breaking news. Trump was election fraud has taken place in Philadelphia, and says law enforcement is on the way.
Woohoo!
In where, sorry? Which?
Philadelphia.
Pennsylvania. Election fraud. Wow. That's good.
Sorry, Philadelphia, my bad. Yeah, and Pennsylvania, Philadelphia.
where Liberty Bell is.
And this is from Alex Jones, by the way.
So
you're trying to say we should take it with a grain of salt. He's been pretty spot on a lot of things.
So
funnily enough,
let's have a look at a couple of things, right? So Glenn Youngkin wanted to have illegal aliens or not, I don't even call that, non-residents taken off the voting rolls in Virginia, and he had to fight for it. A similar sort of thing has happened in Pennsylvania, if memory serves me correct, in the news lately. Why do you want to keep them on the roll? What is the possible reason for that? So clearly people are going to be suspicious. I'm just reading about this. Law enforcement on their way to Pennsylvania, which, by the way, Pittsburgh is not a place that he was likely to win.
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. Philadelphia's not a place.
And we do know that there's going to be rigging taking place there. On the flip side, Trump and the Amish got the Amish off the bench. For the first time, I think there were 18,000 Amish people who registered for the first time in history. Because I don't know if you know the story of Amos Miller and the Amish farmer.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. And what they've done to him.
Yes,
the organic farming industry there is on the attack.
Tell that story, please do.
Well, I mean, they came to his farm and tried to shut down his entire farm because the way he farms is organic, regenerative farming, and they're attacking regenerative farmers, which, I'm sorry, it's insane because that's the healthiest food that you can possibly eat.
They only want you to have corporatist...
That's it, controlled food.
Controlled food.
What they've just done is they've just politically activated a religious group that was always going to be conservative that never would have voted.
Exactly.
And they vote as a bloc. Right. And they are taking this so seriously, they're doing something that they never do. Amish people are giving television interviews.
80,000 Amish people.
80,000 of them, yep. And they are actually giving television interviews. They never give television interviews. They're doing it because of how annoyed they are. And they've said, just stay out of our business. That's all we want. Right? They don't live on electricity. They don't use any modern technology. They've got horse and carts. Leave them alone. Right.
So this begs to differ. How much money is too much money? They want more. I mean, why can't they have that sector of regenerative farming for those people who, for example, have allergies to certain foods? And they don't. There are so many people that came out and said, this Amish farmer was their life source for food that they cannot get anywhere else. So yeah,
And the Pennsylvania regulators came out to crush him. And they came out like thugs. They told him he couldn't even feed. Not only could he not sell it to people, but he couldn't feed it to his family. Couldn't feed it to his livestock. It was absolutely an authoritarian, jackbooted play in order to crush an independent farmer, which is completely antithetical to what the United States was about.
That's outrageous. So the Amish, you go and meet them. These are some of the nicest, most friendly people. The food's amazing. Their produce is fantastic. They're not wealthy people. They just, they're just doing what they're doing. Leave them alone. They've been there for hundreds of years.
Yeah. And if they come out in that mass and as formerly unregistered voters out of nowhere, unpollable, and they actually come out and they start voting in Pennsylvania, which is where they very much are, from the mountains, like the Ents in Lord of the Rings, it's going to be amazing. This is going to be awesome. We'll get them across
Pennsylvania is not looking wonderful at the moment.
Can we pull up this meme, Rami, of Twitter is alive tonight. This is the whole of the crypto world, all the different coins praying for Trump because he said, look, I want to make crypto great. I want you guys to have, we will have no central bank digital currency. I want you guys to have the freedom to do what you need to do, and that's it. You need financial freedom, and I think that's great, and that's why people, especially the libertarians, are really getting behind him. Didn't a whole libertarian state... Sorry?
Chase Oliver, who was the Libertarian candidate, right?
Right. I think there was a branch of the Libertarians for a state, like Illinois or something. New
Hampshire.
They endorsed Trump, not their...
Jeremy Kaufman organised that little coup through his Mises caucus.
Oh, right.
He's the one trying to pitch the Libertarians to a level of conservative libertarianism we could only dream of.
Yeah.
And that's divisive within the party because Chase Oliver is anything but conservative.
Right.
But Jeremy's doing some fine work. I think you'd like him. But he's fiery work to the level of Laura Loomer kind of thermonuclear activism.
Right. Miso caucus, I like that. It makes...
The Mises caucus, referring to...
Makes me hungry.
Ludwig von Mises.
It's like a miso soup, like miso soup. Miso caucus. Speaking of which...
You got to remember, like, Mises was on the right of Milton Friedman, right? They had a few... and Murray Rothbard was on the right of him, so...
Yeah. Speaking of which, guys, if you guys, again, I don't know if I'm going to have a full panel by the end of this stream. I don't know how long this is going to take. I have no idea. But at some point, we will be switching to some of the other streams so that we can see what's going on, but also get something to eat and stay alive. But if you guys want to support this stream, if you like this sort of content, please consider donating to our PayPal. It's at you can find it in various ways. It's in the link in my bio. It's in the description. You can also head to tpaust.com.au and donate through the website there. It's a big help. Helps cover the rent. Helps cover the switcher, and that's really appreciated. But going back to it, the particular results map, if we can bring that up. This is where things are at in Pennsylvania. It's surprising how slow it is compared to Florida. It's only 8% counted. It is a much smaller state in comparison to Florida. Florida is going to be done and dusted.
Florida is done.
Yeah, in terms of 100% counted.
I called it, remember?
It's 90% counted.
Oh, but it'll never go to 100%, will it? Because they always have to verify and stuff like that.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. But yeah, we're still waiting.
In Pennsylvania, perhaps the people counting the votes are in tears, and it's taking them too long to read the votes and put them down for Trump.
Yeah, we're about to get into the very interesting stage of the stream now. So these vote counts are going to start to get even more significant, and very soon we're going to start to get some more of these Central America results dropping, which largely, for the most part, we know where they're going to land. But once we get to Arizona, once we get to Nevada, I mean, that's when crap gets real, and that's where we're really going to start to see how which states Trump needs or which states Kamala needs to get 270 electoral college votes.
Now, to highlight, he needs more than just winning Georgia and its electoral college votes, because last election we saw a 306 to 232.
North Carolina will do. Together with Georgia. And maybe
still
one
need
more.
one of the Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Well, he's catching up on North Carolina.
I still think he's going to win all 7 of them. I know it doesn't look like it on these numbers.
Pennsylvania is not looking very good.
I'm going to stick with my predictions.
Okay.
I'm stubborn like that.
It's okay.
If Trump gets one of those 3, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, I think it's pretty good. He needs if North Carolina goes blue, then he might need 2 of the 3. What happens?
But Pennsylvania would be the big one, because if he wins Pennsylvania, it's not just because it's a big win for him; it's because it slams the door shut on her.
Yeah, I think.
With Atlanta now reporting for Georgia, I'm honestly minutes away from calling Georgia.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Because if you drill down to the county section there, what we were waiting on was some big results in Georgia from the big metros, and until now we haven't seen the Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, and they're reporting back now. Now being able to get Cobb or Fulton. Trump's getting 3 to 8% swings in these metro areas towards him, which was enough to looks like again minutes away from being able to call 16 electoral votes for Trump in Georgia.
The bits of Atlanta too that have been called, you start talking about Alpharetta, you start talking about north of there, Milton, Duluth, all those sorts of suburbs. Those are conservative areas. They're not going to vote for the Dems. Gwinnett County, so.
If you wanted to look at some Pennsylvania, because that's such a key state, we can dive into some of the swings if you want to bring that map up. We can walk through what the swings have been on some different counties there.
I think that's a real key.
Yeah, it is, because just being able to compare what it's like last time, because we if you look at the numbers right now, if you can bring it up, Pennsylvania right now is only 8% reporting 71% Dem. But what I want to compare is just some of the counties that would drill down and compare from it. But we'll give that one a.
But are we still saying that Pennsylvania is counting the mail-in votes first? Because if that is the case, then we can expect to see a massive swing back. So if someone can verify that,
I do believe so. And the independents, by the way, are coming back in Pennsylvania as +6 Trump.
We can dive into some of these counties, because again, 71.2% is if you compare it by county, with only 8% reporting, it's just too early to dive into. As when we first looked at Texas, which looked like it had turned blue. That said, with 40% reporting now and 51% Trump, it's not as red a state as it used to be.
In West
Which one?
Texas?
Texas.
Yeah, that makes
Texas.
sense.
Despite the nationwide swing I'm seeing anyway of 2-3% towards Trump, average over city and metro, Texas still remains at 51.9% versus last election, which was 52.1. So even with that swing, Texas has moved towards being a blue state.
Well, I'm pretty sure Ted Cruz will beat. I'm 100% sure Ted Cruz will win the Senate position. I've got more chance of winning it from here, sitting here in Sydney, Australia, than what Colin Allred has got. But if you're suggesting that Texas could be a problem in future elections, I'll say to you, I think it's so far away that if Texas was to actually become blue, it could become a swing state. But if it was to actually become blue, I think by the time it does, the Rust Belt will have turned red, and I think Oregon would probably have turned purple by the time Texas turns.
One of the big swings for Trump has been the Hispanic vote. So we've talked about the black vote, but the Hispanic vote has, compared to 2020 and 2016, swung significantly towards Trump compared to those two.
And their population is the highest growing population in America as well.
Except the Amish.
So can I talk about immigration just for a minute? So I've got family.
That's awesome.
More of my family have moved from Fiji to the United States than what they have actually moved to Australia and New Zealand. So I spent a bit of time in the US, unfortunately in California. Yeah. But, here's what we're basically being told, that if you want to wait 10 or 20 years to get into the United States, you can do that. But somebody else can cross the border illegally or even just overstay a flight. They'll be given amnesty and they'll get their citizenship.
And free flights to anywhere they like.
Exactly, and free food, and
a mobile
housing support, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, and actually they are housed
now,
for 2 years.
If you look at the people that have worked hard to, become a citizen of a country, like my parents did when they came to Australia.
My parents did.
Those people become more patriotic because they've worked for it and they're proud of it. And they'll actually say to you, I'm Australian, I worked to get here. That's what you see in America. Immigrants that have worked for it are so proud of it. They're holding up their flags. They're not happy when people burn their flags. They're not happy when they see people, trashing their constitution, and they're not happy when they see people showing up. They've only been there for a year. They have kids so that they can't have their families broken up. They've abused the system. Meanwhile, they say to their kids, your cousin that's still living in that poor country, well, your cousin can't come over here because those people jumped the queue. So the immigrant community is going to turn on the Dems.
It's also happening in the inner cities in the United States. You have illegal immigrants coming into shelters, getting benefits that the people who have lived there for generations, even the minority people, even the Hispanic population that's been there legally, the black population, are being displaced in community centers for people who have come in illegally, and that's part of the reason, I think, for the shift of some of these communities. And
not to mention the child trafficking that's going on across the borders with 320,000 missing children, and the fact that the Biden administration got rid of the DNA testing between a male who brings in children, testing whether that's the father or not. How in God's name do you get rid of something that protects the children, innocent children?
They're now downgrading felonies, and a similar thing is happening here in Australia. I think you were the one that told me about it. They're now downgrading felonies to misdemeanors in order to protect illegal immigrants, in order to protect BLM protests, etc. But they're upgrading misdemeanors into felonies in order to go after their political opponents.
Yeah, exactly.
And they say they're worried about Donald Trump getting revenge.
So this is one of the... it's really hard to overestimate the narrative change that will happen once you have a Justice Department, in Donald Trump's hands. And it's not to say that he's going to go after people who haven't committed crimes. It's all the cover that the Biden administration has given to people who have committed crimes when it comes to child trafficking, when it comes to, one of the things, someone in the federal government knows who's on all the Epstein tapes, right?
And why isn't that out there in the P. Diddy tapes?
You know exactly why. Because
we do.
Right, because they want to control all the people who are on those tapes. One of the things that has crossed my mind when all these celebrities come trot it out and said, "Oh yeah, I support Kamala." It's like,
what do they have on you?
What do they have on you? Yeah. That's exactly
right. So by the way, North Carolina update, neck and neck, they're even.
Perfect. Right. So here's the thing, for everybody who says, "Oh, we're all tinfoil hat wearing right-wing conspiracy theorists." Okay, cool. What happened with Twitter? When Elon Musk took over Twitter, he released all the files and said, hey, this is what the federal government's been doing to Twitter, right?
All the things that are called conspiracy theories.
Exactly. So when Merrick Garland is out of there, thank goodness, thank heavens, he never got confirmed to the Supreme Court.
100%.
When he's out of there, you'll have somebody come in and say, right, let's have a look. We're going to tell the public exactly what's been going on, and hopefully that'll put an end to this sort of behaviour from the Dems for generations to come.
Well, but it does lead to one other concern, is that even if Trump wins today, we have until January 20th to see what kind of things come next. I mean, this is a very important battle, but it is not the end of the attempts to control.
We can already tell you what's going to happen next. The Dems are going to burn all the cities down, and Tim Walz's wife, Gwen Walz, will be sitting there,
singing songs, which is what she did in some of the rallies.
Opening up the window. I've actually got a really good business idea. I think we should create a new perfume or air freshener called Burning City Air Freshener and sell it to all the Democrats.
I think Elon Musk already made a perfume called Burnt.
Maybe he has. Bit of an update.
BLM's Musk.
A fiery but peaceful perfume.
Yeah, that's it. Bit of an update for you guys. No big surprises. Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma have been called for Donald Trump.
But,
with 2% counted.
The things that come next, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of what we're doing today, but the next things up are going to be the certification of the electoral votes on January 6th of 2025. You have Inauguration Day. You have anything that happens between. I mean, you have 3 months where people who probably could be charged with crimes in a legitimate investigation, and I'm not talking about upgrading misdemeanors to felonies. I'm talking about actual serious things that have been swept under the rug by the current Justice Department. They've got a couple of months to figure out how they're going to make their play, and that's actually what worries me more.
But I totally. But we need to one step at a time.
One step at a time.
I think that's we've got to be a little bit positive in that. Look,
they've had.
I don't want to count my indictments before they hatch, but
they've had 6 months to work it out
That's
though,
true.
at a minimum though, because they knew Biden was going to lose this. They must have known in their heart of hearts. They must have known that he was never going to win.
North Carolina is now
I've got
red.
friends of mine that was
now red.
I've got friends of mine that were in the White House, rang me up and said, "Look, he's looking old. He's competent enough to be able to have conversations, but then he'll drift off." And they must have known.
Well, you want me to tell you what I think the play was? I think the play was they managed to get a shot taken at Trump 2 days before the Republican National Convention. The plan was to get rid of him and put in a deep state hag, a.k.a. Nikki Haley. And once they had done that, it was sewn up. None of these things would have been held to account if it was Haley. And I heard from someone, I forgot who it was, that Pompeo was saying, "Oh yeah, I'm being considered for the vice presidential pick." Well, not by Trump, but by Haley.
To
with
Joel's
that one
point,
day, they would have sewn it all up. Deep state versus deep state.
divine intervention. Honestly, that was meant to be. It really was. I mean, that's not the only attempt on his life that happened.
And it's the same day he called Kennedy and said, "Hey, we need to talk."
And that phone call, I don't know, did you guys listen to that phone call? It was an incredible phone call that was recorded by Kennedy. Kennedy's son.
I haven't heard it.
That's when Maha joined MAGA.
That's it.
And honestly, that may very well be the winning margin here.
Yep.
If he wins, I don't think he could do it without Maha's help.
You know what? Really surprised me? If you genuinely believe, which they don't, but if you genuinely believe that he is a Hitler, what would be the strongest Democratic ticket that you could possibly have put up? You would go to RFK Jr., you would go to Tulsi Gabbard, and you would say, "Listen, you guys have got full control. Whatever changes you want to make to the Democrats, you've got full control." And we'll jump
They're
behind
not
you.
controllable individuals, and here lies the problem. You can't control.
But you would control other things in the background, right?
Sure.
You would try to put them on the ticket. Instead, you let Trump have them. This is not like
that's if you wanted a Democrat, but I agree with Natalie. You don't have the narrative control. You think JFK or RFK Jr. is not going to look into the Food and Drug Administration and the CDC?
You've got two of the most well-referenced books that he's written. He has not been sued once for those two books, which leads me to believe that they're very, very truthful books. Because if they weren't, I tell you what, I'm sure Fauci would have sued him long time ago, as would Eco Health Alliance and all the rest of them. So you wouldn't put somebody who has got so much information and such a... Well, he's a convicted politician. He's got convictions. You wouldn't put him anywhere near the Democratic Party.
For these people, it's uniparty or bust.
Yeah,
uniparty or bust, and it doesn't matter. If they, it has to be.
Can I just say, in Baldwin County, where is this? Georgia. It's 40% black, and it's about to go Trump, which is the first time it's gone.
Wow.
It's the first time it's gone Republican since 2004, which is insane. So the black vote is definitely shifting even more compared.
How's
to
the
last
betting
time.
market going?
I'd like to give a very quick
71%.
shout out to our guys in Perth. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Give a quick shout out to our guys at Edge Radio. They're dual broadcasting some of this. Travis and his wife Luan and their beautiful children are watching us from Western Australia. So they haven't seen the whole lot yet. So they're just waking up to the good news. So very.
And hopefully the good news will continue throughout the day.
Absolutely. So my faith in North Carolina, Chris over here got me all nervous, feeling a bit better. You got anything good to say about Virginia yet?
Getting there. Getting there.
It's not necessary. North Carolina, if that had gone blue, that would have been a problem.
You've got, if I can say about Virginia, we're clearly close to half counted, but 48-9 Trump, 49-3 Harris.
I've got 49-3 Trump, 49 Harris from ABC. So it's sort of a touch and go.
This is very close.
Yeah.
Look, that indicates something that's positive, does it not?
We talked about Fairfax County, the swing there from last time. Again, for Trump to win, we're talking about hitting a 5.5% swing, because last election it was 44 Trump, 54 Biden. So he's got a long way that he's got to climb to try and win that. The fact that it's really close means that
that's huge.
That's 4.5 or 5% swing in a state that gets so much of its GDP from the defense industry and
not
DC.
a battleground state.
No.
Guys, can someone tell me what the hell is going on in Pennsylvania? There, supposedly there's disruptions going on there.
Democratic governor and Republican.
This is what the
Republican House. This is Republican Congress. Yeah.
This is the breaking news. It says just in. This is from Disclosed TV. They've got a pretty good track record. Pennsylvania voting site evacuated as disruptors try to upset election result. This is from the Daily Mail. What the hell's going on? I'm trying to find some more stuff on it, but I figured if I'd put it out there in the ether.
I think
there's always one, isn't there? Like, there's got to be somebody out of the Democrats or the far left movement that has to hit somewhere, and they know Pennsylvania is that state that is very important.
And you know what? It'll be too big to rig because Donald Trump will win by such a big margin. I am hoping that they won't even need Pennsylvania.
Like I said, from your mouth to God's ears. But at the moment, Trump's 30.1%. So let's just keep watching that one.
There were bomb threats as well earlier. I don't know if you guys heard.
At the Capitol, yeah.
Where?
In Washington, D.C. There were bomb threats.
Gosh.
Yeah. Actually, someone rocked up with a gas... on another incident, someone rocked up with some
Speaking of which, did they ever track down the person who left the pipe bomb outside of DNC in 2020?
No.
Just no interest, huh? No. Let's just memory hole that.
They didn't need it.
And this is...
they didn't need that. Like plan A, B, and C worked. Don't worry about D.
Yeah, let's just...
That's funny, man.
In North Carolina, Trump is ahead now, 52.6%.
Perfect. I mean, I'd love to see Mark Robertson win that governor race, but I don't see it. I think Josh Stein will win it, but I'd love to see it because the media's been very unfair to him. They've called Illinois already.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, but actually, there's been a bit of
deep blue.
But there's been a few people pretty unhappy up there in Illinois. Chicago's deep blue. Not all of Illinois is.
You're right.
Hang on. Has there been a swing against the Democrats in Illinois? Because I think was it not more blue last time?
Yeah, I think there is a swing.
There is a swing.
Yeah, but Eminem,
But this is what you've got to look at. If there's swings against Donald,
it's all about the Hollywood and the rappers and all that. Was Eminem at P Diddy's house?
If there are swings against the Dems in blue places, that would tend to indicate that Trump's doing very well.
This is what Illinois looked like in 2020. This New York Times by county, just see how red everything is except for Chicago.
But that's the whole country, isn't it? Really?
St. Louis, East St. Louis, and Chicago are the only.
Can we bring that map up? Can you send that?
It's the New York. Yeah,
but I can see it. Our audience can't.
That's the New York Times map from 2020, where you can see by county. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good if we could do a by county comparison. Some of the maps would really
I think
help
a comparison
walk us through a few of them.
Really important to see if there's how much.
But if you actually look at the country, you see the whole thing's red, and then you just got a few dots, but those are the cities, so that are blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally those. One interesting thing about Illinois is there's been a redistricting, and this was pretty divisive. Cook County, which you've probably heard of, spoken many times before, we now have the County of Chicago and Cook suburbs. So it was very hard to get them through, and that was because it was beginning to turn. So trying to compare Chicago between what it was before last election and now, about a 2% swing towards Trump, but not enough to swing a very deep blue state.
All right.
But still, that's I mean that 2% is the margin of victory if
Nationwide,
if
yeah.
it was nationwide.
Absolutely.
North Carolina, Donald Trump hasn't just taken the lead; he's taken the lead. We're talking 53 to 46.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
See,
taken the
you see what's happening. 100%. They've done a really good job compared to last time on early voting, mail-in ballot voting as well. They've counted that first, which is why she's starting, and then he's streaming ahead and catching her, and it's less of a catch. He's getting it straight away. Last time it was complete the opposite. They just came in at the last minute with all these mail-in ballots, and to their credit, they chased those ballots. So full credit to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point Action in the USA. They've done a really good job. I think Charlie raised $100 million last year, which was more than the Republican Party, just for focusing on this particular aspect of the election. So kudos to Charlie, kudos to them adapting. Obviously, most people are like, no, it should be, you just vote on election day. It should be a snapshot of the electorate. That's what Professor David Flint says. But no, they've adapted, and they're using a lot of the left's tactics without being infected by the left's morality. And that's really important for people in all Western countries to understand that. You can use their tactics without adopting their morality.
Yeah.
I have got some news you'll be very happy with, Joel. Pleased to let you know that Bernie Sanders has been confirmed to be the winner of the senator race in Vermont.
That's really good. That's really good. That's excellent to hear.
He grows on you, old Bernie.
He does.
Also, the betting market is at 75% now for Trump.
You watch what happens to Bernie.
They
He's
don't
gonna-
get these wrong. The betting market doesn't get this wrong. Yeah,
No.
75% chance of him winning.
Let me know when we need to do a mental health check on Hassan Piker.
That's right. But,
There'll be a few people. What about on Kamala?
I'm glad Bernie's sticking around because I'm sure he'll be a billionaire soon, and so he'll stop saying the billionaires. He'll start saying the trillionaires.
That's right. You've got to keep on moving up the...
That's right. Yeah. Well, with that much inflation, I mean, there'll be a few trillionaires soon enough.
Once he sold out to Hillary, he was rolling in it.
That's it. Yeah. Extra house.
Did anybody see, I don't know who's responsible for making this, but off the topic while we're trying to entertain our audience, did anybody see the video that was cut and pasted of AOC flirting with Elon Musk? Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
It's so good. Just look it up. You said it. You've seen it? Yeah. Can you put it up on the screen? It's just done
She's
so well.
funny at the best of times. Flirting would be, I'd love to see that.
It's not real. It's totally
edited. AI?
It's not AI. They've selectively edited it, but it just looks
kind of like the fine people hoax and all those things. Yeah. The things I've taken out of context in order to create the absolute opposite narrative. I just can't believe that so many people have fallen for that. I mean, Obama and is still repeating the fine people hoax just last week.
Yeah.
I just can't. It's so galling.
But these are the people that want to crush misinformation.
Exactly.
Right.
That's exactly it. Absolutely. It is complete narrative control. Unabashed.
Well, if you're
Trump
gonna,
is ahead in Virginia.
If you're going to have misinformation,
I know I've got a beautiful face, but we've got others here. I don't.
Yeah, so I was just sending the video.
I was just going to say misinformation, disinformation bill, right? If you're going to put in a bill, why on earth are you not including governments?
Yeah.
Like, why are they not included? Universities, governments, and mainstream media. Let's include them. They will be full of misinformation, disinformation.
But what's the story here? Like, so today I think the weather's supposed to be 31, 32. I don't like the temperature. I like it to be a bit cooler, right? Let's say it was 27, and I said, you know what, today's too hot. Well, the government could turn around and say, okay, well, we've actually done a study, and the optimum temperature for human beings is 26.5 degrees. So you said it was too hot, but actually it was actually not too hot, so therefore it was missing. Well, where's the line going to be drawn? What they're going to do is they're going to create a scenario where they could come after you for anything.
Absolutely.
That's
right.
the problem.
And then actually control you with their little CPDs and
So when we had the
credit
misinformation
points,
bill
brownie
here,
points.
Stephen Pettis was here, sitting where you were. He's from Queensland, and I said, well, next week when the Sydney Swans beat Brisbane in the grand final, so perhaps those videos should be taken down because it was misinformation.
That's right. Yeah.
Guys, before we get back to Chris, I just want to play this video which you asked me to bring up. So here we go.
Yeah, here we
Elon
go.
Musk flirting with AOC.
I apologize.
No, he's perfect.
I'm breaking all the rules.
Well, I guess we might make some mistakes. Who knows?
I think one of the biggest problems we have in DC is that everyone's egos are too big.
I actually just prefer to have no titles at all.
You're opening yourself up.
I'm just being me.
Oh my God, she's so creepy.
It's creepy.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry, from a perspective of a dentist, I could help her.
I need my teeth sorted
Selective
out.
editing.
See me
I will
afterwards.
talk to you. I've already spent $100. Can I just say, as from the perspective of a man, Elon, run.
Yeah, it's all right. Elon's got enough women in his life already.
She could be a mistake of someone like Helena Bobbitt or something.
Yeah. Oh, we got more Michigan results coming out. I'm really interested to see how Michigan goes. I really am.
North Carolina's doing really well for Trumpy.
It's looking fantastic for Trump. Virginia is also going back red. Chris, you've scared me for no reason. There's going to be a tomahawk coming from you at the end of this.
Oh no, it's going to be close.
Isn't it funny? The tomahawk is the currency at the moment.
Yeah. Tomahawk coin.
You know, Tony Nicklick will be most impressed about this one.
So Georgia turns. Yeah, can we do some?
Yeah, shoot.
Yeah,
What would you like to look at, Georgia?
Pull it up so that we can try and illustrate some of it. No, because Georgia's probably the first one to say, and I'm happy to predict Georgia at this point.
Yeah,
I think most
I'm
people
happy.
are.
I'll back you up.
I'm sure most of your studios are also predicting that as well. Why that matters is we're talking about 16 electoral votes for Trump. So this isn't just holding on to a seat that you've already won. Now, last election, Trump had 232 electoral college votes, and he needs to get to 270 to win. It's a road uphill, so this is 16 more up that hill. The second, which is going to be his one to turn, Virginia. We've got looking at half counted, and it's still so close. It's still so close, so it could easily absolutely turn the other way.
It's pretty close. I mean, look at how many votes libertarians are getting. This is literally the difference between Trump and Kamala right now. Same with Jill Stein. Yeah.
But I've been saying Virginia for such a long time. I really want this one to be correct because I got phone calls from people that are friends of mine that were saying, Shaquille, Virginia, get real, dude. It's never going to happen.
If Virginia flips.
Can you keep Virginia up for a second? Because I want to highlight that Virginia last time was 44% to Trump, 54% to Biden. And if you can blow those numbers just up a little bit larger so that they're more visible. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. And you can see the swing that's turned towards Trump, where he's at 49.3 from 44 last time, a 5.3% swing towards Trump.
Just remind me, Virginia is how many votes? Is it 16?
13.
13.
Sorry.
Yep. If you win Virginia and the other states that we think you will, you don't have to have Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. So if you get Virginia and North Carolina and Arizona and Nevada, you do not have to have any of the Great Lakes.
I tell you what, though, Paul, as I was saying earlier, and the reason why I'm paying attention to specific counties, these sort of areas, if they're flipping, black areas 40%, first time since 2004, and it's happening in places like North Carolina. I mean, what the hell are we going to see in Pennsylvania and some of these other states as the counts get above 14%?
Well, one of the things with Virginia, it's a Republican governor. So, the rigging ability, unfortunately, Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, I don't put anything past her, including fake kidnappings. The Shapiro in Pennsylvania, also Democrat, and Wisconsin, pretty sure. So one of the nice things, about taking Virginia and not leaving it to any governor's possible shenanigans, I don't know to what degree they can do that, but anyway, it would be nice. It would be nice to have it done and dusted.
So Gretchen Whitmer, she's the one that just recently did this bizarre thing where she was, giving a piece of bread or something to some girl on her knees.
Yes, that's right.
She's the one that decided, after locking everybody else down and preventing other people from being able to visit their family, who takes a flight to, I think, Florida, of all places, to go visit her relatives.
Yep.
Sort of an Anastasia Palaszczuk type vibe with her. And Josh Shapiro is the great guy that decided it would be a good idea, a really good optic, to go and autograph some missiles that they were giving to the Ukraine. No, not a war hawk or anything.
Yeah, speechless. I'm from Ukraine, but seriously, can we just support the people, Americans for America, Australians for Australian? Enough, and all you're supporting is the death of young men, and now we're up to the women. They're now putting women into the armies.
Just to be clear, I support the Ukraine. I support the United States when it was trying to do something about terrorism in the Middle East. But I would find absolutely no joy in signing and making a photo op out of something that we're going to use to kill people, knowing that innocent people are going to die.
You can support a country, but forgive me if I'm wrong. Where was the Peace Corps?
Yeah.
Why are we funding war? Why is there not a whole bunch of people going in there and trying to negotiate peace? Because there's no money in peace.
Explain this to me, right? Nigel Farage had been saying for years and years and years, right, at the European Union, he was also saying at the United Nations, something needs to be done about the situation in the Ukraine. Now, if America really wanted to avert war, when you start to see them move troops towards the border, why didn't you move a whole heap of troops there at the border to stop them from coming in? You wouldn't have had to have a war then because they wouldn't have bothered trying.
Because it's a military-industrial complex.
Completely incompetent.
Well, actually, in some ways, so one of the things is if they had signed the Istanbul Accords, would have another 500,000 Ukrainians alive. The idea, once you get into your supply lines that close to the Russian border, first of all, it's not really that much different than what the U.S. General Staff wanted to do in the 60s when the Soviet Union went into Cuba. And we got that close to where they got a 90-minute flight to D.C. 3 times they wanted to get, the generals wanted to get us into war, war with in Cuba. And now, when it came that close to the Ukrainian border, I don't think that putting all of NATO's troops on the Ukrainian border would have actually made it better. Honestly, I think then you're gambling with the whole world's population.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm going to begin trying to get someone on from America to actually jump on our podcast and talk about the results. So do forgive me if I'm a bit distracted. Yep, Shaquille.
Just while you do that, so I'm getting a text message from Travis. Asked me to have a look at what's happening in Maryland. So early voting count, Travis, and to anybody else who's watching. Maryland, there's no realistic possibility. It'd be like inner city Melbourne. Yep. It'd be like Northcote or something voting for Trump. But yeah, you're right. At the moment, what's being reported is 63.8% for Donald Trump, and
they called it for the Democrats.
33.5% for.
Didn't we go through this just
earlier?
I know.
And because it's not a state that's in play. So it's like Alaska, right? I can call Alaska right now. It's like
but strange things do occur during election times, particularly when the Democratic Party has semi-destroyed a country with what they've done in the last.
So, what's reporting over there? Do you know that, Chris? Or what 1% reporting? Sorry, less than 1% reporting.
0.6. It's 0.6. It's with Trump 63.8. That's.
You've got.
You know what? Maryland is a safe haven for the Catholics. Maybe they're a bit annoyed, especially after the dinner, the Al Smith dinner in New York.
What about the rally where somebody was talking about Jesus and Kamala said, you're at the wrong rally?
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, that would annoy a lot of Christians, would it not?
Yeah. Maybe some of those Irish Catholics in Maryland and Massachusetts, but I don't know. Look, I'm not brave enough to make those sorts of calls. I think I went out on a limb saying New York is in play, so I think I'll just stick with that one for the moment.
Yeah.
0 counted in New York yet, so we don't know, but Maryland, well, there you go. It's interesting.
I just don't get how Michigan, since we started the stream, they've been counting and it's still at 8%.
I have no idea, man.
Printers can only go so fast.
It's actually ridiculous.
That's the slow state.
How's the betting odds?
It's 25. It's 375 on Kamala.
You're equating American odds, are you?
No. This is from, I think, an Australian website, maybe
TV. It's $3.75. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but Sportsbet, don't use those because they've got a
Poly Market has Kamala at 25%.
Okay,
got it. Okay, so right.
And Betfair is sort of showing a similar kind of figure.
It's over.
I'd say so, but look, it's too early to say.
Yum Rami.
I think Michigan is going to flip red.
Yeah.
I think everything's going to flip red.
Right.
Looking forward to it, Rami. That steak. Great. We're all looking forward to the tomahawk.
You said he was buying steaks for all of us, didn't you? That's what you said.
Yeah. He said the bet was for everyone.
Yeah. No, it was for every swing
I'm happy
state.
to take the whole.
No, it was for every swing state that Trump gets. That's one extra person. That's it. Thanks, Rami.
Oops.
You're a good man, Rami.
I mean, look, Maryland, I can't see it. I really can't see it for those of you that are looking at those numbers. But, I mean, if it did happen, then Rhode Island's got to go Vermont's back in play. Rhode Island's in play. I mean, that is such an outrageous lead.
They've called Maryland and not DC. Like this is how ludicrous it is, and yet Maryland's 0.6% counted in red.
To more the seats.
They've called DC now, I think.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
To more
They
the
probably
seats
counted one
in
vote and said DC's.
play.
Yeah, that's it.
Ohio is we're passing the half counted mark. It was looking uncertain earlier on. I know there's discussion around that. Trump's now starting to really take away. I'm watching the chart of the numbers as the numbers start to come in. He's at 52 to Harris's 46.5. So that's something that I know you're concerned about losing last time. So this means his margin has actually reduced. There's been a swing against Trump of about 1.5% from 2020. But yeah, it's looking like Ohio is going to be is going to turn red, and that's something I'll predict.
So, be that as it may, at the moment, and I know it's early days because we've got the red states. We've still got to wait for the West Coast. Yeah. But at the moment, he's also leading the popular vote, which is worth noting as well.
Yeah, well,
23 million votes for him.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, wait till California's like 35 mil, right?
Yeah.
But the prediction was that he was going to lose the popular vote and win the colleges. That was the prediction.
Yeah.
So obviously the prediction wasn't very accurate.
I'll just say with these apparent swings against him, everyone that we've said so far has been a swing against him has turned.
Yeah, as the rural areas, which tend to be slower to get their reporting in.
Yep.
If this is a large electoral victory, if we could take a moment and appreciate just how close the country and the world came to a point where, you know, with 45% of people believing that Trump might be literal Hitler, having a close election and fighting over. I mean, I just can't believe we got to this point.
Yeah.
You know, with what the media narrative has managed to create. I mean, we are going to have a mental health crisis in the U.S. starting tomorrow, even if Trump wins. Yeah. And there's going to be some serious cleanup to do.
Especially if he wins.
Yeah, the mainstream media has a lot to answer for. No, whether it be in the US, the UK,
100%.
here, wherever, it doesn't make any difference because the narrative is so much the same around the world that if they don't like you, they'll destroy you.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of whether you've done something wrong or not.
Debanked, deplatformed.
De-everything.
Yeah.
But this is where it's time, and especially if we've got Trump, you know, leader of the most powerful country in the world, you know, the wind in our sails, this is where it's time for us to stand up and say, right, enough. Right, and just have an uprising to force the sorts of changes that we want to see. We don't want to be bullied by big corporations. We've had enough of big media. We've had enough of all this crap. You know, when they had to send special counsellors in 2016 to the colleges because the kids were all freaking out, they needed to have cry closets. You know what? When my side loses in politics, I don't always get what I want in life. You just have to sit there and suck it up and just lick your wounds and go, well, you know, let's see what we can do for the next election. But their side, when Kamala Harris loses this, oh, it's because it was sexism, it's because all the men hate me. Bullshit, that's not the reason at all.
So Gallup polling, Partisans Trust in Media, 1972 to 2024. In 1972, the Democrats had trust in mainstream media of 75% and Republicans 70%. Now, in 2024, it's Democrats 54% trust mainstream media, mass media, Republicans 12, Independents 27, right? So there's this absolutely yawning gap now between the trust in mass media for Republicans and Democrats, and that's why we live in different worlds.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just. There must be something wrong with the numbers I'm looking at here because this is what my screen says, and there's something seriously wrong, but it's just a funny figure. Donald Trump leads New Mexico with 41% reporting. I don't know how because it's not showing anything.
It's only one county so far.
One county, exactly, but it says 41% reporting. That's why there's an error here. But Donald Trump's leading 77,142 votes to Chase Oliver with 77,141 votes. So there's 1 vote difference.
What?
Yeah, there's an error because it's early numbers. But what's very interesting is that Kamala Harris only has 38,000 or 38,500 votes. So...
Guys, we're getting results out of Iowa pretty quickly, some exit polling. I don't think that's actually, we don't have results yet, but apparently in Iowa, and I'm just pulling up the map, you've got to appreciate this, how efficient Iowa actually is set up in terms of the counties. It's like little boxes, like little chicken wire. Apparently Trump's, it's going to go like 58% Trump. That's what the exit polling's saying.
Yeah.
So to what Shaquille was saying earlier about that polling was complete crap.
Yeah.
was complete crap. In fact, I was listening to Charlie Kirk talk about this the
What
other
I was
day.
saying was correct. The polls were complete crap.
Yeah,
to be clear.
so to be clear, that poll which we saw earlier this week, where Iowa, it was actually over the weekend, last weekend, where Iowa was showing, there's been a 20-point swing towards Kamala. It's like, whoa, where's that coming from? And Charlie did a really good job of diving into the actual data there, and he said, well, if you look at the other questions that they asked, you can smell something fishy. For example, all these people that were polled, they basically said that their number one concern was democracy or something, but it was phrased in a very Democrat way, and it was like, hang on, that's not the number one concern of a lot of Republicans. It's actually, it's the border, it's the cost of living, it's other stuff, it's tangible stuff. And so just sort of things like that so Charlie's, he's just walked off the podcast. He's like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to go.
Yes, Minister.
Do you know what we
actually
should
did
have a look
really good,
at?
Skit on this issue, but just quickly to update people on what has been called, and again, it would have been on very few votes. North and South Dakota, no surprises there. Wyoming, no surprises there. Oklahoma, Louisiana, no surprises there. And Nebraska has also been called for them at the moment.
Sure.
It'd be interesting to see in the blue states that are going to be blue no matter what, how much of a swing there's been against the Democratic Party, like in New York, New Jersey, and all those kind of states.
We have some New York results in, and let's go to the bluest of blue, one of the highest in the nation, Manhattan.
It's all hitting. Which
was 86.7 at the last election, about a 1% swing towards Trump. So still very blue. We've got 85.3% there. Staten Island is more significant towards Trump, where we saw an 11% swing towards Trump.
Wow, 11%.
It's like 65% Trump or something.
11% in Staten Island.
Staten Island was 57.
66% Trump now.
So it seeing a 10% swing towards it in a dense urban area.
The reddest borough, Staten Island.
It is, absolutely.
What about New Jersey, Chris? What's happening in New
They've
Jersey?
called New York for Kamala Harris already, but you know what? I'm going to say now that I think some of these states could potentially be uncalled at some point.
I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right.
Well,
I'll just hope for Virginia.
I don't think it'll matter.
If Virginia goes red,
it's over.
Game over.
It's over. Yep.
If Virginia goes red, what does he have to win that's left?
No, it's over. If Virginia goes red, then he'll definitely take North Carolina and Georgia. It's over. Arizona is likely to be his on the numbers.
He's in the lead in Virginia with 48.8% counted. But very marginally, 49.9 to Kamala's 48.4. So.
And the fact that they elected Glenn Youngkin as the governor after all these years of Democrat control, there has been something on the ground that's changed in Virginia.
So just across the river, you've got Hudson County and you have Bergen County. And both of those have seen 10% swings towards Trump. So Hudson County saw 26% Trump last. Yep, Hudson, which is about where Jersey City kind of is. This time you'll see 34 with 70% counted, 34% towards Trump. So a 10% swing.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because when you look at New Jersey overall, there's not as big a difference as I actually anticipated, percentage-wise.
It will still remain a blue state. It won't. These aren't significant that way, but it does show the sentiment nationwide.
Yes.
They've called New Jersey for her as well. Fair enough, she's up 10%, I guess, with 48% leading. But again, it depends on how many what are they counting first? The mail-in ballots and the early votes, or are they counting the on-the-day votes? So.
With the overall map, with the only two states that we've seen swing so far, Georgia and North Carolina. Now those two, you're looking at 32 electoral college votes, 16 each, 30-ish electoral. Yeah, 16 and 15. So that gives us 31 votes, electoral college electors, which have swung to Trump, and that gets him from 232. Well on the way. That was in 9. Well on the way to his 270 to win. So the question is, which state from there is he able to move? I'm going to point to Colorado with its 9 electoral votes, which went 55 Biden last time. If he's able to pick that up, and Arizona. Look, if he only from here, he only needs Arizona.
Yeah.
Arizona hasn't even started counting.
If he gets Arizona, he will get Arizona.
He'll
He's done
get
such a
He'll
good
get
job.
He needs, he needs to get Arizona.
Charlie's done such a great job in Arizona.
If this thing here in Virginia, if this
Virginia
continues
would
the way
be
it is,
huge.
yeah,
Virginia would be huge.
And they probably don't want to call it. Look, the poly markets odds and the Betfair odds are going through the roof for him at the moment. Okay, take me off the screen. I'm looking stuff up.
With the
zoom into his nostril.
Come back so we get some equal time.
Zoom into his nostril.
You can tell how much less upset everybody is. You know, we came in here all stressed, and now it's like a bit of a sigh of relief.
You know,
well, not yet, but you know, it's looking fairly.
When North Carolina
fairly
started looking blue, I was feeling pretty.
I was watching North Carolina like a hawk. That was
I still remember.
maintained my confidence in the thing. All you naysayers, I said, no, just give it a moment. North Carolina's coming back. It's just Raleigh. It's all right.
I still remember 2020.
Yeah.
Where every stream was like this, and all of a sudden, the haircut.
But you know what? I would
We're
never
not
have
at
had the sort of
2020 though.
meltdown that they had in 2016, right? If Trump loses, I might not like it very much. Might avoid going to the United States for a while, not open up any branch offices over there. But it is what it is. So who is it that has these hysterical meltdowns? It's not our side. It's the party of love.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to see violence.
Peace, love, and mung beans. Yeah. I think we
more
haven't had
violence if Trump wins. That's what the violence will be.
totally.
Ohio's been called for Trump.
Ohio's been called. Excellent.
Obviously.
he already held that last year, so that's not a
not a swing state.
The key Senate votes, I think, are Pennsylvania, Arizona, was it Nevada? So those are sort of the second order effects. If there's, because right now it's a pretty razor thin margin in both the House and the Senate. So at some point we should kind of keep an eye on the Senate. But I think most of them are out west, other than Pennsylvania.
So at the moment, I don't know what's going on with Google, but they've now turned Colorado light blue, Missouri and Kansas light blue. I know it's early days, but why are they even doing that? I thought they called Missouri and Kansas earlier.
Kansas is pretty much Topeka and the rest of the state. And Topeka is blue and the rest of the state is red.
Yeah.
And
Maryland is staying red after 1% counted. Like that's okay. It is 1%, but that's quite comical, no?
It's
quite funny.
How's the Senate seats going?
It's not translating in terms of the Senate vote for the Democrats is higher than it is for Kamala. So it's not translating well for her. I'm not sure what the balance is with regards to Republicans to Democrat, but yeah, I mean, if I was a Democrat, if I was Kamala, I'd be freaking out right now because that is a serious indicator.
She wouldn't be freaking out. She'd just be cackling.
Chris, can we zoom in on Virginia counties?
Sure.
So we're at half the vote and 49.8 to 48.5. So he's up by just over 1%, or 1.3% in Virginia. Where are the votes left to count? What's happening here?
That's the map, by the way.
The rural areas around Roanoke, more towards the south of the state, still aren't there.
Mm-hmm. Are they red or blue typically?
Your metro around DC, when it comes to the state from where it was last election, again, metro's blue, rural's red. Roanoke, though, has been turned red, which is, if we can dive in on Roanoke a little bit. Last election, Roanoke County was turned, or Montgomery County, just to the southwest of Roanoke, which has been turned. Can you just see where Roanoke is?
Montgomery
Sorry,
County.
what did you say? Which one?
Roanoke, just to the southwest of Roanoke. Montgomery County.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Montgomery County is where a lot of lobbyists
to the west.
live, right? That's one of the wealthiest parts of America. Is that right?
Sorry, guys, I can't hear what Chris said. Which county do you want to pull up?
Montgomery County, which was 51-6 Biden at last election, just the southwest of Roanoke. There, you see the light blue state that's been turned light blue county. Yeah, just up to
light blue.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, right.
That's been turned for Trump. Right. That was a 4.5% swing towards Trump.
Right. That's one of the wealthiest parts of the country, is it not? That's where a lot of lobbyists live and things like that. Is that right?
There'll be absolutely is a wealthy area, but there's still like there's 80,000 people that live there, so not too many of them. It's
early days, but based on what you're seeing in Virginia, would you think that this is trending towards Trump, or is it a toss-up, or is it Harris?
It's so close. If you zoom back out to the numbers of where Virginia is at, we're talking about 20,000 votes.
So the fact that it's a toss-up at this point with half of it being counted is a good sign for Trump nationally, though, is it not?
Absolutely, because this is a state that swung 5 and a bit %, right? And you map that out across the entire, and it's just over. It's just over. From here, as long as he's able to keep this in Virginia, because the rural area of Virginia always trickle in a little bit slower. So with most states, you see them turn blue to begin with. There's all the fast, well-connected area. But with Virginia, yeah, he might. If he's able to hold his lead in Virginia of where he is, he just needs Arizona. And
Wisconsin started counting too, so Trump's ahead in Wisconsin with only 1%. But oh well.
I'm going to take it as a compliment that I'm so good looking. I've got a face for TV. That's what I'm going to. He keeps leaving me off here.
Wisconsin just too early to take any.
Yeah,
any
look, it's 1.9% counted, but you know.
I'm not sure.
I certainly like the colour of Minnesota again. They've probably counted 5 votes, but it's pink. I like the look of it.
If I can carry on, the dense urban centres are very always revealing. If I can dive into Brooklyn there, which is New York City.
I want to call Georgia. Can we do that first? Where's the pathway back?
Yeah, that's.
There's no pathway for her from there. He's up by 250,000 votes with 70% reporting.
Absolutely.
There's no way. Georgia's his.
Yeah. No, he's won Georgia. Okay. He's won Georgia. And if no one else has called it, then fine, I'll call it.
I did it first.
Oh, there you go. Great. Call it.
You guys are funny.
And you can call Louisiana there as well if you'd like to.
I think I did before.
Guys, I'm just going to quickly we need to have a very brief.
So where things are called, he's at 177 so far. She's at 99.
That's good.
A brief break for steak?
Not yet. We're not sounding.
Don't upset Rami yet.
No, not yet. We're not sounding the alarm.
No, I hope that no one out there thinks that Rami wants Kamala to win.
No,
it's only because he wasn't very.
I don't want to jinx her.
He just wasn't being very positive.
You know what happens is he normally loses all his bets, and that's why he bet on her. So we will thank.
Well, congratulations. In that case, we'll take that one.
We will spend all the money buying him drinks to reimburse him for
the tomahawk. Yeah.
All right.
I'm just going to bring up what's it called?
Tucker Carlson.
Not Tucker Carlson, actually Charlie Kirk's live stream, just so you guys can see this while we're gone. Charlie does a great job in keeping you informed. So
why she's in a wheelchair, I don't know.
There's only one person who gets that smile out of Charlie.
I'm still on the screen.
That is a separate issue. Members.charliekirk.com. The vibe here is pretty good right now, I have to say.
Have a wheelchair to begin with.
No, it's because I'll tell you the story later.
Okay.
Pennsylvania. New York Times says Pennsylvania is likely to go 1 point in Trump's direction.
One total point? Or?
By the way, we won Ohio by 7.5% in 2020. If we win it by 10 this time, that is a 2.5% increase. So,
and that's not going to get figured out.
By the way,
for
so
days.
CNN right now is saying, Jack, if Berks County goes blue, they think Pennsylvania will go to Harris. Do you think that's a fair take?
If Berks goes blue,
Berks or Bucks? I think Bucks. Is that what they're saying?
Well, Berks is towards Allentown, and then Bucks is more of that
Wisconsin
Philadelphia
data
area
is dropping. By the way. Wisconsin
Yep.
data is dropping. Dane County dropped almost nothing. So
Bucks also has way more voters.
Okay. Do you want to explain that, Jack, or should we just proceed to a different?
No, it's basically, well, we're going back to the Collar County's argument. So, and it goes back to the suburbs, and the question is, was she able to turn out more in the suburbs, and Trump was not able to lose by less enough, if that makes sense. So you're sitting there looking at you're crunching it, but it's also close, right? It's also close that I honestly wouldn't want to say, oh, well, if one county does this way, well, how much did you win by, right? Because if that's not offset by what we're seeing in Western Pennsylvania. So I'm like, yeah, maybe, but it's not within the universe of anything just because it's so tight.
Blake, what are we looking at here? You have that pensive face when you just start crunching numbers.
The New York Times is starting to. They're doing their favorite map of mine, which is I'm gonna send this actually to our team to upload. They have their arrows that show the shift in a county compared to 4 years ago as a visual indicator, and they have it only for the counties that have finished their votes, so we know this is what it is. And if you're looking at it, go to the New York Times page, go to the president page, and look at shift. And once they have it up somewhere, we can show it. But you see Florida, it's just a sea of red arrows.
Oh, my goodness.
Georgia,
that is
sea of red arrows.
A great map.
Kentucky, sea of red arrows. Virginia, sea of red arrows. It's red arrows all over the place.
Holy crow.
You have a few tiny blue ones, and they're just totally drowned out.
This is the most predictive map that you've shown yet. Like, this means that there's just a red
The red shift. That's why I was looking at those counties at the start, because what you see in one county, you're going to see over and over again. And this is looking really good. I just like the ones that are getting up West Virginia, even Northern Virginia. The fact that we're seeing the shift in those places, that means like Loudoun County, 9 points more Republican. Loudoun County is not going to be that different from places in Pennsylvania. It's just not. Ohio, Morrow County, 1.2 more Republican. Seneca County, 3.2 more Republican. Those are going to be places like in Pennsylvania. We lost Pennsylvania by a point. If we make counties 3 points more Republican, we win.
I love that. So, by the way, can we just Tyler brag on this Michigan youth poll?
Oh, it's so big.
I mean, this is huge.
It's such an indicator
that we are up 4 points with young voters under 30. Everybody, if you're at home, I'm not here to ask you for money. We'll do that later in the year. But if I'm telling you right now, for those of you that invested in Turning Point, best investment you ever made. Look at that. You are even within the margin of error with younger voters in Michigan. I mean, guys.
I think we made a little impact in Detroit this year.
I think we made a big impact at Michigan State, Western Michigan University, University of Michigan.
We had a lot going on in Michigan this year. And
I remember going like, Charlie, why are we in Detroit again in June?
And I'll say you'll understand on November 5th.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, and that's a good point to bring up, is that we have had a long history of being everywhere, but focusing in on states that really where nobody else exists.
Mm-hmm.
And so Michigan, you look at Michigan, we're about to see some of the early results with Wisconsin. There's been really so few organizations that have been in Wisconsin. We have an incredible youth organization that exists, not just between our Turning Point USA side, but then the College Republicans. The chair there is incredible. He's a great dude. We have obviously Brett that's on our team. Our entire team we just ran through the tape just now. I came over as soon as we ended here. Everyone's high-fiving each other because we were curing ballots all day long. In Wisconsin, we'll talk a lot about Wisconsin here coming up very shortly while we wait for Arizona to drop, which is looking like it's going to be more like 8:30. So just so everybody's aware, we're probably not going to see the first results from Arizona until closer to 8:30 at the earliest. But the ballot curing operation is only 1 day in Wisconsin. So the work that the team that was doing at our Waukesha headquarters, that's right in Brookfield, right on the border of Waukesha County and Milwaukee County, has been absolutely fantastic. So
for those of you that are getting hats, I want to thank Peter for becoming a member, Corsia, Mark, Jesse, Eric, Robert, Chris, Brent, Lena, Jessica, Steve, Jason, Gunner, Ben, Michael, Ross, Henry, Lori, Eric, Meredith, Chase, Jeff, Lindsay, Sarah. I'm going to sign some hats to you guys right now. I need another Sharpie, Daisy. My Sharpie ran thin. And also the winner of Ukraine's electoral votes go to Kamala Harris, by the way. that is breaking over the wire. The soon to be state of Ukraine. Bernie Moreno now is enjoying a very comfortable lead over Sherrod Brown of nearly 100,000 votes. That's really good for Bernie Moreno and a flipped Senate seat.
It's going to be very hard for Brown to catch up.
Very, very hard. Yeah.
From what's being reported is what's left.
Wisconsin is trickling in here. It's right in that margin of error. It's right there. Wisconsin's going to come down to a knife fight, man. That's going to come right down to it.
Yeah, we'll see. We have all of our team that's on demand here, so we're going to be talking throughout the night with them about everything going on here. Hang on, let's check in with Brett.
Signing hats, members.charliekirk.com.
Colorado is interesting. I don't think it's going to be big enough to flip it, but Colorado, you're seeing, again, it's assuming it's early votes probably are getting counted first.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing a lot of counties that are about the same or slightly better for Trump than they were.
That's without day of. Well, they don't do day of in Colorado, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They're all mail.
It's
okay,
just
never
totally
mind. So they're about, in that case, assuming they're accounting easily, about evenly,
I would spend more time on Pennsylvania or North Carolina. North Carolina, by the way, they're projecting a 3.3 to 3.5 Trump win, which would be a triumph. Trump nearly has a 60,000 vote lead with some of his best counties yet to report, which is great. Okay.
Interestingly, we're still up a point in Virginia, and Fairfax is ahead of the overall state in how much they've reported. Loudoun is entirely in. Prince William is almost entirely in. Arlington and Alexandria have some out, but them by themselves are not enormous. Virginia Beach, very little of that is in, and that could be a Republican place. Chesapeake, only 10% in. That will be very Republican. Norfolk, mostly in. So a lot of the very Democrat areas, Richmond, okay, Richmond's not that in yet, and that's going to be an ugly one. So
interesting updates from Michigan. Elise Slotkin's district right now is leaning Mike Rogers in the early results. All the counties are red as of right now. Obviously, it's still early. It's way early, way too early to take it totally seriously right now with only about 12%, 15% reporting. But that's where it's at. So Slotkin, who is a congresswoman, sitting congresswoman, is running for Senate. It is a tight race right now. And
the New York Times says that Trump has the advantage right now in Michigan.
What's the overall needle say?
0.3% towards
No, the overall needle for the whole race. What are the percent odds?
Michigan?
No, for the whole shebang.
They advantage Trump.
But like, what's the exact number?
I think it's like 61%.
Alrighty, 61.
Yeah. So but Bernie is separation speed right now, which is great.
Yeah, we have no results in yet from Milwaukee. So
Milwaukee's going to be crooked, but Dane County will be super instructive. Dane votes are coming in, by the way.
They're
10% in.
They're in.
By the way, if that margin holds, can you look at that margin in Dane right now?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
That's really good. If that margin holds, I like that.
Yeah, we've got the Dane County chair who works.
I'm saying it's 69%, 30%.
So
That's amazing.
Brandon Malley, we'll be checking in with him too, just to make sure, we're not missing anything with late arrivals of votes.
No, but we lost Dane County by 53 points last time, and this first Dane drop, we're losing by
39.
39. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just.
Let me see if we can get.
Is that really 39? Jeez, that's so much better, man.
Yeah, we're losing right now by about
39.
I'm on the Dane County website right now. We're down 41.
Oh, that's more updated?
So it's updated, yep.
We're a bit better in Waukesha with half of it
How about points? How many points, though?
41.
41. And we lost by 53 last time.
We're about 1 point better than we were last time in Waukesha.
So if we lose,
that's amazing.
I think the number that we pulled together, I'll have to, I'll text in Brandon and Brett, but they were gunning for like a 5-6% increase.
In Dane?
Right, yeah. So if we can land somewhere in that 6% range,
guys, if we win Wisconsin and we win Arizona,
it's over.
It's over tonight. Tonight, if you win those two things. For Pennsylvania is cherry on the top. Same with Michigan. So all three right now, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, are tilt Trump in the New York Times forecast. I mean, this is as close as it's going to be, and everything we told you is coming to fruition. Everything that we predicted, it's all coming to the surface. Decision Desk. Oh, wow, this is a big one. Donald J. Trump has won North Carolina.
Decision Desk is calling it?
At 9:30 Eastern.
Wow.
That's big, big, big. Libs are not happy right now.
It's good enough for Decision Desk. It's good enough for us.
All right, step one is
to 211.
Can you fact check me on that? Can you go to Decision Desk's website?
I'll
step
go,
one
yeah.
and step two are done.
Well, I mean, if George is almost there, I mean, we are one step away. Thank you, Michael Watley. Good job. I want to make sure this is right. Let's go to Decision Desk.
I'm there right now.
Do you guys see? I don't know.
There's an article on The Hill about it.
They called it?
A projection from Decision Desk HQ says that he has won North Carolina.
That is huge. Let's applaud. Guys, that is massive. If at 9:30 Eastern we're calling North Carolina, it is a good night to be in the Trump camp.
That is the first of the 7 to be called.
That's really big, guys.
Yeah, they did not want this to come that early.
No, this early, that means that is really big.
That means
they wanted it to be close.
Yeah, that means good things for the Sun Belt, and that means Rust Belt is looking way better for us than any of them wanted. I'm not saying we're winning. I'm saying it's looking to be that the blue wall may not be such a wall after all.
Mm-hmm.
We need to sneak one of these in. We need to win them. It's Michigan, a Wisconsin, or a Pennsylvania.
Hey,
everybody watching at home, the future of your country is coming down to 3 states, and if one of them goes to Donald J. Trump, albeit if we win Arizona, which we don't know about yet, we just got to kind of factor that in, so we don't want to get too ahead of our skis.
Yep.
Then we're gonna have a
A great night.
we're going to have a Donald J. Trump presidency. And by the way, it's only 9:30 Eastern. That's very early for a North Carolina call, guys, isn't it, Blake?
Yes.
I thought we wouldn't get North Carolina called till like tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I mean, it took a long time.
Huge.
The expectation.
Huge.
The expectation, and all the pundits radar was by midnight.
I can't believe we're still up in Virginia. Waiting for the nuke to drop there, but like
Pennsylvania exits according to NBC News. Donald Trump with a 7-point advantage amongst those who think democracy is the greatest threats to democracy is threatened.
Well, see, this is the issue with...
I believe that,
This
though.
is the issue with that question.
It's because Elon red-pilled so many people on that.
Yeah, and that Elon red-pilled people, but it's also like, just because you phrase it in the way that, mainstream corporate lib media says, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way voters respond to it. Because if you act, I wrote an entire book about this, New York Times bestseller this summer, that talked about how America is hurtling towards Marxism. And then all of a sudden, Elon Musk started tweeting that America is hurtling towards Marxism and that we are going to lose our democracy. And he goes on Joe Rogan and says they are going to make all of these swing states and legalize the illegals and then turn all of them blue. And then boom, you have a one-party state. You will turn everything into California. So when they hear that question, that's how they're responding to it. They're responding to it from a perspective of this will destroy our free system of government, period. There'll be no more choice.
Right now, we are at 29% in Dane County, 12% better than 2020, and that's Madison, Wisconsin.
Wait, where was that? What was
It's
the
holding.
rankings in Pennsylvania, though? I want that. Hold on. Let me pull that up.
Do we have the other counties for Arizona, by the way, Tyler? Or no, is that just Maricopa?
Just Maricopa. We have a little bit of Pima, which we've seen throughout the day.
But the Pima was actually good for us.
Yeah, it's not bad.
what we have in Brown County, which is Green Bay, go Packers, is 66-33 for Trump. That's way ahead.
Okay, so
of
right now
2020.
Donald Trump has 60% of Waukesha with 52% of the vote in. Hovde 61%. Hovde's running above Trump, which is exactly what I thought would happen. Just by perspective, Ron John took 62% in Waukesha in 2022 and then won Wisconsin by 1 point.
Oh, it'd be so amazing if we could take that Senate seat.
The totals just updated. It's 49-49 right now. The separation's about 1,000 votes
In Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin.
Yeah. Let's see what my modeling says
And
here.
1,300 people.
Right
voted for
now,
RFK.
the New York Times says Donald Trump is the favorite slightly to win Wisconsin. You want to know something crazy? I woke up from a dream last night and I said Donald Trump's going to win Wisconsin by 6,000 votes. I don't know if that's true or not. And people can mocking me, but sometimes that stuff ends up being
This is a very funny fact that just got tweeted out. They have switched to CNN from Fox at the Trump watch party. They want to see the tears.
Well, they went from Fox to CNN.
Fox to CNN.
Yeah, they have switched to CNN.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
they've turned CNN on because they want to see them freak out.
I will point out something that's happening so far in Wisconsin. Ozaukee County. So Washington County has not reported yet either. That's a red county. But Ozaukee is a lot closer than you want it to be.
For us?
Yeah. So
How much of the vote is in?
It's right now 28% in.
It's still early,
It's
though.
90
But do they count earlies first?
Yeah.
Okay, it should get redder.
Should.
Okay.
Should get redder.
All right, and
So is Dane going to get redder?
All right. Welcome back, guys. Very encouraging results. As you heard, we're seeing a situation where North Carolina has been called. This is a very significant call at this point in the night, 8:30 Eastern time in America. And this has implications for the other states. At this point, Virginia is still relatively a toss-up. Charlie Kirk is making the point that, look, it's probably going to go blue. That's how they've called it, but they're not relying on that. It's coming down essentially to Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and I do believe Arizona. So, we'll see what happens. Chris, what are you seeing?
Well, with the state that was already a red state, North Carolina was already a red state, with a 1.5% swing towards Trump on that one, which is, we're seeing across the board a swing towards Trump of anywhere from 1.5% to more. That battleground that we're seeing there in Ohio, which is likely, in this case, going to turn red, saw a 5% swing towards Trump. But all of this comes down to the three states that you mentioned there. Ohio, Wisconsin, Arizona. He was able to flip Georgia. Congratulations there. Arizona, polls don't close there for a while. Wisconsin, we're starting to see a couple of results trickle in. And he's got about a 2% swing towards him. So Biden won at 49.4 last. Trump is at 52 right now. and on track. In my prediction, in my view, he's going to win Wisconsin.
If he wins Wisconsin, it's over.
Yeah, he only needs to take one of those Rust Belts from here. This is very much looking like it's his, and betting odds, he's moved up to over an 80% chance of winning it from here. So there just isn't.
That's pretty good.
As long as these results essentially hold the way they are, there really isn't a pathway forward for her. So I hope she's got a good teleprompter that works for her concession speech. The question is, for the next Tomahawk bet, will she cackle her way through the concession speech, or will she come out angrily and talk about how democracy's over?
Depends how much she had to drink on the night.
You know what's interesting? Back in 2016, Obama literally had to call Hillary Clinton at 2 a.m. in the morning and say, "You need to concede." Like, it was, obviously a crazy situation that she had, that she just couldn't believe that Trump. I don't think anyone could believe it on the Democrat side, which is probably why Trump is watching CNN to savour the leftist liberal tears.
I actually think, with all due respect to Charlie Kirk, he's upset me now by saying that Virginia's going blue. I don't agree, Charlie. It's ticking red. I'm telling you, I've been saying it for months. Yeah. But I think maybe we should have a bit of fun and switch over to the Young Turks or MSNBC.
Why
or
don't
CNN.
we? Is Rachel Maddow? Is she?
She'd be losing her mind.
I'd love to see what she's got to say, because she goes a little bit on the crazy side. It'd be quite fascinating.
Well, as well as Joe Scarborough.
Value.
Joe Scarborough, Chet Uga. Yeah.
Is Mark Cuban on any of these shows?
Not sure. I mean, he might be. If I was him, I wouldn't be anywhere near this place.
Isn't he being transed at the moment? Isn't that what the memes are with him in a wig?
Oh, jeez.
He hasn't read the memo that all that stuff is irreversible.
Maybe he has.
We still need one key state to be solid in our camp.
It'll happen.
Arizona.
I do believe it will, but
It'll happen.
Arizona 2020 was 49 for Biden. He would need to, the trend towards Trump is anywhere from 1% at the low end to 5, 6. We're seeing some areas as high as 11.
Yep.
He would need to fight and somehow reverse that trend.
I want to see it locked in, and the thing is, we don't know how many ballots Maricopa can print. So
there's a national swing towards him. He's up in the popular vote of what's been counted so far, and again, this will likely become a bit tighter, but he's up by 6 million votes or something.
Yeah.
So, it's pretty significant.
Guys, sorry, I do want to bring Charlie back up, because he's had his guy that's been running a platoon of Turning Point people in Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania could put this whole thing to bed, and I want to make sure that we do hear what he has to say, because we won't be going back on this point.
Once Pennsylvania is called, if it's called for Trump, the race is over.
It's done. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I'm just struggling to get a hold of the actual time.
If Arizona doesn't go red, there is a path for Harris to win this.
But she'd have to win everything.
She'd have to win Minnesota. She'd have to Missouri. It's the only path. Again, I can't see a road that doesn't lead to a Trump victory.
New Mexico is also, it's staying red for him. It's not by much. It's only by 7,000 votes.
Sorry guys. I just got this is just briefly from
members.charliekirk.com, or if you want to get in the running for a free hat, subscribe to our podcast, The Charlie Kirk Show. Screenshot proof of subscription. Freedom at charliekirk.com. Cliff, do you like what we're seeing out of Pennsylvania right now?
Yes, I do. I want to go over a couple numbers with you guys. Number one. Right now, Trump has 32% of the mail-in vote when you compare Trump to Harris. That is a significant 10-point increase from where we were in 2020. So let me say that again. In 2020, Trump had 23% of the mail-in vote versus Biden. He is now at 32%. So we're about 9 points better than where we were. When we announced this thing, we said if we get to 33%, we think it's a decisive win. We still think he can win with 30%. But Philadelphia right now, Charlie, that is the missing piece that we have to keep an eye on. Okay, let me give you the basic numbers. Biden got 603,000 total votes in Philadelphia. About 350 of those were in the mail. Right now, with almost all Philadelphia's vote in, let's say about 115,000, they have about 60,000 more votes to come in by mail. Harris only has 100,000 of those votes by mail. So she's down 150,000 mail-in votes. She's got roughly 115,000 votes in a county, this is Philadelphia County, where Joe Biden had 603,000. Joe Biden won the White House, or at least won Pennsylvania, because he ran up the score to 603,000. If they're going to pull off Pennsylvania, there's only one way they're going to do it. They're going to have some explosive number that's off the charts that I quite frankly think is unrealistic and just not really possible, because they still need to find 500,000 votes on Election Day, a couple more mail-in, but on Election Day in Philadelphia County. Everything else across the board, guys, Allegheny County, 100% of their mail-in votes are in. And we're up double digits from where we were 4 years ago. Wow. So the big pocket that's left is Philadelphia, some of the collar counties. But right now, I don't know where they're going to find those votes unless they have some crazy night on Election Day in Philadelphia.
Okay, so Jack, I'm sure, do you have some questions for Cliff? But Cliff, is it correct that they did not hit, we don't know the turnout in Philadelphia, but did they hit benchmarks in other counties? In other counties that they needed to hit benchmarks in, did they?
No, I mean, I don't see any county that's a blowaway. I could pull direct numbers for you guys. I don't want to just talk off the cuff, but there's nothing that stands out as some major gain for Harris. In fact, in some of these counties, I mean, once again, we're looking at mail-in. We're now getting some of the Election Day votes, right? So it is a mix now, but most of what we have in is Election Day votes. And there is very few areas that we can point to that show that she's even had any growth. So if you have that as the current situation, and you need to 2.5 times what you're expected to do in Philadelphia, I mean, unless they somehow spent billions and we didn't see it, which we did see what they spent, I don't think it's tracking like any other county. There aren't any major gains in these counties that would point to Philadelphia being some consistent gain.
Interesting. I was going to say he did admit there the fact that they are counting mail-in ballots first. And we're dealing with the latter part of this. We are dealing with the same-day voting, and so this is astonishing.
Which is why it makes sense that the states are turning blue initially and then going red. Yeah.
Which is a very, very positive sign, because you've got those people that are going, and there hasn't been any adverse weather events that's been too dramatic up in those Rust Belt states, so that's not going to interfere with people actually getting to the polls. So that's very, very positive.
Yeah, I do want to say just a quick thank you to my guests here today. I'm going to keep streaming. I'm not sure how long. Could be 1 hour, could be 5 hours. I have no idea. But I just wanted to say thank you to my panelists here who most likely won't be here for the whole thing, for jumping in on this, especially last minute. I really appreciate you guys coming. I mean, this is a really historic day. I mean, it's very.
It absolutely
it's the end of 9 years of MAGA.
And how amazing is it to be part of history
and
be here with you, Joel? So thank you very much for inviting us all.
Absolutely.
Thank you, mate.
I'll certainly be keeping hold of this footage and showing it to my future grandchildren.
Yeah.
This is the
I was
day
right
that we
about
saved
Virginia.
The world. Yeah, I was right about Virginia. This is the day that we saved the world. West Virginia, another one that I got correct here, which I think a lot of people were predicting, was the Senate race. So Joe Manchin has left politics, and we have seen that go to Jim Justice. What a great name, Jim Justice, Republican.
Justice.
Taking over the Senate position for West Virginia.
Wow, guys, CNN have a live stream of Maricopa County, Arizona, the ballot processing place, a live stream, as well as Pennsylvania, Philadelphia.
Wow.
I mean, this is really interesting. And it's not like they're bringing the panelists up. It's just a stream of these votes being counted the whole time.
But you know what? I think that's what they should be doing anyway. They should have done this in 2020. There should be cameras on every single part of those voting rooms.
Transparency,
And what happened to actually having IDs? I'm sorry, but we don't have them here either, but we should have IDs.
We should have them here.
Absolutely. Because when I was campaigning, and there is this guy who came in to vote for whoever he voted for, but the only reason I remembered him is I went to a different voting booth. I remembered his shoes. So, you know, when people have these amazing shoes that you sort of take note of, he went and voted twice.
We're guys, we don't make note of shoes.
Yeah, but see, I do. I'm a female, so if I see shoes that are very notable, you'll see them again. You'll go, you're the same guy, and you've just voted twice.
So when Alicia Moore, otherwise known as Pink, came here to Sydney, she couldn't get into a particular nightclub or a restaurant or something because she didn't have ID.
Yep.
So you can't go and buy a cocktail, but you can go and vote.
Yes, well, you know, kids can't smoke, kids can't drink, but when it comes to puberty blockers, not a problem. Cutting off body parts, not a problem.
Now look at what the trending searches are on Google. The first one is Harvey Epstein. The second one is a cheese recall. The next one's Garth Brooks. I don't think so, Google. I think the election is actually the first thing that people are searching all over the world right now.
Minnesota's not
Google
looking
is
good
such
for...
a narrative control machine. Like that place is a cesspit of mind nudging AI technology. It really, ugh.
It just
It's not even
MK
AI.
Ultra.
They're doing it themselves. Yeah.
Putting their finger on the AI.
Yeah, Rami, what were you saying about Minnesota?
It's not looking good for Tim Pon Tim.
Oh wow!
It's only less than 1% counting, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still less than 1%.
Well, do you blame anybody who lives in Minnesota? I mean, the priority in their state is sticking tampons into men's bathrooms.
The BLM riots as well.
Well, that too. But seriously, the tampons do it for me.
What are the boys going to do? Look, I was a teenage boy once, right? And I can tell you what would have happened if there were tampons in our bathrooms. I can tell we would have been throwing them around and
Exactly.
using them to play with cats and
They'd be blocking the toilets and the urinals.
Something big.
Bro, Pennsylvania. He's so right. This guy we just watched for a couple of minutes. He's so right. If mail-in, put it this way, the estimated vote that's counted is 33%. They've counted 1 million votes for Trump, and they've counted.
She's only up by 100,000 votes.
She's only up by 100,000 votes.
Less than that.
And what I'm seeing right now, because I remember the stats. If you remember the stats at the start of the show, it was the amount of mail-in ballots or early voting that was done for Donald Trump. Those are done. So any advantage the Democrats had is gone now from the early voting, and now there's 66% of the vote to be counted, and we know it's going to go more Republican. And so this 100,000 vote gap, it's not going to last very long at all. And that Jill Stein vote isn't as big as they were hoping in that area as well.
I have a theory, and everybody has been busy at the Katy Perry and Lady Gaga's.
Really?
They got back home late or something.
And they didn't even perform. They didn't even sing. And then Cardi B. Did anybody watch Cardi B?
Why would anybody watch Cardi B?
Look,
is a better question.
Just for entertainment value, you've got to try not to lose too many IQ points. But her performance was that was gold. That was brilliant.
But these are the people the teenagers are actually worshipping, really. When you look at who they're not looking at Candace Owens, they're not looking at the politicians who matter like Tulsi Gabbard, and they're looking at Cardi B, Beyonce, who, gosh, wasn't she dating P. Diddy at some
Are they
point in
even
time?
still relevant, these artists?
Cardi B's song
not
in
to
front
us.
of millions of people, especially young people, is, I won't even say the words, but...
WAP.
WAP. Are we serious right now?
What does that
we
mean?
Actually haven't
You don't want to know.
Oh, okay, you're right. I don't. I'm too old.
we have not degenerated to that point as a society. We really haven't.
If Joel wants a family show, it's a different.
You can tell me afterwards over the
Save that for when Stephen Hedeth is here.
We'll have the election after party, adults only version, and we'll go right into it for you.
Yeah, and we're tame. I mean, you guys have got to see John Ruddick when he gets on the drink. I mean,
Well, he's going to be there tonight.
let's just say he's a libertarian. That's all. Yeah, God bless John.
Sarah McBride. This is NBC's. Here's NBC's leading report right now. Sarah McBride becomes the first out transgender person elected to Congress. Oh, isn't that nice? That's wonderful. That's great.
And there you go. What a great role model for our children.
Thank you, NBC. Yeah, we're thrilled.
New York Times is giving Trump 68% chance to win.
68%.
And that's New York Times. Rami, not looking good for
seriously?
Which actually it is. Would you rather
It is actually looking
Would you rather
good.
have a steak or would you rather have this election go
The
the right way?
election.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more than happy
to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I would feel if I were you.
He doesn't need Virginia or Pennsylvania to win this. He just needs Arizona. That's it. And again, with this kind of
That's assuming what? Because that doesn't. How do you get that?
Wisconsin goes red from the information that we've already got.
You're getting. Okay.
Yeah, the information that it has there, or Minnesota. Swap either two of them. They're both 10 that you can swap around there.
Are you assuming Pennsylvania's his? Because Pennsylvania.
No.
Okay.
No, leave it. And Virginia as well. Even though he's ahead there, 20,000. It's close. It's close. He doesn't need Pennsylvania. He doesn't need Virginia.
He's catching up in Pennsylvania, actually.
But he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. It's purely about Arizona.
But it'd be just nice to have it. You know, the more you want an annihilation, just to rub it in.
Yeah. I think he'll take Pennsylvania. I do on the numbers that we've been talking about, what we've just heard. I'm not writing off Michigan yet or Wisconsin again. I'm going to stick by what I said. All 7 of them. I think he's going to take all 7 of them. How are we looking in North Carolina, Chris?
He's got it. I don't see any other way that it goes anywhere but his way.
Okay.
I think even some
Virginia's on a knife's edge, right?
Yeah.
too close, and Pennsylvania again too close. He might not get it, but neither one of them. He doesn't need them for him to win this, and that's why I'm predicting that he's going to win this election.
You're
Chris is
confident
calling
enough
it.
about Wisconsin is the key.
Yep. Or Minnesota.
Anybody else calling it other than Chris?
That's not a call. That's a prediction.
Oh, okay.
I'll call it.
Sorry.
Donald Trump wins this.
Absolutely.
There is no way that he's winning it, and I'm.
Joel?
Oh no, he's definitely won it. I just
It's just by how much, Paul?
It's not over.
I do think it is still too big to rig. He's gonna win.
It's too big to
but
rig.
I want it to be a wide margin, because the wider the margin is, the less social damage
Yeah.
there is.
Yep. Absolutely.
If it's close and contested, we might not have a republic.
Yeah, I'm very much and this is the thing. Even if he wins by 60%, you know who also won by 60%? Australia. The voice vote, and look what they did. They pursued voice treaties and everything.
I'll tell you
we're dealing with the same sort of people. It's a nice suggestion, your little vote there. It's very
25 years ago today, Australia had another vote. Were we to become a republic? Today, 25 years today.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And then Prince Charles comes along and starts speaking to Albo about Republic.
Tears it all apart.
But one of the key things, Joel, is once Trump gets a hold of the Justice Department and the FDA and the CDC, directors change.
Yeah.
The whole narrative is
How about the
going to
CIA?
collapse.
What I'm worried about, if you remember in 2016, at the end of it, and in that first month of January 2017, just before it was inaugurated on January 20th, 4 days prior, there were still emails going back between the Obama,
absolutely,
chief of staff, even potentially Obama himself, and these intelligence agencies back and forth.
The FBI, Comey, an under-the-table investigation. They've tried 6 ways from Sunday to trip Trump up right at the beginning, and they did. Impeachment, crossfire hurricane, right? But this is going to be different.
You got General Flynn. Anyone that's read
absolutely.
General Flynn's book and how they did all this. He goes through all of this, and so I'm just they've been obviously booby trapping.
Yes.
But now they're booby trapping a lot, because they're like, okay, crap, that's all we have left. We need to literally save our own hide. And anyway, so the Americans, I just pray that they don't just, cheers and that's it, we're done. And
No.
we can do that. You can't do that.
This is the beginning of the work.
Yeah.
It's definitely it
Literally.
is the beginning of the work.
I just sent a text message to a couple of people that are working with the Josh Stein campaign in North Carolina. That race has been called, so I just sent them a congratulatory text message, and they actually replied congratulating me because of Donald Trump winning North Carolina. So, although it hasn't officially been called yet, even my friends that are Democrats are over there are basically saying, yeah, this is his. So,
Polly market is past 80%.
Wow, right.
I actually think Pennsylvania is quite winnable. Like when you're looking at it,
I think he's leading. If he's only behind by 100,000 votes at this point, he's leading.
He's behind less than 100,000 votes. So, yeah.
He's already, just to put things in perspective now, he's already at 188. So he's got to get 92 more Electoral College votes, and the White House is his.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about this whole thing? The Democrats really, they could have had someone like Tulsi Gabbard, but they just kept kicking all these people out. And Tulsi would have been a really good crack at the presidency for a woman.
Yep.
She would have been a really
Absolutely.
good crack.
I really like Tulsi Gabbard, but
she's not controllable.
She's not deep state.
You guys are missing
it's
it.
uniparty or bust. That's the whole point.
Exactly. We need puppets. That's it. That's all you can control. You cannot control Tulsi, and she's got a brain that's, very admirable for a lot of women. She should be the role model for teenagers.
Wouldn't it be great if we had a sort of Nigel Farage, Donald Trump type character here? Like, we need one.
Let's
we need
find
to reform
one.
Australia.
We do need one.
Let's find one.
Don't look at me. I'm a dual citizen.
I'm
not allowed
you
to.
have a telegenic face.
I've got that beautiful face, yeah. But I'm not giving up my British passport. I've got so much bloody freedom over there.
All of the issues that Trump is going to this election on are relegated to the far right in all of our positions. Even reform is not. You can imagine them holding a sign that says "mass deportations now." They're just trying to stop the tide of immigration. In the US, their politics are so much further what I call a progressive right, which is not just, let's just wind things back to the way things were at the last election or hold the ground for a little bit further, which is what most of our liberal politics are here. We still don't need immigration, just 250,000 rather than 500,000 a year. No, we just need slightly less rate of increasing homelessness and displacement, right? They're looking to progress. They're not looking to just try and hold the line for liberty. They are conquerors over there.
Yeah, and that's what the Liberal Party's gotten wrong here, right? They need to, the Liberal Nationals, to get up, especially the Nationals, for goodness sakes, get out there and just say, look, Australians we've had enough. We're fed up. Knock it off.
You're not happy with just some rainbow sprinkles on dog shit?
Well, they're trying to out-left the left. I mean, you can't out-left the left. You need to stand for something. And that's unfortunately what, I'm sorry, Dutton with the disinformation bill, he should have come out with his liberal values. And the first page of the Liberal manifesto says we believe in freedom of speech. Like, what the hell happened to that?
Yes, exactly.
But you know what? Again, look at the Voice. We resoundingly said no. Every state and territory except for the ACT said no.
Yep.
So what the states read from that was we should introduce it at state level because obviously they've heaps of support. What a joke. What part of no do they not understand? I know that went viral last time I said it. I'll say it again. What part of no don't you get, Australian government?
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty confident to say that this next election in Australia, and I haven't made a video on this yet because I've been trying to. I was waiting for all the elections to finish in Australia, which we had a couple of weeks ago. But I'm pretty confident the next two election results are pretty much locked in for Australia, which is not good. But I think that Dutton's going to lose the next election. I think it's projected for March or May next year. And the Liberals, they are not organised. They don't even have candidates pre-selected. The minor parties are, as usual, they're disconnected. There's 22 minor parties around the country in the state and federal level. And unfortunately, Dutton won't find the 19 seats he needs to be the Prime Minister. And unfortunately, that's going to be used against him in the Libs. They'll knife him in the back. We'll see a situation where they install more of a left-wing Malcolm Turnbull, ScoMo sort of leader for a few years, and then that person will also lose at 2028. And that's unfortunate because unfortunately Australians do have to hurt a bit, and the freedom parties need to hurt a bit more before they start.
Don't underestimate what will happen when the narrative breaks really hard. And that's not to say, I mean, we are starting at a very low base, you know, both on messaging and on organization. So you may very well be right, but I do think the zeitgeist is changing.
I think you'll be pleased with how pre-selections are going in a few different seats. More right-wing candidates than you expect are being placed in the Liberals right now and are winning and are doing
but
doing
they
well.
are shafting some of them.
While that's absolutely true of it, they're competing well out in Mackellar. One of them is doing quite well, and I understand just received an endorsement, which I just saw then. The leading right-wing candidate out there.
We need 19 though. We need 19.
Yeah, no, I predict more of a shortened balance
Quick update,
of power.
Pennsylvania, 11,000 vote difference.
Wow.
That's it.
Pennsylvania?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
How's
See,
Virginia
it's exactly what this guy... See, this is how you just know these guys are good at their craft. I mean, I would love to spend some... I would have loved to be over there with them. Didn't have the budget for it. But I would have loved to just shadow these guys and see them work. Because I think it's amazing the way they chased ballots. They're not even allowed to campaign outside polling places. The most they can do is hand out a water bottle. That's nuts. It's actually nuts. You know, so how are they winning all these votes?
Not like Allegra Spender, who came to our electorate handing out snakes.
1,000.
Notice that
1,000 votes.
Natalie, it's 1,000 votes.
Oh my God!
Notice that the UK, many members of the Labor Party in the UK said that they were going to go across to the US, but what? Are foreign right-wingers allowed to go over?
Yeah.
You know, how ridiculous. Just quickly coming back to Georgia, I know we've called it, nobody else has. I don't know why. You're now talking about 80% reporting, 52% to 47% in Donald Trump's favour, and he leads by 210,000 votes. So
absolutely,
there is no pathway that I can see where that'll flip to her.
It's the best kind of poll you can expect.
Yeah.
And they've dealt with all the early voting, so it's not a...
And I don't think she'll win North Carolina either. They haven't called North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is totally...
Well, the decision desk HQ has called it, but again, even if you're not sure, that's 150,000 vote difference. There just isn't a pathway there either. And Pennsylvania, look, expect that to come back red.
The Democrats are going to regret doing this early voting thing. We trialled something in John Ruddick's election in New South Wales. It was a similar thing a year and a half ago, where I said you should run pre-poll candidates. You know, there aren't 50 polling booths on election, you know, in the pre-poll period, the 2-week period. So why don't you just man the polling booths for the 2 weeks prior? That is exactly what the Republicans are doing. They're getting people out. They're saying, vote early, secure your vote. This is the best way to do it. You can even get your ballot and hand it in personally, which is actually what I do with my own ballot, so I can do it in front of everyone. It's so good to see them, you know, work. You know, I'm just really glad that they're open to new ideas and they've adapted. I think that gap's widened a little bit. 4,000 votes now in Pennsylvania.
So Michigan, or again, 40,000 vote lead for Harris. I think you're going to see a very similar trend to what you just saw happen in Pennsylvania. Iowa, look, same thing. She's only leading by 6,000 votes there, with 28% being counted. So Iowa's going to go back to him. I think there's no question about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, nationwide trends.
And he's leading in Wisconsin.
Yep. And again, have a look at the nationwide trends. He's at almost 39 million votes, and she's at 34.4 million votes. So
He's
5 million, 5.5 million vote difference. So he's still holding the popular vote as well.
Yep.
And he's now at 198 electoral college votes, and she still hasn't broken 100. She will, but she hasn't broken it yet.
So does that mean Obama lost his fourth term?
Good. That's right. No, 100%.
In the famous words of Donald Trump, you're fired.
Fired. Yeah. I hope he just does. What do they call it? Schedule F. A Schedule F, where he just, you know, when he says that, it's like it reminds me of Control Alt.
Trump's ahead in Pennsylvania.
Effect. Chris, I'm a stubborn kind of person.
Tell me.
And self-assured. New Hampshire. Associated Press called New Hampshire ages ago. Kamala Harris is only up by 30,000 votes, 49% reporting. Is there a pathway for Trump to come back from here? That doesn't look good.
No, yeah. That's,
I will say this. There's a lot of rural seats that haven't come back in New Hampshire. Most of these numbers are coming back from Concord, Manchester, Conway. You can, and I know these areas only have about 50,000 people each, but there's a lot still to come back from rural.
Arizona. First batch has dropped. 4% of the vote has dropped, and the Republicans are ahead.
Woohoo!
If it's 58% Republican. If they are doing early voting early, which I'm listening to with Charlie, if they're counting early voting first, this is GG.
I've got Arizona as 34.3% counted, with Trump 49.6%.
I think you might be clicking on an individual.
If I were to ask for a second Christmas present,
I was going to say, oh my God, that was the quickest count ever.
I made that mistake.
If Kerry Lake ends up getting the Senate seat, that would be my second.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a shame they didn't put more resources, as you said, towards her.
Yeah, Carrie Lake deserves it. I mean,
she does.
She's a former TV personality. You know, I think she got totally screwed over in the gubernatorial race. 100%. So it'd be good to see her get up.
Yep.
Arizona, I think.
Chris is dying to say something.
Arizona, this was the one that was most likely to go him out of the 7. Chris.
It's only one district reporting in Arizona.
Now 2. Phoenix has come up.
And if Pinal County, which you can see, he's only picked up from the last election, Trump has only picked up a 0.3% swing with that first batch. So that won't be enough to win the rest of the seat. Maricopa County just dropped its first batch here, which I can see, which he's picked up 0.4% in Maricopa County.
How are they dead even?
That would not be enough for the 0.5 he needs.
Excuse me.
Okay, so it's still tight
Too
compared
early.
to 2020.
Look, it's too early. We've seen this trend all night tonight. I think we're going to continue to see it. So, and if I don't win New York, I'll call California.
And Trump needs a couple of point margin probably to bring Kerry Lake along with him.
What I'm saying is he picked up about 0.5%. He needs to pick up slightly more than that, just 0.1. That's how close Arizona is from these first batch of ballots that are coming. There's now let me redo the map, assuming that he doesn't pick up Arizona, and do a quick analysis on that one. Because if he doesn't get Virginia, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Arizona, then Harris has a path. But Virginia's pretty much done.
You think so? Virginia?
Sorry.
That's great. That would be awesome if it was. Because that was not on their radar at all. That wasn't supposed to be.
Virginia, he's ahead. I don't know if it's
he is ahead.
Done.
But that wasn't supposed to be a battleground state.
No, it wasn't. he's picked up 4.5% there, 5%.
Montana, Wyoming, and Utah have all opened and been called for him, which there's no great surprises there.
Yeah.
And Oregon, Oregon has opened up pink, which that'll change.
Yeah, it will change.
So,
and
although very interesting to see that those people, there was a bunch of women that actually wanted to secede part of the state to Idaho, and there were women that were mostly behind that. So she might not fare too well. And I've got a few friends in Oregon. No sales tax in Oregon, which makes it very attractive if you want to go shopping. I think I bought this shirt in Oregon actually. So it's a good place for people to go from California and stuff like that to do a bit of shopping.
East Oregon,
possibilities
East
that they might be a bit annoyed.
red.
Yeah.
To give you an
They're
idea
very
how-
unhappy with Portland and all the crap that's been going on outside of Portland.
I would be.
To give you an idea of how close Arizona is, 1.26 million votes have been dropped. Donald Trump is ahead by 40.
Wow.
Wow.
Right.
Give it time. So Virginia, are you saying that you are pretty confident Virginia's? I mean, based on what we're seeing, is there actually a path still for him or for her?
I'm watching the lines go up, and it's looking good for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's certainly blah blah blah. But he's ahead 40,000. We're 65% counted. I've watched the lines as they go up. He's trending well there. And on my map, even if he doesn't win Arizona, if he gets Virginia, he's got it.
88% on the poly market.
88%.
No one's come back from 88%.
No, it's nearly impossible.
Sorry, but we've got to realise now. Perhaps. He's
won this. I'm going to call it again. He's won.
Yeah.
The big media should actually be coming out right now and saying, look, guys, the rest of this is purely academic. He's won. He's going to be the next president. He's going to be the 47th. But Rachel Maddow, brace yourself, sweetheart.
I want to see her.
She's going to be rabid, like literally rabid. Which
is different than yesterday, how?
You're right. It's not different at all.
But,
She's rabid every day.
But the difference this time is that from 2016 to 2020, we all had to sit there and put up with all this liberal whinging. And, Gutfield had actually said the reason why she might win is because people are just so tired that they go, oh, look, I don't want to hear about all this for the next 4 years, so I'll just vote the crazy lady in. He said something along those words. Well, you know what? That's not been the case. And my suggestion to people is don't just watch Fox and Sky. Tune into CNN, tune into MSNBC for the Comedy Act. Watch these people lose their minds. It's brilliant.
Well, you should also watch what other people are thinking.
Yeah.
But there is a degree
what they're
which,
not thinking.
After this, there does have to be some kind of a climb down. I mean, we do have to come together, and because we're really going to have a mental health crisis with a third of the population in the U.S. And I'm not saying that we should change the policies at all, but I mean it's one of those things where I don't know who talks about how gloating as much as I would want to, it's not the high road. Maybe tomorrow.
Let me enjoy it for the moment, okay?
Yeah,
because I want to see Joe Scarborough lose his mind. I want to see Van Jones say it's a white lash. It's a white lash in part, and that's the part that hurts.
The
What's
media
that even
people,
mean?
yes, okay, have them lose their
give me a
mind.
couple of days.
But the friends and family plan, we got to sort of bring them back into sanity.
Bitcoin spike. It's cracked 115,000 Aussie dollars.
Really?
What a pity I didn't buy any.
That's the highest ever.
What?
That's the highest ever. 115,000.
Okay, Chris is a billionaire now.
That's excellent. You love to see it.
Up 10%, just about 10%.
Really? Bitcoin? Wow.
Yeah, so that's a record.
Well, Trump's talked about making Bitcoin a national reserve currency and what have you. He's talked about reducing taxes on it. We talked about almost making it a national currency in some ways, like
Thank God
tariffs.
he's speaking sense, not CBDCs like we've got.
Yeah,
that's what he's
coming up.
And just as far as the financial markets are concerned, all of the markets, S&P 500, the Dow Jones, they're all surging.
Interesting.
Bitcoin spiked 10,000 Aussie dollars.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
There you go. That's if you can pull that up, that's what I'm looking at right now. So it was at about 106, 105 today. Just literally just spiked to 115. So I do believe that is a record.
Have we heard
of all time? Yeah.
Have we heard anything as yet in relation to Pittsburgh that you guys said before?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, sorry, was it that Donald Trump said there was some sort of issue, law enforcement's on its way? Have we heard anything more about that?
Oh, that was,
Philadelphia. think. I haven't heard anything else.
He's about 60,000 votes in front in Pennsylvania now.
So the Associated Press have called Colorado for her.
No surprise.
Fair enough. She's up by 250,000 votes. It's only 50% of the vote counted, but yeah, it's not likely to come back. I think there were some of us that were a little bit optimistic about it, especially with the apartments in Aura being overtaken by Venezuelan gangs. But
always deep blue, though. It was always.
Some people are masochistic. What can we say?
Maybe they're like Venezuelan gangs.
Yeah. He's extended his popular vote lead so far, though, which is very interesting. California will come in and put an end to that probably, but let's see how the rest of it comes in.
Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what the guys are saying about Arizona, because they were obviously that's their bread and butter. That's where they're based. That's where they're filming their podcast. But they sound very bullish. Very, very bullish.
40 is the margin in Arizona. Unbelievable. To go again by district in...
Sorry, can you finish that point? I don't want to jump over to them because they are breaking down Arizona.
Just a heads up, our Instagram live is down.
That's okay. That's all right. That's why we're on Rumble. Sorry, Chris, what were you saying?
I was just going to break down county by county parts of Arizona, the balance that we're looking at, where he's ahead.
You're welcome to.
Kamala is ahead by 20,000.
Where's that?
Arizona, another 400,000 ballots just dropped. So now with 1.6 mil counted, about 50% counted, and Kamala is ahead by 15,000. So Arizona does move quickly in that way. So let me remap this. If he doesn't win Arizona, because he's now 49.8 versus 50.2, it's still really close. But if he doesn't win that, is there still a path for him to win? Yeah, absolutely.
Arizona Associated Press has not called New Hampshire now. So is New Hampshire back in play?
Jeez, I need a new laptop. My thing's stuffing
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Arizona, all within the tiniest tread margins.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
I've got Arizona as Trump ahead.
Yeah, so do I.
He's ahead by 20,000, isn't he?
Yep.
What are you looking at, Chris?
Harris is ahead by 15,000. You're seeing them drop.
All of the stuff about the Atlantic.
Sorry, I'm just listening to obviously what's going, what their breakdown is of the data in Arizona.
Yeah, do it. That's the tightest of tight races.
Right. It was all a complete media fabrication. And so what I want to look at now is, as a data point, what other media fabrications and media narratives were people chasing that simply were phantoms and mirages. Possibly Iowa is something that could, fall in that category. We're still waiting to see. We're waiting to see a lot of different pieces there. But I mean, my goodness, this huge shift towards Trump for Puerto Ricans.
Yes, Blake.
I'm saying, I think our dinner is ready. I want to go feast on it.
I'm gonna keep streaming. So
go for it. I have not. I'm not hungry at all.
Can I eat here, or is that gouch?
No, don't.
Do not.
Yeah.
Please,
Tyler, can we go through some of this dating?
Let's start diving into it.
So Arizona, we were told 2.5 million. You can go ahead and eat, Blake. We were told 2.5 million early votes. They just dropped 1 million of them in Maricopa. That is basically a statistical tie, but Kamala up 2 at that, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So there's 1 million votes that are...
We're running the numbers right now. So as of yesterday, we had 540,000 Republicans that were reported as to have voted in Maricopa County. So you have some bleed, clearly.
No, this is not the full drop, though. Can't be.
I'm waiting on our team to get back to me.
How can 1.5 million?
I'm waiting for our team to get back to me.
Donald Trump. By the way, look, Donald Trump just took the lead by 20,000 votes.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at this and figure out where it's missing. Now, I want to put everybody in the driver's seat here with us on Arizona. We have probably an estimated 200 to 300,000 votes minimum that we believe Maricopa County didn't get to processing before Election Day today. So those, if they're trending in the same way, as redder as we get closer to Election Day, there's a great likelihood that those are there. We don't believe that this is all the votes. that are there from early voting, and then we also have a ton of drops that happen today too. So what's going to be processed tonight is going to be those election day results. We have the final numbers that came in today. We can share those. We'll throw those up on screen here shortly.
And just to be clear, we're up 24,000 votes in Arizona right now.
We're probably going to keep going statewide. Remember, Mojave County, we were up a ton. We had a lot. So Yavapai just dropped. We're up a ton. We have
It's a great drop.
Gila County.
Is
we're
Gila
up a
dropped?
ton.
I don't think Gila's dropped yet.
Gila will come. We're up a ton. We weren't down that much in Coconino County. Pima County still to come. That's going to be ugly.
Yeah, it's going to be ugly.
Yuma County is going to be good.
And Mojave will be great.
And we will have some bump in Cochise County and La Paz and Gila. And then Navajo County as well. So that's all the way.
But just so the audience is tracking here, we had 2.5 million early votes verified by the Secretary of State.
That's right.
And only 1.3, and they say there's only 1 million in Maricopa. So there's a lot of Maricopa red votes that have not yet been tabulated, like 1 million of them. Or like 400,000 of them. Meaning that the report they sent last night was 2.5 million, right? Yes?
Yeah, so I'm pulling it right now with our team.
Okay. Okay, what are we seeing here right now, Jack? Jack, what is the vibe right now? Is it tilt Trump, tilt Harris? What is the vibe right now?
So it's interesting, right? Because it's tilt Trump, yeah, obviously.
What is Meghan McCain saying?
Meghan McCain just tweeted, where did it go? She said, I basically said, didn't expect this early of a night. And, you know, the vibe is there. You got Meghan McCain saying that things are looking the way that they're looking. But at the same time, I think there's also a tension and a hesitancy because of the 2020 experience that we all went through of knowing that, look, things look good now, but who knows what's going to happen at 3 a.m. And so it is 10 p.m. currently on the East Coast. We are 5 hours away from 3 a.m. However, one interesting, and I'll just say it, piece that I remember from 2020 was that they stopped counting. You remember that? Do you remember what time exactly that was? That they stopped counting in 2020. And
so there's some. Sorry to interrupt.
And
here,
that was what really canceled all of that. So that's something to really look out for right now.
So Pima dropped same time as Mojave, of
course,
which is what they basically are canceling each other out.
Which
not
is
quite.
great. But Mojave plus Yavapai equals Pima usually.
Yeah, we're pretty close to that. Right now we're actually in pretty good shape. So the undervote right now for Democrats, I'll have to take a look at our poll from 2020, but the Democrats severely underperformed on early votes down there. It looks like we're at 170 to 99 right now. Mojave County overperformed, so we're 52-16 in those early votes. We believe there's still about half the votes to be counted in Maricopa County, half the votes to be counted in Pima, where you're going to get a large swath, and then we have still quite a few rural votes to count.
But they're sitting on like 600,000, 500,000 earlies.
There is. I'm still waiting for our team to pull. Here's the numbers. Okay, we had yesterday. We're missing a lot of votes. So
missing.
So let me tell you
they
what.
They always report like
find
this.
the votes.
Let me tell you what was reported as of yesterday.
2.5 million votes.
As of yesterday, it was just in Maricopa. It was 542,000 Republican votes, 426,000 Democrat votes, and 339,000 independent votes.
So that's 1.2 million votes.
So there is. The numbers don't seem to add up. So it looks like they're missing at least
200,000 votes.
Yeah, well, a little bit less than that. So it was probably about 150,000 votes in there, which is odd.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, right?
It's very strange. But, this is Maricopa County.
Maricopa gave us incomplete data as we got closer, right?
Well, and then on top of that, we know they stopped processing or they were behind. So we are hearing from good sources on the inside that Richard was behind many days in ballot processing. Then we also know you have weekends, so you have weekend drops. We know that we were doing very well with our low propensity votes in those days as well in the last week leading up. So basically the entire last week for the most part, is perhaps unaccounted for right now in Maricopa County, and in early drops or early.
But when will they get to them?
So right now, as of where we stand right now, they'll count the votes that happen today in person first, and then they'll start processing.
And those should be favorable to us. Should be.
Yeah, I mean, so we.
What did we close on election day today?
So today. This was I don't have the final totals. I'll get them from our team right now. But where we were at the 6 o'clock hour was 250,000 votes in Maricopa County, 91,000 were Republican, 103,000 were third party or independent, 54,000 were Democrat. So we outperformed significantly the Democrat Party, but there were a lot of independents who showed up.
And we don't know the drops. We don't know drops.
And I'll be honest, seemingly. The independents were not favorable to us as much as we were hoping for. We're gonna run the numbers, but the problem is we don't have really complete data here because
we're missing Gila. We're also missing some of our best counties.
Maricopa County.
What?
Center County.
Did it flip? No way,
Charlie. Not only did it flip.
Can we get Cliff on, please?
With 63% of the vote. See, CNN says 63%. New York Times has 66% in Center County, 51-48 for Donald Trump. Center County, State College, Penn State, 111,000. Record turnout when we were there last weekend for the Penn State game, which, by the way, Charlie, I do have to bring up a point with you here, man. Got to say it. So I went to the Penn State-Ohio State game, largest attendance of any Penn State game in history, and I did not wear earplugs.
Okay.
I didn't wear earplugs at all, buddy.
All right, let's.
So the quick math that we're doing here.
There's missing votes in Maricopa County, though.
They didn't report all the returns, so
it's still close.
It's 426. This is like par for the course with these idiots. It's like literally.
And just to contrast this. The first drop in 2020, we were down 9 points, right, Tyler? The first drop in 2020, we were down 9 points, and now we're basically tied. And it only gets redder from here. Become a member today, members.charliekirk.com. Right now, the New York Times says that Trump is favored to win Wisconsin by 1.1 points. Win Iowa by 11. Hear that, Ann Seltzer? Win Arizona by 4 is the New York Times projection right now. Win Pennsylvania by 1.9, and where's Michigan? Michigan by 2.1, guys. Wow.
Wait, hold on a second.
They're missing 200,000 votes.
The way these are moving, I just want to
Maricopa
put
County
this on
didn't
your,
report 200,000 votes.
So I think a thing with the New York
I
Times
said from the
dial.
beginning.
I've been around the block with the dial a few times. Maybe they've changed it, but the way I tend to remember the dial is they don't really adjust other states based on how other states are doing. So it's just they're looking at the results in each specific state. So given how far we've seen Pennsylvania move, for instance, Pennsylvania's basically moved, I want to say, about 2 points over the course of the night, and it seems like it could continue to move. Minnesota is only Harris plus 3.8 right now, and it is 2% in. So we might see that one start moving into territory. If we start winning these by enough, Minnesota is in play. They currently have it as the closest one. They think Harris is still going to win. Virginia by 5. They've called that one. Nothing else too terribly remarkable.
Okay, I have some data to share. So I'm just eyeballing the votes that they have alleged to have been cast.
And we're missing counties. We're missing Gila. We're missing Graham. We're missing Cochise, which is a great county for us. Missing La Paz.
I'm going through all this, guys.
Apache, which is not good for us.
I'm going through all this.
All right, and Mike's about to come on.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, everyone. We are back. We are looking at these particular polls, and yeah, it's not close anymore. Basically, Trump is ahead by quite a substantial amount in Pennsylvania, and that pretty much ends the race if that's how the trend continues. But Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm happy to give my call. What I say here is that I think Trump's going to win it. That's my view. He's so far ahead in Pennsylvania now, and continuing to on the results of the kid coming in. He doesn't need Arizona. He doesn't need Minnesota. He doesn't need Wisconsin. He doesn't need Virginia. He still may win these, but he doesn't need them to get to 270 to win.
Yeah.
He may still win Wisconsin too.
Yeah,
so.
he may get all of them. But with Pennsylvania where it is, picking up those electoral votes, having won Georgia, he may pick up more after that. But yeah, that's my view. I'm happy to call
Chris,
it.
Are you leaving any room for you to be wrong? Because we have been informed that another very, very intelligent pollster or predictor has weighed in and said that he is predicting Harris is going to win, and that is Destiny.
Right. Well, such esteemed colleagues to have such a prediction as Destiny. He's never wrong.
There's his tweet, guys, if you're wondering where it was.
Yeah, let's have a look at the tweet.
It's over. I'm calling it
Harris the winner.
An hour ago.
I may be no Anthony Green as a psephologist, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, or a pollster, as it were, but yeah, that's my view.
Chris, what would you know against Destiny? I mean, really?
Yeah.
There's no comparison.
I'm happy with the betting markets. You know, the people who are actually betting with their money, the odds ratios are so high that speaks, anyone can say whatever they want, but if they're putting their money in and at those ratios, that's what gives me the most amount of comfort. Yeah.
Donald Trump at no point in this campaign has ever been at 90%. In 2020, he was never at 20% when we all thought that he'd won. I thought he'd won. I misunderstood about the mail-in ballots and red Ferraris. So, he's never been at 90%, 10%. And there really isn't. These things don't flip at these when the betting markets are at this level.
Absolutely. And Pennsylvania is now over 100,000 votes towards Donald Trump. So he's ahead 51%. So I think he'll probably get Pennsylvania. I think I'm with Chris.
Chris, before you go, can you just tell me how to read this map? I don't quite... Ram, if you don't mind bringing this map up, I don't quite understand how you're meant to read
it. Climate change.
No, it looks like global boiling.
Yes.
Or American boiling.
Reminds me of when they make it all look red. Look, before you guys head off, and Natalie, were you going to head off with them as well? Or?
I
no
can
pressure.
Stay till about 3:30.
No pressure at all. No, perfectly fine, all good. I wanted to throw it to Paul and then Chris then, considering you guys are about to head off. What final thoughts did you have so that you can leave it all on the field?
This is the first major battle, but this whole process isn't over. We still have whatever they plan on. What was it, Dennis Raskin or whatever, saying we won't accept the results. This is why it's so important that this is an absolutely wide margin. I really hope that he sweeps these states, because the more obvious it is if he wins the popular vote, if he wins a lot of these states, less likely that they're going to try to pull some kind of deep state shenanigans or not certify the vote or something like that on January 6th. And then we have Inauguration Day, January 20th. And then, there's a lot of work to do in terms of breaking the narrative with the FDA, the CDC, uncovering, who was on Epstein's Island flights? All these things that all these things that have been held back by the deep state, if they can come to air, and then we can finally have some healing for the things that a lot of people know have been swept under the rug, but a lot of people who watch mainstream media, since it's not reported on, they live in their parallel universe to the rest of the Americans. And we need to come together, and the only way you do that is sunlight is the best disinfectant. We need this stuff out in the open, investigated, and so that everyone can get on the same page. And that's where...
So I'm assuming Bill Gates, A, is worried because of the Epstein Island list, first of all. And second of all, he's worried because he's trying to spray things around the world to block the sunlight.
Well, what about safe and effective?
Oh, that too.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Gavi, everything they did.
Gavi, everything they've
done. Florida is the only Surgeon General who recognized the DNA contamination in the shots. And so, when the CDC finally, and the FDA say, that their directors change, and they're like, you know what, Joe? Absolutely agree with you. The DNA contamination wrapped inside a lipid nanoparticle is really dangerous, and we have it on our children's injection schedule in the U.S. Right? I mean, this is beyond the pale, and this has to have stopped yesterday, last year, 2 years before that. This information was out there, and only when you have the FDA and the CDC director change, and they actually investigate what Latipo has been talking about, who, of course, was referring to the work of Kevin McKiernan, this is going to get real.
You know, I know it sounds silly with such a big election there, but you know, the Peanut and Fred, they sent 10 people in. They sent 10 people in to deal with that issue in the state of New York. That would have cost the taxpayers $10,000.
Well,
probably more.
How
A
about
vote
more than 10 people?
A vote for Trump is a vote for Peanut.
Right, no, but a vote for Harris
It's also
is
a
a vote
vote
for more of this overbearing
Absolutely.
government. But my question to you, Paul, and Chris, if you want to weigh in on this, are we looking now at a heightened risk of another assassination attempt of Trump before the inauguration?
I'd say probably
How's
yes.
the Secret Service going to keep him safe when he is the president? I mean, we got some crazy people out there. What's the risk factor here?
I mean, I do think there is a risk, but the good news is that J.D. Vance, my understanding of him is he's not owned by the Uniparty. You know, so it gets, you know, the bar becomes harder. The higher the margin of victory, the fact that JD is the number 2. You know, so the other thing, yeah, absolutely, 10 people to go in to kill Peanut, but you know, how about some words for Amos Miller and the Amish farmers?
Yeah,
you know, that's another group of people who they sent the goon squad on because you know that they needed to maintain control of big food, big ag, big pharma, as well as well, how about a little bit of investigation for Google? You know, all the ways in which they have put their fingers on
and they've taken over DuckDuckGo now. How many
so this, you know,
search engines?
They've taken over DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo does not give you the same searches that it used to. I'm sorry, you go to Brave now.
Yeah.
Go straight to Brave.
This is the narrative has to be unwound, and this is the first step in that process.
But will Trump be able to do this? He's been president before. He promised many of the things that he campaigned for on this time previously, on immigration, on budget. Remember term limits?
Yep.
He said that if elected, he would enforce term limits. On so much more, he had the opportunity, just as we all accuse Kamala Harris of to do that, but he got distracted. He surrounded himself with people who dangled distractions and Kim Kardashians in front of his eyes, or getting distracted on budgets, and he lost his eye on the ball.
True.
Even
He admitted it.
admits it.
He admits it.
I think
admits it.
He surrounded himself
But if-
with people who controlled him with lobbyists.
But you know what, Chris? I think...
If I just, while I'm giving my view on this one, which is, can his own people who got him there hold his feet to the fire? Because I'm someone who supported Vivek. When I was at CPAC, I was hoping that we'd get some momentum behind DeSantis. I wasn't always. I was saying that Trump may not be the man to do this. Once that's over with, you fall in behind the leader. Absolutely, everyone did. From Vivek to DeSantis, everyone did. Can everyone who supported him, from the Charlie Kirks, from the Jordan Petersons, from the Tina McQueen, who's over there in Mar-a-Lago right now, I can see, can they, from all manner of lobbyists and people who can reach him, make sure he delivers on what he says that he was going to? And I'm not sure.
That is extremely important. I'm hoping that a shot to the face clarifies the matters.
Let me just put this to you though. I think in a weird kind of way, the fact that he didn't get up in 2020, I think that's going to make him a better president in 2025. I think that he's more alert and more aware. I think that's some of it because he's not a lifelong politician. He didn't realise how much he's being manipulated. He wants to leave a legacy, and I think he's going to be a much better president in this next term than what he would have been had he won in 2020.
That's my feeling as well.
Yeah, he did admit to it. I mean, he did say that when he got to the White House, he was like a deer in headlights. He was surrounded by a whole bunch of lobbyists that said, this is who you pick for this particular portfolio, this is who you pick for that particular portfolio. And he had no idea. Does he have an idea now? Well, he's pre-picking right now the right people.
That's true.
And that is what we want, is the right people in the job. I mean, going back to Rob Kennedy Jr., you would never have a Democrat coming to join a Republican like this unless there was a real issue, a pressing issue. And the pressing issue is what's going on in the world. I'm excited.
So a good sign for what you're saying is when Miss Piggy jumps ship, you know you're on the right boat.
My hope from this is that we can use this as evidence that you can push politics somewhat on the issues that we're talking about here in Australia, that this is relevant. We always it's an election over there, it doesn't really matter. Well, if it's happening in Europe, continental Europe, if it's happening in the US, some of these ideas will resonate with people here, and we need to find a way to make them work outside where they traditionally thought. Lobbyists and corporates aren't going to resonate with this. It's seats of McMahon and Western Sydney. It's outer suburbs where this will work. And that's my view going forward from this anyway, this has given us credibility of everything we've talked about here, because without this win tonight...
And it's much harder to bully us now.
And especially if it's a majority,
not everyone
right?
on our side is a conservative.
You're
A lot of
absolutely
people are more liberal and more libertarian. Much, much harder to bully us. Much harder to say to us that you're going to put a post up that shows what we liked. We liked a Twitter feed, 20 years ago. So we're going to lose our jobs, or we're going to, lose our credit cards, lose our banking, all that sort of stuff. So very much harder.
That being said, now is the majority of United States garbage now, as Biden said?
Exactly.
That's right. Yeah.
But look at what people have been saying online. Okay, I'm garbage. Okay, I'm going to vote for the felon.
Look who's just walked in, everyone. I'm going to check out because I've called this, but there's someone who's just come in. Come on in.
No worries. Thanks, Chris. Everyone, thank you for listening to Chris on here as well. And I want to welcome Steve Tripp onto the podcast, who is from the...
Hey, Steve.
What's the name of your podcast now?
Commanding the Narrative.
Commanding the Narrative, that's right. I didn't want to say the other name. But Paul, did you have any other last thoughts before you headed off?
I think that was it. I think that's what did it. I'm really glad to see Steve here. This is
you guys must be exhausted. You've been going since what, 9 o'clock?
The adrenaline's
honestly, I came prepared for an 8 hour.
Natalie didn't sleep.
I came prepared for an 8 hour podcast. Like I'm still roaring to go.
I don't think you'll need it.
Like I was listening to Charlie right now. They are not going away until they have Philadelphia locked away in Pennsylvania. They said if I have to fly over there myself, they were saying, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to wait.
Pennsylvania is looking pretty good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So you might,
there you go. Doesn't quite work with the no, not yet.
Not really.
But Paul, if you wanted to head off, you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to come back if we're still streaming.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just listen in a little bit of the next conversation. Head off. But thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you, and great to share this historic day with all of you. It's absolutely.
So you guys have been watching the numbers pretty closely. What are you
trying?
Is anyone calling it yet? I know that
Chris called
it, and the betting markets are phenomenally towards Trump. So even if some of the states are on razor thin margins, the betting markets being this far in
I just came from the New South Wales Parliament House, and they had Fox on, of course, and Sean Hannity's said that he's calling it as well. So, I mean, the momentum is heading for Donald Trump, which is good.
Yes,
I'm still very, very nervous, though. I'm very nervous.
The betting markets have got him at 90%.
I know.
It doesn't come back from there.
I know, but I think I still have a bit of trauma from 2020.
I think everyone has a bit of trauma from 2020. That was wow. That's not something we care to relive.
I'll make it worse for you. We have had somebody that's called it for Harris, but that person's destiny. So take what you want.
and me as well.
So
I called it for Harris as well.
Called it for Harris. He owes us a tomahawk.
It's so important that it's not close, because we really need, it'll help the nation stay together if the margin is not close. It's not just enough for him to win.
Virginia's very close.
But they're only predicting him at the moment to be at sort of 280, 290. I want this to be a blowout.
I agree.
Because because if it is close, if it's 280, 290, you think, is there really that many people that are still kind of...
It breaks the narrative.
Harris sounds like a really good idea.
It breaks the narrative if it's not close.
I just can't understand why people are voting for Democrats. If you look at the Democrat cities, why do they continue to keep going down that path?
Why do the Victorians
It's called indoctrination. Like, you have these people who have been indoctrinated by mainstream media, by their politicians, and it's very difficult to make them see clarity.
How could the Victorians have voted for Dan Andrews again?
Yeah.
What wakes them up after everything they've been through? What wakes them up? How do you get through to them?
They've got to they've got to catch them out in the lies. Everyone will have their own personal experience. For example, a farmer will be like, "Why are you closing live sheep export? Why are you clamping down on this particular chemical that we use forever and it's very safe?" They're like, "I don't understand. We already reduced an XYZ." Everyone has their moment in their respective industry. For example, in the construction industry, the way that they've gone after the construction industry and completely gotten rid of industry in Australia, and we don't build anything here anymore. We have to supply all the electronics from overseas. We're vulnerable. And I'm like, well, that's because our government, the legislation they've passed, the way that they've made us uncompetitive, they haven't protected our industry. Everyone has their own personal engagement with this. That's why the jab people like Michael O'Neill, were early on COVID, because they had already woken up to the medical industrial complex, and that's why a lot of veterans, a lot of libertarians ended up being, they happened to be veterans because they were like, I saw what happened in the war, and You know, we weren't fighting there for the flag. We were fighting there for our mates, you know.
That's why a lot of overseas people from Eastern Bloc countries were fairly awake during COVID, because they've seen what communism does, what socialism does. You need to hurt a lot for people to wake up. And obviously it's not enough for the Victorians. They need more hurt. And I think from speaking to a lot of the Victorians, there's a lot of people who do live in Victoria who are very left-leaning. That they do think that we should have set amounts of money that everybody gets, which is not, you know, not everyone agrees with.
So they like what's happening?
Some of them do, which is scary.
I think my theory on Victoria is the data's clear. I'll see you later, Paul. Everyone, Paul's heading off. That's all right. No worries. No, I'll see you in a bit. See you, Chris. Thanks for the shots. My theory on what's happening in Victoria is when they're given a clear opportunity to express their discontent with the government or with what's happening and they want something better, they do vote no in the referendum, because it's very clear. It's yes and no. It's very clear what you're getting. But in the state election, I've had to explain this to a lot of people. The Liberals were more woke than federal Labor. They had a 75% net zero amount, whereas federal Labor had a 50% net zero. I mean, they were trying to be Labor light, and to make matters worse, it's like, okay, well then why didn't the minor parties make inroads? It's because there were 9 minor parties with the same sort of policies. And when you see that sort of division on the right, it's like, well, no wonder. But when you have a clear vote between yes and no, we smash them, 55% even in Victoria. So, and that's why I said on referendum night, all the Liberal Party consultants ought to be sacked, because they're not cutting through, they're not, you know, they've strayed from the Menzies We Believe statement, and it's really frustrating because we can win. We won the voice, you know, and we were outgunned in every way.
You have to have strong arguments. So I was working at the Pittwater by-election when the Liberals were going up against the Teals recently, and I was just speaking to one of the Teals, not being aggressive, not trying to argue, more just trying to understand where they come from. And Natalie, you know, being in a Teal electorate,
absolutely,
what the Teals are like. And one of the things I was asking him about was the rollout of renewables across the country and how much environmental destruction and also economic destruction that's causing. And then the topic got onto nuclear energy. And he said, didn't you watch that Four Corners thing on the ABC recently? And they were talking about how nuclear doesn't work and we can't have it here. And I said, well, why are there so many countries around the world that have nuclear energy? And he said, well, they'd have it, but it's not producing that much energy. I said, but what about France? It's producing, I said 70% at the time. And he said, well, I haven't heard that before. And I said, well, you better go look that up. And he said he would, and hopefully he has. I was actually doing a podcast on Sunday night with a French politician, and I asked him this question. I said, is it true that France has 70% of its nuclear energy, 70% of its power coming from nuclear energy? And he said, no, it's actually 80%, and it could be 100%, but the European Union forces them to have renewables.
That's right.
And he said, with this 4th generation nuclear technology, they can take all the fuel that they've had over the decades, and it would, with this new recycling process that they have, they'd have 2,000 years worth of fuel.
That's right. And what a pity Paul's not here and he's just gone, because
Paul would be the expert on this.
He's the expert on this. And I remember listening to him speaking about this. It is quite phenomenal. We're not dealing with Chernobyl or Hiroshima. That's not what we're dealing with, which is what these Teals actually think. But they're happy to go and talk about things like, oh, let's save the koalas. Well, then if we're saving the koalas, why are we cutting down their habitat? Yeah. If we're saving the whales, why do we want to have windmills in the middle of the ocean? And if we're saving birds, why have we got windmills with a graveyard for them underneath them with toxic resins everywhere? They don't look at that. They don't. They're indoctrinated by whoever it is that they're representing.
So this really is an information war. And I want to ask you, Joel, this question. Obviously, we look to America as a lead on the political sway. And it really started with RFK, how he used podcasting to get his message out there. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that his father and his uncle had been assassinated in the past. And I think he even said at one point that he did the podcasting thing because he wasn't getting Secret Service protection, so it's more risky for him to go out in public. He would love to do it, but podcasting was a way of him getting his message to the audience. After Trump had the assassination attempt, you could see that he went along that line as well. How effective do you think getting his message out through going on podcasts like Joe Rogan, and he was also on the Patrick Bet-David show and a whole bunch of them. How effective has that been?
70 million views effective, no?
Well, I heard a figure somewhere that the views that he got on Rogan were twice as many as Kamala Harris had done combined on all the media networks that she had been on. That's the weight of podcasting. Firstly, how effective has it been in America, and can we see that in the future here in Australia?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, Iowa has now officially been called by the Associated Press and Fox for Donald Trump.
Oh.
So if that
wow,
Des Moines
that's significant.
That Des Moines poll, get real. You know, as I said when I first came in here, they amplified that. They ignored the other polls. And how much is he currently up by? 56% to 42%. So that's a 13% lead at the moment, with 57% of the vote counted. That lead may narrow, but at the moment, pretty significant. Certainly she's not up.
You love to see it.
Yep.
Yeah, no, going back to the question, can we do that here? Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I think it was very significant in America. I think that we've seen this was the death of legacy media in this particular one. Doesn't mean they're completely irrelevant, but they're disappearing. They just are disappearing, and their reach is waning. You know, the numbers bear that out. In Australia, we are still slightly behind. You know, we're just building our infrastructure on the alternative media side. It's hard enough trying to find. Not many people have managed to make this work financially, so that their income is more than their expenses. Me, for example, I still put more in than I receive, so I'm still, at a loss technically. But I know that'll change with time, because the eyeballs are there. The eyeballs are there. But other than me, I mean, there's not really many people in the alternative media space outside Sky News and all that, other than Avi, Yamini. That's pretty much it, man.
But have you noticed a shift in the thinking of Australian politicians? Do you think, especially after this election, will this wake them up? And no,
they're living in a dream world. They're not even. I saw a really stupid tweet by what was his name? Simon Fitzgibbons. Fitzsimons, you know Fitzsimons, the bandana man. He basically made the point that, where's JD Vance? He's hiding. He's not getting out there. And someone tweeted under it, "Are you living under a rock?" And then they tweeted the JD Vance interview with Trump, which had tens of millions of views. There is a huge divide with regards to where people are getting their news. In Australia, it is quite pronounced. It's actually young men that are the highest potential voters for Trump. They polled, people, and it goes young men.
Well, they're finding the black men as well are coming over to the Trump. Not obviously overwhelmingly, the whole pool is towards Kamala, but that little margin, that 10% margin, which is significant and that can sway the election, has come over to Trump. Has it been because he's done Rogan and Patrick Bet-David and the Flagrant podcast and all the other podcasts that are out there?
Yeah.
But if you
she hasn't even done a press conference at this point. She's actually run the entire campaign without a press conference.
This is the ridiculous thing. All she needed to do was go on the Rogan podcast and talk about anything.
No
talk about
way.
the weather for 3 hours.
No.
But
She couldn't.
avoided.
How would you?
How can she run the country?
So
She
many
can't.
things.
That's the whole point.
Well,
she can't.
the thing
avoided
is,
so many things. She comes in. She essentially gets coronated. They have a closed convention. The Democrats wanted an open one. That's going to hurt. Then she decides not to do an interview for the first month after that's happened. That's going to hurt. The amount of unforced errors that they've had. And that's why I'm still saying now I think this is going to be a blowout. I don't think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be 280 or 290. At the moment, Nevada hasn't closed their polls yet. At the moment, what he's already confirmed in is 210 electoral college votes. Okay, that's what's already been called. He is leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona. He's currently leading.
Yeah.
Now, those are tight races, a lot of them, but I think the trend is going in his favour. And there's a good chance he'll win all of them. I'm not so confident Minnesota, but there's a good chance he'll win all of them.
I actually don't think Kamala could do any more, because if she went on Joe Rogan, he would have made mincemeat out of her. Absolutely.
Just to fact check, one thing about Joe Rogan is she accepted to do the podcast with Joe Rogan, but she wanted him to travel to her. She didn't want to go to the studio.
That's because she didn't want to do it.
And she only wanted to do 45 minutes to an hour. Like,
Right.
that's not
Just
a podcast.
like she showed up late to the Brett Baer interview, and then only let him have 15 or 20 minutes. They had to rush the interview to try and get it out.
And then the 60-minute interview, that wasn't even the interview that was really aired.
The Dana Bash interview that she did, what a joke that was.
Actually, it's funny. This goes back to what Joel was saying about Australian politicians. I reached out to a high-profile National Party. I wasn't speaking to them directly. I spoke to their office, and I said, my name's Stephen Tripp. I do the Commanding the Narrative podcast. I'd like to interview such and such. And they said, oh, yeah, we can organise that for you. We'll just let you know when he's available next. So how long is this going to be? Is it just like a 15-minute interview? I'm like, it's a podcast. Like, there's no podcast that's 15 minutes. And he said, oh, well, we'll probably only be able to give you 15 minutes. I said, well, there's no point.
He pulled the camel on you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I think that should be a statement now.
She refused to go on Dr. Phil. She made time to go on SNL, which NBC's got themselves in trouble for. Refused to have a press conference. Refused to actually talk about policies. What's her answer? I come from a middle class.
She went on The View.
Goes on The View.
With Joy and
then she says on The View, "Oh, there's nothing I would have done differently."
Yeah.
Doesn't even acknowledge where America. She could have come out and said, "Look, I know Americans are hurting right now because of inflation, and I know that they say we spent too much money. Here's the thing: we were left with a difficult choice. Either we spent the money at the risk of inflation, or we didn't spend the money and people might have gone without. So we did the best thing that we thought we could do, and that was we tried to give some money away." See, if you had some humility and you acknowledge that there was some pain because of it, maybe they'd like you a bit more. But instead, no answer, no acknowledgement, and people don't like it, and that's what's being reflected right now.
I think going back to the why politicians aren't doing these interviews, I think it's because they don't understand the concept yet that the secret to getting elected and the secret to building an online following now is authenticity. And it doesn't get more authentic than Trump and Joe Rogan having a 3-hour interview unedited. Even in the JD Vance one, Joe Rogan literally was having mic problems and he was diagnosing it while it was live. People love that because it's like, clearly it's not staged, clearly it's not prim and proper. That means I can trust it. So people are starting to associate competency with I can't trust you.
I'm going to give you a quick update here on the betting markets. This is when it got to these levels in 2016. That's when Cenk Uygur said he started tearing up the paper. So, Democrat donors and this, that, and we're tearing up the papers. That was when the New York Times said that there was a 95% chance. Well, currently, the betting markets, international betting markets, the bookmakers, Polymarket and Kashi, are all roughly 95% Trump wins this election.
Yeah, wow.
Well, I've got some.
Do the dance yet?
So apparently, Trump has momentum in the blue states. It's still tight in, is that North Carolina? But he can't win Virginia. But
he can win Virginia.
This blue wall looks like Trump might be coming over the top.
She's taken the lead in Virginia, but look, the trend is still in his favour. I still think he can win it. It's going to be tight. But I think North Carolina and Georgia, I think he's got it.
Look, I'm more nervous about this election than I am about Australian elections. So
that's because they matter more.
Well, do you think I'm just getting
No, this matters. This
really does matter.
I think this is an incredibly important election. I mean, we're looking at. This is, again, do we believe in the deep state that's running the American politics at the moment? Because surely Biden hasn't been running America, surely. And neither is Kamala.
Can't even run his own household.
He can't make a statement without stuttering. And Kamala without cackling. So, I mean, there is somebody else above that. So if we believe in trying to get some sort of semblance of sanity within America, who technically are still the leaders of the free world, this is a very important election.
I'm a huge Republican. I always have been. I would prefer to see Australia be an independent sovereign nation as opposed to being under the monarchy. Most of my friends don't agree with me on the right. Fair enough. We all have our different views. But you know what? I'd love to have Donald Trump be the simultaneous Prime Minister of Australia at the same time as he runs the US, right? And that's why we're paying attention, because it means that those of us that are so frustrated with how things are going in this country, with the fact that politicians are acting as though they've got a mandate to do things that the overwhelming majority of this country don't want them to do, it's about time that we can now start to stand up and say we've had enough.
What are the biggest takeaways? What are the lessons that we can learn from this American election and the whole campaign and bring that
I think we need to get control of the media. Sorry.
Yeah, look, there's two answers to this. There's a culture, which I want you to answer, and I'm going to answer the mechanical, but go for it.
I was just going to say, I think we need to get control of the media. We need to get control of the narrative. I think a lot of people were very intimidated in 2020 when there were people that were going out protesting against the lockdowns that were being thrown to the ground by the police. At the same time that those very same police officers were taking a knee to the BLM protesters, especially in Victoria and New South Wales. You know, this is the sort of thing that I think people have become too intimidated. And what they do is they think, well, I'll just keep the peace. I'll just be quiet. I'll just let you be. And a lot of us do. A lot of us say, hey, look, do what you want to do. And I don't care as long as you leave me alone. Now I think people are starting to stand up and say, you know what? I'm actually going to move to the right and I'm going to stop you from doing what you want to do because I've seen the consequences. And that's going to be a big change. And when America says it, the rest of us get inspired by it.
Yeah, we definitely have to understand where these problems came from. The first one was this is cultural Marxism. Who sets the culture? The Yanks set the culture ever since World War II ended. And that's the answer to the cultural element. Now that the Americans are leading the way with that, America is dealing with America-sized problems. Elon buying Twitter was a huge game changer for everyone. Joe Rogan dumping the whole I'm going to be neutral and not endorse someone because now's the time, it's now or never. It's stuff like that, this Avengers team that's sort of come together, Democrats jumping over to independents and then not jumping over to Trump and the new Republican Party. That is, the Yanks have done a phenomenal job. It's now given Australia the opportunity under their almost protection, obviously, because we're sort of, we're allies in that, us Five Eyes countries. It's given us as people an opportunity to hijack, jump onto that, and bring that energy and that flame to Australia culturally. But in terms of the tactics, which, as someone that, I think that, in an election term for myself, the tactics I see there are ones we've actually done in the past. I was saying to the group before, early voting, they completely changed on early voting. See, people like Professor David Flint in Australia, he shares the same view that the Republicans had in 2020, which is you should only vote on election day. It's the most secure way to do it. It should be a snapshot of the actual electorate. However, if you want to win, that's the losing mindset. That's a losing mindset. If you want to win, it's a different story. It doesn't mean cheat. It doesn't mean you adopt the values of the left. It just means you retain your values, but you adopt the strategies and the tactics of the left because they understand the rules of this soccer game better than we do. We're getting red cards, yellow cards, just because we don't understand the rules. So what they did was they heavily focused on banking on maximizing the ease of access for voting. A lot of these people, they can't get out on election day. Today it's a Tuesday in America. Most working class people that would vote for Trump, they're working. It's not a national holiday. It's not being held on a Saturday. So by leaning into early voting for the last few weeks, they've banked those votes. They've matched or been just a few percentage under the Democrats. And then on election day, the men have come out in huge numbers and they have far exceeded the Democrats and closed any gaps that there were. So the Republicans are looking like a winning team now. They are ballot harvesting. They are going to the nursing homes and doing what the Democrats did and encouraging people to vote and getting people registered, getting the bloody Amish registered of all people.
Yes, that was fantastic.
And that's what we need in Australia. We need to lean into, okay, sure, they've changed it to 3 weeks early voting in Victoria. It's crap. They've just done local election voting in Victoria.
What did you say? 3 weeks?
3 weeks. Well, it's actually technically 5 weeks in Victoria because they did the... So in Victoria, a lot of people don't know this, and this is why I haven't been on the show for a few weeks. The Victorian local elections were entirely mass mail-out ballot. You couldn't go to a polling centre and vote. So that's going to eventually come to the whole of the country. But this was in the local elections in Victoria, and it was incredibly difficult because you couldn't really campaign outside a polling booth. You would just have to mail it back. And so there's no opportunity to actually campaign. So
and that's why they do it. We all know that that's exactly why they do it. I want to give a quick update on the election.
Please, we should. So
at the moment, I just want to talk about the popular vote. So Donald Trump's just over 50 million. Kamala Harris is at 44 million, just over. So there's a 6 million vote difference. Now, the biggest voting turnout occurred in 2020. He won 75 million votes, which makes him the losing side with the most amount of votes. And allegedly, well, I won't say that, Joe Biden won with 81 million votes. Now, all that we've got left is Hawaii and Hawaii and Alaska. So Hawaii goes to the Dems, presumably. Alaska goes to Trump. Washington, Oregon, presumably they'll go to the Dems. Idaho, should go to the obviously will go to the Republicans. That leaves Nevada, which is a swing state, in California. I don't even think that there's the numbers left for her to actually get. There is technically the numbers there, but I don't really think that she's even in line to win the popular vote here.
I think, I mean, we really won't know. California's a big one.
Yeah, but California's only got a population of under 40 million. And even if you had a turnout of all, like, say, 20 million voters, and it goes 60-40, that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, speak of the devil, California's starting to light up blue, but no results yet.
I'll go out on a whim. I'm going to call California for Dems. Let me be the first to do it.
No. No worries. Natalie, did you have any final thoughts before you head off?
Well, do I have final thoughts? I can breathe a sigh of relief because I was very nervous coming into this, and I agree with you guys. I think Trump has done an amazing job. His campaign schedule, for somebody of his age, he has so much charisma and so much energy. I don't care what the Democrats say about him. The man is an absolute machine to have had a schedule like that and to campaign the way he did. He's got an incredible team behind him, all of them. I don't think there's a single one that is not strong enough to run a government in the right direction. Sure, they'll make mistakes like any other government, but I'm excited. And Joel, thank you very much for doing this. I think it's been an absolute pleasure. And all you guys, Stephen, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Lovely to meet you.
Now, looking forward to having you back very soon, and hopefully back to normal with the coverage.
Yes.
No more elections this year, thank God.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
No worries. Thanks, Natalie.
I've said that I don't think that she's going to hit 200. Oregon, can someone tell me how many they've got in Oregon, how many electoral college votes they've got?
Where's Christian? You need him. Yep.
4, I think.
4.
Four.
So assume that she takes Oregon and Hawaii. That brings her into the 180-190 range. Nevada's only worth 6. So if this map stays the way it is and all the pink states go red, and she wins everything else.
Sorry, Oregon is
She
8.
won't be at 200. 8, okay. She won't even hit 200. So that's going to be a pretty...
a resounding no.
Yeah.
A resounding no. Sea of red.
But here's the question. Do the Democrats do what the Labor Party does? The Labor Party says, the majority of the country says no, so that must mean that they actually mean yes, so we'll just go and introduce the voice at a state level. Is that what they do? Or do they actually take corrective action and say, oh, we got this wrong? We need to stop some of the trans stuff. We need to stop some of this pride stuff. We need to stop some of this woke stuff. We need to come back to where people are. We need to respect family values, etc. And that's going to be the big question. And if they don't do it, then maybe we'll see a reverse. Maybe we'll see the Republicans win 16 of the next 20 years instead of having the Democrats like they have. They've won 16 in the last 20.
Well, if they keep this machine going that they've built, then they will. They'll hold on to power. But yeah, Oregon's just started, and the Republicans are about 220,000 behind.
Yeah.
But let's see how that goes. Do they usually win Oregon or no?
Yeah. Oregon's blue. Yeah.
Oh, right.
So the coastal states are blue. So you got the blue wall. So in the past, the blue wall was all of those little states that you don't normally see because they're so small. It's all of those plus Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Now people, when they refer to the blue wall, are really just talking about those 3 states that flip. So. I wouldn't be surprised to see Oregon. I'm expecting Oregon to be blue. Nevada is an interesting one. I've got a lot of friends in Nevada. Especially with the no tax on tips and things like that, I would be really surprised, to be honest, if he doesn't win Nevada. So, and that would mean that my earlier prediction I've been saying for months would be correct, that he's going to win all 7 of the swing states. Don't tell me anything bad about Virginia. I don't want to know about Virginia. I've called Virginia months ago, and I'm sticking with it until the absolute last moment.
Look, all I can think of is last time, 2020, and I went to bed thinking Trump's got this, he's won, and then you wake up the next day and it's completely flipped.
Yeah.
Is there any chance?
The betting markets had him at $1.30. Yeah. When we all stopped looking because it was clearly over, and then we saw that jump that came like that. they had only put it at $1.30, and I unduly thought, yeah, he's won this because all the bookmakers had started paying out for people that had voted on Trump. This is different. He's
So you're saying we can't rely on the bookmakers?
Well, no, that was only $1.30, right? So there's a 1 in 3 chance of that happening again, theoretically.
Can I just say the reason
It's
why
95% now? It's no way back.
The reason why it flipped so quickly is when they started counting. See, this time around in these swing states, they started counting the mail-in ballots first, whereas last time they did it last, and the Republicans didn't do it at all. Pretty much the mail-in ballots. I mean, they did something like 2 million mail-in ballots in the Democrats received, where in 2020 for Pennsylvania, where and the Republicans only did 500,000. This time it's a lot closer.
Yeah, but mate, I'm going to use the word they tried to shoot him, and I'm only using they because that's what J.D. Vance said on the Joe Rogan podcast, which blew me away. I must say, this guy's a vice presidential candidate, and he's using that word they tried to kill Trump.
Yeah.
That really stood out for me. So if they're willing to do that, and you go along with Vance and what he's thinking there, they could pull out anything. I know we think that the trend is that there's a term in politics. The trend is your friend, and the trend is going towards Trump at the moment. But we've got to still be vigilant and keep our eyes open. Anything can still happen.
I reckon the Democrats have got a different plan B this time because history doesn't repeat it. But it rhymes. I reckon they're going to do something a little bit more. Slightly different. I mean, they've got a few. They could allege that Trump is, engaged in insurrection, for example, and therefore he can't be the president on a legality. There's many different angles they could do that on, but how they would enact that, I'm really not sure. Who knows? They might even do some kind of a coup thing with mass rioting. I mean, I said before the election, I said no matter who wins, we're going to see violence. I really am worried about that. So anything could happen in the next few hours. Really.
I don't think we're going to see the sort of violence.
No, not like 2020
Harris,
was.
If Harris had won, I don't think that we would have seen the kind of violence that we're going to see this time round from the Dems. And look, I will extend an olive branch to those young college kids because what are you expecting? You've been telling them that he's literally Hitler. If you're 20 years old now. He's been on the scene since you were prepubescent, since you were in elementary school. So if that's what you've been told your entire life, you're going to be frightened.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, then how do you explain Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. coming across to the Trump camp? They're meant to be Democrats. They've switched. You could even say Trump was a Democrat. So, same with Elon. So Elon was a Democrat. So they've switched. Are we seeing a tide? Will more Democrats wake up as time goes on?
And that's why I think you're beginning to see young people be a lot more, what are they calling it now? Based?
Yeah.
Right? Joel Jammal was the one that actually said on one of our previous shows that the reason why so many of the young guys are growing mullets is because they want to be able to show that they're straight. And I didn't realise. I was wondering why we were seeing so many mullets.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought it was stupid. And when Topher Field explained it to me in the first episode of the Ark, I was like, mate, I could get behind that. I mean, for the young...
Are we going to see you with a mullet?
No,
I'll grow one if you will.
Look, I'm working on it. I just have to turn and you'll see it. I mean, Trump's got a bit of a mullet, so it's coming in. But no, I think there is a huge anti-woke sort of thing that's popping in because it's the dominant culture. There's a great video with Eric Weinstein, and he's asked, why do you think young men are breaking to the right? And he's like, well, where else are they going to go?
Yeah. Well, the left don't love them.
Yeah, it's just demonization, In America, I think people forget how white America is.
So Elon Musk has just declared, he said, game, set, match.
Yeah, it's over. It's definitely over. It's only so much that a young person's supposed to put up with. You're going to call men toxic masculinity and this and that. For men doing what males naturally do. Right, if you're a 12-year-old boy, you're going to start looking at the 12-year-old girl. If you're an 18-year-old boy, you're going to be asking the 18-year-old girl out. If you're a 25-year-old guy, you're going to be wanting to get a girlfriend and maybe get married and all that. It's just natural, normal behaviour, and you're ostracising them, and you're ostracising the patriarchy and having families and this and that. And there's only so much of that people are prepared to put up with.
Yeah, I wonder what's happening on X right now. I'm seeing a lot of squealing memes of the lefties squealing right now. It's hilarious.
Can we tune in and see? I just want to see Joe Scarborough's face on MSNBC.
Look, I did try to check I did try to check what TYT were doing. There's not much screeching going on. I think they're actually quite annoyed with the Democrats and what they did. It's a bit like what happened in 2016 where they cheated Trump. I mean, treated Bernie Sanders, who was seen as the Trump.
I think Cenk, I mean, despite his unhinged interviews or appearances on Piers Morgan shows, I think he has known for a while that this is a problem. And I think deep down, CNN, MSNBC, the Washington Post, New York Times, all these places, LA Times, etc., etc., etc. I think deep down, they knew this was a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that funny how the polls narrowed and then they're completely wrong? Check this out. This is the presidential election from Polymarket. Is Polymarket? Oh no, hang on. That doesn't count. That's not the polls. That's not the polls. My bad.
So I'll just explain to people if they're seeing things in the betting markets where it's gone up to 97% and then it's come back very quickly a few percentage points. What you're actually seeing there, in my opinion, what you'll be seeing there is people cashing out their bets. Okay, people taking the other side, because if you're at 97%, you're not going to keep holding the bet to get to 100. If you take the other side of that bet right now, you've cashed out, you've taken your profit off the table. It's any shenanigans, it doesn't matter, you've already got your money. So that's why you're going to see that hover between that sort of 97, 98% mark and 93%. It's just going to go back and forth like that. Nothing to worry about, just relax.
I'm sorry, guys.
Get your champagne, get your dancing going.
We have to go through some of this stuff. I mean, check this out. Stephen Shavura wrote, Trump's winning. What time are the fiery but mostly peaceful protests scheduled to begin? You got the Tate brothers. Crap, there we go. Demonetized straight away. We've got X. X is the signal.
I'm telling you, Biden voted for Trump. I'm telling you he did.
Of course. Tell Kamala, I want her to know it was me. A Game of Thrones reference. Oh, God. Biden will not attend Harris election night. There you go. That's the story.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sleep.
It's not based on nothing. But again, Kamala.
I saw this one before. Yep.
Winner of
Biden Tyrell.
Yep.
That's the president. Oh, geez. I don't know what else. What's Adolf Hitler comments on the U.S. election? Okay, I don't want to.
Hitler just won.
That's. Is she
she's on the phone now again, is she?
Funny.
Yeah.
Oh, this is where she was pretending to make a call.
Yeah, she had the phone.
I got fact checked. I was on Instagram. I posted that. I got fact checked straight away.
They took us down.
It took us to Instagram.
Honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing this concession speech. And here's the big question:
well, will there be?
Is she going to do it tonight? Or is she going to put her supporters through what Hillary Clinton did? I don't think she can, because she's just got no chance winning. It's not like 2016 where it was like, oh, maybe, I think, I don't know. Maybe her husband will have a word to her.
Yeah, I wonder what Dave Smith's thinking. There you go. Candace Owens is at the Patrick Bet David show where they're actually doing the... you got Tom doing the results live there and going through it all. Cenk is freaking out and it's amazing.
Oh, let's see. Can we see?
Michaela Peterson. Yeah, again, I got a soft spot for Cenk, who's actually the one that got me into US politics. So
is he?
Oh yeah.
Hey, at least that guy holds his ground. I've been watching him on Piers Morgan, and you might disagree with him, but he's willing to.
He doesn't hold his ground. He just yells and screams over everybody.
He does do that, but I like a bit of that sometimes.
Well, what about Francesca?
Yeah, let me play.
So Francesca's annoying as it is on the show, but now because Piers is actually there, they had them in the studio, and she did another unhinged appearance in person.
I wasn't a big fan of Piers Morgan, but I like what he's doing with his format at the moment, and there's a lot of contention on that show. But at least you hear both sides or different sides, and they just shout over the top of each other, but it's entertaining at least.
It is.
I like Piers Morgan because I think he's relatively impartial, and he does take the time to listen to both sides, and he's very similar to me in that way. I actually didn't want Brexit to go through because I'm one of those elites. I wanted to be able to travel and live and work in Europe. However, for the good of the country, I thought that, yes, Brexit made sense. And so the electorate voted. You don't have another referendum. They said they want out. Let them out.
All right.
Simple as that.
Guys, let's hear what Cenk's saying. This is only 17 seconds long. I was hoping it'd be a bit longer. But this is if you can hear it. If you can make it full screen, Rami.
If I'm right and Trump wins tonight, well, then you're going to get to see it for 4 awful years. And he's going to violate one promise after another, and it's going to be an epic disaster. and he's going to break a lot of things, but we're not there yet.
That was not a rage quit. He was way more angry in 2016. It was the funniest thing.
What was the background fire all about behind him?
It's the final. It's the final.
Country's burning.
He said it's the final election. That's what he wrote there. The final election.
I know. So both sides are saying that. So
crazy.
One side is saying, look, if Kamala Harris comes in, she's talking about ending the filibuster, stacking the Supreme Court, introducing the Green New Deal, taking your rights away, introducing misinformation bills, etc. The Dems are saying, if they win, if the Republicans win, it's the end of democracy as we know it, because you're going to have more rights and more transparency.
All right, you asked for CNN.
And it's an orange man.
I have a clip. So this is why Twitter's so good. I mean, it's giving me what I want to see. Let's go full screen for this. This is CNN losing it.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate. In Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her.
Oh, God. Anyway.
I don't know how long ago that was, but if they're feeling good about Georgia, let me give you the numbers.
Oh, God.
Donald Trump has 51%. She's got 48.3%. The difference in votes, 2,525,000 versus 2.388 million, which means that's about, in round figures, 140,000 votes, with 90% counted in Georgia. So if they were confident before, I can't imagine they'd be confident yet. Now, I'm very surprised Georgia hasn't been called by anybody except for us. And let's check in on North Carolina. So North Carolina, we have a similar sort of result, actually. He's at 50.8%, she's at 48%. And there's about 140,000 vote difference with 90% of the vote counted. So, again, I don't see a pathway there. If anyone else wants to...
I may be the last one that signs off today. I cannot go. I just can't. I have so much PTSD from the last one.
Me too.
It's embarrassing. I've never been to America, so it's so embarrassing.
You haven't been?
I've never been. What? I've actually never been. So I know I've been following the election since 2016 from the left and then the right and then the right. And it's just, no, I've never been. I could explain to you so many different elements of it.
It's an amazing country. It's got amazing people. And I'll even say, you can go to left-wing places, you can go to the big cities. Americans are some of the friendliest, nicest people. They love Australians.
They love Australians.
Absolutely.
They love us, especially Californian women. They love us.
Can I just say, I actually want to go to New York.
Don't give away our secrets here.
you know what's on my bucket list? Going to New York and getting them to tell me to fuck off. Like, how about you? I'm walking here.
New York's a tough place, but it's cool. I prefer California to New York. That's just me.
Right.
But look, I love the United States, and the southern states are awesome. Northern states are great, a little bit cold. Las Vegas is cool as anything, especially considering I won $100,000 after I just took some money out of the ATM, and I didn't even know what I was betting on. And I got some bet. Everyone's looking at me going, "Do you know what you just bet on?" I'm like, "I got no idea." They're like, "You just won $100,000."
Insane.
So that certainly helped. But the whole state, Florida's fantastic, great weather. Yeah, beautiful country.
Mate, the internet always wins. Check out some of these memes. This is hilarious. Me hitting refresh every 3 seconds to see if we're going to war or getting groceries.
Yeah. So I keep looking at Virginia. So, all right, shut up, everybody. You people at home watching this, be quiet. So Virginia, she's up, but she's only up by 60,000. However, there's 76% of it vote already reporting. He's got a shot.
All right.
Virginia's going to make me look foolish.
Let me play this for you. I don't know where... Oh, this is...
I love that. This is 2016.
2016, the Clinton.
I want to see these tears again.
Full screen run.
Are you going to get copyrighted for the music?
Oh, God damn it. Yeah. Oh, God, that's hilarious.
Tears.
It's not that we don't want a woman. It's that we don't want the women that are that are selected, not elected by the Democrat Party.
What was the meme that we saw that that men with balls are voting for Trump and women with balls are voting for Harris? Is that one of the ones that you
No,
saw?
Trump went to the was it the Al Green roast?
Yeah.
And he said while the white men for Kamala are voting for her, their partners and their lovers are voting for Trump.
Yeah. But I love the little quip he had at Chuck Schumer where he said, Chuck, don't worry, your party's so woke that you may become the first female president.
guys, look at this meme. Justin Harris campaign is reportedly working on a confession.
Yeah, I saw that a while ago.
It could start with they grew up in a middle-class family.
We have to take time to appreciate this moment in time and all the moments before this moment that led to this moment.
Yeah, Nigel Farage.
Unburdened by what's come before.
Unburdened by what has been.
Yeah, that's it.
So if she's not going to be president, she can't do anything about the weed rules. So she's not even going to be able to smoke a little bit of happy tobacco because to make herself feel better, because she'll end up having to lock herself up.
So what can you guys? Obviously, we're focusing on the presidential part of it, but there's also House and Senate elections. I'm seeing a lot of red in the House. And not many votes have come through on the Senate yet, but there's a bit of red there as well.
Yeah, it's a shame how Kari Lake's race is going. She's still quite behind. She's very much behind. She's on 46%. So she probably won't win that seat, unfortunately. This is Arizona we're looking at. How is it Trump wins?
Down ballot, split ballots.
That sucks.
Split ballots. So
yeah, obviously.
Just remember, for our audience, it's presumably mostly Australian or non-American. So here we have a House of Representatives, and so you vote for your local member, and the person who is the party leader of the party that has the majority or can form a majority with other parties is entitled to form government and become the Prime Minister. And that person can also be removed if they no longer have the confidence of the party, as we've seen ever since John Howard was the Prime Minister. We've seen this revolving door of Prime Ministers in this country. That can't happen in the United States. So in the United States, you vote directly for the President, and the President sits in a different branch of governments. The President sits in the executive branch. The legislative branch, which is your House of Reps and your Senate members, you vote for them separately. Senate positions are voted for every 6 years. So I'll rephrase that. They're voted for every 2 years, but you only get 1/3 of the Senate seats voted. And so each senator is elected for a term of 6 years, and the House of Reps is up for elections every 2 years. So that's what you're seeing. So that's why the predictions are that the Senate will go to the Republicans. If you are really bullish on it, you'd say 55, 56, 57 seats. Most of the predictions would say that they'll probably be at 52, 53. As for the House, that's where there is going to be a question. Certainly going into the election, that's where there was a question. I haven't looked at the results as yet, but presumably you're going to be seeing the House stay with the Republicans as well. Now, that's going to be important because that will mean that Donald Trump will have the White House, he'll have the House, he'll have the Senate, and the Supreme Court is in his favour. However, there is a thing called a filibuster that's in the Senate that allows... it basically requires you to have a support from across the party lines, to have a broad base of support, because you need to have at least 60% in the Senate. The reason you need to have at least 60% is because the minorities can filibuster to prevent something from passing through the floor.
That's right. I was going to say...
if you don't have 60, which is a supermajority, then you're still subject to filibustering. But either way, he should control the House, the Senate, and the executive.
I just wanted to play a couple of videos from Aussie ministers, former prime ministers, their comments on Trump in the past, because I think now they're in a really awkward position, starting with Kevin Rudd. Kevin in 2017 made some crazy comments while...
Did he swear in Chinese? Just before you do that, I just want to quickly say, according to the Associated Press, Trump is now at 230. Harris is still sitting at 179. So, look... there's not really a pathway unless she can flip all of these other states, and yeah, it's just not.
He wins the popular vote, it's over.
Well, and on the popular vote, look, he's He's sitting at 55.5 million. She's at 50.5.
He's looking very pretty right now there. But going back to Kevin Rudd, he is actually the minister to the USA. He's the ambassador.
Oh.
And I think the Americans are, they're going to have to, it will become untenable. Trump said in an interview with...
When did he get it? What happened to Kim Beazley?
No, he got changed.
No, he's been there a while.
He's been there a while. In fact, Nigel Farage asked Trump earlier on in the year, this is what,
It shows you how much attention I'm paying to my own country. But in fairness to me, I don't live here. But
it's hilarious. So when Kevin Rudd was at the RNC earlier this year, he was there with a Sky News commentator, basically just being very, Trump's, like he had to completely airbrush himself. And this is 2 days after the shooting.
Maybe you should have sworn in Chinese or something.
This is what he said at the Oxford Union.
Trump, at present, represents a political liability for both sides of Australian politics. This guy is a problem. He is an objective problem for the world, for the region. Trump, at present, represents a political liability for both sides of Australian politics.
Who the hell has put this guy out there to be a representative face of this country?
It gets
My
better,
goodness.
mate. It gets better. Here's Albo.
Inandhorn.com.au.
This is from 2GB Ben Fordham.
Fordham Live.
All right.
Thinks about Donald Trump.
He scares the shit out of me.
The clip dates back 7 years. The then Shadow Minister was at the Splendour in the Grass Festival, and he was sitting on a panel and it was televised, so he knew that there were recording devices there, and he was asked this question by the comedian Tom Gleeson.
How do you deal with Trump?
With trepidation.
Yeah, but how do you get by? Like, how do you temper your language?
Well, you've got to deal with who was elected.
That was the diplomatic bit. Anthony Albanese reminding the audience that Australia doesn't get a say in who's elected as US president, and he should have stopped right there, but he didn't.
We have an alliance with the US. We've got to deal with him, but that doesn't mean that you're uncritical about it. He scares the shit out of me. And I think it's of some concern that the leader of the free world thinks that you can conduct politics through 140 characters on Twitter.
So that's Albo ripping into Donald Trump back in 2017. The clip has resurfaced thanks to the Daily Telegraph. And of course, it's not just Albo who thinks that President Trump is a danger. Our ambassador in Washington, D.C. thinks the same. Kevin Rudd's on the record calling Donald Trump a traitor, describing him as the most destructive
I'll give you a little
president
message
in history.
for Albo. Albo, if you are a frightened little petulant child at this point, feel free to step down. As Prime Minister, I'm sure Australia can do much better, and just hand the reins over to somebody else like the Liberals, or, you know what, put Pauline Hanson there. Coming from me, who's not white, I'm sure she can take care of us.
Hey, we should be scared of Albo's incompetence. I mean, the bloke's a joke.
The psychiatrists in Washington right now, they're just sort of...
Okay, so here are the things that have just recently been called now. So they're calling Washington, they're calling Oregon, they're calling California. She's at 187. So, off what's left, obviously all of those pink states that we're talking about are left, but he's in the lead in those, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina has now been officially called. And so she's still got New Mexico, Hawaii to go. Nevada hasn't opened up yet. As I have been predicting, she's going to struggle to get to 200, but that is going to assume that he takes Virginia, New Hampshire, and Maine at large. Probably not. He's going to do all of that, but she's going to be barely over 200, I would say.
We haven't had an Arizona dump in a while. Did they stop counting? Because they passed a law that said they couldn't.
He's in the lead in Arizona, but he's only in the lead by about 3,000 votes.
It hasn't updated in a while. It was so quick with the other updates. It's so weird that they've just sort of stopped now.
We might be just waiting for a dump because sometimes it comes through in batches. So,
I might. Do you guys want to take a brief break? And I might even take the opportunity to grab something to eat because it's been all day. I haven't really eaten anything. But do you want to? I might bring up this one interview thing with Patrick Bet-David where he talks about. Actually, I'll talk about this later.
Well, let me just give the audience a bit of an update then on the swing states before we take a break.
Go for it.
So Pennsylvania, Donald Trump's at 51.2%. 76% is reporting he has a 200,000 vote lead. So Pennsylvania looks pretty good, especially considering that they counted the mail-in votes first. I think that's probably... I don't think we're going to see a situation where that's going to take weeks and a month to count. Similar sort of lead in Michigan. He's at 52%. She's at 46%. They're reporting 34% of the vote, so still plenty of time to go. At the moment, he's got 140,000 lead in raw numbers. Let's go to Wisconsin. Wisconsin, he's at 51%. She's at 47.5%. He's leading by about 80,000 votes, with 67% off it reporting. And Minnesota, which is Tim Walz's home state, you wouldn't really think that he's going to win it. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure why they're so slow. At the moment, 16% is reporting. Trump has 61% of the vote, and Kamala Harris has 37% of the vote. He's leading by 130,000. Don't get too excited about Minnesota, because that should come back, quite strongly and quite quickly. North Carolina finally has been called, as I said. He has 50.8%, and the total there was 571,000 votes to her 2.436, so that's 150,000 with 90% reporting, so that's pretty much going to stay that way. And I'm not sure why they haven't called Georgia. I'm curious why they haven't called Georgia, because it's 91% counted there in a similar lead to North Carolina, but I expect that Georgia will be called pretty soon. So that puts him in the lead in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, Georgia, Arizona. She's currently in the lead in Maine at large, New Hampshire, Virginia, New Mexico. And we're still waiting for results out of Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii. Alaska's definitely going to be red. Hawaii is definitely going to be blue. We don't know about Arizona. It looks like Trump's going to take that. Nevada's what's left.
Fingers crossed. Arizona, I trust the Turning Point people to do a good job there, and watch those ballots, watch Maricopa County. The problem with Arizona, why it takes so long, is the counties are so freaking big. They're huge compared to other areas like Pennsylvania. It's a lot smaller. But yeah, we will see what happens. And I'm going to go switch over to Charlie Kirk's one now, because this is their bread and butter, the Arizona ballot count. And we are going to keep going after this as well, because I do want to do some analysis on what this actually means and all of that. But Rami, we might bring this up now.
We actually did a point better, Cliff, in Allegheny. Philadelphia is 77-22 with 77% in. That is a way over performance in Philly, right, Jack? That's way better than 2020. That's
it's incredibly so. Well, and she underperformed. Biden, I think, had like 80. Biden broke 80. She didn't even break 80. Biden had in 2020. He had with
And they pulled this the last two elections. The last two elections, it's been slow roll. All of a sudden, it's 10:30, 11 o'clock. They start announcing results from the election day. We're probably going to see that again today. 11 o'clock, we're going to start seeing things. I wouldn't be surprised in Maricopa County if President Trump and J.D. Vance, from today's results and what they decided to release today, are going to put them ahead, which is good. But we have probably 200,000, and the vast majority of those 200,000 votes that they did not count were a big chunk of what put Republicans ahead this last week.
In early voting, yeah.
In early voting in Maricopa County. So, and remember, in Maricopa County, we were only up like 150,000-ish votes. I don't have the number right in front of me.
Well, right now, yeah. Right now, Trump's up 3,000 votes right now.
I actually believe
2,500.
I'm breaking down. In Maricopa County, I mean. So in Maricopa County, I actually think I ran the numbers. I'm with the team. I've got Matthew and Ben on. We're going to see a lot of Matthew and Ben the next 3 days, probably if it's really close. But I think that there's probably a good chance that we're a strong 60-40 minimum, probably maybe ahead of that, like 62-38 of the votes that they decided not to release, because 105,000 of those are from Andy Biggs' district.
Yeah.
So half of them right off the bat, are majority Republican.
Well, it was 105 outstanding, right? And that's going to be 65%. So he's going to win 68,000 of those.
And Kerry Lake's going to win almost all of those too, because you're not voting for Andy Biggs and not Kerry Lake. Hey, just so you know, and there's no world in which Kerry Lake doesn't get all Andy Biggs' votes. Okay, so like that's going to happen. There may be some separation from President Trump and some of our people, but there will not be separation from this congressional votes.
New York Times says that we have an 80% chance of winning now, Arizona. It's just, I don't know where they're getting these. Like, there's no data.
Oh, because Stephen Richards on the phone with them, probably telling them, like, reading them off numbers.
Allegedly. I mean, we don't have any new numbers. We have a whole count. Well, how is it that Cochise has not reported anything? Can you explain that to me?
Well,
nothing.
Who knows?
It's 937 and one of our reddest counties.
Well, Cochise, do you want to know the latest with Cochise? I mean, Cochise was part of the whole thing where they got attacked by Chris Mays, who I can't talk. I'm not going to talk that much about Chris Mays, but you've got Chris Mays, the Attorney General, who is politicking from the Attorney General's office. Happened to know that firsthand. And so you have people all across the state who are completely freaking out. In Apache County, by the way, she just went after that the county attorney that's there in Apache County. Guys, conservative Democrat. There's only Democrats in Apache County, but he's a conservative Democrat. She went after him. She went after the guys in that part of Arizona. Yep. She's gone after everyone that's a political enemy. So you've now got all these people scared to just do their basic job, which is report results.
Jeez, it's just crazy. Yeah. By the way, that was Mar-a-Lago wondering why is Arizona not reporting any votes. Yeah. And I'm like, good question.
Oh, really?
We're up 3,000 votes. It's just we have entire counties that haven't reported that are all good for us. La Paz is good for. Apache sucks.
Did you share with them the Maricopa missing votes?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And they were like, "Why are we not? It's just chill. We're good.
It's missing votes. We're going to be good. We're going to go up. We're on a trajectory, I think, right now on the math that we're doing to be probably at least up 5 for Trump, which that's putting Kerry Lake right in the ballpark of.
She's in the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be in the heat. Now we're going to have to cure ballots. And God bless Brett Galashevsky, who was just on the phone. Do you see how close this race is with Eric Hovde? What was our team doing all day?
He's up by 36,000 votes.
I know. Our team all day long was curing thousands and thousands of votes. Thousands and thousands of votes. It could come down to that. And we're going to be doing the same thing for Kerry Lake. We're going to be doing the same thing for everyone up and down the ballot in Arizona. So it's going to be fun.
So,
hey guys, quick observation. Racine County, it's slow counting in Racine County, but Trump is winning there 67-31.
I noticed.
I think it's worth noting here. Ron Johnson only won Racine 54-45. Now, a lot of those votes still need to come out of the city of Racine. I don't expect like too much of a dip, maybe 3-4 points max here. Same trends as Kenosha. And if we stay the course here, this is going to be kind of eerie to say. This will be the first time that a statewide Republican candidate is going to win with less than 60% in Waukesha County.
And we know that?
Well, Waukesha's almost done. Waukesha's like essentially done here, and he's at 58.6. So interesting.
Yeah, so he's at 58.6, which is slightly worse than he did as a percentage.
He's up. Trump is up almost 77,000 votes in Wisconsin.
CNN finally agrees with us and says North Carolina's called. Yeah, we only did that an hour and a half ago. This is their game plan though. They're trying to keep election night from us. Slow roll it. It's just so bad.
But you gotta keep in mind that that's also for like the mental sanity of their viewers.
Oh, we just went up 1 point in percentage chance of Arizona, 81% chance of winning with no new data. It means somebody's on the phone being like, "This next drop is not going to be great."
No, they're freaking out. They're freaking out because here's my prediction on Arizona right now. Again, we just went through the missing votes. The missing votes are there. The other votes.
How long is it going to take them to count them?
Oh, it's going to take them years. It's going to because Stephen Richer. This is his. Remember,
I don't want to get in a lawsuit.
We're not getting a lawsuit.
Just generalize it.
We're not getting a lawsuit. He's an elected official.
I know, but
he's on his way out. We kicked him out. He got unelected in the primary, so he's going to juice every second of his doing this and make sure that he does it to the way that he wants to do it.
Yes, so he gets an MSNBC contract.
That's right. And so he's going to talk and he's going to or go work for Bill Gates, Arizona Bill Gates, at ASU, that's his next job. And so what's going to happen right now is they're going to go very slow. They're going to release, but they're going to do it in order. And we're going to get the votes first. Today's votes tonight. Today's votes are going to be very interesting, Charlie. The votes that got cast today are going to tell a story.
We might not get them tonight.
No, they have to.
There's no have to.
There is a have to. They have
by
to
law.
legally have to count through the night. So they have to do this. So that's why.
But what about the early? Don't they have to get?
He's just moving this slow.
But hold on.
He's like moving like in
so
Austin
all of this.
Powers.
So just Maricopa right now. Maricopa right now. It says Kamala's up, which is not true. 55% of votes in. But that was only through Tuesday of last week, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we rapidly expanded our margin from Tuesday of that last week, right?
So Tuesday of last week, let me tell you the world that we lived in. Tuesday of last week, Kelly Cooper's district, CD4.
No one knows who that is, yeah.
But CD4, which is where we're sitting basically right now, all throughout Mesa and all that, the Democrats were leading by thousands of votes. By the end of this last week, the Republicans were winning by close to 5,000 or about 5,000 votes. So they're missing a whole swath of the best votes that came in that started changing the tide there. Now, those are going to break closer to 50-50 for CD4. But what's not going to break 50-50 is Andy Bigg's district. That's 105,000 votes. That's going to be more like 65-35, or it's going to be more like 70-30. Those are huge numbers and huge losses for the Democrats. That is the beginning of the avalanche. The question is what did the votes look like today? Do the votes look a lot reflective of those similar type last incoming votes? Or are they a different type of a class with a lot of the independents? Because
we got some votes. Jeez.
Independent spike today.
So where did the votes come from? Not Maricopa.
Gila.
No. Okay, now we're up 7,000 votes in Arizona.
7,000.
It's like this is going to be.
Is it Graham?
It's going to be about Graham or whatever they call it.
Graham.
Graham. Yeah, Graham County.
This is going to be a 4.5 week. By the way, I'd predict it. The odds are 93% Trump, 8% Kamala. Are the news networks reflecting this reality? I'm curious on CNN. I mean, I'm just trying to. Every reporter I'm speaking to.
We are the news networks.
I was going to say,
I'm not watching any of that.
Trump just went up more in Wisconsin.
What's weird is, Andrew, I'm sure, Charlie, you're getting these as well. I'm getting all these texts from mainstream journalists. How are the vibes? How are things looking? It's like, do you just not know?
I'm looking at what you're looking at.
Like,
it's numbers.
Do you guys honestly not know? Like, what are they looking at? What do they think they're going to hear? You know,
hey,
and
Charlie?
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Cliff, walk us through it. In the meantime, become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Cliff, what we got?
Yeah, so we just ran the math. I know I told you guys on what we predict for outstanding votes. I'm just talking collar counties now, Delco, Montco, Bucks, and Chester. Right now, if the numbers hold, which we think they'll get better, so I'm going to give Harris the benefit of the doubt. if the numbers hold with the current percentage advantage for the Democrats in these counties, we will still be up by 73,000 votes. And so here's the whole rundown of Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to Philadelphia. I'm not talking Phil. I'm talking to cowards. It'll be Philadelphia versus the world. Right? It'll be Philadelphia versus the rest of these red counties. And right now, we just ran the numbers. And at this point, she will probably be leading, if you count Philadelphia, by about 8,000 votes. We have to make that up in all the other counties. So once again, I want to say this. If we just count the collar counties, okay, we're going to be up only by 73,000. If we then add in Philadelphia, it's pretty much even. And it's going to come down to all these rural counties across Pennsylvania. We're still tracking new data. It's trickling in, but that's a very good sign for us.
Well, so that, for example, Luzerne still has accounts out. Shaquille? How do you say
all of
this?
the counties, Charlie.
Schuylkill?
I'm literally
Yeah,
just talking
Schuylkill.
about Philadelphia. Schuylkill, Charlie. My God.
No, I know. But, so what I'm saying, no.
Charlie, you're doing so well.
Wait, hold on. What I'm saying is that, I totally screwed that up. Lancaster looks like it's in. York, all of these counties, it's going to be, what advantage would it be with that margin then?
We would, she would be leading, to be clear. If you count all the collars in Philadelphia, she'd be leading, let's just round up to 10,000. We'd have to make that up across the state.
10,000
in all
votes?
the other counties. Yes.
With current margins, though.
No, I'm not even counting any of the Republican counties. I'm just saying.
No. I'm saying, for example, Montgomery County doesn't get redder from this point forward.
Yeah, but there's still.
I'm keeping.
So Cliff, let me
margins,
answer. Yes. Let me answer your question. So look, York County, which is a huge red county, is still under 50% returned right now. There's all that stuff in Cambria. Cambria is only at 20%. And then you've got just little bits and pieces, like Somerset's still waiting for 25% to come in. Blair is still waiting for a bunch to come in. So, yeah, could Trump pick up 10,000 across the rest of the state? I think easily. And that's why the New York Times and everybody else, they're running the math as well. That's why they're putting the needle where they are.
Yeah, but then that would only give us a 10,000 vote victory, Cliff. I mean, I think it's going to be a lot better than that, right?
No.
It's a 10,000 deficit that you need to make up.
I'm trying to give us the worst case scenario to show that even if she outperforms, even if she holds, but she's not going to hold, right? On mail, this is now election day.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Cliff.
Yeah, we're going to trend in the right direction. So I'm saying in all these red counties, Tyler, what do you got for us? I got to cut to
Arizona.
So where we were ballot chasing in CD7 in Michigan, Barrett is now up 23,000 votes. That's massive. I mean, there's a lot still to be counted.
Let me finish off Pennsylvania, though. So, for example, that's without Westmoreland cleaning up, right, Cliff? That's without...
Correct. You're missing all those red
Beaver.
sweeps.
That's without Erie flipping,
those.
right? Without Erie potentially flipping. Without...
Erie's within 4,000.
I know. That's what I'm keep an eye on that.
And center is still flipped. And even McCormick is winning center.
And that is without... Which is crazy. Without Luzerne, right? That is without, the missing Cameron County. That is without Cameron. We have two Cameron, Carbon County. That's without, there's still votes out in.
Don't forget Cambria
Bucks
County,
will get
which
better
still
too, right?
It's still 80% out in Cambria because Cambria was the one that was held open 2 hours late.
Cambria County is going to be another 20,000 votes in the positive for Trump net.
Yeah.
And Bucks will get better.
Yes. I mean,
right? It
will get better as day of comes in.
Well, it's 53% in.
It will get better.
Bucks will get better. And
Bucks will get better.
Burks will get. There's still votes left in Burks.
I don't know how much.
So
better,
what is her path, Cliff?
The margin is still pretty tight in Bucks, but yeah, it'll get better.
I mean,
I don't see it. Once again, the only thing that could happen is these collar counties and Philadelphia. Something comes up or something comes in, but based on the current outstanding votes that we're projecting, we're in a great spot. The collars, we're still going to be up tens of thousands of votes. Even with Philadelphia coming in, we're up 10,000 votes. And that's being conservative, Charlie. That's not even considering any of the strong red counties across the country or across the state where we think we're going to do well. But I'm trying to give you guys worst case scenarios so we can prepare for it. Right now, unless something happens in these collar counties, we're going to win Pennsylvania.
We would not be in this situation if Josh Shapiro was on that ticket.
I mean, it's a very good point.
Gosh, stay frosty. Go right back to it, Jack.
I'm just saying. If Josh Shapiro's on the ticket, those 20,000 missing votes in Philadelphia from 2020 would magically be there, and there'd probably be another 400,000. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they would have magically appeared, through some kind of fraud or something. What I'm saying is that you would have seen a lot more whipping of the votes. You would have seen a lot more of the private sector unions, a lot more of that muscle that you just didn't see. And Cliff, I know you saw this as well, that you didn't see those private sector unions. AFSME and SEIU were out there, sure, the public unions, but the private sector unions did not get involved at a level that you would normally expect in Pennsylvania. Now, to call that Josh Shapiro's revenge, whatever, I don't know, but you'd be looking at a very, very different night if he were on that. And remember, I'm going to go back. It was the Obamas who said to pick Tim Walz and Eric Holder, who never vetted that guy.
Guys,
and
if Donald Trump wins, which he is poised to do right now, if it continues, October 7th will go down as the singular most important event that impacted the 2024 election. Josh Shapiro, TikTok. All of a sudden, TikTok became way fairer for voices like us. We got 2 billion views, like literally in a year.
Overnight.
Michigan is now in play. They had a Gaza problem. They had a base problem. October 7th will go down as the most important Democrat event. Do you agree, Tyler?
And it started the avalanche in Silicon Valley, right? It was sort of like there were a few people very early on who started making noise, David Sachs, and then eventually got to Bill Ackman. And that's basically, I think, the milieu that led to Elon coming out and doing what he did. And look, there was one state that Elon Musk put all of his chips in, and that was the state of Pennsylvania. That he was going around, I was at the town halls, my brother was at the town halls, throwing out millions of dollars, which, by the way, a judge came in today and actually defended and granted, that said that it was a completely legal, the way they had it set up to do. It's just such a repudiation of so many things. It really is.
Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Let's keep this momentum going.
We got to play 188.
All right. Members.charliekirk.com. Play cut 188.
Yeah.
This on this set numerous times is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
And for the record, TikTok was 1.7 billion views since March, just on our account.
I've told Charlie this before. I think the single biggest thing outside of Elon buying Twitter that happened this year was the double birds that TikTok gave to the Democrat Party.
Truly. And but that's because October 7th, though.
Totally.
Because TikTok was making people not pro-Israel, and there was a lot of people that lobbied to get rid of TikTok. And then TikTok was like, well, we might as well go with the one team that wants us, which was Trump. And we were like, okay.
Overnight.
Overnight.
It was overnight. And it was the most jaw-dropping change in trajectory.
Yeah, we couldn't run Charlie's TikTok account without getting completely bogged down.
We have 4.5 million followers on TikTok right now.
It's massive. It's the biggest thing. It's massive.
We were at 3.8 on November 2nd or 3rd.
Can I tell you from an activist standpoint, too? It gave me gas in the tank to want to do what we're doing on the ballot chase because it makes our life so much easier.
Totally. Because of notoriety. Andrew, I'm going to sub you out with Blake. Blake has some stuff. That's okay.
Yep.
And while we're swapping, Blake, my son's 15 years old, sees nonstop Charlie Kirk content now because YouTube wants to compete with YouTube Shorts with TikTok on YouTube.
Yep.
And our YouTube went significantly up too. Your YouTube went significantly up. Everything went up because of the TikTok change. It was such whiplash.
Let's bring Blake in here. All right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. And if you guys want to potentially get a free hat, subscribe to our podcast and email us proof. By the way, we're number 2 in all Apple podcasts right now.
It's
in all shows.
Not surprising. We have, I hear we have Maricopa incoming here too very soon.
Oh, really? Great. Is that Garrett Archer?
Very quickly.
What Maricopa? What?
Today's votes
from game day. So these are SD cards.
These are SD cards. So
this is not the 200,000 mail that we're missing.
No, who knows when those are going to show up?
You've got to be.
It'll probably be after this, but this will be. I'm sure the answer, if we had them here, they would say we're processing them right now.
How many SD cards are coming in?
So it's from all of the polling places, where there's about 250 of them. So all those will come in. They'll verify them. They'll process all the ballots. They'll make sure that they're all good.
This is so dysfunctional.
They'll check them, and then they'll drop the results. They'll drop the results. The results today will tell us. It could be good, could be bad. It's good because we know we had a lot of Republicans who showed up.
Well, we know the Indy trend across the country.
But the Indies who showed up, the big question for Maricopa County is: are they consistent with what showed up today, which is an Indy Bend that's Dem leaning?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it significantly more conservative? Because the missing votes in between are probably more conservative independents.
We're going to find out a lot. I'd much rather be us than them. Okay. Do we have Cliff on the line? Cliff, can you please repeat the data you just texted me?
Yeah. So Charlie, just want to break this. We've now crossed 5.8 million total votes in Pennsylvania. Remember, back in 2020, we had 6.8 million. We are not having major population growth in PA. So a lot of the projections show that we'll be at the same number, which would still be record highs. But let's just say we're getting to, 7 million would be the total. So at this point, Donald Trump is up 204,000 raw votes in Pennsylvania, and there's roughly 1 million votes to go. And so once again, we're trying to analyze which counties they're in. But I'm going to say that again. There's roughly 1 million votes left to go, and Donald Trump is up by 204,000 raw votes. A great position for the Trump campaign.
So I'm going to ask Tyler a question offline here. Blake, what are you seeing? Welcome back, Blake.
Howdy. Did I miss anything?
By the way, if you want to pay for Blake's dinner, become a member, members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com.
What kind of how do you like your steak?
Rare for the most part.
All right.
Like, come on.
And then we have still
not the Trump way. Trump doesn't do the best steaks, unfortunately.
I like rare plus
with ketchup.
Did Brett log off here? Brett, what did you just text me?
Here.
Share the audience. That's breaking news.
Yeah, I'm still here. So Door County is done counting, and that was a national bellwether. There was a 60-minute story. It was a whole 10-minute piece on Door County a couple weeks ago. They've correctly predicted every presidential race since 2000. Trump lost it by 400. But it looks like he's going to win the other national bellwether county here in Wisconsin, Sauk County. That's where the Wisconsin Dells is. Looks like he's going to win that as well. Looks like Eau Claire County is done counting. That's a huge college town in northwestern Wisconsin, part of the Minneapolis TV market. Trump's at 43% there. So seems to be holding the line in a county that, he was projected to lose by. And interesting here, Hovde is right there with him at 43% in Eau Claire County. So it seems like Hovde and Trump are right there neck and neck. Our ballot curing operation, to Tyler's point earlier, might end up being the difference maker for Mr. Hovde.
Really quick, guys. Bucks County, breaking news out of Bucks County. What's up?
Bucks County has flipped, folks. Obviously, we're still counting ballots, but this is a huge development. Jack, you told me this 6 months ago. I thought you were crazy. But right now, there's 112,824 votes for Trump. 112,445 for Harris. It is neck and neck, but that is a monumental moment to show the bellwether of Pennsylvania.
That just shows, though, she's not going to get votes out of Bucks. That takes there's no reservoir of votes for her in Bucks. Yeah,
it's over.
Yeah, Bucks is getting better as it continues.
That's what I said. I said
Montgomery.
It gets better.
Yeah, that's what you said. Montgomery's getting better.
Also, Westmoreland, man, you have votes left in Westmoreland.
Good. And then, yeah, those are the deep red reservoirs out west. There's 70% still out there, and Cambria still is just sitting on those that 80%. I mean, it's not going to be a lot in Cambria. It's not a huge county or anything like that. But again, those are all going to be reliable. Like Kamala is still winning, even though we know that's a huge Trump county. So keep an eye on that. That's going to come in. Center County.
By the way, Tim
man.
Sheehy is crushing John Tessett right
Center County again, Charlie.
Annihilation.
Penn State. I just keep looking at it. It's unbelievable.
Again, I'm going to say this though, Cliff. MSNBC just said Pennsylvania officials told them to expect a big drop of absentee ballots tonight, and there it is. Where do you mean? And there it is. I don't see it anywhere. Do you? Do you?
I see nothing. I hear nothing. I do nothing. I'm just waiting for it, Charlie. This is what we've been talking about.
Charlie,
No.
we keep talking about Philadelphia. 18% is still out in Philadelphia. And so what that 18% looks like is going to be interesting. Is it going to get her up to the 600,000? I just don't see it. I just don't. Not at these trends.
Man, I mean, do we have eyeballs on the ground on all the right places, Jack? We do.
I've got people running around everywhere.
Do we have chain of custody to make sure?
Everywhere.
Just flagging a thing. There was a bit kind of about a half hour ago where the New York Times dial stalled out. It had gone over 90. It went back to below 80. You saw the popular vote slink back to about 0.9, I think. Now it's moving back in our direction. We have popular vote estimated 1.1. We have overall victory at 91% on the New York Times dial.
Just so we're clear, the Obama bros are drinking live on MSNBC right now. They're literally drinking liquor right now.
It's like unbelievable. We're seeing a lot of that dark stuff, like the stuff they were doing in 2016. Like Joy Reid just openly saying, like doing this dark race baiting stuff.
But they're going. They're like slow walking themselves into it instead of just like, okay. Do you know what I mean?
It's going to be bad. Like I think we're going to get what we'll see a lot of takes on like the bros who betrayed democracy. We're going to get all these things about problematic frat bros, problematic young men, and it's very possible they'll double down on this, triple down, quadruple down on blaming these guys for everything, and then be shocked that doesn't succeed in winning them back.
It is now confirmed the Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. That's really big, everybody. That should be celebrated. It is confirmed.
Yeah,
That's very big.
And it may not even be close.
It's like they're prolonging the inevitable unless something falls into their laps.
We could end up with 4 more Republican U.S. senators out of this.
Yeah, I mean, you flipped Bernie Moreno, which was a question mark, right?
You've got Bernie, that was a question mark. You now are looking at Pennsylvania. You've got Rogers. You've got Hovde, and Hovde's looking as inevitable as Trump in Wisconsin at this point. And you've got a real possibility with Kari Lake, a real possibility.
I mean, look, is it?
And we don't even know what's going on in Nevada. I mean, that could take a full week because they have the same issues that we have in Arizona.
People are filing out of the Kamala party. They don't want that on camera anymore.
Oh, I want to see it.
No, they got him off camera really quick. I mean, so here, let me open this up. Cliff or Brett, I don't see a reasonable path based on the data in either of those states. Prove me wrong.
No, I don't.
I got nothing. Go ahead, Brett.
We just got another dump from Dane County.
No hopium. I want the worst case scenario, Brett.
Wait, we just got another dump in Dane County?
Yeah, well, another 3% reported. So we went from 91% reported to 94% reported. We're at 23.7 for Trump in Dane. Brandon Malley, the Dane County GOP chair, just texted me. I mean, I guess here would be the opposite of hopium, but still hopium, as Charlie would say. Worst case scenario, we're looking at 22.7% in Dane County. That's exactly the percentage that Ron Johnson got in 2022 when he won statewide.
But it doesn't. It looks like it's holding though. He's at 24 right now.
It's holding. Yeah. And so at worst case scenario, if you're looking at this exact same number that Ron Johnson won a very uphill statewide race just 2 years ago, guys, we're looking really good.
Oh man,
Cliff, I don't see a path for her in Pennsylvania. I do math. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, well, let me make your math better, Charlie. Remember earlier when I said when you extrapolate out all of the collar counties in Philadelphia that she has an 8,000 to 10,000 vote lead, and then we'd have to make it up? Well, we just got new data. Trump is now above 3 million raw votes. And when we extrapolate the data out based on the votes that are left, she now would have to make up a 58,000 vote deficit with all of the remaining counties outside of Philadelphia, outside of Bucks, Chester, Monco, and Delco. I'm not going to say it's over, guys, but I don't see the math. Charlie, I'm trying to give you doomsday, I don't know what it is.
I mean, the New York Times says Pennsylvania's at 75%.
Right.
The New York Times says Pennsylvania at 75%.
I mean,
it doesn't really matter in terms of the math based on what else has been called, but New York Times has Nevada projected at 2.5 for Trump.
Are you serious? And it has
Finally,
right now at
I've been
3.8 to 4. It goes back with no new data in Arizona, by the way. It's just like this is just a pathetic third
and
world.
well,
spectrum.
Nevada only
Pathetic.
has like 2% in.
Florida got it done in an hour, guys.
This is pathetic. It is honestly, it's a pathetic spectacle.
And and they'll
that
argue it all
we
day
vote
long.
early. You could have early canvassed, and we've been sitting the same numbers for an hour and a half.
No, you know what? No, they say this system's so good because we get all the ballots in early, and then guess what happens? Steve and Richard can't process them in time. I mean, it's just like these same
so
people
hard.
that bait you into saying this system's so great. He couldn't even get past last Tuesday. He has a full week of ballots he's sitting on. It is unreasonable for the citizens of the state to have to sit here and wait for somebody that says they can do something to not be able to get it done. It is ridiculous. We should be on a Florida system all day long.
It's just
all right, she's getting some more in Philly now.
All right, they've called Washington, but
Hey, we
Trump-
expanded. We got new votes in Arizona. We're now up 9,000 votes. Because La Paz reported.
Trump is catching.
Yeah, Jack, she called the Delco poured in. That's what that was. We're analyzing.
Was that
those numbers
Delco?
now.
Is
Yeah,
that Delco
Delco
dropping
came in.
in?
My home county. Don't hold me accountable to that.
Yeah,
those guys are out of line.
Trump is behind 10,000 votes in Maine, and only 26% has been counted. Still,
Yeah, just wait for Portland. Let's play. Is this tonight, Young Turks? Let's play cut 189.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong.
Love you, Cenk.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Can we replay that? Was there a massive fart? Let's play cut 189.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong.
We are now up 9,000 votes in Arizona. Yuma reported, by the way. Yuma numbers are great. Tyler, we are up 64-35 in Yuma.
That's right.
That used to be a Democrat stronghold, and now...
It used to be a conservative Democrat area, and over time it's changed significantly, which is great. Now we
chased really well in Yuma.
We chased a lot of votes in Yuma.
Like a lot.
Our team, and I want to give Anthony Kern a lot of credit. He's been living down there with the team. Who's a state senator. He ran for Congress against Abe Hamadeh. Good
man.
dude. Good dude. He was on the good old elector slate with me last time around. Good guy. He chased thousands of votes, and that's what you're seeing with that part of that initial drop. So that's only going to get. I think that's only going to get a little bit better.
It's not going to get any closer, but right now with 90% of the vote in, we're only losing New Jersey by 4.
I know it's 4. It could get closer, Blake. Don't be.
The New York Times estimate is it'll widen to about 6, but that means we'll lose New Jersey by less than half. We're going to win Florida by.
All right, I want to name some of these members here that I'm signing books to, and then I want to get to the watch party. By the way, the lib meltdowns are only going to get better. Let's go to Joshua, Tracy, Lauren, Andy, Ronaldo, RJ, Sean, Tupulto, Nicolette, Timothy, Lorna, Derek, Forrest, Stacy, Connor, Ivana, Chris, Emily, and Elise. Thank you, guys. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com. Deeply appreciate it. Also, Tanya, Taylor, Isaiah, John, Ivan, Christina, Zach, Remington. What a great name. Ashley, members.charliekirk.com. Okay, let's go to some of this tape here. Let's go to cut 190, live shot from the Kamala watch party. Where's the joy? Let me read this from Jackie Heinrich, who's a legit reporter from Fox News. She's good. This is breaking news. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may become too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says her path is so narrow and she's not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are accurate. A third source close to the campaign says, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. That was 20 minutes ago. So it's in some ways, it's just a matter of time, everybody.
We have, Brett, what are we looking at here for? I'm just looking at some of these. We have, it says 100. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong map here. We have still such a little percentage of Brown County in.
We like Brown County, don't we?
Yeah, Brown County should still continue to be good for us. What's the outcome that's still going to be there? Why is Brown County so far behind? Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about that. I'm not
Can
worried
you find
about
out?
Brown. I'll send out a couple texts here. One quick thing I wanted to let you guys know about. So there's only 10 precincts left to be counted in Dane County. I'm just so impressed with Brandon Malley, the Dane County GOP chair. He's 24 years old. He's the GOP chair in the county that just went from the reason that elections to being the reason that we win them going forward. Guys, Kamala underperformed at UW-Madison by 7 points in comparison to 2020.
You're welcome. I hit that campus twice, by the way, big time.
We registered a lot of voters,
I'm just in
right, Brett?
awe of some of these things.
Brett, how many voters did we register there?
We just broke 90% of the New York Times.
I want to flag on another fun stat line from Texas. Okay, thank you, Daisy.
You have been initiated.
A fun stat line from Texas. So one of the most shocking things in 2020, we didn't win, but there was like some promising developments, and one of them was Cameron County. That's the far southern tip of Texas. That's where Brownsville is. So in 2008, 63% Obama. 2012, 65% Obama. 2016, 64% Clinton. And then the big shocking swerve was in 2020 that Trump improved a lot. He got all the way up to 43%. Biden dropped to 56%. So it was like, oh, it was a big swing. Can Trump keep that swing that he did? Well, what we ended up getting is it got another 19 points more Republican. Donald Trump won it 53-47. That's the best outcome that we've had in that county since 1972 when Nixon won 49 states. Oh my gosh. And that's in a county that's overwhelmingly Hispanic, very heavily immigrant. And what we've just seen is Democrats did this like deranged, like, you know, there's no other way to put it, this deranged race baiting, this deranged, like, all this like Hitler rhetoric against Trump, and it completely failed. It like the people that they were aiming it most at don't buy it. They lived through a term of Trump and they realized it was bogus, and they've also lived through a term of what democratic open borders policies mean, and it was just a total wipeout. And it's like this across the entire border with Mexico in the Texas region. Plus 19, plus 21, plus 17. Every county down there is massive swing towards us.
Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. I will name your name and sign hats for you. You are witnessing history, everybody. I just want this to sink in. You are witnessing history right now. Do you know where Trump might do his celebration speech tonight? At the Palm Beach Convention Center.
We know that place well.
Trump is at 97% on Polymarket, 91% on the New York Times.
I have many PTSD moments that have been ingrained into my body from that convention center.
I remember Charlie, was it last summer there outside in the, Charlie's like, you blocked it from your mind.
I blocked it.
Completely blocked it. When
no, that didn't happen. It was like.
Just didn't happen. Didn't happen.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
I remember
the magnetometers incident.
Yeah, well, not only they wouldn't let anyone in during COVID.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one, too.
And then we had to build...
Remember the bullhorn?
We had to build a stage outside. And
we went with Tucker.
Yep.
Summertime. It was terrible. I mean, and we said, we'll never go back, and then we went back.
Yeah.
All right, Cliff, I'm going to play around with you, Cliff, here. I've done... So let me tell you what my Republican data person says. She says Both sides returned 86% of mail-in ballots. Technically, if every single Democrat returned theirs and Republicans didn't return in a single one, then they could win. But I think that's borderline on absurdity. Cliff, walk us through the worst-case scenario. Do we know actually how many votes are outstanding, or are we going to get like, oh, there's 40,000 votes, or there's 30? I mean, do we have the full picture of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania before the champagne starts rolling?
Yeah, I think, listen, when we look at requests and we look at returns, Harris started the night up 400,000 in terms of returns when you look at just the mail-in ballots. But Charlie, listen, I'm ready to project something. Okay, we've run the numbers. If projections hold, right now 91% of Delco is in, 86% of Chester County is in, 73% of Montgomery County is in, 58% of Bucks County, which we're now saying is a wash, and 86% of Philadelphia is in. Charlie, I'm going to announce this on the Charlie Kirk Show. If these projections hold, Donald Trump will win Pennsylvania, and with that, we'll have enough votes to win the White House. Those are the projections we're seeing, and I think that's going to play out.
All right, okay, so let's go worst case. I want you to now go a little doomer. What if play out like a 10% decrease, 20%? Show me a path. I want you to do the Kamala. I want you to do the Kamala thing.
Give me 10 seconds. I'll pull up the data and tell you
Fair
worst
enough.
case
Let's
scenario,
play.
what they
Let's
can
play
do.
CNN.
I mean,
let's play CNN. 1 second. Play cut 191 while Cliff crunches some numbers. I want the worst case scenario here.
But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day.
The excuse wagon begins.
Speaking in past tense.
So this is from Pennsylvania. Trump was ahead by 225,000. Now he's ahead by 175,000. Was that the big drop? Was that the big one that we were waiting for? The margin will shrink some as Philly and suburbs come in. Yes, it's white knuckle time, but stay calm. So what am I missing here, guys? What is the best path for her?
Yeah, let me say this, Charlie. If you're really worried and you're looking at what are their options, okay? If we're not talking election day, if we're talking about mail-in votes, here's the status, okay? In Pennsylvania, you have to request a mail-in ballot to vote by mail. And so 1.2 million Democrats requested a mail-in ballot, but only just over 1 million returned them. And so if you're looking for votes that could be out there, things that could be like, hey, these ballots just showed up, that would be where I'd look, because there's roughly 200,000. To be specific, it's about 163,000 Democrats that requested a mail-in ballot and never sent it back. I don't know where you find votes outside of that, right? But if you were
but what are the mechanics? Are they allowed to still be dropped off? Do they have to be received by now?
They had to have been received at their county office by 8 p.m. on election night.
Period. Not postmarked. Done. Okay. So
8 p.m. election night.
So it's not, none of that is what Matthew McConaughey would say is the, what is that in the Wolf of Wall Street? The, not hocus pocus, but the, yeah, exactly.
The
You know, exactly.
Fugazi.
Yeah, the Fugazi, right, exactly.
It's Uzi. What's
Yeah,
it?
exactly. So we're talking about, do we have exactly? Do we have accurate? I'm only grilling you, Cliff, here because this is the stakes of the entire civilization. Do we have accurate vote totals of what they have remaining? This has always been the issue. We prognosticate our numbers. We extrapolate and we're like, oh my goodness, our math, right, Tyler?
Nope.
Oh, we didn't think of the 80,000. We didn't think of the 90,000. Cliff, do we know Allegheny and all these counties, do we know what they have left in their inventory to count?
We know what they have left in terms of mail-in ballot returns. What we don't know is how many people actually voted on election day. But Charlie, here's where I have a little bit of hope, okay? In 2020, the gotcha numbers, the, hey, we didn't know you had those, were a lot more of the mail-in ballot returns.
It's freezing.
Okay, because the requests were through the roof. Let me share this with you to give you concrete data from 2020 compared to today.
Yeah, it's all right here.
In 2020, the Democrats had
It's
1.6 million requests
are
when
you
it came to mail-in ballots, and that's how they ran up the score.
Are you
They
going to
have
open up?
1.4 million returns.
Back to the street.
Well, this year, when you look at it, excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, when you look at the numbers this year, they're down significantly. They don't have mail-in ballots really to mess with. And honestly, in Pennsylvania history, we get election day votes typically on election day, right? The delay has been those that were mail-in ballots, and if there were issues with them, if there was a delay in receiving them. But we've tightened up those rules. 2 big rule changes to understand a PA. One, the Supreme Court of PA says you have to date your ballot, you have to sign it, you have to have a secrecy sleeve. And number 2, they really solidified the idea that it had to be received by 8 p.m. at the county office if you have a mail-in vote. And so when I look at these numbers, there's really only one loophole here. And that could be if for some reason they don't report election day votes and then somehow later they come about, which to be honest, I think people would question, they'd have an issue with. So if you're asking me where the missing votes are, it's just counting the final 60 or 70,000 mail-in votes in Pennsylvania County, Philadelphia County. Yeah, and then trying to understand where does election day land. That's the question we all need to demand an answer to tonight. Election day votes
All right, you guys ready to
and calculated and reported on election day. That is their last hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for that interlude, for indulging us. Hello, everyone. Tens of thousands of you have now watched this across all the different platforms, which is really phenomenal. We are, I do believe, the last I checked, the biggest sort of Aussie stream that's doing something on the alternative media right now. So welcome. Yes, it's not a big shock that Trump's won. This is really excellent. The real question is, how big is it going to be? It's not totally in yet. It's not totally in. I know what you're thinking, 2020. But Shaquille, give us a rundown of what the actual snapshot is of where things are at right now.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you the best case possible scenario for Harris. We'll go with that, right? For Harris to win from here, just remember the betting markets have her at 3% chance of winning. For her to win from here, she will have to win all of the states that are currently pink. Okay? Georgia is at 93% counted. I'm not sure why they haven't called it yet. There must be a reason for it that we don't know about in relation to how votes are counted. But, if we're looking at Georgia, he's at 50.8%. She's at 48.5%. So there's just over a 2% lead for him. And he's up by 120,000 votes. I don't think there's enough votes left, actually, unless they, have a 300,000 vote drop and it all comes in for her like they did in 2020. So Georgia, I think, is going to have to be called pretty soon. Those numbers have been sitting there for a while, so I'm expecting there to be a big drop from that pretty soon. Pennsylvania has been trending towards him for quite a while. 86% reporting. He's up by 150,000 votes, 3,100,000 in round figures, and she's at 2,930,000. So about 170,000 votes, 86% reporting. I don't really see a pathway back. Again, we're expecting there to be a trend towards him that continues because they've counted the mail-in votes first this time around as opposed to what they did in 2020. Let's go to Michigan. So only 52% reporting in Michigan. He's got 1.6 million votes, 52.3%. She's at 45.9, I'll call it 46%. So he's up by 200,000 votes in Michigan.
That's insane.
So
I've just got the stats up now, Rami, if you don't mind bringing them up as he goes through the states.
I'm a little bit undressed over here. I won't button that.
I'll leave you for 2 seconds and you're already, ripping the shirt off. I know you're excited, but for God's sake. So, in Michigan, Trump is ahead by 2% right now, which is really good. We weren't expecting him to actually win Michigan.
I am hearing that they're slow to count Detroit. So there'll be a lot of Democrat votes coming from there.
Very interesting. I've got a very good friend of mine, and she knows who she is. Hello, I won't name you on air. A very good friend of mine who I actually met in a rural location in Georgia, who is originally from Detroit, who actually just said to me, come up to Detroit when you come to the States. I went, I'm hearing some bad things. She goes, no, you'll be fine. It's awesome. Come on up. Yeah. And she's telling me, look, Detroit, it's going to go to Harris, Detroit, but not by a particularly big margin, that he's going to make some gains there. So we'll certainly find out. If Chris was still here, he'd be able to tell us what the swing is. So anyway, Wisconsin, 80% reporting. He is 51.2%. She's at 47.3%. So again, he's up by 4%. And where's the vote? Well, it's 1.38 versus 1.28, so he's up by 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. So she has to turn all of those around, and then even if she does turn all of those around, she'd still need to have Georgia. He's currently up in Arizona. Not by much. He's only up by just over 10,000 votes. So he's got 50%, she's got 49%, but it's only 10,000 votes with 51% reporting. Let's see how that continues to trend. I just want to talk about the Senate race just over there for the moment. Carrie Lake is actually behind by by over 100,000 votes with 50% reporting. So not looking great for Carrie Lake, but again, that could certainly turn around. And off what we have left, we have Nevada and Alaska. Hawaii is, we'll just give Hawaii to her. Hawaii's going to go to her. Alaska's going to go to him. That cancels each other out. So Nevada's the last one to come back on. So off the 7 swing states that we were looking at going into this election, we are looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina and Arizona. North Carolina's already gone, and he's ahead in all of the others except for Nevada.
Awesome. Hey, mate, how are you? Sorry, I think I've muted you. There we go. I've muted you. Sorry, Greg, can you hear me? Just so you know, guys, Greg is on the... yeah, well, he's been there he is. Greg, how you doing, mate? What's happening?
Pretty good. Well, we're looking pretty good over here so far.
Yeah.
Looks like North Carolina and Georgia are in our column.
Yep.
And Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are both looking good.
That's good. That's very good. Greg, can you just give a very 30 seconds? Why are you over there? What have you done? I met Greg, guys, by the way, at CPAC in Queensland a month ago, and Greg's like, "Hey, I'm going to America. I'll say hi to the Turning Point team over there." So
the big question for Greg is, if we have to try and paint the best possible light we can for Harris, if she wins the Ukraine and Palestine electoral college votes, would that be enough to put her over the line?
No.
Good on you, Greg. Greg, tell me.
But by way of introduction, I went straight from the CPAC conference at 10 p.m. from Brisbane straight to Los Angeles and on to Phoenix. And at 9 o'clock the next morning, I was in the training rooms of Turning Point. I was here 2 years ago in Phoenix for the midterm elections and saw what funny buggers went on then. And again, I was here last summer, or summer over here, for a few weeks, just continuing to build relationships with Turning Point and the local community here. And that led to preparing for this trip where I've been volunteering with Turning Point, knocking on Republican doors, getting out the vote, particularly early vote. That strategy has worked really, really well. And so I'm from Melbourne, and I'm a member of the Liberal Party there for my sins.
No wonder you're running away to the United States, my friend.
But yes, I'm certainly open to working with some coalitions as well when I get back to Australia. But for the job that's at hand, I thought it was important to kind of fly the flag for Australia, show them that they really mean a lot to us, and so I decided to volunteer a month of my time to the cause, and we need to save America if we've even got a chance of saving Australia.
Well, mate, I'm very envious of you. I think the idea that you're over there and getting that experience and seeing how they're bringing that together, this is the end of 9 years of MAGA, essentially. Obviously, he's got to govern for 4 years, but this is, in terms of the campaigning and getting him elected, this is, this is the end bracket of it. And the idea that you've, just snuck in at the end and just sort of gotten that opportunity, I think that's a really phenomenal opportunity that you've had. And, obviously you funded it yourself, kudos, to yourself, talk about, putting your skin in the game. But no, look, God bless you, man. And where do you see things going on with regards to this this count right now? I mean, obviously you're following it at the Turning Point HQ, just as close as we are.
Yes, well, the underlying numbers are looking really good, particularly with counties that are yet to report, and even precincts within those counties that are yet to report. At least that's what Charlie from his podcast stream are talking about. They're very bullish about the prospects for Trump, and also other Republicans down ballot. It's good to see that we've secured the Senate. It's still going to be a bit of a dogfight in terms of the representatives in the House.
Yeah.
But they could be riding on the coattails of one Donald John Trump. I've been very fortunate whilst I'm here to attend not one but two Trump rallies. Where he's just come to town. That's what happens when you put yourself in a swing state. They kind of have to come. Also, on another occasion, saw J.D. Vance and Donald Trump Jr. At another rally. There's been some other media that have been hanging around, being interviewed by Radio New Zealand, and there's been some other opportunities as well. So, flying the flag.
Good on you. Well, we were just playing earlier on, and I know you'll find this entertaining, Greg. We were just mentioning earlier some of the comments from Kevin Rudd, our former Prime Minister, about Trump back in 2017 and how he's a threat to the world order, and then also Anthony Albanese, how he's going to deal with Trump and handle Trump, and it's hilarious because now they've got egg on their face, and as you know, I'm particularly interested to see how this translates into the Candace Owens visa situation. I think it's very embarrassing that they sat on their hands with the Don Jr. visa, and now they've got to work with Trump. We are a proxy of America with regards to our military alliance. I think one person said, in terms of our defense strategy, it is literally America, America, America. We don't have our own strategy, but yeah, no. What are your plans for the rest of your trip while you're there anyway?
Well, I'll be here until Saturday, Arizona time, so I'll end up back in Melbourne on Monday. So for the next couple of days, they have a system of curing ballots. What that involves is those people where a ballot has come in, let's say it's been mailed in, and the envelope has got no signature on it. You contact that voter and say, hey, we think there's before we open up the envelope, and not speaking like I don't have the envelope in front of me necessarily, but it's been reported to us, to give the voter a chance to come down to the election centre and fix their ballot before it actually gets fully processed. That, really affects the margins on some of the tighter races as well, where Abe Harmaday, who was shooting for Attorney General in 22, he lost that race by somewhere between 250 and 300 votes. And, we could have a completely different Attorney General in Arizona at the moment.
Awesome.
I do want to just very quickly say about the Senate, off the races that are still live, Republicans are actually leading in all but one of them. Right. So there's every chance that they've already flipped 2 Senate seats. So there's every chance that you could be looking at a 54 or 55 Senate lead.
Wow.
Wow. I'm not prepared to yet say that the House is going to the Republican or is going to be kept by the Republicans. But I think so. I think that's likely the House will continue towards that.
That's significant because you also need to take the Supreme Court into consideration as well, because there's 2 judges that are set to retire, Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, both conservatives. So if it's the Trump presidency and the Republicans have the Senate, they also get to pick the judges for the Supreme Court, and that locks it in for could be
another
decades.
generation.
Yeah.
Another generation. Yep. So
It's
liberals,
insane.
Liberals over there are going to lose their bloody minds, and I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, yeah. Greg, I respect the fact that you probably would rather be having a drink with the rest of your compatriots out there. Water, and more water. And by the way, guys, it hasn't been a smooth trip with regards to Greg. He has been hitting the pavement. He's been hitting the doors. He's been sick. He's been working through it. He's been going hard. Greg, did you have anything left that you wanted to leave us with before we let you go?
Look, I think we're crying out for leadership in Australia, both at state and federal levels. I've got some confidence in Peter Dutton, but we're looking for a Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, Donald Trump type leader, those who are strong and with convictions. We badly need that in Australia, and it's not easy to put your hand up for politics, but I see kind of there's two categories of politicians: those that get in it to gratify themselves and are there for power and to kind of help their own back pocket. And then there are those at the grassroots level who really care about the community, and really strong leaders who are there for a long time are probably in that latter camp. So I'll be doing whatever I can on returning to Australia to help identify some candidates and encourage them to step up and give it a go, and the people will back them, just like you're seeing tonight.
Absolutely. Look, a lot of people probably listening right now, and they might agree with me when I say, I don't think Dutton's that guy. I think he's demonstrated that he could be that guy, like that time he went off at that ABC journalist during the Voice referendum in Alice Springs about, child sexual abuse in Alice Springs and them doubting the data. But I don't think we see enough of that guy. I think he's too busy threatening my audience. If you question the government, then if you see someone in your friends or family that are questioning the government, you should send them to report them to ACO or the federal police. I mean, he's got to stop that crap. I mean, he's not a serious guy like Nigel Farage or Donald Trump in my books. And I think you're right. Until they actually recognize that this is the new way, transparency and authenticity in this new realm of podcasting and everything, I think they're just going to keep losing elections. And that's not okay, because that's going to hurt people. But I mean, so be it until they learn the lesson. But again, we'll see what happens in March or in May next year for our election.
Yes, well, just to finish on one of your points there, I would say that Peter Dutton has potential. He can grow into it, and he needs some good people around him to guide him there. Maybe even some people who have been there before.
Absolutely. I just want him to go back to the Menzies We Believe statement. If he does that, I'll be happy.
Greg, I'll tell you, I've had the opportunity to meet Peter Dutton a few times, and what I think he needs to do is he actually needs to stop following pre-scripted lines and just be a bit more human, because he's actually, quite surprisingly, quite a nice guy to talk to. He's a genuine kind of bloke, and if he can show that personality, I think that would help him immensely.
Absolutely.
Or maybe we need to put an apron on him and take him down to Macca's.
I think so, Greg. That might not have the same Google impact, but absolutely. Greg, mate, I'm going to let you go. Did you have anything else for us before we say goodbye? Or?
Oh, look, but that'll do it. Thanks very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And we're just got to keep working hard, praying hard for a good result here.
Greg, I've got one last question for you, if I can, before you leave us. Looking at the popular vote, I'm not sure there's the numbers for Kamala Harris to win it. So would you agree that Donald Trump is likely to take the popular vote for the first time, or do you think that could slip away from him?
Look, I'm not too concerned about the popular vote. It's the Electoral College that really makes the difference. I have seen some very promising early numbers that he could win it. It would be the first time, I'm talking about the popular vote, that he could win the popular vote. We'll just have to wait and see. But of course, in their system of government here in the US, it's not necessarily how it works like that, because of the 50 states, they all need equal representation. It's not just 50.1% of the population. Otherwise, you'd have California and New York dictating who's going to be your president, and that's just would be skewed, to certain states rather than an equal share.
Awesome, Greg. God bless you. Please be safe. I hope there's no violence from the Democrats after this. But God bless you again. I take your hat off to you, and everyone in the comments are saying good on you, Greg. So thanks so much, Greg. God bless you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Say hi to Charlie for me, hey?
I met him today.
Of course you did. Of course you did. You're everywhere. God bless you, man. Awesome. Send us the photos.
All right, will do.
See you, Greg. Thanks.
I don't think there's any question that Trump will win it from here.
The popular vote on the polling market is 91%
Yeah.
to Donald Trump.
That's what I'm liking about this, because you're right, the popular vote doesn't matter, but it shuts the Dems up, because they all whinged and moaned about this with Hillary Clinton, saying, oh yeah, democracy. So if he actually gets the popular vote as well, and also I think it restores a bit of faith that we have in America. The majority of people are not going to go for this crap.
Shaquille,
I'm really worried that it's not enough.
I have a question for you. In 2016, when Donald Trump won, we saw the stock market really take off. Is there potential that we could see that again?
Absolutely, and it actually has gone up a bit today anyway. But some of that, I think, was the market pricing that Trump was going to win. I think, to be fair, I think the market also would have rallied had Harris won. The market wants to know what's going on.
Okay.
So what would have hurt the markets is if it was going to take a month, which is what people were afraid of, for us to get a result. So the big thing here is the United States is overdue for recession. We've had the yield curve invert, which, for those of you that don't know what that means, it basically means that people are earning more money on the short-term interest rates than long-term interest rates. Now, when that happens, it's normally a precursor to a recession. The United States has all sorts of problems, and you need to intervene in the markets and have something really massive happen to avoid or avert that sort of a crisis. Well, Donald Trump is that aversion, because her plans are, let's introduce unrealised capital gains tax. Let's increase the corporate rate of tax from 21 to 28%. Let's get rid of some of the tax cuts that Donald Trump had. All of those things never end up with a boost to the economy. So that means that the economy next year is going to be far stronger under Donald Trump than what it would have been under Kamala Harris.
He doesn't get in there until January. I think it's January 20. Can something happen before then?
Not really. Not really, because they don't have much power to do anything, because at the moment they've just got control of the Senate. They don't have control of the House.
I'm talking about the economy, like
well the
something
economy.
bad happened in the economy before he actually.
Look, anything could happen, but what we see happen in the economy is based on longer term projections, right? People, I know everybody's a trading bro and they watch their YouTube videos and they trade. They all want to be day traders. It doesn't work like that. People and the big money, institutional money, bigger investors, they all trade with a longer term horizon. And so, I think I think Trump winning will be a boost to this market, and that boost will continue for a period of time. The major issue facing the United States at the moment is their debt. They're looking at $35 trillion currently on the books. They're running $1 trillion in deficits. They're talking about spending more money under the Dems. They've got their Medicare trust fund running out of money, and we're not talking about long time way. We're talking about next year, right, where the trust fund starts not having enough money to meet its obligations. I talk to the former Comptroller General quite frequently on another show. He's talked about the Social Security trust funds running out of money in 2028, 2030, and 2032. Now, those trust funds, depending on what you're looking at, the total value of the unfunded liabilities is between $120 and $170 trillion. Let's not be flippant about those numbers, right? That plus the current deficit, you're pushing $200 trillion. The Australian economy is about $1.5 trillion. We're talking about 120 years. All the money earned by every person and corporation in Australia for the next 100 years. That's what we're talking about.
How do they turn that around? Is Elon Musk enough to come in and slash the bureaucracy and those sorts of things? Is that enough to be able to turn this around, or are they on a sinking ship?
I think an audit to find out where all the money's being wasted is a great idea. Jacinta Price talked about this actually when the Voice referendum was coming up, that we just need to have an audit as to where the money's going, make sure it's going to where we want it to go. We should certainly be looking at the NDIS here. So that is going to be one factor, because the US certainly has to look at its spending, but also economic growth means that you can inflate the debt away a little bit. If you can increase revenue and increase economic activity, that is a way forward. And with the growing strength of the BRICS nations, and them talking about setting up alternative banking systems to the SWIFT, talking about having their own currency and things like that so they don't have to cross with the US dollar, that causes some issues. I've been saying for 20 or 30 years that it's only a matter of time before the Middle East says, why are we pegging our currency to the US dollar, which puts upward pressure on the US dollar, which keeps the US dollar artificially high. So there is a lot of issues that are facing the United States, and something dramatic has to happen. I have every confidence Donald Trump will be the person to be able to avert that crisis.
Guys, I think there is a crisis going on with Pennsylvania right now. Look, we are hearing word that Trump is heading to Palm Beach Convention Center, where he is about to, he might be calling it. Maybe he's just waiting there for Kamala to finally call it. Then he's going to walk out and tell everyone so they can go to sleep and we can call it and it's done. Once Kamala concedes, it's done. It's done.
What's the crisis in Pennsylvania?
I'll let Charlie explain. I've briefly been listening to them. Apparently there's something to do with the trucks in Pennsylvania taking away these ballots rather than finishing the vote. And I think it's important that we hear exactly what their perspective is on it. So
let's not start this crap again.
No, I know, exactly, and that's why I want to see exactly what's going on. Let's do this.
By 2 a.m.
That's midnight here. That's early, baby.
Can I make
No, that's 1 a.m. I mean, come on, we're going all night.
Can I make a suggestion?
We're not doing 2020 again, where I go to sleep and all of a sudden there's a bunch of fugazi from the Milwaukee Count Center.
Charlie, I think that Donald Trump should pardon Hunter Biden if he goes down and has to work
at Maricopa Central.
No. He has to. No. We don't want anywhere near ballots. We want him to build the wall. We want Hunter Biden on the border, having to build a wall, and we have a live stream like the Truman Show of him every single day, building walls.
This is what
that would be incredible. That's worth it.
They're all leaving.
Don't send them to jail.
Everyone's
Make them 2
leaving.
years build walls.
Everyone's leaving at Howard University because they just announced she's not going to speak. Yeah, well, they're all.
Charlie,
never
did you see
going
that
back.
CNN?
That's where Kamala's at. That's where
CNN is now called Georgia. They're about an hour behind you, Charlie.
Yeah, try 2 hours. By the way, I just want to thank some of our members.charliekirk.com. We are signing hats here, members.charliekirk.com. That is members.
There's also some
Georgia.
We are signing.
Brother, this is his brother. This is his feed.
I know Wisconsin calling the race. I'm not there yet. I will let you know. By the way, that's why we are doing analytic devil's advocate. I'll let you know when it's. But I know Wisconsin not as well as Brett, but I know that Midwestern, that kind of straight edge, and I don't see the votes. You're down 108,000 votes. And by the way, Arizona is just deciding. It's just.
Oh, they're going slow. My brother just said.
Is he signing hats in the back?
This is his feedback.
He's been doing it for 3 days.
I sent your stream to all my Bay Area Republican friends, and I've been getting nonstop thank you texts because of how much better your coverage is.
No, I mean it's by the way, it's the #1 stream in the country right now.
That's Kamala.
And so Charlie, you can go hang out with Elon and Trump. I'm going to be with you guys.
Rumble.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
No. We all had the invitations. We all had, hey, come on, it'll be great. Get you in, get the access. No, it's not about access. It's about actually explaining what's going on. And is that Howard? What we're looking at right now?
Is that a live shot?
Yeah, that's got to be. Look at them. They're all just leaving. They're all walking out. And I saw people. So that's inside. So there were people outside who were leaving as well.
Come out and speak to her people.
Yeah.
Look, we have work to do.
We have 238,000 concurrents on YouTube right now.
But if you don't want to concede,
guys, email me freedom@charliekirk.com
to come out and actually speak to your people and say, look, it's not looking good. I can't make an announcement yet because I still think I can win.
Yeah.
Or whatever she's going to come up with. At least come out and speak to them, for goodness sake.
You know how it is. They like the big grandstanding moment
to keep us going.
We've got.
And Arizona is still not report. I don't know what is going on there.
Still working on my Wawa coffee.
I mean, it is 10:41 local.
I mean,
this is just pathetic.
Sign books. Orderbulletproof.com. Orderbulletproof.com. Sign books.
Sorry, Charlie, I will tell you, this is like last time we were in this position. It took them until after 11 p.m. to start releasing day of results. So,
but I'm talking about the earlies they still have.
They're not going to release.
They're sitting on 200,000.
They're going to start slowly scanning.
They are sitting on our 200,000 best votes.
It's going to be Bill Gates over there.
It's 200,000 of our best votes.
One at a time. He's going to be onesie twosies. It's going to take. We're going to be here for 2 weeks.
I can't.
We're going to be here for 2 weeks, and they're going to be like until they finally have to claw their way into Kerry Lake as their U.S. senator.
So what I'm listening to here is they're following Arizona. Obviously, they want to see that if Trump wins, but it's Kerry Lake they're waiting on. And there are 200,000 votes in Arizona. There is a guy called Bill Gates. It's not actually Bill Gates that you guys are thinking of. This is an election integrity guy that runs the elections there, did a terrible job in 2020, and this is who they're alluding to. And they're sitting on these ballots, and it's like, well, when are we going to get them? And that's what they're talking about. That caught my ear when I was listening. I'm just going to play another
Carrie
30
Lake,
seconds.
the thing has been called, I think, hasn't it? Against her for Ruben, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Gallego, I think is his surname.
What's the vote count? Is it 200,000?
Well, it's 957,000 for him and 844,000 for her. So we're talking 110,000 votes, but the Associated Press hasn't called it. But then again, the Associated Press hasn't called Georgia. CNN's called Georgia.
These are early votes as well. They did very well in that area. Let me just play another 30 seconds of this before. Steve, were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to point out there's footage of them bringing ballots into Michigan, I think it is. So there's some there's some footage flying around already about some untoward things happening.
Yeah, it's honestly kudos to these guys. They're not got like this is like midnight right now over there, and these guys have been working.
It's almost 1 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 1:45 in the morning.
Oh my god, it's insane.
And Justin Heap is your recorder.
We're not calling that yet.
We're not calling that.
No, I'm just saying.
We have some new
looks like
calls.
they're getting set up.
Sadly,
at,
they did call New Mexico
West
for
Palm. Is that RFK?
No, they're prepping. That's the advanced team.
But here's the New Mexico news. You want to hear some good news?
No, actually, it's a speaker.
No, I was gonna say I thought it was RFK for a second.
Or he's gonna sing. Is this a singer? What's going on here? Can we get this feed, please?
Yeah, we should probably check out what's going on.
Whatever is, can we get Real America's Voice or something?
Something is happening.
Or YouTube. Can we find a YouTube link of it and send it to the
Not
team?
entirely sure what's going on.
We have 500,000 concurrents right now between all platforms.
There's our good friend Blake.
I think that's my brother right next to him.
I want to.
All right, I'm going to pause it there. Let's
We're closing in, as they say.
Trump may be going very, very soon to announce the victory at Palm Beach, but we just don't know. We just don't know yet.
Apparently, the left media has just called Georgia.
Yes.
So Georgia was called by CNN. The Associated Press hasn't called it yet, but they won't be far behind. Look, I'm going to say this only because I don't think that there's a pathway forward. Okay, Democrat. Yeah, Associated Press has just called it. Okay, play your games. Because all you're going to do is you are going to make sure that people remember that in the midterms and they remember it at the next election. The more you guys play these sorts of games, the more dishonest you are, the more you try to game the electorate, game the process, the less people trust you. Same thing with media. The more that you guys slant your coverage, the more that you are technically telling the truth, but you amplify this story and you don't put any credit onto that story, the more people are not going to trust you. And this is going to be a long-term trend of people, and especially young people. I'm really impressed with young people. You know, they're using the term based. I'm so impressed with them saying, we went through all of school with our bloody participation trophies and all this crap, and we're not buying it.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. I'm having a whole bunch of people texting me right now. They're happy with where things are going in the US. But I'm not ending the stream yet. I literally had one person tell me, it's all good now. Thanks for the stream. I'll see you later. And I'm like,
That's when things will really start to happen.
Not yet.
You don't have to keep watching us, but we're going to stay on because I want to be here until it's actually official.
I'm not going to do anything else other than sit here, wait, listen. As long as Charlie's streaming, I'm streaming because I really want to see what exactly happens with this. Trump is currently at 246 to Kamala's 182. There are some states which aren't confirmed yet, according to.
Sorry, what were the numbers that you said?
246 to 182.
What, electoral college votes?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe my feed is behind because
this is CNN. So
that's on CNN.
See, this is the ridiculous thing. She's at 182. Where is she meant to get 98 electoral college votes?
She can't win from there.
And California's already been called.
She can't win from there, but the Associated Press have got her at 210 and they've still got Trump at only 230. But they've also now called Idaho, which we always knew was going to be called for him. So, yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with the Associated Press.
You guys saw what the CEO of Google sent out in an email yesterday to his employees?
Slow down the feed if we're losing, is that what he said?
No, he said something along the lines of, you got to stay unbiased no matter who wins. However, you go to Google now and it's still giving Kamala 210. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah. They're trying to slow it down. That's what Charlie was saying. They're trying to slow it down so they deprive them of the election night win. And that's why it's so frustrating that they're doing these things in Pennsylvania, locking up 200,000 votes, carting them off in these trucks so that they can count them one ballot at a time. Charlie was saying about this Bill Gates guy that runs the election there. Anyways, I'm going to keep an eye on this particular thing, but yeah, this is insane. This is.
Well, let's give credit to CNN though, because CNN is actually bringing the results in. So maybe they have course corrected. Different source now, New York Times. So New York Times is following the AP with 210, but they are reporting 246. So let's just put this in perspective: 246, 270 is what you need to win. Alaska hasn't been called yet. They haven't actually started counting Alaska. Alaska's his. That brings him to 249. He needs 21 votes, 21 electoral college votes. What's left on the table? Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada. That's what's left if you discount Alaska.
It's the same ones as last.
So, he's there. There's no way she can win all of that. And Maine is still there, by the way, and they're not calling New Hampshire yet on New York Times.
Yeah. Just looking at Trump headquarters now, I think they might be expecting him to come out anytime soon. I have no idea. But
here's the needle for New York Times. It wasn't available earlier, but it is available now. They are pegging Trump with a 93% chance of victory. This is when Cenk Uygur, your great mentor, this is when he started getting a bit upset and started tearing up his pieces of paper about the big time donors. So 93%. Might as well call the election. Also, they're estimating it to be Trump 306 and Harris 232.
Okay, so let's go along with this and just assume that Trump has won.
Yep.
Definitely. So what happens now? Is the Ukraine-Russia conflict the first thing he tries to solve? There are other issues that he dives into even before he gets to the inauguration?
The Ukraine-Russian thing is an interesting one. He, pretty big of him. He comes out and says he'll have it ended before he even is inaugurated. If he does that, he's really got to do it without ceding much of the territory of the Ukraine. And if anything, he should try and win Crimea back. So I think that is going to be high up on his priority list. But look, he's talking about tariffs. He's talking about cutting taxes.
Well, in your opinion, how do you feel about tariffs? Are they the way to go, or are you?
Look, I don't like them, to be honest with you, because they hurt your exports if other countries do it. And Australia could end up with tariffs against our product. Doesn't make any sense, right? Last time I checked, the US imports about 3.8 trillion. They export about 3 trillion. So the idea that tariffs would take care of income taxes, probably not. Look, if it's protective tariffs, again, I'm generally not a fan of it, but I would agree that what America has been faced with is other countries taking advantage of them. So, if he simplifies the tax code and reduces taxes, this would be the first time that I'll ever say this, that I have ever said this. The United States now looks like an attractive place to do business. What I have been saying to people that ask me internationally, and they say, hey, I'm thinking about trying to get exposure to North America. What should I do? Where should I go? Should I look at Delaware? Should I look at Nevada? Should I look at some of these low tax places? I say no, go to Canada. Canada's corporate tax rates are horrendous, but when you're a foreign investor, you get look-through entities through Canada, and they basically advertise that so that it's a much easier process for foreign investors. It's also an easier immigration process and business visas and things like that. Now, I would actually say the United States looks much more attractive. In fact, the United States looks much more attractive than the most competitive places in Europe if Trump initiates the things that he's talking about.
So how do countries like China and Russia, how do they react to this? I'm sure they could see this coming, and they probably have a battle plan for this. Do they go along with Trump? Do they try and work with Trump?
Look, I think China is growing, so I think China will. I think Trump's going to be able to negotiate with China. I can't imagine Kamala Harris being able to do it.
Oh no, definitely.
So that could be something that they could do. With Russia, I don't know, but again, I think that Trump is more likely going to be able to resolve the issue or bring about a better resolution than what Kamala Harris ever would have been able to do. Just with China, they've spent, they're projected to spend trillions of dollars building the Belt and Road Initiative. I don't blame them. I wish we were doing it. That sounds fantastic. So I think Donald Trump will have a few people in his ear saying, you know what we need to do? Increase our diplomatic relations, increase our trade, increase our involvement with the rest of the world. So if he will do that, in conjunction with the Five Eyes countries, he needs to get straight on the phone and ring the leaders of Australia, New Zealand, Canada and the UK, that's the other 4 members of the Five Eyes nations, and say, it is time for us to start getting out there and pushing what we believe in. So we can all start trading with each other a lot more, and we can start putting our global footprint on those countries that have felt neglected by us.
The big question is Taiwan as well. China trying to touch Taiwan now with the Trump presidency, or do they keep away from it?
Or do they move now?
Yeah, well, that's a big question. Do they hurt Trump by moving on that?
He's not the president yet.
I think they're less likely. Well, let's put it this way: if they were going to do something, they'd do it now.
That's right.
But they're less likely to do it in the future if Trump's there.
So you're saying before January 20th?
I don't think they're going to do it at all.
I'm saying
if Trump's the president-elect, then I don't think they're going to do it.
I'm saying the Russia-Ukraine war, Israel-Palestine war, China-Taiwan, these next 2 months, just keep an eye out, because they're not going to be able to pull this crap after January 20th. Now, Trump believes he can cut certain deals that stops these wars before he even becomes president, specifically Russia-Ukraine. But, if there are still goals in these particular wars certain sides want to achieve, now's a very good time to do it before Trump comes in. He's not the president until January 20th. He's just not.
The Associated Press have finally caught up and are now 210 to 246 like everybody else, and they have finally called Georgia. We've only got 18% reporting from Nevada. Donald Trump 56.2%, Kamala Harris at 42%. He's currently leading by 35,000 votes, 138,000 or 103,000.
Guys, can I just say, Trump did not win against Kamala. Trump won against Obama first of all, and everybody else. If you've seen how desperate Obama has been in the past couple of days, going to all these rallies. But I've just noticed now, if you go to his X account, Twitter account, he's been retweeting people who are taking photos voting, and that is just unbelievable. He's never done something like that before.
Who? Trump?
No, Obama.
Obama? Oh,
yeah.
Right. Isn't that weird?
So I just want to quickly let you guys know, Nebraska's first division has also been called. So I just want to get into Nebraska, because I think it was Nebraska's second that is likely to go for her. Just that kicks him over one more electoral college vote to 247. I know it doesn't sound like much, but it is, because it means he's only got 23 more to go before he's the president.
By the way, Joel, there's a lot of people in the comment sections, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere. They thanking you for the stream. So.
Oh, thanking me for the stream. Oh no, my pleasure, guys. I is my mic on? No, look, I serve at your pleasure, guys. I apologize if I seem a little bit low energy. It's been I won't lie, it's been a little bit crazy the last few months with not just the Candace Owens tour, but there were 4 elections. A lot of people don't even realize we had elections. I was speaking to people in WA, and they're like, Joel, why are you so slow in getting back to us? I said, because the entire Eastern Seaboard has elections. We had the Canberra Territory election, we had the Queensland State election, we had the Victorian local election, the New South Wales local election, we had 3 by-elections in New South Wales. And the local elections in Victoria and New South Wales, we'd never done how-to-vote cards before. In fact, no one has ever done how-to-vote cards for a local election in New South Wales or Victoria for the whole state. But we did it. And I'm sick. So this always happens, but I'm looking forward to having hopefully a little bit of a break over the summer. But again, this is I'd like to think I would be more excited about this, but I'm a little bit numb right now, and I can't quite tell why. Not sure if it's PTSD from 2020, or if it's because I'm sick, or because I'm burnt out. But again, I was always going to do this stream. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. We will be doing streams like this potentially for the WA election, but certainly for the federal election. We'll be doing a stream like this early next year. But I really enjoy it. I really do enjoy it. And thank you for joining me.
But mate, hats off to you, because look what you've built. It's easy anyone can do their own podcast, but to actually build this studio and then to do everything that you're doing on top of that, it's not an easy feat. And you've actually created somewhere that people can come to host events like this, and hopefully host more events like this in the future, and build up something in this country, some true professional independent media in this country. So look, mate, more power to you in everything that you're doing.
My pleasure, man. Look, with
Awesome.
great power comes great responsibility, and just like, you know what I love about Joe Rogan? I think why people love Joe so much? He shares the mic. He kicked off people's careers like Tim Pool. He kicked off a ton of people's careers.
Graham Hancock, who was
Graham
only
Hancock.
on the other day.
Yeah, that's right. There's actually so many different people. I didn't realize how many people he kicked off their careers, and it's quite astonishing when you think about it.
This is such an awesome studio too, and you know, I'll tell the audience. When Joel said, "Hey, you got to come in and see the studio and see if you want to come on," I said, "Look, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a podcaster. I have no idea." He goes, "You're pretty knowledgeable about America. I think our audience will like that." And, okay, if you're sure. So I avoided coming in here for months and months and months. Then finally, I said, "Okay, I'll come on in." And then the second time I came on was with Stephen Penneth, which is a person who's a very good friend of mine. I've known him for almost 20 years, and we just had a ball, didn't we? So.
Yeah.
Very, very pleased to be. I feel a bit more comfortable now. I'm part of the furniture.
Yeah, well, you know, again, it's about authenticity. It's about capturing, especially with you and Stephen, it's about capturing that authenticity and just bringing it in, turning the cameras on. No one's here.
Give a little shout out to Stephen as well, mate. Up there in Queensland. Finally, you've got rid of the Labor Party, so well done, buddy.
Good on you, Stephen. These are we're seeing some interesting scenes out of the Trump headquarters right now. I think there's a lot of people, it's sort of peaking right now. They're waiting Trump to come out. I'm not sure how long until we call this thing, but again, we're still waiting on some of these races to wrap up.
Have we seen any more tears coming? As Paul said, not to rub it in, but have we seen any tears yet from the campaign, from Harris's headquarters, where everyone's leaving?
She stopped tweeting a while ago. Her Twitter account is not posting.
Wow.
What was her last post?
About, I think it was saying hold the line or something like this. Don't leave the line or hold the line. So
Hold the line. She's not even going to come out and talk to him. Well done, Kamala.
Well, talk about hold the line. What this shows is how to win. If you look at Trump from when he first came down that escalator in 2015 to this moment here and now, and how he's been attacked in every which direction, and how he's been able to hopefully pull this election off and win this election, we should all take a lot of pride and hope and motivation in seeing that and push on even harder. And look at, all of us, we started off largely due to the COVID pandemic, and to see everyone's journey, when you look around at everyone's involved in the political space, how far they've come. And look, Trump's been leading the way since, as I said, since 2015.
Yeah.
It shows you do not stop, you do not ever take a backward step, and you never ever go backwards.
Have you seen his schedule? I mean, the man needs to take a couple of days and relax. Sit by the beach like Joe Biden did.
Yeah.
She's sitting there going, "Oh, he's old, he's getting a bit tired, and this and that." Are you serious? He's done interviews, he's done podcasts, he's done multiple rallies every day. He deserves it.
Well, it's too much fun. Imagine if you're Donald Trump and you can go on Joe Rogan one day and Patrick Bet-David the other day and do media and do those rallies must be fantastic. It'd be like being a rock star up on stage.
Oh, and he loves it
and
as
he just riffs. There's he doesn't have notes. He's not reading from a script. Yeah. He's just riffing.
He's just weaving.
Yes, weaving.
Yeah. And he loves it as well. I mean, he put himself in The Apprentice. He's always loved, the limelight. So, yeah, go on, Don. Go and live your best life.
Guys, Reddit is melting down. I'm reading what's going on Twitter right now. Reddit is melting down. So one person, a Democrat, they remarked, "Damn, y'all, maybe we really did steal the election in 2020. Oh, I will say this. I don't know if I said it earlier, but every election I've made a call on, including referendums, state elections, whatever. Even the election in South Africa and the UK elections. The only election I've ever gotten wrong, a prediction, was the US election in 2020. That was the only one I got wrong. And maybe that's why I got that PTSD from it. It's because I remember being like, it doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. There were people that were winning down ballot for Trump. There were like 23 bellwether areas in 2020 where he was winning them, where the lower house, the House of Rep candidates won, and the candidate said to Trump, I shouldn't have won. You know, I literally only got across the line because of your endorsement. How is it that you lost? It makes no sense. And that's what I still can't get it out of my head. 2020. It was just an absolute attack on democracy. 2020, and we still can't even talk about it in detail.
I'd still love to see a review of the 2020 election, and with the Republicans in control, maybe there would be. Or wouldn't it be awesome if there was actually something that did happen that we didn't know about, that finally they can blow the lid on? Because all this stuff that's been going on in the DOJ, and all the stuff that's been going on with Merrick Garland, and all the weaponisation that we've seen in the justice system, if somebody gets in there and can actually release it all and say, this is actually what went on, and you, the public, can go and judge it for yourself.
Well, you're scaring me, Joel, because every time I go on X, I see all this footage of truckloads of ballots arriving in Pennsylvania and those sorts of places. So
look,
let's hope none of that happens.
Yeah.
So the betting markets have her down to a 1.2% chance of winning. Okay.
You love these betting markets, mate.
This is over. I'm telling you, this is over.
Somebody should play that clip from Dumb and Dumber when Jim Carrey's like, "So you telling me there's still a chance?
There's still a chance."
Yeah, literally.
I'm so heartbroken that we haven't seen Cenk Uygur lose his mind, or Francesca, or I don't know.
You would think he would be trending on Twitter, but no. Apparently, the second the most trending thing on Twitter right now is congratulations Trump or something. But the second one is Melania. I don't know why she's trending so hard right now.
I have no idea. I think it was because, I don't know, apparently she was wearing sunnies the whole time she was there. Sorry, I just airdropped some photos I wanted to show you guys. So from what's happening on Twitter, because obviously Twitter wins, there's some really cool photos of America, basically, what's happening at the Trump campaign. You got Elon Musk, you got Trump, and you've got who's the UFC guy? Dana White, all in the middle. And there's sort of there's another photo of them here. Here, Musk, the future is going to be so lit. And there's the three of them chatting. And you got the electoral count in the background. You got people hugging and greeting each other. Here's another one.
So just scroll back in. Does that say? Oh yeah, 91 by 95. Okay, it's an old one. Yep.
You got Jack Posobiec. We're on the precipice. He single-handedly kept America from having the first female president twice. Okay, that is pretty bad. That one.
And he's holding up a glass of Shabs, but he's a teetotaler.
Yeah, that's shit.
I wouldn't want to get nuked for this one.
No, exactly. Look, again, they had some perfectly good candidates in the Democrats. They could have run in the last election, especially Tulsi Gabbard, and they completely, white-entered her campaign. We've got this other one with Kamala, and that phone call that I got a fact check for. You got Joe Rogan's face just on the center there.
See, this is the thing, maybe you won't get that reaction from the Democrats, because if the Democrats were to win, then they would get Kamala. So they couldn't be happy about that, surely.
No, well then, yeah, the progressives
But you know what? I've spoken to some of my progressive friends in the US, and even on one of the other podcasts have I just lost my mic?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had no.
Even some of my progressive friends, that I show up to on another podcast, and they're literally like, well, I'm unsubscribing from the LA Times. I'm just, no, she's going to win. There's no chance. She's absolutely ahead. And,
She was the most unpopular vice president. No one liked her.
And I've pointed that out to them. I've said to them, I said, look, Nancy Pelosi and Raskin wouldn't even endorse her when they were asked, is she the right person to be on his ticket this time round? And they gave such a bad endorsement or a non-endorsement of her. Then she goes from being the most unpopular VP to being a superstar overnight. I just don't buy it. I'm just simply not buying it.
What's going on? Cenk Uygur on PBD right now. That'll be interesting. Guys, we've got a lot of things coming through right now. We've also got the live stream of, Tucker Carlson's just arrived at the Trump arena. Kamala Harris will not be doing a speech tonight, which I mentioned earlier, so that's why everyone was leaving before.
How pathetic is that?
You've got to wait for those ballots to come in on those trucks.
That is so pathetic. I've just sent you a photo. One of my fans have sent me a photo and said, "Are you in America?"
Yeah.
And so what are you talking about? I'm here I've been live actually in Australia. He went, "Oh, I thought you were here." He said, "Your doppelganger's there," and I just took one glance. And at first, for the first few seconds, I did actually think that was a picture of me.
Yeah. Here, check this out. We've got PBD. He's got Cenk Uygur on right now. I'm going to keep an eye out on the election results.
We are ready. We have with us Cenk from Young Turks.
He's got that.
Cenk, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can, brother. I can.
It'll be interesting. Everyone's
that's a nice suit, by the way.
Love that reaction.
Everyone's booing him.
Cenk, first of all, you said you were going to do it. I respect you for joining us. I know it's 1 o'clock. You're up here with us. People can agree or disagree, say whatever they want about you. You've been a fighter since day one, and you and I have had some of the best conversations together, respectfully disagreeing, and I appreciate that about our relationship together. However, being on tonight, I was hearing that you were giving your message, and you were a little bit somber about what's going on right now with the story. DNC chair just came out and said she's not going to come out to give the speech tonight. Trump right now is on his way to Palm Beach to maybe give his victory speech. New York Times just came out saying Trump's going to win 299. We had the Rasmussen CEO on, Mark Mitchell, giving his perspective. Where do you stand right now with 1 o'clock in the morning with Kamala versus Trump?
Yeah, she can still win, but
Bye.
What was that? Sorry, I missed
okay.
I said she can
You
still
guys want to
win.
hear the full sentence?
No.
But she is still losing, and Donald Trump is likely to win. So, look, on the Young Turks, we're honest. And so we've been covering it honestly the whole time. I said that Donald Trump had a better chance of winning about a week ago, but I've been saying it for about a month. At the end, a bunch of polls that came out said that Kamala Harris was likely to win, but it looks like they were wrong. And so right now, as things stand, I just came off the Young Turks show where I lit into the Democratic Party.
As usual.
Bunch of losers, corporate Democrats. I hate them. They've cost us election after election.
Yeah.
They're corrupt. And they lost, it looks like, to a syphilitic clown, total moron, con man, Donald Trump. So, if you lose to a buffoon like Donald Trump twice, what does that make you?
So let me ask you. Hang on, guys.
Respect to
Guys,
Cenk, honestly.
I got an echo, by the way.
I want to ask you a follow-up question because can you listen? Hang tight, Cenk. Question for you. A question that you're a business guy. You've been running a business for a while. You're not with one of these mainstream guys. You're not MSNBC. You were in the past. You came from you left. You said you're going to do your own thing. Young Turks, it has a history of doing great things, millions of subscribers on what you've been able to pull off. But let me ask you, are you at a point where maybe the American people are just sitting there looking at a few policies being presented by the Democrats saying, this is just weird? Are you at a point that you're willing to accept that some of the directions the party's gone, they're losing Democrats? Democrats are leaving the party because it just doesn't sound like the John F. Kennedy Democrats from 50, 40, 60 years ago. It's just a very weird party today. Is that where you are, or no, you're just think they have bad leaders?
So it depends on which side of the policy you're talking about. So if you're saying economic policies, our economic policies are super popular. So paid family leave, which most Republicans agree with. Higher wages, most Republicans agree with. Money out of politics, most Republicans agree with. But when you talk about some of the social issues, I warned some of my leftist friends, do not go too extreme. So I believe in trans rights, but saying that trans detainees should get taxpayer-funded surgeries makes no sense, and I knew that it would be deeply unpopular. But leftists sat there and said, no, we know everything, Cenk. You've been on the air 22 years, you've got 27 million subscribers, but you don't know anything. This is going to be super popular. So my leftist friends, how'd that turn out for you? So we are honest on the Young Turks. So you've got to be keeping it real. We're populists. But hear me now, and you'll quote me later. Donald Trump is a crook, and he's going to rob you guys blind.
Dave, let me ask one, and it'll come to you. Let me ask one, I'll come to you guys. Cenk, we have Dominic Tarczynski here and Dave. They have a question. They'll come to you here in a minute. But let me ask you this question. Your opinion about Trump? You and I talked about it when you were on the podcast last time. You said you thought you were a better businessman than him. What has he done in his life? Well, we had that conversation. I totally get it. I even brought it up on Rogan's podcast that I don't agree with you there, but it's your position. I totally understand. Here's a question I got for you. Your show with Anna Kasparian, the two of you guys together. I've been watching Anna closely, and a lot of people have. She's kind of right now like, dude, what the F is going on? This doesn't make any sense. Why are you attacking me? There is a major community that is thinking Anna, who went from the position she had 5 years ago, 7 years ago, some would have called her maybe a socialist. Where she is kind of like right now, maybe even becoming a libertarian. I'm not saying a Republican or a conservative, but maybe a little bit of a libertarian independent. You're around her the most. You're seeing that taking place. Why do you think she is moving? How are they losing someone like Anna Kasparian, who's very talented, very capable, very formidable? Why do you think?
So again, it depends on if we're talking about economic issues or social issues. So in economic issues, she still believes every single thing that she believed. On crime and homelessness, I would argue, and I have argued with her on air, that we haven't changed our position at all. What happened was the Democrats did a switcheroo in California. So we voted for a ballot measure where they didn't tell us that they would take some felonies and move them to misdemeanors. Well, if you don't put it in the ballot measure, how the hell are we supposed to know? So now California is reversing that tonight. Because you know who likes crime? No one. No one. Okay. So if you're a leftist out in California and you pretend there is no crime and we should move like domestic assault into a misdemeanor, we disagree with you, but we've always disagreed with you. So I think that it's really the Democratic politicians that are corrupt and a few leftists online that have gone too far. But when you talk about the core of the Bernie Sanders economically populist positions, they are still massively popular, and tons of conservatives agree with them.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the question. Hi, Cenk. Nice to see you. It's Candace.
Hi, Candace.
So my question for you would just be, I mean, I think we can all agree that this is a tremendous referendum on the left, right? I mean, you brought out Taylor Swift, you've brought out Beyonce, you've brought out LeBron James. You guys have used every vocabulary word available to you to explain to the American people that Trump is a dictator, he's literally Hitler, and the American people seem to be rejecting that resoundingly, right? Does that at all signal... Let me just ask you blankly, what does that signal to you as someone who I think has contributed to that rhetoric? Is it a signal to you that just all the American people support a dictator, or does it maybe make you go, maybe I'm missing something here?
Block this, Tony Burke. Block this.
Yeah, I'm not missing anything. So I've been telling the corporate Democrats, stop kissing the ass of the donors. They're not here to help us. They're here to rob us. By the way, I would tell the Republicans the same thing. I would tell you guys the same thing. Trump's donors are going to rob you blind. So these corporate Democrats took the donor money and they ran campaigns that were not populist. That what they did was they ran campaigns that were anodyne, boring, didn't actually attack Trump on his number one problem, corruption, the fact that he's a fake populist. You know why? Because they don't even understand populism. They are the establishment. So the real problem is the establishment of the Republican Party like Mitch McConnell and the establishment of the Democratic Party like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Nancy Pelosi.
Asked him about the rhetoric.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not have a question. I would rather have a comment as a member
isn't that
of the Parliament, European
President
Parliament.
of Poland?
who was called
he's
fascist,
he's a minister for Poland. Yeah,
Islamophobe.
He's a member of parliament.
I was called all these names. And I'm happy that we have this moment of silence now, because I would like to remind you, these people are lecturing us about unity.
Yeah. Love this guy. This guy doesn't give a crap. Look at him.
So I would like to remind you again, they are talking and lecturing us about unity. So now you have a chance to practice what you preach and show the whole nation what the unity in democracy means. You have to have a class to lose, because if you don't have a class when you're losing, you have no right to win.
I'm going to pop into Poland next time.
You've got to love the internet. Isn't this awesome? You are in a new age, everyone. This is freaking awesome. This is so cool.
Credit where credit's due. It's big of Cenk to come out there.
100%. This is why I still somewhat respect the guy. I think it's crazy. He's got guts.
He won't back down either.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I actually absolutely respect that. Yeah, 100%.
Cenk, go for it. Go ahead, Cenk.
Yeah, this brother isn't even American.
What's that got to
so
do with
I don't know what the hell
dude?
he's chanting USA for. I'll chant USA, not you, okay? And so, second of all, you're talking about losing with class when that bitch Donald Trump tried to steal an election, set to terminate the Constitution, set off a riot.
Unifying.
That he didn't mind if his vice president was murdered, bum rushed the Capitol, tried to destroy our democracy. He's the very worst in losing with no class at all.
Give it to us, Cenk.
Telling you that I think the Democratic Party did it wrong. I think they ran a wrong campaign. They're relying on the donors. They've got the wrong strategy. So we are honest about what goes wrong in the Democratic Party and what goes in the Republican Party. Are you guys honest about the fact that Donald Trump tried to steal an election? He's got no class at all.
Patrick, if I may, just one sentence.
Cenk, go for it.
Okay.
Dominic.
Guys, if I can ask you for another moment of silence.
Who the hell is this guy?
He's a member of parliament from
Are you Viktor Orban's cousin?
Yes, I'd like to have a conversation. I would like to answer. You asked me why I am in US now. Because I was invited and I came here with my passport.
Clown.
So I was invited.
You couldn't give that answer.
Invited me as a politician
between
to
anger
come to
and technique.
US because as a European, as a Polish, I do recognize US as a leader of the free world, and I pay my respect to this country.
Wow.
Good.
And I came here, my friend, and I came here because I used to live under communism. My country was under communism, and Reagan with John Paul II freed our country, and I will be always grateful to the Republicans of the United States for the freedom of Poland and Europe.
Love to see it.
And my presence here in America is my way to pay respect to those who freed the world from the communism. And that was America and John Paul II. And I do not want communism back. And Kamala is a communist.
That's so good. This is just good TV.
Let's see what Cenk says about this.
Kamala Harris is a corporatist.
He's laughing.
Furthest thing from
We're going to have to
communists.
change the stream
Her
soon.
problem is the exact opposite. She'll do anything for a corporate donor, which, by the way, she shares with Donald Trump.
All right, guys, we will come back to this. I'm sorry, I have to go to this other stream right now because we have some we have some breaking news. Pennsylvania has been called.
Oh, wow.
Pennsylvania has been called.
Are you happy
Ladies
now?
and gentlemen,
It's been called.
congratulations to the Americans. Congratulations to Turning Point USA. You've done such a phenomenal job. You've chased the ballot. This is the reaction of Charlie Kirk and his team when they find out the news.
Who
Trying to kick Trump off the ballot.
I'm not sure.
Said that she's not counting
they'll
anymore
announce
after
it here
23%
live.
in Maine because he's going to win. So
Glory to
this
God.
is going to
the
be a big
highest.
win. This is going to be a large win. This is going to be a resounding win.
You love to see it.
That gives.
And then they're basically waiting for Alaska to call it for Trump, but it's done. He's going to win Alaska by 10 points.
Nothing out of the ordinary there. They always do that. They're like, oh, Alaska can swing.
Charlie, can I get ahead on this? What's the next battle? Where do we go from here?
No, we just.
I'll tell you later, Cliff.
Yeah, not now, guys. There is no next battle. We just.
Cliff, I'll tell you tonight.
You got it.
It's in January.
Pennsylvania.
But we're not done yet. We've got a Senator Eric Hovde to make sure that we get through for the finish line. We've got to chase.
How's McCormick looking?
We're curing ballots this entire week in Arizona. You know why? Because we're not satisfied not only with this, potentially Trump winning here in Arizona, but we've got to get Kerry across the line, and we've got to win the state House and state Senate by big margins. Because you know what we're going to march ourselves right into in 2026.
We're not talking about that yet. Let's just.
Well, we got to set it up.
We're not letting us start the next election cycle.
No, we have to. And here's we come right out of this. We have to win these governorships and protect these states.
All right,
because this is we can't be living through this every 2 years, every 4 years.
This is called permanent infrastructure, and Turning Point Action deserves so much credit.
That's right.
Because we have needed this for 30 years, Charlie. 30 years, Tyler. We have needed permanent infrastructure. It's been the unions. It's been a lot of the folks on the left. They never have figured out you cannot show up every 4 years. And what we just set in motion is the idea that if we set this up, if we do the work we need to do, we can make these states firm, concrete, red states. That's why I'm proud to be part of this team, guys. And I really appreciate you guys allowing me to be part of it. I'm so humbled that Pennsylvania delivered a win. Charlie, I agree with you. We got to thank Jesus Christ. We got to think deep here. This is a spiritual moment. The fact that Donald Trump was even the nominee was a complete miracle.
For every one of you, that did not give up after January the 6th, that didn't give up after the indictments, that didn't give up. I mean, do you understand what we just did?
Look at Steve.
Do you understand what I mean? They put him in prison.
Look at that face.
They shot Trump. They tried to shoot him again. They took away his business empire. This is the most unbelievable American comeback story in the history of American politics.
They're going to be talking about this for hundreds
I hope you understand
of
what
years.
this is.
Hundreds of years.
There's nothing that will ever compare to this.
They're going to try to do it.
Charlie, put your MAGA hat back on. It's going to be in the Smithsonian now because of what just happened. There it is.
At the Smithsonian Museum.
People are mind blown right now. This is, all over.
Yeah, this is the moment for them.
Now you're all in big trouble.
I have a different. We can have plenty of. I just.
While they're doing that,
we do not deserve this, guys.
The betting markets are now predicting a 99.4% chance of Donald Trump winning the election. There are no available odds for Kamala Harris.
Oh, wow.
And the Kamala campaign has confirmed she won't be speaking tonight.
Now, Steve, you came in here, you're a little bit pessimistic, but it was at 95%.
Hey, I was traumatized from 2020.
Are you happy now? Did you take my word for it, brother? We got this.
Until I see that 270 on the screen.
We got this.
Yeah, but you know what? You don't know until it's done.
Not being with us to...
I just can't believe what they've overcome.
Listen, if you're getting married, not an experience I've ever had, but if you're getting married and she's walking down the aisle,
an inch to the right.
chance that you've actually
Donald Trump,
he's the happiest I've ever seen.
Donald Trump,
and he
saved,
earned every second of this.
Saved by the hand of God himself that day.
You know what's the most fun part
we
while we wait for Trump to come on here? The most fun part is I want to get through. If Maricopa County can just drop some results.
Stop with that. They're not doing that now.
No, but
they're watching the stream. They're not dropping.
No,
any
but,
data.
here's the reason.
They're not going
why.
to drop it until we get off. They're in like a.
And this is what Cliff has figured out. This is what we talk about permanent infrastructure. Once you figure out how to do this stuff and you figure out what its mechanics and the mechanics that we have in place, it becomes very scary for the opposing side. And they're looking at this, the work that we put into CD7 in Michigan, the work that we're putting into CD3 in Nevada, and Arizona and Wisconsin. This is scary stuff for the left.
We set as a team, Tyler, after that disappointing midterms, this was going to be the hardest we ever worked towards anything. And we put the whole apparatus in the arena. And how many people tried to take us out and tried to leak against us and try to destroy us, and this team is the best team in the history of everything. And the team at the turning point, everyone.
We've got
this is the greatest political victory in American history.
The thousands of people, the good people who have dedicated their lives, again, people from 49
this is
states.
awesome. Oh, you love to see it.
Coming here, doing this. Guess what? That's all replicable. That's all we can do. We can scale this thing,
and we will.
Yeah, the scary part is I've been withholding. You know, we're gonna be able to lay out a highway.
Which one is that?
That goes directly to getting to the electoral results that we need in every congressional district that has a feasible Moneyball equation in front of it that works.
You hear that, Democrats? The architect is laying down the gauntlet right now.
This is the greatest. I just want everyone to go back in time.
Oh, because they were talking about. I thought Trump was about to walk out.
Yeah, but they haven't reacted.
No, not yet. I'm going to go back to the what's it called feed. I'm just going to keep a close eye. Again, thank you everyone for sticking with us. I'm going to just keep an eye on the various feeds right now. We're expecting any moment now Trump could walk out. We just don't know. He could just literally walk out and be like, "Oh, Kamala called me. She's conceded, but she won't speak to me."
It'd have to be a grand entrance, right?
I have put my shirt on as I was walking into the studio today. I had all sorts of bad looks when I walked in with this shirt out there on out there in the inner city streets that we're in. So I thought I'd better put my American flag shirt on, but I'm going to do the dance.
Oh, God. That's good. That's good. All right, let's go back to Cenk. This is Cenk debating right there.
And by the way, I came here and my family came here because we love America. And I'm always going to fight for America.
Cenk, what do you love about America the most? When you say, I will always fight for America, what is America to you?
So it's freedom, it's opportunity, it's justice. We lived across from a place called Fair Chance Farm, and that is the essence of America. All we want is equality of opportunity for us to have a shot and our kids to have a shot at the American dream. That's why I'm a populist. I believe in the average American, not in the donors class, not the billionaires. And I got news for you. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He's a giant billionaire. He is not a populist. He's not for the average American. He's going to get more tax cuts. He's going to get deregulation. They're going to rob this place blind. You can disagree now, but you will agree with me later. Wow. Because we've always been fair. We've always been honest. And those guys are going to do nothing but deliver for themselves and not for you. We should be delivering for the average American. Our housing prices are through the roof. Why? Because of Wall Street. Because of the private equity guys buying off all of our homes. You should be fighting against that, not helping support billionaires who rob the place blind.
But, you know, Cenk, there's a part of it that you're right. We talked about that earlier, where we said 4 years ago, it took $75,000 your salary to buy a house. Right now it's $120,000. But that happened under Harris and Biden. So, I mean, these are some of the things where even right now Powell is lowering the rate. Nothing's happening. Interest rates are not dropping. So the average person is just sitting there saying, look, we gave you guys a shot. I thought he was going to be the unifier. I thought he was going to be the peace. I thought she was going to fix the border. She never once visited that place until it was too late. Don't you just look at this and realize they just didn't deliver on their promises and the ideas are outdated and doesn't work? Are you able to say that, or no, we just need a different leader? Again, same question.
Yeah. So, Patrick, you know that I fought tooth and nail against Joe Biden. I even ran against him in the primary. And I called out everybody who was pretending that he was young and dynamic. And I said he's not on the right track. So the problem isn't Democrat versus Republican. And a lot of Republican voters understand this, and they call it the uniparty. Corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats are on the same team. And I appreciate right-wing voters who realize that Mitch McConnell's a crook. And I wish Democratic voters would replace and realize that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and all those guys are also crooks. So all of those establishment Republicans and Democrats have let Wall Street and the donor class rob us. And that is why we have these rules that allows private equity to buy all the homes and drive up our prices. We've got to replace them with populists, true populists. That's the key.
Vince, you got to stop dropping your mic. You're scaring the crap out of people. Yeah.
Jenny, is that him?
Cenk.
Just want to say this.
BRB, Cenk, because they just called Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, he's like, oh, she can still win. Yeah. Mute it, bro. Unmute me. She can still win, guys, though.
Perfect timing.
The audience. I love it when they take it to the audience. These awesome people. God bless them.
And there's one other and. By the way, there's one other and. You know what the other and is? Tom just told me they also called Alaska. Alaska.
Well,
Tom is saying that's going to be done with. So at this point,
that's it, man.
Officially
That's
over.
it. Donald Trump's
It's
president.
over.
That's a wrap. It's over.
It's over.
Wow.
Mr. 74.
It's just funny that Cenk's the one taking it. He doesn't deserve the hate.
Trump.
Who's the guy screaming Trump?
I reckon that's the Polish guy, 100%.
So, Cenk, go for it. I'll give you the last word before we
What a legend.
come back over here. Go ahead, Cenk.
Yeah.
That's so good.
So, guys, I love that.
There's still a chance
that USA
though.
chant. Keep that loyalty to America, not to politicians.
Yep.
So I have no loyalty to any Democratic politician, and you shouldn't have one to Republican politicians. So hold Trump accountable. Please be honest. And if he does right, then I'll say it. But if he does wrong, please, for God's sake, value America more than any politician, including Donald Trump. Thank you, guys.
Please turn him off.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Cenk.
Thank you, Cenk.
Thank you.
Do you know
All
what
right,
Cenk
so,
forgets?
by the way, listen, let me tell you. Can I tell you guys something real quick? Let me tell you one thing real quick. Watch what happened here. Just think about the list of people that were willing to come and talk here tonight.
Unbelievable.
Not everybody agrees. I mean, this was not a fight, but we're able to have these conversations in a place like this. This is what America's looking for. Are we able to get people to talk? And then you get to decide. I disagree, I agree, great. That's what's working right now, and I'm happy to see that take place. Tom,
And also,
Tom,
by the way,
are you guys, do you have any other update except for Pennsylvania? Go ahead, tell us what you got here.
Hello?
By 5 million. Look at this, Candace.
Yep.
Oh, wow. He's done.
Oh,
Wow.
my God.
The future looks
Go ahead,
bright.
Tom.
We have a winner.
By the way, that chick in the red on the left is Aussie.
Mike's.
She's got a weird Aussie
Mics are not on, guys.
American accent.
Tom, grab my mic. Here.
Recognize.
And he's also, for everyone to just make note
No,
of,
we're
he's
there.
also still up in the popular
And-
vote as well.
Who's
That's
that?
incredible.
Who's that? I recognize him.
It is a mathematical impossibility at this hour for the few votes that are left in Pennsylvania, if they were won entirely.
All right, guys, let's bring it back to us. I wanted to just double check, have another look at this particular map. Why is everyone cheering? What's going on? I'm not sure yet.
So he's already at 270.
I can relax now,
Yeah.
can I?
And
take a deep breath.
And the question is whether he'll win Wisconsin and Michigan, which I think he will. We still need to look at Nevada. I'll bring that up in a moment. But look, I have to give credit where credit's due to Cenk. It was good of him to come out. I think Candace Owen called him on some of the things that he said and driving some of that, some of that sort of commentary about Donald Trump.
That's why he has an audience.
Yeah, fair enough.
Speaking to his audience.
Fair enough, but I don't recall him ever specifically saying that Trump was like Hitler or a fascist. I don't think he specifically said that. I haven't watched him enough to know, but that's not what I think he said. But you're right, he's got an audience for that reason. He's a former Republican. I saw a documentary on him, actually, that talked about how he got to where he was, and the documentary was trying to make him look bad. I actually looked at it and said, you know what, you fought pretty hard to get where you were, and I respect that.
I still think there's hope for him. I think he may swing.
I think he's going to, and I'll tell you the reason why. When you listen to him talk, he's talking about all the things that Republicans are talking about, taking money away, etc. And he actually said Republicans and Conservatives, they agree with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you know who doesn't agree with it, Cenk? The Dems.
Yeah.
So maybe it's time for you to jump ship, and maybe your viewership would actually go up. Actually, you might lose some of the idiots that watch you, and you might actually gain some people who are going to say, okay, yeah, you've seen the light. And I don't think it's that far away before he might look in the mirror and say, yeah, I can't support them anymore. The big question is, with the amount of money that he's earning, whether he'll ever admit it.
That's right.
He might not admit it. He might just continue down this path.
He won't admit it. He might change his views, but he'll never say he's wrong.
Yeah.
It's
and you know what? In a way, I kind of respect that too, because I'm pretty stubborn. We've still got a shot in Virginia, don't we?
It's still flip.
97%.
Oh god, that's funny. Yeah, it's funny. CNN still hasn't called some of these states annoyingly. It really ought to. I mean, Pennsylvania, they haven't even called Pennsylvania on the CNN thing, but this is...
I can't see anyone who's called CNN, called Pennsylvania. Who's called it?
Fox has.
Fox called it, okay.
Fox that called it, that's why it's a little bit... And thank God they did. Last time they didn't, and they should have.
Well, they called Arizona last time, and that people got very upset with them. And I've got to say to people on all sides, whether you're on the left or you're on the right, if they're reporting something, if Fox calls Arizona early, there's a reason for it. And they've got teams of people. Unlike us, we're a few guys here just doing the best we can. They've got teams and teams and teams of analysts. If they call it, good chance it's probably going to be the result. So don't come out and cut sick on them for it. Over to you.
So what happens to his administration now? How quickly do they get cracking?
Look, I'm not sure. I think I'll say, do you remember when Biden apparently won, but everything was still under dispute? And he set up the office of vice president. The office of president-elect.
Yeah.
And no such office existed. Trump is such a troll. I hope somebody sends him this. Trump, if you're listening, set it up again, right? The office of president-elect. Just enjoy yourself for the next few months, buddy. No, look, I'll be very interested to see who's going to be in his administration. I think it's going to have a fantastic lineup of people. And look, I have more faith in the United States today. I've always loved the United States. I remember saying to you before that it doesn't matter what the United States does. I don't care if they elect Kamala Harris and put Bernie Sanders and well, I shouldn't even say Bernie Sanders, AOC and the squad members and all of that in charge of the United States. Nobody will ever be able to lessen the respect and the love and affection that I have for that country, no matter what turmoil they're going through. But right now, I'm just loving the United States even more.
Yeah, it's really, honestly, it's strength into your bones, everyone. I hope you take a lot of encouragement out of seeing the Yanks do it. But just understand, just because they won doesn't mean that they've done it for us. That just means we have the opportunity to shift it back here. It means every now and then we're going to get an airstrike from Elon Musk. Because, do you think Elon's going to abide by the misinfo bill? Or do you think with Trump's backing, he's just going to flip Australia the bird? That's exactly what's going to happen. And that's going to give us as a freedom community, and just really anyone that wants free speech and doesn't want to ban their political opponents, an opportunity to actually push back. But we still have to do the work here. They won't save us.
And to my
that's the
fellow
reality.
Australians, sorry, I mean,
No, and that's the reality, yeah.
to my fellow Australians, as Stephen Penneth talked about, which I actually didn't know until he was sitting right where Stephen's sitting, another Steve, sitting in the same spot. We've got preferential voting, so take the money away from the big parties, and I include my side. It breaks my heart to do it. I was flirting with the young Liberals when I was a teenager. Take the money away. Put at the top of your ticket the minor parties, and then preference the Liberals or the Nationals over the Labor Party. Take their money away. Tell them what you think of them, and the only place you can do it is in the ballot box. So do it. Australia deserves better. We don't have to live like this, and we do not have to put up with the overbearing government that we've got.
Well, you're leaving out the Teals in that, so they're a demonstration of if you want to buy power and influence, look to the Teals. The amount of money that they spend on their campaign. Allegra Spender spent over $2 million on her campaign. How could anyone compete with that? The minor parties definitely can't compete with that because they have to fund their own campaigns. They don't get money from anyone.
Guys, they just called Wisconsin.
Woohoo!
You love to see it. You
So it's
love
for
to
us.
see it. All the Turning Point people are doing this. Funny.
They're going to have to start dropping like
who's called
dominoes now.
Wisconsin?
God bless them.
Who's called Wisconsin?
I think it was Fox.
Okay.
Okay, and remember, before we even started, I called Michigan, so let's see how that goes.
Mate, I hope Michigan comes through because it's going to be a very interesting lesson for the world in the Muslim vote. It's going to be very interesting.
So I said that all 7 of the swing states would go to Trump. Who was the moron that you had on before? You had some crazy person here that said Virginia and New Hampshire were going to flip. Who was that guy? I don't think you should have him back on. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Look at the mirror, mate. I was going to say, it's Fox that's leading these calls. Fox, it's almost like they're rebuilding their goodwill. They're the ones that are calling Pennsylvania first out of the networks, and Wisconsin. Guys, again, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, they weren't meant to win these. They were not meant to win these, and they've done it. They've practically done the impossible. Trump needed 1 of these. They've delivered 2 of these. It's insane.
He's taken a lot. So why is it that that the AP and New York Times and CNN are not calling it yet? Once Fox has called it, they're all the same. Just call it.
Yeah,
what are you waiting for?
And the popular vote, Trump is still ahead by far.
See, that's
5 million in the popular vote.
That's the big story. The fact that he's won the popular vote, you can't take this away from him.
Exactly. And because they used to say, maybe we need to look at the Electoral College, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Hillary Clinton. They're like, well, I think we should take another look at the it should be the popular vote, not the Electoral College, which stops the popular vote from running over states' rights. And it's like, well, you lost both now.
Yep.
And that's why I really laugh when I see that last tweet, of that, people melting down on Reddit saying, maybe we did steal the 2020. It's like, you think, guys, how many dead people voted? Anyways.
It'd be very interesting if you could ever have a, like a referendum style thing or just a poll result and say, do you believe that there was something untoward in the 2020 election? How many Americans would actually say, yes, I do?
I would like to ask Democrats this question. Would you have preferred, now knowing that Trump's won in 2024, would you have preferred to see him win in 2020 and then got him out of the way? Because if he'd won in 2020, he'd be finishing up his term now. It'd be the end of Trump. Now they're going to have to go another 4 years, whether they like it or not.
And now, because he's a bit wiser to the system, and he's got his contacts, he's weeded the chaff from the wheat. Is that the saying? The wheat from the chaff?
Along those lines.
Yeah, along those lines. Now, he's got the right people on his team. So
And-
now he can actually do the things he's always wanted to do.
And don't forget, there's a couple of things on the line as well now, which is the Epstein list, the Diddy files, the RFK files, the whole deal.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, this guy that Charlie works with, he actually was facing Tyler Boyer, who I've been on a few Zooms with this guy. He's a part of a core part, probably Charlie's number 2 in this organization, and he's still facing jail time for what happened during the 2020 election. This guy, he's still facing jail time. They're still trying to come after him.
Does Trump pardon them?
A lot of the January
Charlie
6
said
guys
to
will
that.
be.
Charlie said to that. Look, we'll sort that out. So who knows? There is
He better pardon.
A lot of the
did say
January
that,
6
actually.
guys will be pardoned. Not all of them. The ones that went too far won't be, but the ones that were unfairly prosecuted and put in isolation.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cruel. You don't do that generally. When they come out of there and they start doing interviews and they talk about what really happened, how eye-opening is that going to be?
Yeah.
And the media is not going to have no choice. And mark my words, CNN, they're moderating their positions. CNN is not going to do, I do not believe at all, that CNN is going to do what they did between 2016 and 2020. They're going to be a lot fairer.
Guys, the election's been called. I think it's done now. I think it's done.
It was done a while ago. But
No, but like in terms of Fox have called it. They're like, okay, it's done. Basically,
That's Russian interference.
Here you go. Ready? 3.
This is
2,
the beautiful
1.
part about where we're at with our movement, is that people believe in America. They believe in fighting those people.
Okay, I want you guys to listen to this. Play cut 208.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Let's go! Yes, sir.
God bless
We
him.
are back.
God bless him.
We are so back.
We're so
Man, they did everything they could to bury us, to intimidate us.
And all it did was make us stronger.
And it's the old Nietzsche quote.
No, they just pissed me off. Is what they did.
It was the Nietzsche quote, which is that if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. But honestly, it's the faith. It's like, man, the people
Charlie,
that lifted us up in prayer, the people that went to war. I mean,
Charlie, look at where we are now. So going into this phase of things, imagine if Donald Trump had just won in 20 and was leaving the White House right now. But this entire process,
no, this was God refined the fire. He
has
made us
galvanized us, has strengthened us.
Okay, keep going.
Empowered us, and turned this movement into something far beyond anything it could have possibly been. And I remember Steve Bannon and we got into like this argument. Charlie, did you cut your knuckle?
What are you talking about?
You're bleeding.
Yeah, probably.
Banging the table.
Wait, guys, in the midst of all this, Sam Brown's up. This is going to be like...
That's great.
We love to see
That's
it. So
great.
this is their down ballot.
No, Bannon said he thought it was
seat.
providential. Bannon said it was providential that this happened this way. And I used to disagree with him, but now I see it.
This is going to be a fun week. This is going to be the most fun I've ever had.
Arizona still has not sent any ballot. I'm sorry, I can't.
I've had
Florida has now counted their ballots 4 times.
I've had a lot of fun with you over the last decade, Charlie. But this is
going
to be the most fun.
I'm trying. I need to stay humble because I didn't earn this, and we don't deserve it. And we are in the right place and the right time, and we just saw an opening.
Listen,
and we saw. I want to say one last thing. We saw a man, Cliff did too, that got no support. And I just want to say one thing, Tyler Boyer. The fact you led the charge against Ronna McRomney and we got a new RNC is why Donald J. Trump is going back to the White House, okay? I can say confidently.
Yes.
And am I right, Cliff? And am I right, Brett? And Tyler, you saw it. We seized it. And that is huge. Huge. And you deserve credit for that, Tyler.
100%.
Well, no, listen, I was going to give Eric a lot of credit.
God bless these guys. Can I just say this particular Bible verse which comes to mind, and I think that's what this is the exact sort of Bible verse that they're alluding to, and often you'll see this on a personal level, you'll see this on a historical level. Yeah, God has a funny way where man's disappointments are God's appointments, and He actually brings out the best in situations. This is John 13, chapter 13, verse 7. Jesus replied, "You do not realize now what I'm doing, but later you will understand." And I think that they're right. What they have kicked off in America is a MAGA machine which will now guarantee, it has been honed and refined to guarantee the next president for the Republicans, essentially. Now, whether that ends up being J.D. Vance, whether that ends up being like an Elon Musk or whoever puts the hand up, and I think it'll be a very wide race in the next in 4 years' time. They built the machine. This is permanent infrastructure, and it didn't come cheap. And they wouldn't have been able to do this if, as Charlie was saying, we were going out the door now. they wouldn't have been able to do this if they hadn't gone through this and grinded and been put under pressure like this. You know, no pressure, no diamonds. And you gotta just take it out up to these guys. I mean, seriously.
This is an American story, isn't it?
It's amazing. It's honestly.
From where Trump has come and how he's kept fighting and he's kept going and he's built a team around him, and he's gone through being sued and dragged through court. He's been shot. I mean, to have a bullet go through your ear, I mean, that's something. And the fact that he got up and went fight after getting shot, how many of us could say that we would do the same thing?
Imagine if that was Kamala or Biden, they would have pulled out.
No, and
look, that story would have continued on. Legacy media would have just kept amplifying that story. They really didn't. Then he had a second attempt. There's apparently a third attempt that was thwarted.
And the political cycle moves so quickly. We've got to remember, he went through Biden as well. He went to that debate and he wiped the floor with Biden. He's kept chipping away and he's won so many victories, and they've thrown everything at him, and he's been able to get through it.
So our side is obviously very jubilant. I'm very jubilant. Let's just be... I noticed there in the PPD audience that a lot of people were shaking their heads because they weren't happy with what Cenk was saying. Yeah. Cenk's a bit upset. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's play acting. Maybe he voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No.
But well, Harris said what happens in the ballot box is a secret. You know, so go in there and vote the way you want.
Maybe Anna did, but not. No way, Cenk. No way, Cenk.
But look, well, if it doesn't really change his spots, maybe he's been a secret Republican the whole time. He's just in there to stir up the Dems. But look, let's be a little bit kind. When they go off their heads and they start saying all the crazy stuff that we've all heard before, we've been hearing it for a decade now. Smile, be kind to them, let it be water off a duck's back. We know that we stand on the side of the angels, right? We can be rest assured that our morality, what we believe in, is right.
Yeah.
Standing up for family values, telling government to get out of the way, leave us alone, let us live our lives, is the right way forward. America has just confirmed that for us. Not as strongly as I would have hoped, but they have confirmed that. So let's just be the bigger people.
And a couple points, guys. What does this actually mean? So, you know that DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency that Elon Musk will be heading up, you know, he's going to be culling a lot of the waste and trim a lot of the fat in America. That is going to unleash America's economy, and it's going to unleash Australia's economy as a result. We're going to see a lot of movement in the economy. But can I also make the point that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., if you want to win as a freedom movement over the last 4 years, guess who's going to be auditing the FDA? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So that time in July 24th, 2021, when I stood on the steps of Town Hall, and the fourth thing I said was I want an answer from the FDA on ivermectin. This is where Robert F. Kennedy Jr. comes in. Not just with this, but with everything. He's going to make government... he's going to make America healthy again. And there's other people coming in too. You've got Tulsi Gabbard coming in. You know, she's going to revamp, veteran affairs. And you've got other people coming in. Like, obviously, Elon's going to do his thing. You've got, I don't know what Tucker Carlson's role is going to be, but J.D. Vance, and you've got Vivek Ramaswamy. You've got this whole army of people, this next generation of sort of Avengers coming up, which is why I wanted to bring this graphic up of Trump saying, fight, fight, fight. And this is an analogy, if we can bring this image up, of the actual campaign. Rami, if you don't mind bringing this image up of Trump saying fight, and then the next image is fight, and he's sort of second-tier people, and then fight, the third-tier people, everyone, including that beloved squirrel that passed away. Sorry, what was the squirrel's name?
Peanut.
We will erect a statue in Australia. We don't even have squirrels here, but we will erect a statue for that squirrel. God bless it.
I'm surprised the Democrats actually thought that they, were realistically going to win this, and I'm surprised that the win wasn't bigger. The Teamsters said no to them. Many of the unions stood against them. I'm surprised that it actually hasn't been bigger, and you're absolutely right. Have a look at the momentum that's behind them. And Tony Burke, are you listening? You see how we don't like this sort of crap? You see how we don't like you telling us we can't go and see people that we want to listen to who have no criminal records, that are just commentators? Are you watching? Can you hear us yet? Yeah. Because coming to Australia soon is going to be Australian people that are upset with you, champ, and with your party for doing this sort of crap to us.
So what does this mean for the rest of the Western world? Obviously, we know the situation here in Australia, but in the UK, there's a guy called Nigel Farage sitting there. He's the leader of this new party, Reform, and there's some big problems in the UK right now, and I know their election is a long way away, but this could be the start of something, some momentum to build for the UK as well, and hopefully they can turn things around there, and hopefully we can turn things around here in Australia, because we've just had the Albanese government. Hopefully we only get one term of it. I'd hate to see another term of it, especially if he goes into minority government with the Greens and the Teals. That would be...
And what's Nigel doing? What's he doing?
Well, he's right there.
I'll tell you, you're right, he's in Mar-a-Lago, but specifically in the UK, he's building 300 branches. There are about 500, 600 seats in the UK. He's building 300 branches in Labour ones. He's targeting the May local elections next year. And this is why I harp on about local elections, guys. It's not because I particularly enjoy elections. Look, you can hear my nose is still blocked. I'm sick from these elections. In America, in the UK, they are setting up these branches for their party, for the Reform Party. They already have 300 signed up branch presidents for all these areas that are going to be natural hubs for volunteers so they can fight these elections. So when they fight local and then they fight the next federal election, they actually have a base of support, a base of resources. We need that here. That must be done. Nigel, I wouldn't put it past him. He could actually be the next Prime Minister of the UK.
He could certainly be the Prime Minister. If he's not, he's going to be a big thorn in their side and a big thorn to the establishment there. There needs to be a bit of electoral reform in the UK. But, people are annoyed with the Labor Party and the Labor Party here as well, because what we've seen is the Liberals or the Tories have been in control for a long time. Sort of dropped the ball on a few things. So Australia's got a little bit frustrated, voted them out. They didn't vote Labor in. They voted them out. And the Labor Party delivers them absolute crap, right? So we're seeing a change. Justin Trudeau, I don't even think he's going to contest the next election. I think they'll replace him. They're gone. Okay, so we're going to see the Conservatives in Canada win. We've just seen the Nationals win in New Zealand. I'm hoping. I really do hope. I don't think that Peter Dutton is the best pick, but he's good enough. And so I'm hoping that he'll win.
The best? What's he doing wrong?
Let me come back to that. So if we can see the UK switch as well over to the Conservative side, I think that would be really, really something, and America can lead that charge. Look, not because he's done anything wrong. I don't think there's nothing about that. I'm a little bit anti-police because police are the enforcement arm of government, so I don't like the fact he was a former police officer. Having met the man a few times now, he's a lovely guy. I just don't think he's personable enough. So I think that makes it a little bit difficult for him. And also, while he's been there, he hasn't actually rocked the boat as much as I would have liked.
Well, he pushed back against the Voice.
He pushed back against the Voice, but which made sense politically. I'm not sure that he's going to push back on things that he thinks might be politically risky. So I'd like to see him actually take a stronger stand. And it's very, very strange for me to say that. I feel awkward saying it because before I was always saying that the Liberals need to stop being so conservative and remember that they're not the Conservative Party of Australia. They need to come back to being the Liberal part. But I think I'm wrong. I think I was wrong.
But why does he need to rock the boat? I mean, if he just comes out with sensible policies, Albanese's dropping the ball at every turn, and I think Albanese should have gone to an early election. I think he should have gone to an election in September because he can't stop the bleeding. He's not capable of being able to stop the bleeding. And when I say stop the bleeding, I mean stop the bleeding of having a bad government and losing votes.
The Liberals, I think, are in disarray. But let's just take immigration for a moment. Okay, so let's have a look at the US. I'll start with them. They wanted to curb immigration.
Donald Trump was elected in...
Sorry, guys.
They're blaming Donald Trump for blocking that bill. He didn't block the bill. It was a terrible bill. That's why even Bernie Sanders blocked the bill, and Democrats crossed in order to block the bill because it was an awful bill. He's saying, okay, yeah, immigration's a problem. So what we'll do is instead of having 500,000, we'll have 250,000. No. Australians don't want that. Take the hard line, which is actually reflective of what this country wants. Okay? Let's talk about the lockdowns. Now, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. but I've had to have the vaccines because if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to go and visit my grandmother before she passed away. So I'm very angry that I was forced to do it. I have to be honest.
I think there are a lot of people out there that feel exactly the same way as you.
Now, I've got to be honest, even if I wasn't forced, I think I probably would have had it. You know, I used to get the flu vax twice a year because I travel so much internationally, so I'd get the Southern Hemisphere variant and the Northern Hemisphere variant. Why wouldn't the Liberal Party come out and say, we're going to have a referendum or we're going to do something to make sure that in a future crisis, lockdown rules like this can't apply? That the police can't do the things like breaking up protests or arresting a pregnant woman in Victoria and things like that. Now, I know that a lot of those are state issues, but why not at a federal level try to address it? That's what I'm talking about by when I say rock the boat, be more hardline, and continually call the Labor Party out on their crap.
Well, I think the misinformation, disinformation bill is something that he definitely needs to come out against.
Yep.
I mean, we need to stop using the other side's language. It's basically just censorship. It's a censorship bill, and we must resist it. And if the Liberals were to stay true to, as Joel said, the "we believe" statement, it'd be pushed back against straight away. There would be no debate.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I'm saying. He's being too polite. And I never thought I'd say that, but you need to get out there and be a lot more aggressive, a lot more personable to the people, aggressive in Parliament.
Is that the lesson that we learned from Donald Trump?
I think so.
I think. Look,
to hell with being polite.
Hang on. I've thought about this for some time now, and having worked with a guy that tried to do the Donald Trump thing, it doesn't quite work. Donald Trump doesn't work in the UK, but Nigel Farage does. Nigel Farage works in the UK, but it won't work in Australia. Similarly, Donald Trump wouldn't work in Australia. There is an Australian version of Nigel and Trump that will work here. It's closer to a sort of a more like an Alex Antic. I'm not saying Alex is the guy, but he could be if he had a little bit more of an edge. It's like a cross between Alex Antic and Pauline Hanson.
We need an Australian version of it. I'm not suggesting we should emulate completely Donald Trump or Nigel Farage. We need an Australian version of it. Let's take someone like Steve Irwin if he was still alive. Say he came out and said, "I've had enough of all this woke stuff," right? And stood up, and he's well liked. He's not a silly person. He's out there, with crocodiles and all the wildlife and things like that, right? I think he'd get a lot of support. That's what it's a bad example, but what I'm trying to say,
someone that speaks to the culture of Australia.
Exactly,
I totally get
the larrikin Australian. What happened to that? See, Australians have been told for so long, and Australian men have been told for so long about our toxic masculinity and all the rest of it. I'm 40 years old. I turn 41 next month. Okay, I know what some level of racism's like. I grew up in a semi-rural part of a relatively remote part of Australia. I was the only person in my whole area that wasn't white. And there were some opportunities in Western Australia that, I didn't get or I didn't feel I was particularly well accepted. Now, I'm almost 41, and before, it was that I wasn't white enough. Now, at almost 41 years of age, now I'm too white.
Yeah.
Okay? And I've had enough. And I will never, ever forgive the centre-left parties of the world for dismissing the things that my family's been through, for dismissing what we have fought to achieve, and then trying to make us feel bad for wanting to wave an Australian flag on Australia Day or wanting to wave an American flag on Independence Day. Okay? We fought to get to this country. Australian history matters. The larrikin behaviour of Australians matters, and they need to back off.
Yeah. So I've, this is no secret to you and many people that I work with. I personally believe that guy's not here yet, or that girl's not here yet. And I'm definitely sure it's not me. That's that.
What about Jacinta Price?
But I don't think so. I think she's still too prim and proper.
Okay.
But one thing I will say, and it's again, there's potential, but I still don't. I haven't seen it yet. There's a lot I need to see. But again, that's not my focus. It's not to find the Messiah, because just like with this election, the Messiah isn't going to save you. Jesus died for your sins, 2,000 years ago. If you're looking for a Messiah, there's your Messiah. But in terms of politics here in Australia with these political problems, one thing I'm dead certain about is what Charlie has built, this infrastructure, even if we had a Nigel Farage, even if we had our version of Donald Trump, we couldn't win because we haven't built the infrastructure. So that's what I'm going to focus on.
Yeah,
that's why we're doing the Light Australia newspaper. That's why we're doing the podcast. That's why we're doing the election stuff through Turning Point Australia. It's so that we can build that machine to get our Trump elected. But unfortunately, I don't see that guy yet. And that doesn't mean that we can't focus on good candidates that can run in seats and everything. But yeah.
But we're going to have Stephen Pettis.
Look,
I wouldn't mind Stephen.
I like Stephen. Yeah? I like Stephen.
Are we putting too much emphasis on the one person, or is it more of a team?
Look, as I said,
bit of both, but you need to have the charismatic leader.
Exactly. Look, as I said, at the end of the day, we need a prime minister that will execute. We need a prime minister that's able to win a lower house seat and is able to win enough seats in the lower house, which would probably be from the Libs, but also be kept honest by the crossbench or win a large enough majority. Now, in order to achieve that, you actually need a machine. You need to build an infrastructure. And
we need a few people that have got a few dollars to throw around to really change media. I mean, Channel 10 almost went bankrupt, right? Yeah. And look how woke they are. The ABC, don't get me started. All of the major media in this country, well, not all of them, but most of them. So, hey, let's get control of the narrative. Let's get control of media.
Yeah,
Let's
absolutely.
start, and the bottom line is you go around and talk to people. I've got so many friends of mine who are very left. I'm very, very close to a few families that live in inner city Melbourne. Okay, they're left as going to get, right? Vegans, animal rights activists, the whole lot. Really close friends. You wouldn't think that was possible. We get along really well. And when they bring up issues, it's hard to argue against them. Because, yes, we need to have more funding for health there. We don't want to see ramping going on, is what's happening in the hospitals in Western Australia, for example. We don't want to be inhumane to people that come to our country the wrong way, but they're coming there because they're desperate. We don't want to be too inhumane to them. There's all sorts of things that we need to do in this country. I don't disagree with them. I think when you look at the United States, you look at Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren is talking about private equity and what private equity is doing to destroy the country. She's right. I agree. I never, ever thought I'd say it, but I actually agree with her on that.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting is on the anti-corporate sentiment, which is what you just heard from Cenk before. You know what? That is the sentiment of the Republican Party today. Not the Republican Party of 20 years ago, but the sentiment of the Republican Party today. And the Liberal Party in this country and the Nationals have the opportunity to do that. We are seeing the same sort of crap they've got over there. You've got 5 countries that control the food supply and are punishing the farmers, and the farmers are earning absolutely nothing in the US. That's what's going to happen here.
Not to mention BlackRock, who's like...
I won't name particular names, especially if I might have a few shares in them. But absolutely. But there are other companies, KKR, Blackstone, all these companies. They're not doing anything wrong as such, right? They're abiding by the laws, but the laws are designed in such a way that small people and small businesses can't survive, right? We were just talking about that Amish farmer. They go in there. Why would you pick on the Amish, for goodness sakes? Why would you do that? Right, that's what we're seeing in this country. We're seeing reports out of Western Australia and out of Queensland, I think, where state governments and federal governments have sold water rights to Chinese investors that has undercut the amount of water that the farmers can get access to. Stephen Pettis brought up the fact that we've got between 3 and 30 days, 3 and 10 days, was it, worth of oil reserves when we're supposed to have 90 days. Now, I didn't know that. Why isn't that the leading story in the media? Okay? And if you're not going to do it in mainstream left media, Sky, I'm talking to you. Make this a big story, okay? So, this is the sort of stuff I'm talking about. If we can bring up the real issues, the issues that Australians are going to care about, the issues where Australians are going to say at 80 and 90% of the population are going to say we need to do something about this, then, as you said, sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Yeah, I think I hesitate whether I should say this or not, but having, my finger on the pulse in the various different states and having quite a few contacts across the aisle, and I don't think Australia is ready yet. I really don't. I think we have to build up our infrastructure more. We have to see the Liberal Party lose at least not 1, but 2 more elections. They will lose the 2028 election, not just the one early next year, because they're not learning the lesson. They have to be beaten down to their knees And the minor party, similarly, they're all split. They actually also have to have their heads banged together as well, and they won't be serious about amalgamating until at least after 2028. And that, again, it doesn't bring me any joy. It actually makes my job easier because I can focus on the things needed to be done. And it's not defeatist. It's just recognizing there are trends. And right now we're playing on hard mode. We just are.
Joel, let me tell you something, my friend. I know you're very young. You're still in your 20s. Okay, I can't believe I'm about to turn 41. Time just goes by so quickly. And if you're suggesting that I should wait until I'm 50 for Australia to get its act together, no. I believe in Australia and I believe in Australians, right? We could do this and we could do it quicker than what Joel is saying, okay? Get out there and do something. I don't know what that something is, but just do something.
Well, I think you said it before, and that's probably why I named my podcast Commanding the Narrative. You have to command the narrative. And I'll tell you something just quickly. We recently had the local government elections, and where I am in the Northern Beaches, we didn't have a Liberal Party to vote for because they stuffed up their nomination form. So I walked into the booth with the selection of Labor, Teals and the Greens, and that's all I could vote for. And I didn't want to do a donkey vote. So what I did was I sent out a survey, a 10-question survey to all the candidates in the Northern Beaches. And surprise, surprise, the Greens didn't answer one single survey. But some of the Labor Party people did, and I was surprised by their answers, and they were actually quite good. Not all of them, probably about half of them were pretty good, especially when it came to censorship and issues like that. So, look, you look at the Labor Party, they're on 32% of the primary vote. How low can they possibly go, or have they already reached the low point? And is it possible that there's some hope in the Labor Party as well, that we need to try and shift them? Not only shift the Liberal Party, but shift the Labor Party over to, a more conservative line of thinking. Because you've got to remember, when Hawke was around, when Keating was around, they were Labor right. Now, Labor right is not that prominent anymore.
Does that exist anymore at all? Is there any possibility?
Could it come back? We've just seen Trump come back.
Look, if we can see a Hawke, I wasn't alive when Hawke first became the Prime Minister, I don't think. Became the Prime Minister in 81.
I'm very similar age to you, so I only ever remember Keating.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah.
But look, I think I would have voted because I'm pretty annoyed, and I'll always be annoyed with my side, with Liberals, over the sacking of Gough Whitlam. I look back at the historical account. I've heard what Bronwyn Bishop has to say about it. Nonetheless, I think that was wrong. But again, I'm a Republican, so...
but they always say he sacked Whitlam. All he did was... he sacked him as Prime Minister. But then they went to an election.
I don't care.
And then he lost the election.
I don't care.
The Australian people got rid of Gough Whitlam.
I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't care.
And then he went to the next election after that, and he lost in a landslide again.
Exactly. Look, I don't care. I just... I'm not trying to say anything against the former Prime Minister, but... yeah, no, I don't care. Going to Cowardly Cur and that whole coup, I don't like it. I am just, I think it's wrong. So, be that as it may, okay, I think that I would have supported Bob Hawke. I certainly, because I was quite young at the time, and I really liked Paul Keating, and I still do actually. I still do like Paul Keating, right?
Paul Keating's another bombastic character that doesn't back down.
Exactly, and John Howard, who doesn't really have it on his side, right? Because John Howard was he's a conservative and he's this and that, but he fought pretty hard and he won the election. So yes, I think we need to have people like that back. Those are the sorts of people we want. Meanwhile, New South Wales Parliament says, we might have to ban the use of the word mate, right? And did we confirm that New South Wales Parliament has now banned the word mate? Yeah. I mean, this is the sort of crap we're dealing with today. So, yes, if we can get Labor right, then I'll feel happier. I'm not sure I'll vote for it, but, stranger things have happened. But, yes, if we can get that, awesome. What you've described is a nightmare scenario for me. I can't even imagine what sort of hell, what sort of crime I committed in a prior life to be left with the choices of the Teals, Labor, or the Greens.
Horrific. Absolutely horrific.
Yeah, Paul, welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Very good. Yeah, so they called Pennsylvania. They called Wisconsin.
When they called Pennsylvania, that was when it was ringing the bell.
Yeah, and so
finally breathing easy.
I think we can see
30
why.
seconds after Cenk said, "Oh no, she's still got a chance."
Still got a chance, and they're like, "All right, they're called Pennsylvania," and they're like, "She's still got a chance."
And this is the key. Like, it needs not to be close. It needs not to be close inside the rigging margin. It needs not to be close for kind of national unity. I mean, it's not to say that. You have crazies like AOC. Steph was just showing me a picture of, her tweet about someone tearing up a Nazi thing from The Sound of Music. You have some people really kind of losing their minds, but if it was close, they'd try to cling to delusion.
Yeah, it's good to see that Trump's winning that national vote, the popular vote.
Yeah, and
really
as well as it, I don't think it'll be a close electoral margin. It looks like he'll get 312, I think. Have you guys run the numbers on that?
I just think it's massive that he's won the popular vote. That is massive.
It's very important for this lack of to finally get over the denial. It's really important because they'd cling to any straw. If he didn't win the popular vote, then they'd try to say, "Oh, well, it's the Electoral College's fault," and they'd try to blame it. Finally they need to look inward.
Do you think it'll be 80 million votes again?
I don't.
Hang on. Is Trump coming out? Is that Trump? It's Trump.
Enjoy let's say Trumpy.
All right.
Oh,
love
man.
to see it.
The hero's journey.
What are they feeding his son Barron? By the way?
You love to see it, guys. Let's try and keep the. If he's about to speak,
be quiet.
What a great man.
I love his wife's smile.
Dana White.
Yeah, even Dana White is on the stage.
Dana's been adopted. Wow. I just saw everyone's phones come out. I was like,
oh, he's wearing a red tie.
No.
That was in a betting market.
Yep. Children, grandchildren. Dana.
No. Wait, no, Dana. Sorry.
Dana doing?
Dana.
Please tell me Elon's going to be there.
I think if it wasn't for Dana, he wouldn't get Joe Rogan.
There's all those women that aren't strong and aren't intelligent, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's weak women. All these weak women the Democrats were saying. God bless these guys. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Now, God's been working on this dude for a while. By the way, sometimes God's got a funny way of bringing up people for the exact right time, and that's exactly what he's done with the Trump family. I want to see Jason Miller.
I've just been sent this. This is an example of our media here in Australia. Apparently Channel 9 are saying that he's the first convicted felon to be a president.
And you know what? Under our laws, he wouldn't be allowed into Australia.
You're kidding.
Good idea, Channel 9. That's the best you got, isn't it?
Yeah, let's see you deny Trump access to Australia. Idiots. It's like, let's play it again.
They all look pretty bloody happy.
Yeah, look at these guys. Love to see it.
Yeah.
You love to see it. Thanks for listening, guys. We're going to keep this going.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
And the 46th.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast, it was incredible. So And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I know, but
That's what they do. They go with the technically true.
At least it wasn't like Donald Trump.
All right, so let's. We're just going to keep that feed up, guys. I just want to soak it all in. That is a who's who of crowd right there.
Yeah.
There's Donald Trump, Speaker Johnson for now, Elise Stefanik, had Steve Witkoff. Did you catch what I said there, Jack?
For now.
Yeah, exactly. Linda McMahon. I hope you guys are dancing in your home tonight. You deserve it. You're going? All right, I'm going to be a while. Oh, man. It has not set in. Why am I hearing myself back like
the TV and the...
Man.
So that happened. Yeah.
That. Since
oh, look, Rachel Maddow's still going, man. She's going strong.
Since we
Some
last...
sort of cool therapy they got him. Look, you got Jared, you got Witkoff, Speaker Johnson, Elise Stefanik. I think is Elon up there? I don't know if he is.
I don't know that he's there, actually, because...
He was pictured there earlier.
No, he was pictured at Mar-a-Lago.
You know who deserves credit is Trump's pollster, man, Tony Fabrizio. Can we let Tyler in? We're up 31,000 now in Arizona.
Yeah. They got another 1% in it. Current rates of growth.
What'd you say? What's your great news?
All right. You see that guy there?
We have
what's
these
his
great
name? Jason
microphones.
Miller. He's one of the advisors for Trump right there. Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah. There you go. There you go, guys. It's that's a wrap. So I've smashed the chocolate. I promised you during that debate, I said if Trump wins this, a beautiful old lady, she gifted me this
Did you
at
eat
an
it all?
event.
Because I haven't even had a slice.
I've saved you a piece, of course, Shaquille. I didn't want to break your heart, but look,
I'm on a diet too, but I'll have one today.
That's a wrap. Wow, that is the biggest comeback in American history with regards to elections. That's crazy. That's insane. I'm very eager to see how the next few weeks pan out, how the next 2 months pan out before the 20th. And the chocolate was better than I thought it'd be.
The chocolate's lovely. Don't cut to me.
Rami's just going to get a close-up. It's a chocolate eating ad. And so what else is there to say, guys? What else is there to say after this? I mean, I think your mic's muted.
Can we?
Has it been nine
just
hours?
to wrap up on a high note, can we see Rachel Maddow? Because you just said that she's still carrying on.
Where would I see
I think
that?
we should check in with her and see if the oldie is doing okay.
Where would I even see that? It's actually insane the numbers people are getting right now.
The viewers have been with us for a 9-hour marathon now, so
they've just kept it on, and
the AP have still not called it, and New York Times still hasn't called it. So I don't know what they're waiting for.
It's kind of insane if you think about it. I was going to say, I thought Patrick Bet-David had a really good video on what is going to happen, what the big challenges are now that Trump's elected. And he did this before the election a couple of days ago. He did this. I thought it was brilliant, but I don't want to bore you guys with it. And obviously, I'm sure some of you are eager to wrap this up. But I thought it was very fascinating in terms of what the next challenges are, who the potentials are for the potential number twos are to take out. They're going to less be concerned about Trump, and they're more going to be looking at, okay, who's the number two? Who's the new number one after Trump leaves, basically? Who are the main ones we have to take out?
I'm just going to read this message that was put onto the chats on Polymarket from a Kamala Harris backer. I'm letting my Kamala shares expire worthless. Worthless like Americans' general sense of decency and common sense. Yeah, come on, we're all trash, remember?
Yeah.
You lot are the cesspit of democracy. Everything is so effed. Your idiocy may just condemn many in Taiwan and Ukraine to tyranny, and you won't care. You have no concept of rationality and complex thought. F you, the vast majority of Americans. F you.
Well, you know what?
Cute.
You don't even have to answer. It's just like...
I'm not going to answer it. That's just on the Polymarket.
And that's what I'm
chat.
saying. Like, time will tell.
Yeah.
Time will tell, and you'll see what happens.
But, you lot have been sitting there talking about removing the breast buds from, little girls and putting little boys onto puberty blockers that can cause them to be sterilised. You guys have been putting men into women's sport, to the point that high school girls have concussions and brain injuries and things like that. And we're the ones that lack rationality?
Yeah.
Okay, you go with that.
Actually, you threaten to go after people's babies.
Exactly.
And here we are. And this is Rachel Maddow. You asked for Rachel
Vote
Maddow.
for bigotry. And this is a vote for misogyny. This is a vote for racism, etc. And I want to take a moment
I'm
and
not
just
sure if I
reflect on
sent you
fact
the right link.
that if you look at the reasons why the voters who decided this election voted the way they did,
oh, they're so unhappy.
it is not because of those parts of the MAGA movement or Trump's comments in the past. It's not about vindicating Trump for the lawsuits or the criminal charges or the impeachments. The people who decided this election, the people in the battleground states who switched or who turned out, don't like the country as it is right now, mainly because of the three issues. And like the people like it or not, Donald Trump ran an issues-based campaign, whether or not his 2-hour stem-winder rally speeches covered all of it. It was mainly because of the economy and the beating the people are taking at the gas pump and in grocery stores, inflation. And immigration, and the fact that immigration, there is a crisis at the border. There has been for several years. The first couple of years
delivered, and it did not go the Democrat way.
It hasn't come.
So clearly, we are seeing a result that has been along expected lines, of course, in the...
All right, so this is the one with Rachel Maddow, is it?
I just like seeing Chris.
We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think, actually, if we can go to this live so we can hear the Natsat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to
Trump never said?
say to the crowd.
He never
and also
said
how
that
the crowd
Kamala
receives him.
conceded.
This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Okay, everyone cheer for him.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight.
Are you hearing this?
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one. Start to leave the grounds.
I just want to see her face. Can we fast forward to her face?
Hang on a sec. Hang on. When was this, Rami? This is not a live feed.
Oh, it's not live?
subject over the course.
That must
about where we stand.
Was I right in understanding what Senator
It's
Bridgman
still
was
saying Trump is at
say?
full.
The internal math, which we've been following with Steve
246
Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing.
I struggled to find
the
her
last thing that we
alive.
have reportable from the Harris campaign, the top of the Harris campaign manager, General O'Malley Dillon, said, we always knew it was going to be down to the blue wall, and the blue wall is still uncalled at this point. But it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string.
All right.
Hey, Rachel, you're awake, by the way. This is your country right now. Get used to it.
I remember
this is
that.
you.
That was what she said, right? Right.
I'm thrilled.
Was it Rachel Maddow 2016?
Something like that. So are we ready to wrap up, or are we going to continue on for a bit?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm happy to hang around if you guys want, but I'm sure our audience after 9 hours are cracking their champagne and are very excited about it.
People are still on. I mean, this is what Barack Obama tweeted, just so you guys know. He pinned this tweet, which it wasn't pinned before, but he pinned this earlier on. This is from 8 a.m. Our time. He said it took several days to count every ballot in 2020. It's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either, so please keep a few things in mind as you make your voices heard today. Thousands of election workers around the country are working hard today. Respect them, thank them. Don't share things before you checking your sources, and let the process run its course. It takes time to count every ballot.
Okay, 1 second. So that was posted at 7:59. Look at the first comment. Just go back. The first comment underneath it was, "This is what people say when they're trying to steal an election."
Yeah.
I won't read the second comment.
Yeah. Funny that. Anyways, so look, I mean, I don't know if you feel as uneasy as I do. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy, but I feel uneasy.
What are you uneasy about? It's been called.
These people, like, think about it for a second. The things they did. I know everyone says, Trump took a bullet. Yeah, he took a bullet. We don't yet know exactly what that was. But if you look at the other stuff, the Steele dossier, if you look at what happened in 2016 before the election, Steele dossier, they were still maneuvering during that period, that 2 months when Trump won in 2016 and he took office in the 20th of January, 2016 to 2017. That 2 month period, there are those emails that got out from the Obama administration, and they were actively laying these landmines. What's going to happen as well in 2016 when Hillary won? Sorry, when Hillary didn't win, her a lot of the Democrat members, they were trying to campaign so that the electors were never sent to Congress, which is exactly what the Republicans wanted to do in 2020, but she was doing it in 2016. I'm just thinking through these things, and I'm just like, if there's one thing we learned about the left, these people we're dealing with in every country, just like with the voice referendum, they do not stop. They wait until, they're cracking the champagne bottles and they're watching and this and that, they're not watching us anymore, and then they do their thing. And that's, I don't know, it's just, call it some kind of PTSD from 2020, but I think this is why Charlie Kirk is not stopping.
So, Joel, you're what, 28 years old? So you were 20 in 2016?
Yeah.
Right? I don't know, even toilet trained at 20? I don't know. You were very young. Look, you can be a little bit restrained, be jubilant, take the win. We've got it right now. And let's just hope and pray that the future's going to be much better.
Yeah.
But we've gotten over the first major hurdle. We're on the winning track right now. Okay? So be jubilant.
No,
audience, be jubilant. Yeah. Relax. This is a good thing.
I'll tell you what. I can relax because I know that the guys like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, and I'm not blowing smoke up their butt. I've seen what they've been up to for the last 4 years. I've seen their plans with regards to, because they share with their audience really transparency the things that they're doing. I can rest easy because I know what they're doing, and I'm like, all right, it's out of our control. It's these guys have got it. God bless them.
To my fans up in far north Queensland, I'm getting fans. See, I didn't want to come onto your podcast, but I was afraid of
I'm
this.
surprised how quickly that was.
Yes, to my fans up in far north Queensland that have messaged me, I don't know how you got my details. I see them. Well done. I hope you're celebrating. One of them has apparently gone ballistic with how happy she is. And I don't know, should we be making plans to head to the inauguration?
Mate.
I like the sound of it.
Yeah, well, you know what? I would love to be there. If I could be there, I would love to be there, if it's in the budget. But again, if you want to support this content, donate to the link in my bio. If I have the budget, heck, I'll fly all of us over.
To be fair, if they can upgrade Elbows, surely Qantas could throw us a few tickets.
Yeah, well, part of me thinks that they won't, because they were flying the yes vote, the yes campaigners around for free, if you remember.
And then charging the no vote.
Yeah,
nothing
premium.
Nothing sus.
Anyways, guys, I think we should probably call it there. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Again, forgive my my exhausted demeanor. I am a little bit sick right now, but it's because we're winding up the year, and we've fought so many elections this year. I'm really proud of what we've done. This is why we built the War Room. I will be back very soon for a show, probably again next week, this time next week, and I hope to see this concluded and more stories. So thank you guys so much. Thank you to all the guests on the panel. Thank you, Shaquille, for standing around for 10 hours, and thank you, Rami, for coming in as well.
Thanks for inviting me over here and asking me to make sure I'm here for the election coverage, and thank you for the audience as well that have stuck with us for 9 hours. So
absolutely
fantastic.
And to the Yanks, God bless you. I salute you. Talk soon.